The end of the world is approaching, and human civilization is in danger. But I unexpectedly obtained a mysterious black technology. It can make the means of transportation look brand new and comprehensively upgraded. Just one scan and you can make the conversion. What? You think this is just an ordinary minibus? Wrong. This is a super base vehicle that can run rampant among zombies and monsters and can also transform. Being bulletproof against zombies is just basic operation. The interior configuration of the car is even more luxurious. Bedroom, kitchen, shower room, even the power generation system is available. The world outside is turned upside down, zombies are everywhere, and everyone is struggling to survive. But I can enjoy a hot meal in the end times and fall asleep peacefully on a soft bed. What's even better is that those campus beauties who have despaired of survival will rekindle their hope for life even if they just stay here for a few days. But at this time, in an inconspicuous rental house in the south of Jiangbei City, the air conditioner was humming, dispelling the stuffiness in the house. This is a small room of less than 15 square meters. The living room and bed are squeezed together, and the doors of the bathroom and kitchen are side by side. It is simple but tidy. The owner of the house was a thin young man who was currently sitting on the lower bunk of a bunk bed, his eyes fixed on the TV screen in front of him. The national midday news was playing on TV. My name is Jiang Lusher. A week ago, I hardly ever used this TV except to watch football games. Not to mention sitting down and watching the noon news. I turned my gaze from the screen to the wall clock, the hands of which were approaching with every second. I was paying close attention because at 12 hours 45 minutes and 51 seconds noon, an important news item I had been waiting for was about to be broadcast. Here is a piece of international news. An international scientific team just held a press conference to announce that they have discovered a prehistoric super virus in the permafrost in the far east of Siberia. This giant virus is the fourth super large virus known to humans. Scientists said that they are still studying it, and it is not clear whether it will pose a threat to humans or animals. That's it. I stood up from the bed and looked down to check the time on my phone. It was 12 hours 45 minutes and 51 seconds, exactly. It's the third time. I stared at the TV screen, but I was no longer interested in the news. I already knew the content and release time of this news. This is because a week ago, a mysterious star seed suddenly appeared in my mind. From that moment on, I acquired many future events that had not yet occurred through star seeds. These messages came true one by one, such as several heads of state absent from important events or international conferences being cancelled at short notice. No one paid attention to these details, but I knew that all of this was related to the virus. Today's news is even more critical because it foreshadows a greater disaster to come, a viral infection outbreak, and the end of the world is approaching. The top leaders had obviously known about the existence of the virus for a long time, but they chose to block the news and even concealed the evacuation operation. Only today's press conference is the last bit of mercy given to ordinary people, so that they will not be too confused before death comes. However, most people are unaware of this. People in front of the TV, browsing Weibo and WeChat moments, only sigh at the novelty of the viral topic and then quickly turn their attention to other trivial matters. I didn't intend to remind anyone. I knew that the internet, from Mayan prophecies to various doomsday theories, had already made people numb to such topics. If I tried to post something, the most likely outcome is that it will be deleted, or even attract the attention of some high-level officials. More importantly, I didn't really believe the truth of all this until today. Even I couldn't immediately accept the extra, doomsday information in my mind at first. After all, everything around seemed so normal. Who would easily believe that the end of the world is coming? Now, I have no time to hesitate. He only has 1 week to act immediately to prepare for the impending disaster. First, I bought a lot of daily necessities online, including grains, oils, rice, noodles, high-energy compressed foods, as well as a lot of drinking water and first-aid medicines. Most of these supplies can be delivered within 1 or 2 days, saving me the time of going out to buy them. In addition, I also bought some practical equipment, such as a windbreaker, lightweight and durable shoes, and disposable underwear. At the same time, just in case, I bought a dagger from a seller in the same city. Although I didn't completely believe in doomsday theory at first, out of curiosity, I had already made a detailed preparation list in my mind. This list not only included the necessary supplies, but also referred to a lot of online information. Surprisingly, there are quite a few similar Doomsday Survival Guide posts, and it is obvious that many people enjoy studying these contents. However, these boring posts became my valuable reference at this time, allowing me to quickly sort out my thoughts and complete the task of stockpiling supplies. However, this is just the beginning. The real key lies in the star seed. It not only allows me to know the coming of the doomsday in advance, but more importantly, it can give me the ability to survive the doomsday. The core function of star seed is mechanical modification and upgrading, but it requires the provision of the subject and materials for modification. Transportation is the most practical choice, which not only improves survival efficiency, but also has a relatively low difficulty in modification. I first ruled out sedans, which were too fragile in the chaotic environment of the apocalypse. Although an SUV is the most recommended option online, its limited interior space does not meet my needs. Subjectively, I prefer those giant, extra-long trucks, like trains running on the road, with wheels as high as a person. However, there are very few of these trucks, so it is obviously unrealistic to buy one. After some screening, I finally locked in two options: container trucks and minibuses. Considering the importance of interior space, I prefer the minibus. However, a minibus that costs hundreds of thousands of yuan is completely unrealistic for me. After buying the supplies, the balance in my bank card was less than 1,000 yuan. Is not enough to describe my predicament. If there is a house to sell, I will sell it at a low price without hesitation, but the reality is that my family's house was sold when I was in high school. At that time, my parents had just passed away, and for the sake of my sister and I's life and studies, they had to sell the house with great reluctance. Since then, my brother and I have been living in rented houses. The balance on the card now is almost all the savings from these years of frugal living. Although there are some electrical appliances at home, such as TVs and computers, which can raise a few thousand yuan if they are sold, it is still far from the amount needed to buy or lease a car. As for robbery or theft, I knew that my chances of success were less than 10%, and if I failed, the possibility of being caught would be over 80%. Finally, I decided not to buy a car but to rent a minibus. Even if I rent a car, it is not a small expense. The rental prices on the internet show that the most common minibuses cost thousands of yuan per day, which is about 15,000 yuan for 10 days. Not to mention the large amount of metal and materials needed to be purchased to complete the modification of the minibus. This amount of money is simply a headache. Time is getting closer and closer, and the end of the world will come next Tuesday. I lay on the bed, took a few deep breaths, and tried to calm myself down. But as an ordinary student, facing such a sudden challenge of life and death, it was almost impossible to remain completely calm. After thinking for a while, I opened QQ and found an ID named Li Jun in the roommate group. Seeing that the other party's avatar was lit, I immediately sent a message. Li Jun, are you there? As soon as the message was sent, the phone beeped and Li Jun's reply popped up on the chat interface. Did you see my new display? I was stunned for a moment, and then I looked carefully and found that under his ID it clearly showed iPhone 27 online. So that's why he kept his online status so high profile. iPhone 27 is a new model released this month. It is expensive and only a few people have been able to get one after only a few days. But Li Jun has already used it. No wonder he is so proud. This phone costs 7 or 8,000 yuan. I sighed. For me, this is an unattainable number. The end of the world is approaching, and I don't even have the chance to use a new phone. Li Jun replied smugly. 7 or 8,000? It's impossible to get the first batch. I asked someone to buy it for me, and I paid an additional 2,000 yuan to get it. 10,000 yuan! I gasped. For a student, this is an astronomical figure. Because my parents died early and I have to take care of my younger sister, I have always lived frugally. The money I just spent on stockpiling goods is already the most generous consumption in my life. Thinking of this, I can't help but sigh at Li Jun's extravagance. However, it seems that he still has enough money. I quickly changed the subject and sent a message. Let's talk business first. You don't have any plans for next Tuesday? Next Tuesday? Li Jun paused for a moment and replied. Oh, by the way, I met a girl on WeChat a few days ago, and I plan to take her to the bar. After drinking, I'll get a lot of rewards. I frowned when I saw this message, but I still said, well, I want to invite everyone to play games next Tuesday. Can you stay in the dormitory and don't go out? Remember to lock the doors and windows. What? Li Jun was obviously confused. I have a girl, but I don't want to pick her up. I want to play games with you. Am I crazy? Li Jun refused directly. No, I'm busy. Okay. I sighed and shook my head. He didn't listen, and there was nothing I could do. In fact, even if you stay in the dormitory and lock the doors and windows, you can't completely avoid the outbreak of the virus. Li Jun, like everyone else, has already been infected, but whether the virus will trigger mutations depends on his own physical condition. Locking the doors and windows is just to increase the chance of survival and avoid the attack of mutant monsters. Since I couldn't persuade him, I tried to ask. Li Jun, I need money urgently recently. Can you pay me back the 2,000 yuan you lent me before? Money? Oh, don't worry, I remember it and will return it to you in 2 days. Li Jun replied perfunctorily. I continued, I really need the money now. This money is life-saving for me. So urgent? Wait, the girl called me. I'll answer it first and we'll talk later. After Li Jun sent this message, his avatar went dark and there was no response. I shook my head helplessly and clicked on another roommate's profile picture. Luo Ming, can you lend me 2,000 yuan? I'm really short of money recently. All my living expenses are spent on games. I was thinking of asking you to borrow some money for food. What do you want the money for? Luo Ming replied. It's okay, just pretend I didn't ask. I sighed, knowing that Luo Ming was a complete game fan. Although his family was well off, he had almost no spare money. I was just trying my luck by asking this. Luo Ming, listen to me, you must stay in the dormitory to play games next Tuesday, close the doors and windows, and don't go out, okay? I reminded him again. What's going on? Luo Ming was confused. Don't ask, just remember it, I said and hung up the phone. Those who owed money didn't pay it back, and those who borrowed money didn't have the money. As for the others, they were either unfamiliar with each other or had similar financial situations. After all, we were all students, so we might be able to get together a few hundred yuan, but it would be too difficult to get thousands of yuan. I closed my phone and sighed. It seems that I have to think of another way. I was flipping through my phone when suddenly a very eye-catching profile picture caught my eye, which brightened my eyes. The person in the picture has a shiny slicked back hair, wears sunglasses, and has a rather exaggerated temperament. His name is Ma Hao, and he is a well-known person in the school. I vaguely remember that Li Jun once mentioned that Ma Hao had a friend who worked in campus loans. In order to borrow money, some girls not only took photos of their ID cards and student ID cards to their friends, but also took indecent photos. If these girls do not pay back the money, the photos and identity information will be published and sent to their classmates, teachers, and even family members. When I first heard these things, I thought they were ridiculous. Most girls fall into this kind of predicament just to buy things to satisfy their vanity. Ma Hao would occasionally take some indecent photos from his friends and send them to the classmates group to share. People in the group commented on them, but I couldn't feel any sympathy for these girls. I thought this kind of thing was far away from me, but now, I feel that this is an opportunity. Ma Hao, I want to borrow some money. Is your friend okay? I sent the message directly. Ma Hao quickly replied. Sure, which department and class are you from? I took a photo of my student ID and confirmed it. Ma Hao asked. How much do you want to borrow? 20,000. I gave a number without being polite. Based on my understanding of campus loans, 20,000 should be the upper limit of their loan. I'm afraid it won't be possible to lend more. And given my family situation, Ma Hao can find out the details with just a few inquiries. Ma Hao was obviously a little surprised. 20,000? That's so much? Students usually borrow a few thousand yuan, and at most 10,000. Why are you borrowing so much? Your girlfriend won't need that much for an abortion, right? It's important, don't ask too many questions. Just tell me directly, under what conditions can you lend it to me? I didn't want to explain anymore. Well, okay then. Leave your student ID to me as collateral, and send me your home address. You also have to write an IOU for 50,000 yuan, and record a video of the IOU. You read out the contents of the IOU and admit that it was a voluntary loan. When you pay off the money, I will destroy it in front of you. Pay off the 25,000 within a month. Is that okay? Ma Hao added. Okay. I smacked my tongue in my heart. The interest rate was too high. But it also made me more certain that this so-called friend was probably Ma Hao himself. Ma Hao doesn't seem to be worried about me defaulting on my debts. It seems that he has a way to make me either live nor die. However, this threat is really not worth mentioning to me. The end of the world is coming soon, and I still care about Ma Hao? Soon, Ma Hao and I made an appointment and completed the formalities at the designated location. When he transferred 20,000 yuan to me, he couldn't help but ask, "Why did you borrow so much money?" "Do something big. You'll know in a week." I kept it a secret. Ma Hao was stunned, thinking that this man was a little crazy, but the money had already been transferred, so he didn't bother to care. After getting the money, I immediately rushed to the car rental company I had contacted before. Minibuses are not as easy to rent as ordinary cars. I searched all the online car rental platforms before I found one with vacancies. The other party urged me to go as soon as possible and could only keep the car for 2 hours. I sped up and arrived at the car rental company an hour early. I breathed a sigh of relief when I saw the store sign from afar. The store of this car rental company is not big, and the decoration is simple and elegant. Behind the reception desk, there is a girl with a ponytail, wearing the uniform of the car rental company, looking clean and beautiful. She is about 18 or 19 years old, and there is still a hint of childishness on her face. The girl was talking to a customer in a suit. When she saw me come in, she smiled sweetly at me and nodded to ask me to wait a moment. This smile was full of youthfulness, which made me stunned for a moment, thinking that this clerk was too young. I sat on the sofa next to her and casually glanced at the copybook on the girl's desk. I found a corner of the English Level 6 vocabulary book sticking out from underneath. I understood. This girl should be a student, maybe even from a nearby university. She came here part-time, obviously to earn a living. This car rental company is not far from the university. Hiring a sweet-looking female student as a receptionist not only saves labor costs, but also attracts customers, which is really killing 2 birds with 1 stone. "Hello, I'm Wen Xiaotian, the account manager. You can call me Xiaowen. I'm happy to serve you." The girl talked to the customer next to her for a few words, and when she was about done, she turned to me. Her youthful appearance combined with her professional greeting was not only not inconsistent, but also had a lovely sense of contrast. "Hello, I'm the one who booked the minibus online." I stood up and said. "Ah, this?" The girl was a little embarrassed, with a trace of apology on her face. "I'm sorry, the last minibus has just been rented by this gentleman." I was stunned for a moment. I had clearly called to reserve the car. It seemed that the boss had made the decision on his own. The girl looked very sorry, but she was just a part-time student, so how could she influence the boss's decision? "I'm really sorry. If you can wait a few days, we can make another reservation. The car will be available after this gentleman returns it," Wen Xiaotian said apologetically. I pondered for a moment. This was the only rental company nearby with cars, and I couldn't wait that long. So I suddenly asked, "Have you paid?" "Ah? Not yet, but the contract is ready." Wen Xiaotian was a little confused and didn't understand why I asked this. The man in a suit next to me glanced at me with a half-smile. He obviously saw my eagerness, but he also knew that if the boss didn't take the money, he could cancel the contract at any time. "It's good that you didn't pay," I said calmly. "Tell your boss that I'll add 200 a day, rent it for a week, and renew it next week. If you use it in the city, the car won't be damaged too much." Wen Xiaotian was stunned, and looked at the man in the suit again, not knowing what to do for a moment. "At 300, I added. Wen Xiaotian hesitated for a moment. The amount was already quite large. Seeing that I was really anxious, she finally said, "Sir, I have to call for instructions." She nodded apologetically to the man in the suit. The man in the suit waved his hands helplessly. He looked a little gloating just now, but now he looked helpless. He whispered, Forget it, don't fight, just rent it to him. Obviously, he knew the result. I'm really sorry. If you can wait until the weekend to use the car, we can arrange it. When Xiaotian apologized again, her tone very sincere. The man in the suit couldn't help but ask, Young man, why did you rent a car for so long? Leave it there, I answered simply. Leave it there. The man in the suit was stunned and sighed inwardly. Young people nowadays are really rich and willful. I didn't bother to pay attention to their shocked looks and quickly signed a contract with the car rental company. I quickly glanced at the terms and conditions and found that the requirements for customers were surprisingly harsh. A scratch could result in a large sum of money. I just smiled and signed my name, thinking to myself, this car will have more than just a few scratches. Your ID card needs to be deposited here. When Xiaotian smiled. Pa! I put my ID card on the table and took the car keys. When I walked out the door, I suddenly turned around and said, Can you help me find a driver to drive back? After all, I don't have a driver's license yet. Sitting on the minibus, I called my sister. I knew in my heart that my call would probably fall on deaf ears. Before the star seeds, and those messages appeared in my mind, my sister had already gone to the mountains for investigation, where the signal was intermittent. At this time, the end of the world is about to break out, and my sister is in the mountains. This is undoubtedly terrible news. However, I also knew that through the information from the star seed, my sister and I would not be infected by the virus. Her inspection trip should be over in the next 2 days, which makes me feel a little relieved. My sister and I have been dependent on each other since we were young. If the end of the world comes and there is still no news from my sister, I will really go crazy. I called her and it turned off. I could only send her a text message, asking her to contact me immediately after seeing it and to keep her phone on 24 hours a day. Knowing her, she would call me back as soon as she got to a place with signal. Boss, are we going to park here? The driver parked the car downstairs of my house, glanced at the old neighborhoods around him, and asked curiously. This area is an old community that is gradually being phased out in Jianbei City. The houses were built in the 1990s and are equipped with the most traditional awnings and anti-theft fences. Such a place is obviously not the residence of the rich second generation. The driver didn't bother to ask any more questions. After signing, he handed me the keys and left. I sat in the car and breathed a sigh of relief. I had been busy running around preparing for the doomsday, and now everything was finally ready. However, instead of feeling calm, I felt a sense of fear. The panic that I had suppressed with my calmness and orderliness seemed to come out all at once. After sitting quietly in the car for 5 or 6 minutes, I finally calmed down. After all, this was the end of the world, and my reaction was normal. Following the guidance given by Starseed, I stood up, sat in the driver's seat, and held the steering wheel with both hands. Then, he closed his eyes. As if a switch had been pressed, a picture appeared in his mind, a steering wheel held with both hands, and as his eyes scanned left and right, his field of vision suddenly zoomed up rapidly, and the entire car was in his sight. Then the car body becomes transparent, and the internal components are clearly visible. I know that this is the Starseed scanning the vehicle. Although I understand the principle, this personal experience still makes me feel magical, as if I am in a science fiction movie. Compared with expensive VR equipment, this experience is much more advanced. After the scan is completed, the vehicle information appears in your mind. Model: medium-sized passenger bus, 14 seats, age, 10 years, power, gasoline-powered, maximum speed, 110 km per hour, engine, 5.014L, water-cooled inline 4-cylinder turbocharged direct injection, fault, old engine and parts. In short, this is a very ordinary minibus, which may be a retired tourist vehicle and later purchased by a leasing company. Although the condition of the car is not good, the price of more than 10,000 yuan is still quite cost-effective. According to the modification plan given by Starseed, I chose the base vehicle type. Although this modification consumes a lot of materials, it is the most practical. However, when I saw the list of materials, I couldn't help but smack my lips. 100 kilograms of steel, 100 kilograms of copper, screws of various specifications, 10 kilograms of titanium alloy, 10 square feet of leather, and a lot of strange materials. Just the first few items alone, I know they are expensive, especially titanium alloy, which costs 500 to 600 yuan per kilogram, and those rare materials sound expensive just by looking at their names. The list far exceeds my budget, probably because the modification requirements of the base vehicle are more complicated. I am not sure whether the money I have on hand, plus the proceeds from the sale, can be enough. Not to mention the options advertised on the roadside that say, transfer in 1 minute, borrow money with ID card. I had left my student ID card with Mahao, and my ID card with the car rental company. I didn't even have a property certificate, so I was really at a loss for a moment. Forget it, I'll just order everything I can first. I took out my phone and found 2 missed calls. I looked at the time and realized that I must have missed them while I was on the road. Unfortunately, the number was unfamiliar. Hello? I called back. Jian Lucier? A sweet and gentle female voice came from the other end of the phone, with a familiar feeling. Yes. I saw you called me. What's the matter? I asked puzzledly. I'm Li Yusin. The girl's voice stunned me. This name was completely beyond my expectation. I originally thought it was a business call, either from the car rental company, the courier, or the customer service of a product. But unexpectedly it was someone I knew, and a girl who was once very popular. Even though I don't usually communicate with girls over the phone, I wasn't panicked by this, I just felt surprised. After all, Li Yusin and I had almost no interactions. Why did she contact me out of the blue? If you think about it carefully, it can be said that we have no intersection at all. We have been classmates since high school and even sat at the same table. Li Yusin comes from a wealthy family, is beautiful and has a good personality. She is recognized as the popular goddess in the class. I remember that at that time, I couldn't help but stare at her in class as she looked out the window intently. The sunlight shining on her dancing hair made me feel dazed. However, although Li Yusin was excellent in all aspects, she always had difficulty in mathematics, while my math grades were quite good. So she often asked me to explain the questions to her. Every time she listened attentively, her hair would occasionally fall on my hand, but she didn't notice it at all. Later, my parents had an accident. I didn't go to class for a whole month. When I returned to the classroom, I had become much quieter and sat in the last row. The relationship between us gradually became distant. Even though she occasionally cast a concerned look at me, and seemed to want to say something when we passed by each other, she chose to remain silent in the end. That one subtle feeling was thus hidden deep in my heart. Now, listening to her familiar voice on the phone, my heart can't help but be slightly moved. That voice is still so gentle, like a breeze blowing through my heart. It's been a long time since we last met. I couldn't help but sigh. Yeah, we really haven't been in touch for a long time. There was a hint of nostalgia in her voice. By the way, what do you want to talk to me about? I asked. I heard from Li Jun that you are short of money recently. He is not familiar with me, but I overheard him mention it in a chat with my friend, she said bluntly. I frowned immediately. What did he say? He asked my friend to have dinner with him, and my friend asked him why he was always looking at his phone. He said you were asking him to borrow money. I thought you might have encountered some difficulties, so I looked for your phone number. Her tone was very calm. This Li Jun. I sighed helplessly. Not only does this guy owe me money and not only doesn't pay it back, he also talks nonsense everywhere. It really makes me speechless. That's not the case. I explained and told her the truth. After listening to him, she said with some anger in her voice, I knew you weren't that kind of person. He also said that you were shameless, really. I will remind my friends not to associate with this kind of person. By the way, do you really need money? It's okay, I've thought of a solution, I said quickly. Is your Alipay or mobile phone number? I'll transfer some money to you and you can pay me back when you have enough money. Don't be polite with me, it's a matter between friends. You used to help me with the questions so carefully every day, leaving almost no free time, and I haven't thanked you yet, she said with a chuckle. I was stunned. Li Yusin's laughter was still so sweet. No need. Don't refuse, we are friends, right? Her smile was as clear as a wind chime, and there was a hint of playfulness in her words. Of course. After hanging up the phone, I felt a warm feeling in my heart. Unexpectedly, at this time, she was the one who lent a helping hand. And from beginning to end, she never asked me why I wanted to borrow money. Soon, a text message alert sounded. I opened it, and was stunned again. The amount she transferred was a full 20,000 yuan. There was another message at the end of the text message. I'll give you more, so you can be more generous. If you can't use it all, just keep it and return it to me. At the end, there was a little emoticon with the face covering its mouth and laughing. I was moved when I read this. Although Li Yusin's family was wealthy, she lived a simple life. The 20,000 yuan must be her private savings, not something she could just take out. However, as soon as she heard that I was in trouble, she immediately took the initiative to call me. When she saw that I didn't answer, she called several more times. At this moment, I made up my mind. Then I called her. As soon as the call was connected, Li Yusin's voice was a little nervous. What are you doing? I couldn't help but laugh, feeling touched and amused. Don't worry, I'm not here to return the money. Oh. Li Yusin was obviously relieved, and then hurriedly said, Don't thank me. If you want to thank me, I have to thank you. If it weren't for your help, how could I be admitted to Jiangbei University? It's just a small matter. I scratched my head, feeling a little embarrassed. I coughed dryly and then said seriously, Tell me your home address. Address? Why, you have to come here to pay back the money. Li Yusin smiled. Don't ask, just tell me. Don't worry, I won't do anything bad. I made a joke on purpose. Okay, my home address is... Go ahead and I'll write it down. I turned on the speakerphone and quickly wrote the address down in my memo. You wrote it down specifically? I'm a little nervous. Do you really want to come? But if you're just a guest, I'd definitely welcome you. Li Yusin's tone was a little awkward. I could tell that this request was a bit abrupt, but I couldn't care less now. I said in a serious and firm tone. Yusin, next Tuesday you must be at home. Not only you, but your parents must be there too. Don't go anywhere. It's best to stay in different rooms and lock each room. If anything happens, lock the door and don't run around. I will definitely come to find you. Please, this matter concerns my life. It's very important. There was an irresistible seriousness and earnestness in my voice. Li Yusin on the other end of the phone was stunned. Lock yourself in a locked room? Is someone going to attack us? No, but it is very important. You must trust me, listen to me, and do as I say. Jian Lucier, what's wrong with you? Are you in big trouble? Loan sharks? Gangs? Her voice was obviously panicked. No, but this is a serious matter, please. I did borrow money from a loan shark, but it has nothing to do with the current situation. I won't worry about those things. Li Yusin hesitated for a long time, and finally agreed reluctantly. Okay. I'll listen to you. Remember, you must do as I say. I reminded him again solemnly. Okay. After hanging up the phone, I breathed a sigh of relief. This is the limit of what I can do. As for whether Li Yusin will do it completely, it depends on her own decision. But at least, she should stay at home. She is a kind-hearted person. As long as she thinks that my life is at stake, she will take it seriously. As for whether she can survive the coming catastrophe, it depends on God's will. I hope fate will have mercy on such a kind girl and not let her die in this disaster. As long as she is alive, I will find her. With the money Li Yusin lent me, I immediately started purchasing. For some materials that cannot be bought online, I even go to the market to look for them. The most troublesome thing was that one of the key materials was not even available on the market, and finally it was found at an auto parts factory. At first the boss refused to sell it, and finally I added 500 yuan to the original price before he agreed. But even so, all I got was a second-hand item. When I was leaving, I saw the boss holding the 500 yuan, counting it carefully again and again, with an unconcealable look of pride on his face. I sighed silently in my heart. It's not that he doesn't want to sell, but he just wants to make a lot of money from me. He may be proud now, but in a week, he will find that this money is worthless. It took me 3 full days to run all over Jiangbei City and finally get all the materials. The aisles and seats of the minibus were filled with various supplies. When I put the last piece of material into the car, a big stone in my heart finally fell to the ground. I finally caught up. During these 3 days, I was very busy and searched almost every corner of Jiangbei City. Because it was the first time to modify the base vehicle, the materials required were of various types and covered all aspects. At the same time, I was also paying close attention to the news and city dynamics. As I expected, the big names in the news appeared less and less, and although the streets seemed calm on the surface, I could vaguely feel that there was an undercurrent. Let's start. I pulled the curtains, sat in the driver's seat, steadied my breathing, and held the steering wheel with both hands. Instantly, the structure information of the minibus was projected into my mind, like an extra pair of eyes scanning the body of the bus. Wherever I looked, the data and status of that place immediately emerged. The current status of the minibus is shown as base vehicle, ordinary type, waiting for modification. System prompt: it is detected that all materials are complete. Do you want to start modification? I silently said in my heart, modify. Then, the system responded, modification started, estimated completion time 72 hours. The countdown started, and the vehicle could not be driven during the modification. The modification contents were also listed one by one. I held the steering wheel and felt a strange vibration, as if the car body was gradually being transformed by some force. The modification process takes a long time, so I couldn't stay inside the car all the time. Driven by curiosity, I observed for a while and found that the materials would gradually disappear over time, as if they were swallowed by the car body. Other than that, there was nothing special inside the car. After feeling relieved, I got out of the car and prepared to go home. When I got home and opened the door, I was shocked by the various supplies piled up at the door. The goods delivered in 3 days almost piled up into a small mountain, and even the courier looked at me with a strange look in his eyes. But I don't care what others think. They can't even imagine the real use of these things. The end is coming, and I won't even go to school. What kind of school should I go to? Every minute and every second now must be used to prepare. While I was calling my sister on my cell phone, I was looking up all kinds of survival knowledge on the internet, from survival in the wilderness to first aid knowledge, from medication for common diseases to map information. I carefully recorded everything that was useful. Later, I spent several hundred yuan to buy a high-precision offline map of the whole country, which marked detailed information from small shops to large factories, from national highways to rural roads. Compared with those free maps, this information is obviously more reliable. I know that the degree of preparation determines how long I can last. Therefore, I dare not miss any of the things mentioned in the post or that I thought of. Now, the money is almost gone, but the preparation work has finally come to an end. At this moment, the phone rang suddenly. I quickly checked the caller ID and was immediately surprised it was my sister calling. Hello? I answered the call impatiently. Brother, why do you keep calling me? I just got off the bus and turned on my phone after charging it. This investigation was very exciting. We went to a mountain village that has a cave burial custom. Jiang Zhuiying! I immediately interrupted her playful tone. Stop talking, listen to me first. Hearing my serious tone, my sister stopped laughing and responded obediently. Brother, go ahead. I took a deep breath and forced myself to calm down. Panic is contagious, so I had to calm down. Xiaoying, where are you now? At school, I just separated from my classmates and teachers from the investigation team and was about to go back to the dormitory. My cell phone was out of battery, so I just charged it a little bit and turned it on, and then I saw the text message you left for me. She spoke very quickly, obviously realizing that something was wrong, and her attitude became serious. Although she doesn't know what happened, I have been taking care of her since her parents passed away. No matter how naughty she is, she will trust me unconditionally at critical moments. Don't go back to the dormitory, book a plane ticket back immediately, I said hurriedly. Okay, brother, wait a moment. Jiang Zhuiying agreed. After a while, her voice came again. Brother, the tickets are gone. What about tomorrow's? The day after tomorrow? If that doesn't work, I'll transfer. I'll buy it no matter how much it costs, I said, almost gritting my teeth. No, none of them. Jiang Zhuiying's voice revealed a hint of helplessness. What do you mean all gone? I was stunned, my chest suddenly sank, and an ominous premonition followed. I quickly turned around and sat in front of the computer, typing away on the keyboard and opening the ticket purchasing website. I searched a destination at random, then another. I checked several cities in succession, but the results made my heart sink deeper each time. All flights to and from anywhere in the next 3 days are sold out. The only tickets available are for flights after the doomsday rumors. This can't be a coincidence. Brother, how about I book it for 3 days later? Jiang Zhuing asked tentatively. It will be meaningless after 3 days, I almost blurted out. Jiang Zhuing didn't seem to understand why it would be ineffective if it was delayed for 1 day, but she didn't ask any more questions. Instead, she calmly suggested, Train! How about I try to buy a train ticket? I tapped the keyboard again, trying to check the train ticket situation. After a few seconds, a deep voice said, No need. All the train tickets are sold out. There are no train tickets left for the next 3 days. Brother, should I go to the bus station and ask? Or try to charter a car? Jiang Zhuing said unwillingly. No need, I interrupted decisively. The current situation is completely unclear, and the road conditions are difficult to predict. Even if you can get on the road, it will take at least 2 days. In addition, with the suspension of planes and trains, the roads may have already begun to be seriously congested. If you get stuck on the road at that time, Jiang Zhuing will be in danger. No thanks, I repeated more firmly. Jiang Zhuing on the other end of the phone was silent for a few seconds, and seemed to sense my abnormality, and a hint of panic appeared in her tone. Brother, what's wrong with you? Xiaoying, listen carefully and remember every word. I took a deep breath and suppressed my anxiety. Don't go back to the dormitory. Find a secluded and safe place immediately, such as a hotel apartment or a rental house. It must be well protected from theft and as few people as possible. Then, go buy drinking water, medicine, daily necessities and enough food. Charge your phone fully and prepare a dozen power banks, although I'm not sure if the phone can still be used. Then lock the door and never go out again. Wait for me. Remember, wait for me. You must wait for me. I repeated, almost as an instruction, but more like a plea. Xiaoying, the end is coming. Jiang Zhuing was unable to come back, which was a big blow to my plan. The original plan was to drive a modified minibus, loaded with sufficient supplies, to take Jiang Zhuing and Li Yusin's family to a resort more than 100 miles away from Jianbei City. I've been there once before. It's a remote place with complete facilities and not many residents around, making it a very suitable place to take refuge. The plan is to settle down there first, and then make further plans based on the actual situation. After all, although I know that the end of the world is coming, I still have no idea of what it will really look like. With this minibus, at least the action will be much safer than others. However, now this plan is obviously not feasible. Not only can I not evacuate to the suburbs immediately, but I have to go to the densely populated and more prosperous Nanjing city. There may be countless unknown dangers along the way, and it is difficult to estimate the time to reach the destination. Because of this, I repeatedly told Jiang Zhuing to purchase more supplies and to wait for me to arrive. If the modification of the minibus had not taken 3 days to complete, I would have set off long ago. But without this bus, I was just an ordinary college student, and could not take Jiang Zhuing out of the siege. That night, Jiang Zhuing sent me her location information. She rented a teacher's apartment in an alley next to the school and lived on the top floor, the 6th floor. She also took photos and sent them over. In the photos, the supplies filled 2 rooms, enough for her food and clothing for a month. Brother, don't worry. Jiang Zhuing sent a message with a big smiley face attached. I have already told her about the end of the world, but I did not mention the star seed in my mind. It is not because I do not trust her, but there is no need to focus on this difficult to explain matter. To my surprise, she actually believed me and was surprisingly calm. Even facing the end of the world, she was still in the mood to take photos and send emojis. I know she is still a little nervous, but as long as she does what I ask, I will be relieved. Don't go out from today on, lock the doors and windows, and protect yourself. Don't open the door for anyone except me. Even if it's someone you know, I warned seriously. When the end of the world comes, the constraints of law and morality will disappear. Although I think these words are a bit cold, I still insist on emphasizing them. After all, killing for food is not uncommon in movies and real life. In fact, I am not a cold-blooded person. I will try my best to help others under the premise of ensuring my own safety. However, now, I can't be by Jiang Zhuing's side to protect her, so I can only ask her to ensure her own safety to the greatest extent possible and avoid any risks. Got it. Jian Zhuiying agreed obediently, which made me feel a little relieved. As long as she was safe, the next focus was how to get to Nanjing as soon as possible. 3 days passed in a flash. During this time, the atmosphere on television news became increasingly tense, with many reports focusing on abnormal traffic and international situations. However, ordinary people seemed to be unaware of this and continued to live their daily lives, going to work, picking up children, buying groceries, and cooking. I stayed at home and continued to observe the situation, occasionally going out to understand the situation. During this period, Li Jun and Luo Ming sent me several messages. I was too lazy to read Li Jun's message, but Luo Ming sent me a teasing message. Dude, did you borrow money to elope with a girl? If you don't come back to class, you will probably fail the course. Remember, don't go out on Tuesday. Just lock the door and play games in the dorm. I reminded him again. Why must it be Tuesday? Hey, tomorrow is Tuesday. Luo Ming was obviously confused. I took a deep breath. Yes, it's tomorrow. That night, I was busy moving the supplies to the minibus. I sent messages to all the people in my address book and reminded Jiang Zhuiying and Li Yusin again. I was so nervous that I sat on the pile of supplies next to the minibus and fell asleep without realizing it. In the morning, I was awakened not by the sound of an alarm or a siren, but by a strange ringing sound in my head. It was Starseed. I quickly raised my head and ran to the door of the minibus. From the outside, the car looks the same as before, nothing special about it. However, the moment I grabbed the door handle, detailed information about the car emerged in my mind. A slight electric current passed through my fingertips, and then I heard a click, and the car door unlocked automatically. It turned out that the car door was an anti-theft sensor device, and only I could open it. I walked into the car, my pupils shrank slightly, my mouth opened slightly, and I was so surprised that I could hardly speak. The interior layout is completely different from before. Gone are the standard seats and decorations, replaced by a more modern and functional interior. The originally densely packed seats are now reduced to 2 sofas placed side by side, with a small table and storage racks next to them. The entire carriage is divided into several independent areas separated by high-end sliding doors. I opened the doors one by one and saw a small but exquisite bathroom, kitchen, and even a bedroom. The bed looked very soft. As I was amazed, I suddenly remembered the driver's cab and ran over quickly. The changes in the cab shocked me even more. It was divided into independent spaces, and the interior design was extremely cool. A huge display screen occupied the main field of vision, and the steering wheel was surrounded by buttons and joysticks, like a futuristic high-tech operating console. I sat in the soft leather driver's seat, and the moment I held the steering wheel with both hands, the entire structure of the car appeared in my mind like a holographic image. At the same time, the buttons and joysticks on the dashboard lit up with warning lights. A string of information appeared in front of me. The modification of the base vehicle, normal version, has been completed. Vehicle type, base vehicle, ordinary version, disguised as a minibus. Space configuration, 1 bedroom, 1 kitchen, 1 bathroom, 1 small living room. Weapons and equipment, compressed air cannon, primary, initial air velocity 810 meters per second, volume 500 L. Shell strength, F grade, can resist ordinary bullets and collisions. Power, gasoline powered. Maximum speed, 300 km per hour. Status, all faults have been repaired. I was filled with joy. The result of the modification was even more satisfactory than I had imagined. Although this was just a normal version and still had some functional limitations, it undoubtedly greatly improved my ability to survive. If we want to upgrade further, we need to prepare more materials and resources. Unfortunately, we didn't have the time or money before, and we couldn't figure out the specific list of what we needed in advance, so we can only give up for now. But for now, this car is enough to satisfy me. After I got familiar with the operation, I made a phone call and called the 2 movers from last night. We had already agreed on today's plan last night. After the 2 of us arrived, we immediately started loading all the supplies into the car. When they saw the completely new layout of the car, the surprise on their faces was beyond words, and the way they looked at me changed completely. Before, they saw me living in a small rental house filled with food and daily necessities, and thought I was going to open a small shop or even be a hawker. But now they were completely stunned when they found out that I actually owned a minibus converted into a motorhome. "How much does it cost to modify this car?" One of the movers couldn't help but mutter. "It's too much money, right?" But I paid no attention to their exclamations and simply quickly checked the time while keeping an eye on my surroundings. After all the supplies were loaded into the car, I immediately closed the doors and windows, nervously sat back in the driver's seat, and prepared to set off. I have no idea when the disaster will happen, and I have no idea what kind of situation the virus outbreak will bring. But I know very well that the virus had awakened the moment it was discovered in the permafrost. It is highly contagious and has spread silently around the world like a ghost. Its danger is greater than the sum of all known viruses. The virus will go through a short incubation period and then explode rapidly like a chain of bombs, with devastating consequences. Beep, beep! A quick ring interrupted my thoughts and instantly pulled my tense nerves back to reality. I took out my phone reflexively and glanced at the screen. The caller ID was Liusin. I quickly answered the phone, feeling a little uneasy. "Hello, I'll be there right away. Remember to stay home and don't go anywhere." I felt uneasy if this call was to tell me that she was going to break the appointment. That would be troublesome. "Jean-Luc, I'm sorry, I'm leaving soon." Liusin's voice came, and as soon as the words came out, my heart suddenly sank. "Go? Where to?" "Liusin, listen to me, don't leave home, lock the door, this is related to." I was eager to persuade her to stay. However, she didn't listen at all and interrupted me, her tone revealing a solemnity that could not be ignored. "Jean-Luc, listen carefully. The end of the world is coming soon, and it may happen in the next few days. I just found out about it today. Now the car is waiting outside, and I have to go. You must ensure your own safety first, and then rush to the entrance of Shimbei Expressway as soon as possible. The army is there. When the time comes, they will take you to the Shanghai Safety Island." She spoke very quickly, as if she was racing against time to deliver important information. "Remember, you must get to the highway entrance today. There are troops there, and they will protect the evacuated people." At this moment, a voice of urgency came from the phone. Liusin hurriedly said, "Jean-Luc, I'm not kidding, you must remember this." Then, the phone was hung up, leaving only the busy tone echoing in my ears, and the surroundings instantly fell silent. I stood there in a daze, holding my phone, my arms stiff. The evacuation has begun. What exactly is Shanghai Safety Island? I was somewhat grateful for Liusin's actions. She was still as kind as before, and even in this situation, she still cared about me. But I knew that even if she was taken away, it did not mean she was absolutely safe. The virus spread faster than anyone could imagine. Human scientists probably only realized the existence of this super virus after the epidemic spread. The onset period was short, and there was very little time for research. Even so, they had already speculated on the terrible end of this doomsday. However, after the human leaders learned the truth, they could only take very few measures to deal with it, and it was even impossible to save all of humanity. The only option was to protect a few, elites, and leave a glimmer of hope for humanity. The Safe Island plan is being promoted globally, but before boarding the Safe Island, strict cleansing and isolation are inevitable. Perhaps at this moment some scientists are still unwilling to believe their own inferences, and governments have not taken extreme measures. But once the cruelty of doomsday is revealed, people will witness the ruthlessness and terror of the virus, and then all means will become cold-blooded and even bloody. While I was talking to Liusin, the two hired movers were squatting not far away smoking. They occasionally glanced at my minibus and whispered, "This car, this decoration, wow, it's so luxurious. Rich people are different. You know, wouldn't it be great to travel around the world with a few beauties?" They fantasized and smacked their lips, as if they were immersed in the beautiful picture, and even told dirty jokes. Just as one of them was talking excitedly, his face suddenly changed, and he swayed twice, almost falling to the ground. An abnormal blush appeared on his face. "Hey, buddy, what's wrong?" Another person quickly supported him. "It's okay. You know my physique." The man pushed away the hand that was supporting him and patted his chest, as if to prove that he was fine. "Ha! I think you masturbated too much last night, and you're aroused again today. Now you're weak, right? The two men started to tease each other again, saying dirty words all the time, but they were unaware that danger was approaching quietly. Not far away, the porter was still chatting leisurely with his companions, as if everything was normal. I watched all this silently, without even a thought of laughing. A chill rose from behind me, reaching deep into my heart. I know very well that this fainting is just a precursor to the outbreak of the virus. The footsteps of doomsday are very close, and I am afraid it will not even take an hour. The porter's laughter and chatter could be heard faintly. I sat in the car, my eyes gradually turned cold. At this moment, I was powerless, and I couldn't drive my car to kill them. Doing so would only cause chaos, and the exact time of the apocalypse was still unclear. I couldn't take the risk. What's more, not to mention me, even the government was helpless. They smoked and rested in the shade of the trees. I checked my watch. It was 1:20 p.m. I could only wait. When the apocalypse comes, everyone will experience a strong immune response, including myself. We were all infected with the virus, but the results were very different. Some survived, while others were transformed into monsters. Time passed by little. I held the steering wheel tightly with both hands, and cold sweat had already seeped out of my palms. The pointer slowly moved forward, 2 o'clock, 2:30, 2:40. Staring at the dial for too long, the image of the pointer gradually blurred, and even overlapped. Gradually, countless double images of the dial appeared in front of my eyes, interlaced and overlapped. What was going on? I was startled and a severe headache hit me. The next second, my forehead hit the steering wheel hard, and the pain surged like a tide, almost drowning me. The virus has broken out. Even though I know I can survive it, the pain is still unbearable. At the same time, everyone in the world is experiencing similar pain. Some had splitting headaches, some had convulsions and fainted, and some had nosebleeds. Even more terrifying was that those who failed to resist the virus were mutating into monsters. People's screams echoed everywhere, tearing the air apart. The sound did not sound like that of humans, but more like the roar of wild beasts. On the highway, vehicles lost control and collided, with hundreds of vehicles rear-ending them. The car was crushed into a discus by a truck, and the driver died tragically. The sound of emergency brakes pierced the sky, smoke and explosion flames intertwined, and chaos quickly spread throughout the city. In the factory, the operator suddenly lost consciousness due to severe pain, causing the equipment to lose control. A fire broke out, and alarms sounded one after another. Accidents occurred frequently, resulting in numerous casualties. At this time, I was in a state of confusion. I could faintly hear these noises, but I couldn't distinguish the specific source. Hallucinations intertwined in my mind. I seemed to have returned to my childhood and saw my parents and younger sister happily gathering together. Later, I even saw myself getting married, starting a business, and living happily with my wife and children. And the wife actually looks a bit like Liusin. I don't know how long I was immersed in it, but I finally woke up suddenly. The moment he opened his eyes, he found that he was sweating profusely and his clothes were soaked. His fingers were still holding the steering wheel tightly, his knuckles were white and his arms were sore. The car windows were closed, and the doors were locked. I took a deep breath and looked outside the car, my heart suddenly sinking. The world outside has completely changed. Thick gray fog shrouded the surroundings, like a layer of haze, blurring the outlines of streets and buildings. The sky was dark and oppressive. The sound of alarms in the distance was looming, harsh and irritating. I looked at my watch again and it was 3:50. It had been just over an hour since I lost consciousness, but it felt like a lifetime. At this moment, I finally understood that the end of the world has really come. I took a deep breath and restarted the car, with a glimmer of determination in my eyes. Chapter 7. You guys are the only ones who want to cut in line? The star seed has been bound to the base vehicle. As soon as Jiang Lushi thought about it, all the information about the base vehicle immediately appeared in his mind. He cast his eyes on the dashboard in front of him, and instructions on how to use these buttons and levers immediately appeared next to it. Start, accelerate, use weapons, rush. Jiang Lushi's driving skills were average, and he basically relied on some theoretical knowledge he had learned. His only practical experience was a test drive he took out of curiosity. He originally planned to take a driver's license test, but the driving school was too expensive, so he never went. Jiang Lushi had no problem driving a car, but the difficulty of driving a minibus and a car was completely different. However, in addition to providing operating tips for the base vehicle, the starseeds also constantly gave tips and warnings when Jiang Lushi was driving. Relying on the starseeds, Jiang Lushi, who still felt a little dizzy, slowly drove the car out of the open space. The surroundings were all gray, and even the road ahead and the situation on both sides of the road were not clear. Jiang Lushi endured a slight headache and recovered while squinting his eyes and looking ahead carefully. Just as Jiang Lushi was about to drive the base vehicle onto the road, a black shadow suddenly jumped out from the side and pounced on the door of his cab with a muffled bang sound. Jiang Lushi was startled. He turned around and saw a face pressed tightly against his car window. The hands were desperately scratching his window and door, as if trying madly to get in. Half of the face was covered in blood, and the mouth and teeth were also full of blood. What made Jiang Lushi feel most shocked was that this face looked familiar to him. It was the porter who had fainted before. Seeing a living person turned into such a monster, even though he had been mentally prepared for this, Jiang Lushi still felt a chill running from the soles of his feet to the top of his head, and his scalp went numb. Moreover, the porter who had mutated into a monster was different from the slow-moving zombies in movies and TV shows. He jumped out very suddenly and quickly. The sound he made when scratching the car door was very harsh, and when he slapped it, it made a bang-bang sound. It was obvious that he was very strong. His bloodshot eyes were wide open and he stared at Jiang Lushi in the car without blinking, and he kept making ho-ho roars in his throat. I don't know if it was because of the noise made by the porter, but several figures appeared from the gray fog behind the porter. Jiang Lushi suddenly came back to his senses from his shock. He immediately stepped on the accelerator, and the inertia threw the porter away, while the base vehicle driven by Jiang Lushi rushed onto the road. Jiang Lushi felt even colder when he saw the situation on the road. There were screams and cries everywhere, people running away, and zombies chasing them. Just as Jiang Lushi drove the base vehicle onto the road, he saw a man running towards him. In horror, he immediately saw the minibus that had just appeared, and Jiang Lushi sitting in the driver's seat. Help! However, just as the man stretched out his hand, a figure in a suit and tie suddenly jumped out from behind a car on the side of him and knocked him to the ground. With a scream, the man's blood splattered everywhere, and the man in the suit who bit him raised his head and tilted his neck, revealing a hideous and distorted face and completely bloodshot eyes. A dozen zombies immediately pounced on him and completely surrounded the man, leaving only his hand raised high, still struggling for help. However, in just a second, his screams disappeared, and a large pool of blood flowed out from where he was. Such scenes were happening almost everywhere. It was the first time that Jiang Lushi saw someone being torn to pieces alive in front of his eyes. At this time, the zombie that had knocked the man down had already discovered Jiang Lushi in the car, and he suddenly pounced towards the minibus. Seeing this, Jiang Lushi stepped on the accelerator and knocked the zombie out. Jiang Lushi continued to drive forward. Many vehicles collided on the road, and the road was congested. However, Jiang Lushi's minibus was considered to be tough. When it encountered some diagonally parked vehicles, it directly crashed into them and forcibly squeezed a path. Many zombies were attracted by Jiang Lushi's minibus and rushed forward one after another, but were thrown away by Jiang Lushi through acceleration and turning. These zombies were indeed very powerful, even those who were originally just children, women, and the elderly. When their number was too large, Jiang Lushi even felt his minibus shake, which made his heart skip a beat. Several zombies rushed from the front and were knocked down by Jiang Lushi, and then the bus was bumped. Jiang Lushi did not look back. In this situation, crushing a few zombies was nothing. But as an ordinary person, Jiang Lushi did not want to face that bloody scene. Shibei Expressway intersection. Seeing the tragic situation on the road along the way, Jiang Lushi didn't know what the situation was like at the expressway intersection that Li Yusin mentioned, so he decided to go and take a look now. Of course, Jiang Lushi would not go to Shanghai Safety Island, but he also needed to take the Xinbei Expressway to Jinling City where Jiang Zhuiying was. The disaster had already happened, and by taking the expressway, he could reach Jinling City within a day and find Jiang Zhuiying. Jiang Lushi knew that Jiang Zhuiying had not mutated either, but the painful experience of being infected with the virus was already severe enough, and after witnessing the dangerousness of these zombies, Jiang Lushi became even more worried. Even though Jiang Zhuiying had made sufficient arrangements, and given Jiang Zhuiying's personality, she would probably protect herself carefully after discovering that the world had turned into such a hell on earth. But Jiang Lushi still felt worried. After all, this was the only relative he depended on. The closer we got to the entrance of Shanbei Expressway, the more living people appeared. Some people were also driving cars, but because they were all rushing forward, they ended up causing congestion. After Jiang Lushi honked the horn several times, he saw that there were still people driving their cars to squeeze in from the back and insert themselves into the gap in front. Soon Jiang Lushi's way was blocked. When one of the cars passed him, it rolled down the window a little, leaned forward with an excited and crazy face, and yelled at Jiang Lushi. "You idiot, driving such a big car to block the road!" After cursing, he drove towards Jiang Lushi. At this time, the cars behind were also honking their horns frantically, and people kept sticking their heads out and cursing. "Is the guy in front of you crazy? Get out of the way! Yeah, what's the point of driving this car out at this time? If you want to die, die yourself!" These cars and the previous car that was about to squeeze through seemed to be together, because they had the same logo on their bodies, plus there were several cars that had cut in front before. Jiang Lushi guessed that they were cars from some group because the words XX Group were written on them. Seeing these people not only desperately squeeze forward, but also scold him more and more viciously, Jiang Lushi also got angry. "Everyone is eager to survive, why do you squeeze forward like this? Although his car is big, he is also queuing up." He stepped on the accelerator and continued to drive forward. Just as the car was about to pass in front of Jiang Lushi's car, he heard a click sound, and the whole car suddenly shook. Then the minibus squeezed past it, and it was squeezed to the side. When the driver saw the minibus passing close to his car, he was stunned at first, then angry, but soon he was completely dumbfounded. He watched helplessly as the minibus squeezed through the traffic like a rude and unreasonable strongman. The small cars that had just forced their way into the queue were even squeezed together by the minibus. Chapter 8: Going Against the Current. "Damn!" The driver cursed fiercely. "What a lunatic." And this guy was so lucky that he managed to squeeze through despite the pressure. He was not driving very fast, and he was driving an old and broken minibus, but he didn't get stuck in the middle. If you get stuck at this time, you either have to abandon the car or wait for death. However, faced with this situation, these cars had no choice but to follow Jiang Lushi's minibus obediently, even though they cursed. At this moment, a scream suddenly came from the rear. Jiang Lushi turned on the rearview camera and saw a scene on the screen next to the dashboard where hundreds of zombies appeared at the same time, climbing over the vehicle from the middle or even from above. These zombies rushed out from the other end of the street, letting out low roars. Their bodies and hands were covered in blood, and their mouths were full of plasma. They were running towards this side at a rapid speed. They were already very fast, and when they encountered a vehicle, they did not dodge but simply climbed over the vehicle using all four limbs. Some of the people who were closer to them were knocked down by the zombies as soon as they turned around, and shrill screams were heard instantly. Some of them only ran a few steps and were knocked to the ground from behind. Jiang Lushi saw with his own eyes that two people were originally running forward. One of them heard the screams behind him getting closer and closer, and suddenly a cruel look appeared on his face, and he pushed the other person to the ground. "Ah!" The man screamed immediately, but before he could get up, the zombies behind him surrounded him. Jiang Lushi's scalp tingled as he watched. This was a complete massacre of living people by zombies. These zombies were much stronger than ordinary people in terms of speed, strength, and agility. "Hurry, hurry!" The vehicles that had cut in line before were now honking their horns desperately. Seeing the zombies getting closer and closer, the fear in their hearts was triggered. Jiang Lushi's minibus was also moving forward, but there were too many vehicles ahead. Although the traffic was moving forward, the speed could not be increased at all. The vehicles in front of them also became anxious. For a moment, screams and car horns rang out. The people behind them ran desperately and frantically. The fast runners directly pushed the people in front of them away. At this time, everyone wanted to escape. Everyone was crazy. At this moment, Jiang Lushi suddenly caught a glimpse of the car that had tried to squeeze in front of his car. The two girls were running after his car, banging on his back door desperately. "Please open the door and let us in! Save us! Please!" The two girls looked very panicked. They must have asked other vehicles for help before, but no car stopped. Seeing the zombies approaching rapidly from behind, and only this car was closest to them, they began to beg for help. With the physical strength of two ordinary girls, it is impossible for them to outrun those zombies. If they cannot get into the car, they will be torn to pieces by the zombies within 2 or 3 minutes at most. Jiang Lushi looked at the scene and the distance between the zombies and the car. If the car slowed down a bit and opened the door to let the two girls in, there would be no problem. But the car not only didn't stop, but it accelerated. The two girls could only run as fast as they could. "Driver, please open the door, you don't have to slow down." The car door was locked and they couldn't open it. At this time, the driver turned around with a distorted look of anger and yelled, "Fuck you, let go!" One of the girls suddenly accelerated and ran to his driver's window, banging on it and saying, "Please! Open the door! Fuck! Get out of here! If you don't, I'll hit you to death!" As he said that, the driver actually swung the steering wheel hard, and the girl fell to the ground. The girl screamed and fell heavily to the ground, and the other girl also staggered. "Are you okay?" The girl quickly ran over and helped the girl up. The two girls looked at the car going away, their faces pale and full of despair. Jiang Lushi in the minibus saw the scene and frowned, but at this moment, he suddenly exclaimed, "Huh?" The girl who was knocked down looked somewhat familiar. After a slight hesitation, Jiang Lushi suddenly turned the steering wheel and turned around. "Fuck!" The vehicles behind were all driving forward desperately, not even stopping for a moment, let alone turning around. Those that stopped were pounced on by zombies, and they couldn't even see the front of them. They could only step on the accelerator desperately, and finally crashed into telephone poles or railings. Soon, however, they would be dragged from the broken windows of the cars and devoured in a half-dead state. In this situation, everyone is running for their lives, but there are cars driving backwards. They are really reckless. In this time when everyone is struggling to protect themselves, everyone is just thinking about saving their own lives. Who would be willing to stand up for what is right? Jiang Lushi also knew this. In the end-of-the-world environment, his own life was of course the most important. As for saving others, that was something he would consider after confirming his own safety. But now for Jiang Lushi, he has a bulletproof base vehicle, so it is not difficult to rescue the two girls. As long as he is in the car, he is safe. He is not afraid even if he is surrounded by more zombies. What's more, the girl was someone he knew, although not very familiar with her. With the reminder and data correction from Starseed, Jiang Lushi actually turned around flexibly in this situation, then weaved through the traffic and rushed towards the location of the two girls. In the traffic flow that was several hundred meters long, this minibus was the only one going against the flow. The two girls had actually accepted their fate at this time. The nearest zombie was less than 100 meters away from them. Even if they continued to run forward, they would be caught up in the blink of an eye. The two girls looked at the traffic ahead and couldn't help crying. They clasped their hands tightly together, waiting for death in despair and fear. However, at this moment, they saw a minibus rushing straight towards them. Among the rear of the same car, this minibus going in the opposite direction was very eye-catching. Is he going to be hit to death? Well, being hit to death is better than being eaten alive. The two girls slowly closed their eyes. Squeak! A sharp friction sound and a strong wind blowing in their faces made the two girls open their eyes again. The minibus suddenly turned when it rushed towards them and stopped the door right in front of them. At this time, the door was open. In the driver's seat, a young man who looked like a student was waving at them, anxiously saying, "Hurry! Get in the car! Ho ho!" A dozen zombies have noticed this place and are rushing over frantically. The girl who fell down suddenly woke up as if from a dream. She quickly pulled her companion and said, "Hurry up and get in the car!" By the time she followed her companions into the car, the zombies had already pounced behind them. Bang! The zombies pounced heavily on the car door. The two girls fell on the steps of the car door. They turned their heads and looked at the crowd outside the car door. The ferocious faces were scrambling to stick to the glass, grinning at them, roaring, and scratching and slapping the glass with their fingers. The two girls were still in shock, their hearts still pounding as if they were about to jump out of their throats. Chapter 9: Zombies surrounding the car. We're saved. The two girls felt like they were dreaming. They were walking on the line between life and death. Who would have thought that just when they thought they were about to die, a car suddenly rushed over and saved them? The girl who fell was gasping for breath. She held on to the handrail and said breathlessly, "Thank you? Thank you? Thank you so much!" "You're welcome," Jiang Lucia replied. "Without you, we would be dead," the girl said, and her breathing finally calmed down. She turned around and looked at her savior. In her haste to get on the bus, the girl didn't see the driver's face clearly. But now that she saw him, she was stunned. "You! Nice to meet you again, what a coincidence!" Jiang Lucia glanced at them with a smile and said lightly. This girl was exactly the receptionist from the car rental company, named Wen Xiaotian. "Xiaotian, how come you know each other?" The other girl immediately showed a look of surprise. Wen Xiaotian looked at Jiang Lucia, and a figure suddenly flashed through her mind, and she immediately remembered. "Ah! You are the guest who rented the minibus! Mr. Jiang!" Jiang Lucia's performance at that time was very heroic. He came to rent a car but did not have a driver's license. He also said that he rented the car just to put it away. All these left a very deep impression on Wen Xiaotian, so she was able to recognize Jiang Lucia now. However, she didn't expect that Jiang Lucia still remembered her name, and took such a big risk to turn back and save her and her friends. "You still remember me?" "I have a good memory," Jiang Lucia said. Although he couldn't remember everything he saw, he would still have some impression of many people after they had said a few words to him, or even just glanced at him. "Thank you." Wen Xiaotian was deeply moved. Even if Jiang Lucia only remembered her because he had a good memory, his act of coming back to save people had already made Wen Xiaotian full of gratitude. "But I thought you couldn't drive." Wen Xiaotian finally stood up from the stairs with the help of the handrail, and pulled her friend to get into the car. Wen Xiaotian was stunned when she saw the situation inside the car, and the other girl exclaimed, "Oh my God! What brand of luxury RV is this?" The girl was shocked. The interior of the car was so exquisitely decorated that it felt like a five-star hotel. "It's not a brand, it's just a minibus that Miss Wen rented to me," Jiang Lucia too replied without replying. The girl immediately looked at Wen Xiaotian, but Wen Xiaotian also had a stunned expression and was obviously also out of control. "Your company has such a luxurious car?" The girl remembered that Wen Xiaotian's part-time job was just a small car rental company. How could it have such a car? Wen Xiaotian was also stunned. "No, Mr. Jiang rented a car from us, but it was just an ordinary minibus." However, when she said this, she paused, her mouth opened wider and wider, revealing an expression of disbelief. She suddenly recalled that when she saw the car rushing towards them just now, it was indeed an ordinary and inconspicuous minibus. Now that she thought about it carefully, the appearance of the car was indeed the one that the company rented to Jiang Lucia. But apart from the appearance, how could that car and the luxurious RV in front of us have any similarities? Just when Wen Xiaotian was finding it unbelievable, there was a sudden muffled bang sound, and the whole car shook. The two girls quickly turned their heads and looked out the car door, and were immediately frightened by the situation outside. There were more zombies outside the car door, and more zombies were coming in. Although I didn't look outside the car window, I knew what the situation was without thinking. There were so many zombies that they had completely blocked the car door, which was filled with bloody hands and hideous faces. Under their squeezing and banging, the car door was shaking and creaking. "These monsters, they are about to rush in." The girl's lips were trembling. Wen Xiaotian's face was also pale. She quickly ran to the driver's seat and asked, "Mr. Jiang, drive faster." Seeing the situation in the driver's seat, especially the buttons and joysticks around the dashboard that looked very high-tech, Wen Xiaotian was surprised again, but now was not the time to care about these. As she spoke, she also noticed that Jiang Lucia was operating the bus with a serious expression and kept stepping on the accelerator. But the minibus was moving very slowly, and the front of the bus was also crowded with zombies. In just a few seconds, the minibus was completely surrounded by zombies. "There are too many zombies," Jiang Lucia said. Wen Xiaotian's heart sank immediately, and she said sadly, "Mr. Jiang, if it wasn't for saving us—" "Okay, find a place to hold on," Jiang Lucia said. When he decided to turn around, he had already anticipated this outcome. When Xiaotian nodded. She couldn't help much here. The only thing she could do was to follow Jiang Liusher's arrangements. Xiao Lily, quickly hold on to the handrail. When Xiaotian quickly ran back and told the girl Jiang Liusher's instructions. This glass won't last long. Xiao Lily's expression was full of despair at this point, but when Xiaotian still forcibly grabbed her hand and placed it on the armrest next to her, the car door kept making panicking noises. When Xiaotian grabbed the handrail and looked at the zombies outside the car in horror, not only the car door, but the whole car was filled with bang bang sounds and the roars of zombies. It made people feel that under such circumstances, the car would fall apart at any time. At this time, Jiang Liusher was analyzing several ways of escape under the calculations of Starseed. In addition to its defensive capabilities, the minibus also has several other functions. It was precisely because of these that Jiang Liusher dared to turn back. Okay, let's try this function. Jiang Liusher made a decision. Hold on tight, we are going to rush out, Jiang Liusher said without replying. When Xiaotian and Xiao Lily didn't dare to say anything at this time, they watched the zombies rushing over like a swarm of black ants, banging against the windows frantically. They felt extremely desperate. The entire bus is now filled with zombies. If you look at it from the outside, you can probably only vaguely see the outline of the minibus through the swarm of zombies. Moreover, these zombies are not only numerous, but also powerful. Under the pressure of so many zombies, this minibus is like being blocked by 3 thick walls. In this situation, can we really rush out? When Xiaotian was already cold all over, she and Xiao Lily held on to the handrails desperately. In the situation of near death and extreme fear, she felt as if time had slowed down. The hideous faces surging outside the car window were reflected in her pupils, becoming clearer than ever before. Is he going to die here? In order to save us, he will also be killed by zombies? When Xiaotian felt extremely guilty at this time, while in the driving seat, Jiang Liusher was highly concentrated, his mind was clear, and only the sound came from the star seed. Power accumulation 30%, the second tire form is activated, increasing friction. Power accumulation 50%, gear switching is completed. Power accumulation 70%, fuel supply is completed. This primary form modified from the Starseed base vehicle has a maximum instantaneous power of 1,500 horsepower during sprinting, and a maximum torque of 4,000 Nm. It is a 4x4 all-wheel drive. Of course, this state will not last for a long time, otherwise the fuel consumption will be very terrifying. Normally, a truck with a power of more than 500 horsepower is already a top-heavy truck, and one with 700 horsepower is a behemoth among trucks. With this kind of power, rushing out of the horde of zombies is like an ordinary car rushing through a pile of ice cream buckets. Chapter 10: Breaking Out. While the base vehicle was gathering strength, the driver who was knocked away by Jiang Liusher in the traffic ahead was also witnessing the scene where the minibus was surrounded by zombies and could not move. The driver immediately felt gloating. You deserve it! The driver cursed and felt lucky that he was not as violent as that young man. He still hated Jiang Liusher for hitting the front of his car. Now that he saw Jiang Liusher was about to die at the hands of the zombies, he felt a little happy. Under the impact of the huge change in fear, this man's psychology has been completely distorted. He now just wants to reach the highway intersection as soon as possible and get under the protection of the military. All of this is right in front of him. Anyone who stands in his way would be better off dead. However, at this moment, the driver was suddenly startled by a loud bang. At the same time, there was the roar of car engines and the harsh friction sound of tires as they turned sharply on the ground. The driver was shocked and looked back quickly, then he was stunned. He watched helplessly as the minibus was surrounded by dozens of zombies and almost submerged in the zombie horde. Suddenly it rushed out from the zombie horde like a crazy prehistoric monster. The powerful impact knocked many zombies away. The minibus roared like a wild beast, crushing the knocked-down zombies and rushing out amid splattering blood. In just a few seconds, the minibus accelerated to a terrifying speed and was about to crash into the driver's car. Oh! The driver was so frightened that he screamed. He slammed the steering wheel and rushed to the side of the road, otherwise his car would have been run over by the minibus. However, even so, the powerful impact still touched his car. The harsh sound of tires rubbing against the ground was heard, and his car was violently thrown out, made a 180-degree circle on the road, and hit the guardrail head-on. The driver was so dizzy from the collision that his head ached. The airbag popped out and covered his face. This crazy acceleration and impact force were also transmitted into the minibus. Although the two girls held onto the handrails tightly, they were still thrown out by the force. They screamed and fell heavily to the ground. Fortunately, the carriage was paved with thick and soft carpets, so they were not injured. The minibus started jumping wildly like a mad bull being ridden by cowboys. When Xiaotian and Xiao Lili rolled around on the carpet, unable to stand up. In their chaotic vision, they only saw outside the window that the zombies that pounced on the bus were thrown out and knocked down, and the splattering blood directly splashed on the car door. It was a shocking sight. The minibus rushed out of the pile of corpses like crazy. Like a steel beast, it tore a bloody hole in the zombies and rushed out in a bloody mess. The zombies that were knocked away by it were caught under the wheels again, with blood and flesh all over the ground. Crack! Those zombies in front of the minibus were like flying insects on the highway. They crashed directly into the windshield of the minibus and died, but the noise they made was much louder. And it wasn't just a few zombies, but there were dozens of zombies in total. When Xiaotian and Xiao Lili, who fell on the carpet, had not yet recovered from the terrifying situation at the car door when they heard this terrifying noise. They turned their heads to see the situation in front of the car, and their hearts were beating wildly. So many zombies slammed into the windshield, almost blocking the road ahead. The fragile windshield was about to shatter. Throwing a stone can break a windshield, let alone so many zombies. Jiang Lushur did not pay attention to these situations. He looked ahead intently, and the data projected by the star seeds kept changing in his mind. The left side of the base vehicle was hit, causing no damage. The right side of the base vehicle was hit, causing no damage. The windshield was hit. The base vehicle's energy consumption. The remaining fuel. These zombies that crashed into the base vehicle looked terrifying, but apart from the fact that the scene was a bit disgusting, they did not cause any damage to the base vehicle at all, and the windshield was intact. When the minibus finally rushed out of the pile of zombies and entered a stable driving state, the two girls' faces had turned pale. After all, they were just ordinary girls. They were still in shock, and it took them 2 or 3 seconds to slowly recover from their blank state of mind. No, not broken. The windshield was not broken. The car door was still closed. The process of rushing out just now may have only taken a few seconds, but to Wen Xiaotian and Xiao Lili, it felt like a whole day. Now that they found everything was safe, they both felt that everything that had just happened was just like a nightmare. When Xiaotian stood up carefully, suppressed her discomfort and moved to the car door, looking out through the blood-stained glass. On the road behind them, some zombies were still chasing them, but they were about 10 meters away from them. More zombies were biting the ground, probably sharing the corpses of the zombies that were knocked down and crushed by the minibus. These zombies are all mutated from living people, which is different from the mutations after death in many film and television works. Therefore, even if the zombies eat each other, the scene is still bloody and terrifying. When Xiaotian just took a look and didn't want to look any further. She just wanted to confirm whether they had really escaped the encirclement. I didn't expect this car to have such strong power and impact force, and even the glass is so crash resistant. We made it out and survived. Both girls were very grateful. They were immersed in the joy of surviving the disaster. After a while, when Xiaotian looked at the windshield covered with blood and asked curiously, "Mr. Jiang, how come the glass of this car is so strong?" Jiang Lushur didn't want to explain about the car, but since he was asked, he might as well come up with an excuse to get around it. "Nothing, I just replaced all the glass with bulletproof ones." Of course, bulletproof glass alone would not be enough for them to break out. Jiang Lushur had just used collision and acceleration. If he still couldn't get out, he had planned to use weapons, but judging from the results, it was not necessary. Bulletproof! Xiao Lili looked at the car door in front of her in surprise. Isn't this a plot that only exists in movies? Bulletproof cars are not so common in daily life. Xiao Lili also has some knowledge of vehicles. She knows that although some high-end brands provide bulletproof cars, they all need to be customized, and the prices are sky-high, almost 10 times the price of ordinary luxury cars. And even if it is to be retrofitted with bulletproof glass, why would it be necessary to do so on such an old minibus? Xiao Lili found it hard to imagine, and she turned her inquiring gaze to Wen Xiaotian. Wen Xiaotian shook her head, using her mouth and gestures to indicate that she and Jiang Lushi were not actually familiar with each other. Even if Xiao Lili wanted her to help explain, she didn't know much more than Xiao Lili. It should be fine for now. Find a place to sit down and fasten your seat belts, Jiang Lushi said. Okay, thank you. The two girls expressed their gratitude again. It's okay, Jiang Lushi said lightly. In fact, this was really nothing to him. The risk was within the controllable range, and it was just a piece of cake. Chapter 11 High-Speed Entrance. Xiao Lili didn't want to see zombies anymore, so she ran to the sofa in the living room and sat down. The sofa was very soft, and Xiao Lili touched it and felt that the surface material seemed to be cashmere, which was quite expensive. There is a small screen opposite the sofa, which should be used to play movies. Next to it is a cabinet fixed to the ground. On the exquisite tray on it are clean mineral water, cups, and some snacks. The carpet on the ground felt like walking on cotton, making people feel relaxed. The car windows were all covered with curtains, so you couldn't see what was happening outside the car. Plus, the glass was bulletproof, which gave people a sense of security. She had just escaped death and was still on the run. Outside were zombies and people fleeing, but she was sitting in such a safe and comfortable environment. Xiao Lili felt as if all the previous horror experiences were like a dream. She looked around for a while, and the more she looked, the more she was amazed at the luxurious facilities inside the minibus. It was hard to imagine how much it would cost to convert an old minibus into what it is now. Xiao Lili was very curious about Jiang Lushi's identity. Xiao Lili picked up the mineral water and looked at it, then put it back. This was not her car, and she was embarrassed to pour water for herself without Jiang Lushi's initiative. Like Wen Xiaotian, Xiao Lili is also a college student and a good friend of Wen Xiaotian. When the disaster happened, the two of them were together, and then they escaped together. Fortunately, she met Mr. Jiang, whom Wen Xiaotian knew, otherwise Xiao Lili couldn't imagine what her fate would be like now. Wen Xiaotian hesitated for a moment, then walked into the cab and sat in a seat on the right side. As soon as she sat on the seat, Wen Xiaotian immediately felt as if she was sinking into a ball of soft cotton. Both the sitting posture and the feeling of the seat cushion and backrest were extremely comfortable. This surprised Wen Xiaotian again. But the situation ahead is not so comfortable. When hundreds of zombies surrounded the minibus, some zombies passed them and rushed forward. Looking out from the moving minibus, one could see a car had been stopped by the zombies. The unfortunate driver was being dragged out of the window by several zombies. He waved his hands, let out a heart-wrenching scream, and then was drowned by the zombies. Wen Xiaotian's face turned pale when she saw this scene. Jiang Lushi didn't stop the car, but drove past it. Several zombies raised their bloody faces and looked at the minibus, roaring a few times and trying in vain to catch up, but were soon left far behind. At this time, the highway entrance is right in front of us. The original toll station had completely changed into another appearance at this time. Military trucks were blocking the front, leaving only 3 passages exposed. The trucks were all equipped with machine guns, with the black muzzles aimed at the hundreds of cars. Fully armed soldiers were guarding the entrances with guns. Inside the buildings on both sides of the road and above the parked trucks, there were also a large number of gun muzzles pointed at the road. Driving here, it was temporarily safe, and the few scattered zombies were immediately shot dead as soon as they appeared. Many people were waiting and looking around nervously in the team behind, but Jiang Lushi, relying on his advantage of being high above, could see the situation at the highway intersection very clearly. As soon as the vehicles arrived at the entrance, the soldiers immediately surrounded them and checked them before allowing them to pass. It takes nearly 10 seconds for each car to pass, which means that only 3 cars can pass every 10 seconds. Jiang Lushi roughly counted the number of cars in his own row and the number of cars in front of him, and then figured out the approximate time he would have to wait. There shouldn't be much of a problem. Jiang Lushi's expression became a little more relaxed. After entering the military's protection area, his spirit finally relaxed and was not as tense as before. Wen Xiaotian also breathed a sigh of relief when she saw the military vehicles and guns, as well as the highway intersection just around the corner. Speed 20 km per hour, vehicle self-inspection in progress, no damage. Xingzhong reported the current situation of the base vehicle in his mind, while Jiang Lushi slowly released the accelerator and slowed down the speed. Bang, bang, bang! Gunshots were heard from time to time. Slowly, Jiang Lushi followed the flow of traffic and came to the entrance of the highway. There were only a few cars in front of him. However, there were more and more zombies behind, and the gunshots became more and more frequent. Hearing the noise, Xiao Jingjing also walked out of the car and looked back with Wen Xiaotian. The military's firepower was very strong. Although the zombies kept coming and almost filled the streets, they were still unable to get any closer. This made them all feel a lot more at ease. They were about to enter the highway. They looked at the military trucks at the entrance. There were about dozens of them, and the muzzles of guns were densely packed. This scene, which usually makes people tremble with fear, now gives people a great sense of security. Jiang Lushi was also waiting calmly. At this moment, gunshots suddenly came from another column. The gunshots were so close that everyone was startled. He looked quickly and saw a heart-wrenching cry coming from the car that was passing the inspection, and two soldiers dragged out the body of a man who had just been beaten to death from the car. There was a bloody wound on the arm of the corpse, and the person crying was a woman, who seemed to be his girlfriend or wife. I reiterate that if there are bitten passengers on board, it is best for them to get off and leave, or simply turn around. If you are discovered, you will be shot on the spot. This type of virus is highly contagious, and people who are bitten will turn into monsters and endanger others, an officer said grimly while holding a loudspeaker. Seeing this scene, most people felt horrified, but they didn't feel anything about the couple's experience. It was nothing to have a loved one beaten to death in front of them. Many people saw their relatives or friends turned into zombies in front of them, or even torn to pieces and eaten by the zombies. This little episode did not affect the continued entry of the vehicle, but at this time, a very dense burst of gunfire came from the rear. The soldiers who were checking in the front also looked to the rear with an extremely ugly look on their faces. Jiang Lushi also looked through the rearview screen and saw a soldier being pulled off the truck with his gun just after firing 2 shots. 2 trucks were covered by seemingly endless zombies, and screams were heard from the firing points in the high-rise buildings on both sides. Not far away, thousands, or even more zombies were gathering from all over the city, forming a terrifying sea of corpses on the streets. Ho ho! These zombies looked at the highway entrance with bloodthirsty and crazy eyes, making low growls. Chapter 12 Separation. Hurry up! The soldier withdrew his gaze and urged more anxiously. Obviously, the firepower points on both sides of the road can no longer hold out for much longer. The zombies will soon rush here, and then there will be no time for these vehicles to pass. The survivors in the car were all very aware of this. They all looked extremely anxious, and felt that every minute that passed seemed like half an hour of waiting. Soon it was Jiang Lushi's turn. The soldier got on and took a look. He was immediately surprised. Then he looked at Jiang Lushi strangely and said, "How can you drive such a big car to escape?" The interior of the RV was luxuriously decorated, and there were 2 beautiful ladies sitting in it. The soldier was obviously a little contemptuous of Jiang Lushi, probably thinking that he was some rich second generation who cared nothing for his life. "Hurry over there," the soldier said impatiently. Jiang Lushi touched his nose and said nothing, but he felt a little strange. This was the first time in his life that he had enjoyed the treatment of a rich second generation. When passing by the toll booth window, Jiang Lushi saw that the original glass had been shattered, stained with blood, and hanging with strips of cloth torn from clothes, but the body was gone. What we saw along the way were tragic scenes like this. The virus broke out wildly all over the world, and it seemed that in just a blink of an eye, the originally normal world was turned into a living hell. The highway was full of soldiers armed with live ammunition, standing guard on both sides of the road. From time to time, you could hear gunshots, and then see zombies being shot dead in the grass below the road. Jiang Lushi drove steadily and soon caught up with the traffic ahead, but after the traffic moved forward for a while, it stopped again. "What's wrong?" Xiao Lily asked nervously. "Although we have entered the protection area of the military, we are still easily nervous at the slightest disturbance." Jiang Lushi found that some people got out of the car in front, and several soldiers were shouting something at them. Soon these soldiers moved in the traffic, and as they shouted, more people left the vehicles. As soon as they left, 2 bulldozers drove over, pushed all the cars to the side of the road, and then pushed them directly off the highway. This scene immediately gave Jiang Lushi a bad feeling. Soon, a soldier came to Jiang Lushi's minibus and shouted, "There is an overturned bus on the highway ahead, and many zombies are gathering on the highway. Our people are clearing the way ahead, but the zombies behind will soon catch up. If there are too many vehicles, the highway will be blocked, and our people will not be able to catch up smoothly. Therefore, everyone must abandon the car. Go to the front. Women, children, and the elderly can go to the front and ride in military trucks, and young and middle-aged men can walk. Don't talk nonsense, we are walking just like you. We will escort you from here to the Shanghai Safety Island. Everyone get off the bus immediately. Hurry up! When you get to the Shanghai Safety Island, you will have plenty of time to rest safely. There will be water to drink, food to eat, and a safe environment. Everyone get off the bus immediately." After hearing the shouting, the people in the cars opened their doors and got out. Most of the survivors had only driven one car, or had fled with 1 or 2 family members, and they didn't have any luggage. Hearing that Shanghai Safety Island was so good, these people couldn't wait to jump out of the car, for fear that they would fall behind. Soon all the surrounding vehicles were empty, leaving only Jiang Lushi's minibus parked there. "Let's get off the car quickly too," said Xiao Lili. When Xiaotian hesitated for a moment, looked at Jiang Lushi, who was still sitting motionless in the driver's seat, and said, "Mr. Jiang, hurry up." Jiang Lushi shook his head and said, "Get off the car quickly. I won't go." "Ah?" When Xiaotian was stunned. "Not going?" Xiao Lili didn't know what Jiang Lushi meant by this. Was he not going to go with the military? This was impossible. "Yes, the military is taking you to Shanghai Safe Island, but I'm going to Jinling City," Jiang Lushi said. And he couldn't abandon the car. As a survivor, the base vehicle was the guarantee of Jiang Lushi's survival, and he would not give up no matter what. His original plan was to bring the 2 girls to the army and then go along the highway towards Jinling City, but now the road ahead is blocked. If Jiang Lushi wants to drive to the highway leading to Jinling City, he must pass through the front first. This left him with no choice but to leave the highway. "Going to Jinling City? Well, we can't take the highway." Xiao Lili still found it unbelievable. The army was here, and as long as she followed them, she could reach a safe environment. Under such circumstances, Jiang Lushi actually wanted to go to Jinling City? "It's better not to do that. It's very dangerous for you to go alone. Just follow the military and go to that safe island," Xiao Lili quickly advised. "I can drive along the highway, or find another way. There is always a way," Jiang Lushi said. "But it's okay, just follow the army to the safe island. You are girls, you can take a car when you get to the front, and it won't be too tiring. Just take care of yourself in the future." Jiang Lushi shook his head. Seeing Jiang Lushi so determined, Xiao Lili had no choice. The soldier had already walked towards the minibus and continued to shout and urge them. Xiao Lili looked at Jiang Lushi awkwardly again, then said apologetically, Then I will get off the car. Thank you, Mr. Jiang, for saving my life. Mr. Jiang, please be careful on the way. We will meet again in the future." "Well, I hope so," Jiang Lushi said. "Let's go, Xiaotian," Xiao Lili said softly. But what she didn't expect was that when Xiaotian, who had been silent just now, suddenly raised her head, with an expression as if she had made a great decision, and shook her head and said, "I won't leave either." "Xiaotian!" Xiao Lili was shocked. Why didn't Xiaotian leave? When Xiaotian looked at Xiao Lili and said, "Lili, my home is on the way to Jinling City. If there is really no way to go, then I can only go to the safe island. But since Mr. Jiang is going to Jinling City, I also want to go back and take a look." At this point, Xiaotian's eyes turned red and she said, "No matter whether my family members are dead or alive, I have to take a look." Xiaotian quickly turned to Jiang Lushi and said, "Mr. Jiang, I wonder if you could take me back with you. Although I can't help you much. However, regarding the route, I can actually provide some information. My father used to run this route for transportation. I have taken the bus many times since I was a child, and I know several routes. Mr. Jiang." Facing Xiaotian's plea, Jiang Lushi thought about it and nodded without refusing. He was not familiar with the road, so it would be nice to have someone who could help him in this regard. When Xiao Tian immediately showed a look of gratitude. Mr. Jiang, thank you. Then she said to Xiao Lily. Lily, you go alone, and take good care of yourself. Xiao Lily burst into tears as she listened to Wen Xiutian's words. She also didn't know whether her parents were dead or alive, but her hometown was even farther away, and it was impossible for her to go back. Now her good friends who had escaped with her were also going to be separated from her. Get out of the car quickly! At this time, the soldier had walked to the front of the minibus, knocked hard on the window, and urged loudly. Chapter 13. Rushing down the highway. Xiao Lily reluctantly got out of the car. The soldier saw Jiang Lushi and Wen Xiaotian still in the car, especially Jiang Lushi who was still sitting firmly in the driver's seat. He immediately shouted angrily. Why don't you get out of the car? You can't park your car on the road. You've blocked the road. Jiang Lushi said apologetically. Sorry, I'll drive away now. Seeing Jiang Lushi's good attitude, the soldier's expression eased a bit, but he continued. Well, drive to the side of the road so that it will be easier for the bulldozer to push it down. Then the soldier walked to the side, staring at Jiang Lushi's car as he walked, muttering. I don't know if such a big car can be pushed down. Maybe we need to remove the guardrail. The armored vehicles, trucks, and a large number of soldiers guarding the highway intersection will have to evacuate from the highway if they can no longer hold on, so the road must be cleared. The army is only there to take away these survivors, not to fight a life-and-death battle with those endless monsters. At this moment, a sharp air defense alarm suddenly sounded from the highway intersection. The soldier immediately looked over, and those who had gotten out of the car and were walking forward also turned their heads. Some people immediately accelerated and started running forward, while others stood still with a nervous look on their faces. There was immediately a hint of chaos in the crowd. Don't be nervous, a soldier shouted. This is the final alarm, reminding the survivors in the city to rush here. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of gunfire was getting closer and more frequent. From a distance, I could vaguely see a crowd of people moving in the distance. They were all zombies. In this situation, even if there were survivors who heard the alarm, it would be impossible for them to get through the zombie swarm and reach the highway. These survivors are all fortunate, they are the lucky few. At this time, the soldier looked at Jiang Lushi's car again and urged him casually. The alarm has sounded and there is not much time left, hurry up. Woo! Suddenly the soldier heard a dull, thunderous roar of an engine. Then he saw the minibus suddenly jump out like those sports cars, then suddenly turn in an arc and drive towards the edge of the highway. This scene was also seen by many survivors. They were originally looking at the highway intersection, but now their attention was attracted by the noise made by the minibus. Seeing that the minibus was driven like a sports car, these people and the soldier were stunned. This driving skill is pretty good. Damn! The soldier just sighed and immediately shouted. The minibus drove all the way to the edge of the highway, but still showed no sign of stopping. There was a guardrail ahead. Bang! In front of everyone's astonished eyes, the minibus crashed directly into the guardrail and rushed out of the highway. It rushed down the 2 or 3 meter steep slope beside the highway until it stopped on the grass below. What the hell is going on? The soldier hurried over to check the situation, and many survivors also stretched their necks to look. This person's driving skills are so bad that he actually rushed off the highway. I don't know if he was injured. But this was just right. As long as he wasn't hurt, he could get out of the car immediately and run back to the road, and at the same time solve the problem that the broken car was difficult to push down. However, at this moment, the minibus suddenly shook again, like a staggering drunk. Broken down? This thought occurred to many people. But then, the minibus continued to move forward with a grunt, drove out of the grass, broke through the green barrier, and drove onto the narrow country road next to it. What's going on? What does this person do? As the survivors on the road looked on in astonishment, the minibus drove slowly along the country road. The soldier's eyes widened. The car actually drove away. Not far behind him, Xiao Lily was waving desperately in the direction of the minibus. She hadn't expected Jiang Lushi to leave the highway in such a simple and rough way. She was also shocked when the minibus rushed down, but fortunately, it seemed that the minibus was fine, and the people inside must be fine too. Xiaotian, Mr. Jiang, take care! Xiao Lily waved her hands vigorously, and everything in front of her eyes became blurry. She couldn't even see the back of the minibus going away clearly. The collision did not cause any damage to the base vehicle. The base vehicle is currently in normal condition. Jiang Lushi listened to Xingzhong's report while looking towards the highway. This country road is right next to the highway. As Jiang Lushi drove along, all he saw were cars being pushed down and people walking slowly forward. Although these survivors were temporarily safe, once they relaxed a little from their tense state, they began to realize what had happened in this short period of time. Many people were crying, and even those who were not crying mostly had gloomy expressions. There are all kinds of emotions, including those who have lost their loved ones and those who are confused about the future. When Jiang Lushi was looking at these people, when Xiaotian was also looking through the car window with a sad expression. The people on the highway, whether they were survivors or soldiers, all turned to look at this unusual minibus. They were so surprised that they temporarily stopped what they were doing and watched the minibus drive past. Soon, the country road turned away from the highway, but Jiang Lushi had not seen the front line of the army, nor had he seen Li Yusin, or anyone else he knew. He took one last look at the survivors fleeing on the highway, then turned the steering wheel and drove around the bend. The minibus was traveling at a constant speed and soon left the highway behind, which also meant that they and the Shanghai Safety Island were getting farther and farther away from the protection of the army. "Miss Wen," Jiang Lushi called out. When Xiaotian suddenly came back to her senses from her daze and asked quickly, "What's wrong?" Then she added, "Don't call me Miss Wen anymore. Just call me Wen Xiaotian. If you don't mind, you can call me Xiaotian. That's what my friends call me." "Okay, then don't call me Mr. Jiang. My name is Jiang Lushi." "Jiang, brother Jiang." When Xiaotian was still embarrassed to call Jiang Lushi by his name, so she had to call him like this. "You said you knew several routes. Can you tell me more about them?" Jiang Lushi said. Although Jiang Lushi had downloaded the route map in advance, he had no way to navigate, so it was of no use at this time. Leaving the highway is equivalent to plunging into unknown danger, which is something Jiang Lushi must avoid. If Wen Xiaotian was really familiar with the road, then maybe she could find a relatively safer road. Chapter 14 Mountain Path. Okay. Wen Xiaotian nodded quickly. Wen Xiaotian's home is more than 100 kilometers away from Jinling City, in a little-known county town. Later, she was admitted to Jiangbei University. Wen Xiaotian's family is very ordinary. Her father is a long-distance transport driver, and his main job is to drive from that small county town to Jiangbei. When she was a child, Wen Xiaotian would be taken by her father for long-distance trips during the winter and summer vacations, and sometimes they would also play in Jiangbei for a while. I don't know why at that time, but I felt that the scenery along the way was very interesting and fun, Wen Xiaotian said with some emotion. Then she came to her senses and said embarrassedly, "I'm sorry I haven't gotten to the point after saying so much." "It's okay," Jiang Lushi said. A young girl had just escaped death and was now worried about her family. It was considered very restrained and calm to be like this. Wen Xiaotian's eyes were always red. Jiang Lushi inadvertently saw her looking up hard to prevent herself from crying. "You can continue talking. Anyway, we still have a way to go," Jiang Lushi continued. This rural road kept winding forward, and there was no fork in the road. Wen Xiaotian couldn't help but smile. "I know, I'll tell you now. I was just seriously recalling the road conditions. I was worried that I wouldn't remember it clearly since I was a kid. I just recalled it carefully and found that I still remember it clearly. 2 of the roads pass through the city and there are a lot of cars." Jiang Lushi shook his head. "It's not okay if there are too many cars or too many people. The army has cleared the highway. If we get stuck on the road, we will be dumbfounded. What about other roads? I also think these 2 routes may not work. There is another route that goes through various small towns because you have to deliver goods to factories along the way. There are actually a lot of people on this road," Wen Xiaotian said. More people means more zombies, which Jiang Lushi had just rejected. "There is another route that requires going along a mountain road. The road conditions are more complicated, and for a long stretch, there is really nothing along the way," Wen Xiaotian said. "This road. The complicated road conditions are not a big problem for Jiang Lushi. Starseed will constantly correct his driving, so the safety factor of driving is greatly improved. However, the reason why Wen Xiaotian did not talk about this road at the beginning was probably because of this sentence: nothing. No food, no water, no gas stations. Wen Xiaotian didn't know that the food stored in the minibus she was riding in was enough to open a small supermarket on the spot, and the drinking water reserves could also sustain for a long time, but at least there was no need to restrain according to the minimum survival needs. Of course, Jiang Lushi would not take the initiative to tell the truth. It was not that he did not trust Wen Xiaotian, but he felt that it would be troublesome to explain. Jiang Lushi is actually a person who is very afraid of trouble. There are no gas stations though, which is a real problem. Tell me the specific route. Also, do you know how many kilometers this road is? Jiang Lushi asked. Wen Xiaotian only knew a rough number, so Jiang Lushi added a floating value of 50 kilometers to the number she gave, and then asked Xingzhong to do the calculation. While driving the minibus from the car rental company back to his residence, Jiang Lushi had already asked the driver to fill up the gas at the gas station, and then he also purchased gasoline through some channels. After the minibus was modified, the fuel tank became the standard of the base vehicle. Compared with the ordinary minibus, the capacity was very different. Jiang Lushi did not expect this at first, and now he feels that he bought too little gasoline at that time. We are calculating based on the values. The base vehicle's fuel tank currently has 1000 L of fuel, and the remaining fuel is 210 L. It can travel 1,050 kilometers. The fuel tank of a typical minibus has a fuel capacity of 50 L. In addition to filling up the tank, Jiang Lushi also bought 180 L of gasoline. At the time, it did seem like a lot. But compared with the base vehicle's 1000 L fuel capacity, it is simply not enough. The fuel tank is located at the rear of the base vehicle, just below the bed. It is approximately 1.25 cubic meters in size. 1,000 kilometers is more than enough for me to drive all the way into Jinling City and find Jiang Zhuiying. But the data calculated by Xingzhong is based on the normal fuel consumption of the base vehicle, which is 20 L per 100 kilometers. This refers to the daily driving of the base vehicle without acceleration or collision. These functions of the base vehicle all consume gasoline, which is why such a large fuel tank capacity is provided. As for the normal fuel consumption, it is not much different from that of an ordinary minibus. Brother Jiang, have you made up your mind? Wen Xiaotian asked anxiously when she saw Jiang Lushi remain silent. She was worried that the routes she provided would be rejected by Jiang Lushi, and then she would really be of no help to Jiang Lushi at all. Wen Xiaotian felt that people should help each other, and the most important thing here was the word mutual. Jiang Lushi giving her a ride was already a great help, and she could only give such a small return. Well, let's take the mountain road, Jiang Lushi said. He has taken various factors into consideration, and taking the mountain road is the least troublesome option for him. Although 1,000 kilometers cannot be regarded as the ultimate driving distance of the base vehicle, it is at least possible to drive to the county town where Wen Xiaotian's home is, which is completely no problem. We'll see if there's a gas station or something on the road later, Jiang Lushi said. Okay. Wen Xiaotian was a little surprised by Jiang Lushi's choice. She thought Jiang Lushi would choose to take the road to the factory area, although there would probably be a lot of zombies. But since Jiang Lushi had made the decision, she would have no objection. As long as there is gasoline, it doesn't matter if there is not much food. In fact, I read some popular science literature that said as long as there is water, vital signs can be maintained. There was a girl who did not eat for a month in order to lose weight and was fine. Even if she does not eat or drink, she can still last for several days, Wen Xiaotian said. Jiang Lushi glanced at her, wondering why she was talking about this without any context. Wen Xiaotian then smiled and said, I feel like I just need to lose weight. Jiang Lushi didn't know what to say. Wen Xiaotian really thought they would go hungry all the way. Chapter 15 Mobile Hotel. The base vehicle was driving steadily on the rural road, and occasionally a few zombies could be seen standing blankly in the fields or on the roadside. As soon as they saw the base vehicle appear, they immediately rushed over like mad beasts, but often they watched the base vehicle rush past them before they could pounce on it. Ho ho! The zombies waved their arms in vain. There was no sanity in their blood-red eyes, only madness and brutality. When Xiaotian stared out the window at first, but gradually, because she felt safe, her tense mind relaxed and she tilted her head and fell into a fitful sleep. Adjust to the left, continue to move forward. While driving, Jiang Lushi took a moment to glance at Wen Xiaotian. He saw that Wen Xiaotian's body suddenly shook in her sleep, and she seemed to be sleeping very uneasily. She must be tired after running all the way. Her nerves have been highly tense, which makes her physically and mentally exhausted. Jiang Lushi looked at her and couldn't help but think of Jiang Zhuiying. I wonder if she is very scared hiding in the house now? When Xiaotian woke up, she found that the minibus had stopped. It was getting dark outside. There was a cliff on one side of the road and a shadowy forest on the other. Brother Jiang? Wen Xiaotian sat up straight when she didn't see Jiang Lushi in the driver's seat. She didn't know how long she had slept, but judging from the fact that the minibus had already driven up the mountain road, it should have been 2 or 3 hours, right? On this silent mountain road, the minibus was parked alone. When Wen Xiaotian woke up and found that she was the only one in the car, she suddenly felt a little panicked. She quickly walked into the carriage. Brother Jiang? Brother Jiang? Although the carriage seemed to have everything one could need, the space was very compact and one could scan every corner at a glance, but there was no sign of Jiang Lushi. Just when Wen Xiaotian felt even more panicked, she suddenly heard a faint sound of water coming from a small door next to her. Is there water? At this moment there was a click sound, the small door was opened suddenly, and Jiang Lushi walked out. Wen Xiaotian looked at Jiang Lushi in surprise. He was still steaming with hot water, and his hair was wet. He was wiping his hair with a towel while looking at her. Are you awake? Yes, I seem to have slept too long, Wen Xiaotian replied. It hasn't been too long, and you don't seem to be sleeping very well. In this case, the more you sleep, the more you feel like you can't wake up. Besides, it's a blessing to be able to sleep now. Jiang Lushi's words made Wen Xiaotian feel a little embarrassed. She was still sleeping at this time, which seemed to be too careless. But in fact, Wen Xiaotian is a girl with a relatively fragile body. She doesn't get enough sleep due to her studies and part-time job. In addition, she fainted when the virus broke out today. After waking up, she suffered a huge psychological shock. She was running for her life and panicking. She finally arrived in a temporarily safe environment, and fatigue naturally came over her. But what surprised Wen Xiaotian even more was Jiang Lushi. Sleeping was her body's instinct, and having the opportunity to sleep was a blessing. But seeing Jiang Lushi like this, it seemed. By the way, do you want to take a shower? Jiang Lushi's question completely confirmed Wen Xiaotian's guess. He actually just took a shower. Wen Xiaotian fell to the ground and ran around today, and her body was covered with dust. For a girl who loves cleanliness, this must be very uncomfortable. But under the current conditions, she didn't even think about taking a bath. She was lucky to have water to drink. But looking at Jiang Lushi's appearance, he not only took a bath, but also a hot bath. I found a mountain spring on the side of the road. I drew some water and filtered it. Although it's not drinkable, it's still very comfortable to use for bathing. If you want to take a bath, there are shower gels and other things in it. The hair dryer is next to the mirror, Jiang Lushi said. Wen Xiaotian listened blankly and couldn't help asking. Since it's filtered, it should still be drinkable, right? She always felt that it was a waste of such hot water just to use it for bathing. No need, just turn on the tap in the kitchen for drinking water. If you're hungry after taking a shower, go to the kitchen and cook some rice. There are noodles and some fresh vegetables in the cupboard. Jiang Lushi actually had some frozen dumplings, but he thought it would be a waste to cook them now. Although he stored flour and other things, the bacon he stored was not suitable for use as stuffing. In fact, Jiang Lushi has already put all the food that can be stored and is not easy to spoil in the storage room. What is left in the kitchen now are all foods that will spoil quickly if not eaten. When buying food, Jiang Lushi also bought some fresh things. After all, there was no need to eat long-stored food from the beginning. Jiang Lushi regarded eating instant noodles as a compromise, but he didn't know that Wen Xiaotian's inner thoughts at this time were already very strange. She had already prepared herself to go hungry, but she didn't expect that not only could she take a hot shower, but she could also eat hot noodles and even vegetables. If her previous experiences had not been so clear in her mind, and the faces of the zombies had not kept appearing before her eyes, Wen Xiaotian would have doubted whether the doomsday scenes she saw were real. This is literally a mobile hotel. As for Jiang Lushi asking her to cook, Wen Xiaotian felt that it was exactly what she wanted. Hot showers and hot meals were all given to her by Jiang Lushi, but there was not much she could do to help Jiang Lushi. "I'll go wash now," Wen Xiaotian said. When Wen Xiaotian finished her shower and brought the noodles to a small folding dining table, Jiang Lushi, who was sitting opposite her, took a look at the noodles in their bowls and suddenly didn't know what to say. There were only a few mouthfuls of noodles in Wen Xiaotian's bowl, but his bowl was full to the brim with eggs, vegetables, and sausage, which looked very rich. "I see there aren't many things in the cupboard, so I should eat sparingly. Besides, I only eat this much," said Wen Xiaotian. In fact, even a child would eat more than this amount, not to mention that she had consumed a lot today. Eating this little was just enough to fill her stomach. Jiang Lushi really wanted to tell her that the food in the cabinet was less than 1/50th of his food reserves. But even if they were not so frugal, the food in the cabinet alone would be enough for them to eat all the way to Wen Xiaotian's house. "Let's eat," Jiang Lushi said. "I haven't eaten noodles for a long time, and this noodle tastes pretty good. But I'll just eat rice tomorrow." Chapter 16 Roar in the Night. After eating the noodles, Jiang Lushi drove for a distance, and then stopped by the roadside to rest for the night. He continued his journey after dawn the next morning. Although there is no danger of colliding with other vehicles now, Jiang Lushi is a person who does not even have a driver's license, and has no experience in driving on mountain roads. Even with Xingzhong's correction, he still thinks it is better not to take the risk of driving at night, or driving while tired. It would be so unfair that he didn't get bitten to death by zombies but got into a car accident instead. It was already dusk when we drove up the mountain road yesterday. Now looking at this route again in broad daylight, it is just as Wen Xiaotian said. There is basically nothing along the way. Only 1 or 2 farmhouses can be seen occasionally in the distance. There is a shabby car wash and repair shop on the side of the road, and there is a restaurant next to it. The dirty glass and the big red words, sour fish, and home cooking, on it give people a very old-fashioned feeling. This kind of store is specifically designed to serve long-distance drivers passing by. There were 2 large trucks parked in the open space in front of the car wash. The windows of the trucks were smashed, and there was blood on the ground. However, there was no driver in the car, and it was unknown whether he had been chased by zombies and ran away. Jiang Lushi parked the car in front of the pickled fish shop and looked at the door of the shop. The shabby door was tightly closed and stained with blood, which looked very gloomy. "Brother Jiang, are you planning to?" Wen Xiaotian was stunned when she saw Jiang Lushi stop the car. "It's okay, I'll find something to eat." In the early days of the apocalypse, many fresh foods have not yet rotted, so it is relatively easy to collect ingredients at this time. After a few days, the fresh ingredients will rot, and you will only be able to eat vacuum-packed preservative foods. Although Jiang Lushi also prepared some, there were only 2 of them now, so of course he couldn't miss any of the ingredients he came across. "Looking for something to eat? Is the food in this restaurant edible?" Wen Xiaotian said with some concern. Jiang Lushi smiled slightly. He knew that Wen Xiaotian was worried that the food would be contaminated by the virus. Jiang Lushi had long known from the star seed that before the virus broke out, the world's food and water sources were contaminated by the virus, and all people in the world were also carriers of the virus. However, for people like Jiang Lushi who have survived the virus mutation, the virus in their bodies will not break out, so it will not have any impact on finding food now. Of course, they still cannot be bitten by zombies, otherwise the enhanced virus carried by the zombies will still infect them and turn them into zombies. Jiang Lushi would not tell Wen Xiaotian about these things. It would be too troublesome to explain, and it would be difficult to explain why he knew them. He just said, "Don't worry, these foods are fine." "So, should we get off the bus to get it?" Wen Xiaotian asked timidly. Of course, getting off the bus at this time would be extremely dangerous, but in the end times, what wouldn't be dangerous? Especially looking for food, that would risk one's life. Wen Xiaotian's face turned slightly pale. She was a little scared, but if Jiang Lushi needed her, she would still muster up the courage to get out of the car. "Hold on tight," Jiang Liushi's voice suddenly rang in Wen Xiutian's ears. Ah? Wen Xiaotian was stunned for a moment. Before she could say anything, she heard the roar of a car engine. Buzz! The minibus rushed out like an angry bull and directly broke open the door of the sauerkraut fish restaurant. The wooden door collapsed along with the surrounding walls. Jiang Liushi had already seen clearly that the walls of this small restaurant on the country road were not made of bricks and stones at all, but were made of prefabricated materials from construction sites. This thing had a thin layer of iron sheet on the outside and foam inside, held together with screws, and would fall down if hit. As the wall collapsed, the entire ceiling began to shake, and at this time, Jiang Liushi also saw the scene inside the small restaurant clearly. It was a very bloody scene, with 4 zombies lying on the ground, desperately fighting for something, blood and fragments of internal organs everywhere. There were about 5 people lying on the ground, their stomachs ripped open, their flesh and blood being grabbed and eaten by these zombies. The reason why he used the word, probably, was because Jiang Liushi couldn't really tell how many dismembered bodies there were. Moreover, the meat of these bodies had been basically eaten. Ah! Wen Xiaotian couldn't help but screamed, but immediately covered her mouth with her hands. The scene before her was disgusting, but in the end times she had to learn to adapt to it. The 4 zombies stopped eating at this time. They turned around and looked at the minibus that suddenly broke in. Their eyes were bloodshot, with bulging blood vessels around them, and their mouths and faces were covered in blood and flesh. They were roaring madly and rushing towards the minibus. Jiang Liushi stepped on the accelerator without saying a word. Buzz! The engine roared again, and the minibus hit the 4 zombies and slammed them directly into the wall on the other side of the small restaurant. Boom! The entire wall was blown down, and the minibus carrying 4 zombies and a large wooden house crashed into the earth wall in the backyard. Blood and flesh splattered, red and white, splashing onto the windshield. 4 zombies were killed by Jiang Liushi in one breath. Call! Jiang Liushi let out a long sigh and looked at the blurred blood and flesh on the windshield. He hesitated for a moment and pressed the wipers. The wipers swept silently, wiping the broken flesh and sweeping the windshield scarlet. But then, the washer fluid was sprayed out, diluting the blood, which was slowly swept away by the wipers. Jiang Liushi watched all this silently. It had been less than 24 hours since the end of the world, but slowly, he seemed to get used to enduring such blood and killing. When Xiaotian bit her lip, stood behind Jiang Liushi, and looked at the blood being swept away by the wipers, not knowing what to say. Jiang Liushi's reaction just now was very calm, but when Xiaotian knew that only in this way could he survive in the apocalypse. If he kept crying, he would die at the hands of zombies sooner or later. I'll go downstairs to find something to eat. When Xiaotian suddenly came to her senses and volunteered to get off the car to find food. Getting off the car is naturally dangerous, and having to face the corpse up close is very disgusting, but Jiang Liushi cannot be asked to do this kind of thing. She has to play her role and not just be a burden. I opened the door. When Xiaotian reminded her, and only after getting Jiang Liushi's consent did she push open the car door. Jiang Liushi asked Wen Xiaotian to get out of the car, not because he didn't sympathize with her, but because doing so was the wisest choice under the circumstances. Only he could control the star seed, and if Wen Xiaotian stayed in the car, she would be useless. When Xiaotian got out of the car to find food, so that even if she was in danger, Jiang Liushi could still drive to support her. The small restaurant had been smashed to pieces. When Xiaotian pushed aside the broken boards with great effort, and found the freezer in the kitchen. The freezer is more than 1 meter tall and contains all kinds of ingredients, including chicken, duck, fish, eggs, and various vegetables. It is enough for more than a dozen people to eat for 2 or 3 days. The freezer was too big to be moved into the minibus, so when Xiaotian found some clean plastic bags for packing and loaded the food into the bus little by little. There was also a small freezer in Jiang Liushi's minibus, but its capacity was too small to hold so much food. It seemed that these things would go bad if they were not eaten in time. Brother Jiang, I'll cook dinner tonight and let you taste my cooking skills. When Xiaotian is very confident in her cooking skills. She started cooking at a very young age and has a talent for cooking. In order to play her part, she also brought oil, salt, sauce, vinegar, a small gas stove and a wok. Although there is a small kitchen on the minibus, the hardware facilities are limited. There is only one kind of pot and one stove, and they are very small, making it difficult to use. This time, she simply moved the kitchen to the small living room and prepared to cook here. As a result, the minibus, which was originally not very spacious, was basically full. Fortunately, Wen Xiaotian was petite and could still move around. Wen Xiaotian was really hungry. Although she cooked noodles last night, she thought the food was not enough and was too embarrassed to eat too much. Now that there are so many ingredients, they will go bad if they are not eaten, so she can eat as much as she wants. Okay. Jiang Lushi was also very much looking forward to it. It was getting dark soon, so he decided to just take a rest here. He looked at Wen Xiaotian busy washing vegetables and cooking, and was also very excited. The only drawback is that the space in the small living room is still a bit small, and it is a bit difficult to place so many pots and stoves, and many of them have to be placed overlapping. In fact, many things in the base car can be folded, such as the dining table and the bed. And the bed and the sofa can be opened to form storage space, but even if all these are folded, the space of the base car is still limited. It would be great if my base vehicle could be a little bigger so I could store more gasoline, more food, and add more living facilities. By then, it will be a real mobile base. The sun had completely set, and Wen Xiaotian had cooked most of the meal. The tempting aroma stimulated Jiang Lushi's sense of smell. He had been busy preparing for the end of the world and had no time to eat properly, but now he was already salivating. However, at this moment, suddenly, roar! It was like the growl of some wild beast coming from the darkness in the distance. Jiang Lushi was startled. What the hell? This roar, coming from the silent mountain, mixed with the sound of the wind, is so terrifying. Chapter 17. The car breaks down? Being in the apocalypse, even with the base vehicle there, Jiang Lushi was not careless at all. He got a lot of information about the apocalypse from the star seeds. He knew that this apocalypse would never be that simple. If it were just simple zombies, they would soon be controlled by the remaining forces of the government. In that case, the apocalypse should not be called the apocalypse. This strange roar made Jiang Lushi's heart tremble with fear, and he felt a strong sense of uneasiness. Turn off the fire! Jiang Lushi said urgently. Wen Xiaotian was stunned for a moment. The dish she had just put into the pot was only half cooked. If she turned off the fire now, she would probably not be able to eat it. However, Wen Xiaotian also knew that the roar was probably unusual, so she quickly turned off the fire. Jiang Lushi turned off the main power switch of the base vehicle. Bang! The lights went out, and it was pitch black everywhere. The air on this country road was surprisingly good, and there was no light pollution around. Jiang Lushi could see the deep blue night sky and the stars outside through the car window. A crescent moon hung obliquely on the top of the mountain, casting a faint and cool light. The night sky is beautiful, but at this moment, looking at it, Jiang Lushi felt his scalp tingling. Under this crescent moon, he saw a huge black shadow staring at the base vehicle. This black shadow looks like a giant beast, but no one knows what it is. Jiang Lushi didn't dare to turn on the car lights. He held his breath and lowered his body. At the same time, he pulled Wen Xiaotian down and asked her to squat down as well. The base vehicle is very well sealed. Although they were cooking just now, the fragrance would not escape. The black shadow should not be attracted by the fragrance, so it could be the light source. Now Jiang Lushi cut off the light source. He hoped that the black shadow would lose its target and leave. The end of the world had just begun, and his base vehicle was still in its initial state. If he encountered some horrible monster at this time, once the base vehicle was overturned, it would be the end of him. Brother Jiang! Wen Xiaotian's voice was very soft with a slight tremor beside Jiang Lushi. It was already an apocalyptic atmosphere, and encountering such a terrifying shadow in the dark night, the psychological impact on a girl can be imagined. Go hide on the sofa and don't make any noise. Jiang Lushi crouched down and slowly approached the driver's seat. He was already thinking about driving away because he found that even if he turned off the light, the black shadow was still approaching slowly. But Jiang Lushi didn't dare to go too fast, so as not to anger the black shadow. As the distance got closer, with the help of the faint moonlight, Jiang Lushi could see clearly that the gradually approaching black shadow was actually a huge wild boar. This wild boar, how can it be so big? Jiang Lushi was shocked. Although the distance was far, by comparing it with the surrounding houses, he had determined that the wild boar was at least the size of a box truck. It was not shorter than the base vehicle, but just a little shorter. It was covered with black hair like steel thorns, with a lot of blood scabs on it, making it look like it had crawled out of a pool of blood. The two fangs at the corners of its mouth were like two huge scimitars, and one of the fangs had a piece of intestine sticking out of it. This is simply a vicious pig that came out of hell. The wild boar was staring at Jiang Lushi's base vehicle, its two searchlight-like eyes glowing scarlet light. This was not Jiang Lushi's feeling, but it was really glowing, just like the wolf's eyes glowing with a faint green light at night, except that this light was scarlet. Oh no! Could this be? Jiang Lushi remembered that the information in the starseeds mentioned that after the end of the world began, in addition to some people being infected and becoming zombies and some animals being infected and becoming animal zombies, there would also be some people and animals that would mutate. This mutation will make them far more powerful than other zombies of the same kind. Jiang Lushi had only read the text description before and had no idea what it was like. It was not until now, when he actually saw a mutant wild boar, that Jiang Lushi was shocked. A wild boar as big as a small truck may not seem big, but when it really appears before your eyes and slowly approaches, its fangs, bristles, and glowing scarlet eyes create a strong visual impact and sense of oppression. At this time, there was only a layer of transparent windshield between Jiang Lushi and the wild boar, and there was still a faint trace of blood on the glass. Through a piece of glass, a man and a beast looked at each other. Just at this moment. Roar! The wild boar suddenly let out a terrifying roar, raised its four hooves, and rushed straight towards the base vehicle and Jiang Lushi. It started running, and with each step it stepped on with its heavy body, the road surface was crushed and rocks and dirt were splashed. A wild boar the size of a box truck probably weighed more than 10 tons, but it ran at a speed almost as fast as a cheetah in a short period of time. Jiang Lushi even felt the ground trembling slightly. Oops. Jiang Lushi was shocked. If such a heavy wild boar rushed forward, the impact would be extremely terrifying. The entire base vehicle would definitely be knocked over in an instant. The base vehicle is armored, but in terms of weight, it is not much heavier than an ordinary minibus. How can it withstand such an impact? Once the car overturns, you will be completely powerless to resist. Even the strongest armor will be torn apart bit by this big wild boar. Damn it! Jiang Lushi cursed loudly, and he leaped up in one leap, instantly crossing the last bit of distance from the driver's seat. At this time, the wild boar was very close to the base vehicle, and he had no time to turn around and escape. If you choose to escape, you have to turn first. Turning the car around at this time will only cause the wild boar to crash into the side of the base vehicle, which will result in a rollover. Then there is only one choice left. This is also the only choice Jiang Lushi can make in the shortest time. Fuck him! Jiang Lushi pulled the gear lever hard and stepped on the accelerator to the bottom. Buzz! The base vehicle roared like a beast and started instantly. The base vehicle modified by the Starseed can start much faster than ordinary cars. In order to ensure that the base vehicle can be started at any time, Jiang Lushi did not pull the handbrake. At this time, the base vehicle jumped out instantly. Seat belt! Jiang Lushi shouted, and at the same time, the seat belt on his driver's seat popped out automatically, binding his body tightly. In the small living room of the base vehicle, Wen Xiaotian also hurriedly sat on the sofa and fastened her seat belt in a panic. In fact, Jiang Lushi's shout was directed to Wen Xiaotian. The base vehicle accelerated to 100 kilometers in just a few seconds. Jiang Lushi gritted his teeth and watched the wild boar in the windshield rushing towards him. The completely transparent windshield made Jiang Lushi feel that the wild boar, which was as big as a light truck, was about to hit him in the face. Even the wild boar's cold fangs were facing Jiang Lushi's head. If the glass couldn't hold up, he would be pierced directly in the driver's seat by the wild boar's tusks. At the moment of life and death, Jiang Lushi's mind went blank. He just held the steering wheel tightly and stepped on the accelerator with all his strength. Let's do it! Jiang Lushi's blood was boiling. The wild boar's huge head was right in front of him. Jiang Lushi even seemed to see his own and the base vehicle's reflection in the wild boar's scarlet eyes. Crash! Boom! The base vehicle shook violently. The huge impact force pulled Jiang Liusher's body out fiercely. The elastic seat belt tightly imprisoned Jiang Liusher's body. At that moment, Jiang Liusher felt that his body was about to be broken in half by the seat belt. Bang! In front of Jiang Liusher's eyes, the airbag popped out and hit Jiang Liusher's face, making him dizzy. At the same time, behind Jiang Liusher, there was a burst of crackling noises. The pots and pans that were loaded onto the base vehicle fell to the ground due to the huge inertia. The sofa was fixed to the car and did not move sideways, but the huge impact force still caused Wen Xiaotian, who was tied to the sofa with a seat belt, to scream. Bang! Wen Xiaotian felt a pain in her head. She didn't know what she had bumped into. Everything went dark before her eyes and she fainted. At this time, the airbag in front of Jiang Liusher was quickly retracted. This was also the ability of the base vehicle. The airbag would be retracted instantly after it popped out to avoid affecting the driver's vision. At this time, Jiang Liusher endured the dizziness and nausea, as well as the pain in his lower abdomen from being tightened by the seat belt, and only then did he see the scene outside the windshield. The entire windshield was hit with 2 white marks the size of wash basins. These white marks meant that cracks appeared inside the windshield, which changed its transparency. Ordinary bulletproof glass will turn into a white piece when hit by a bullet. Of course, even if there are cracks inside, the glass will still continue to be bulletproof. Not only the glass, but also the front of the car was dented by the wild boar. This collision was so terrifying. Warning! The base vehicle is damaged, damage level 3.5, the durability of the front bulletproof glass is reduced by 60%, the power system is damaged, the instantaneous acceleration and collision functions are paralyzed, and the power supply in the vehicle is cut off. In an instant, this information came into Jiang Liusher's mind. The base vehicle is broken? Jiang Liusher was stunned for a moment. Previously, this base vehicle was besieged by a large number of zombies, but there was no trace left. But today, it was damaged after being hit by the mutant wild boar. Chapter 18 Vehicle-Mounted Weapons. Among the starseed tips, the one that made Jiang Liusher feel the coldest was that the power system was damaged. As a result, the base vehicle could not accelerate in a short period of time and lost its collision function. Facing this huge mutant wild boar, it was almost like becoming a target. Yes, mutant wild boar. Jiang Liusher looked suddenly at the mutant wild boar in front of the car. The mutant wild boar was not feeling well from this collision. It fell to the ground, its huge head covered in blood, the blood flowing down its eyes. One of its 2 huge fangs was broken off, revealing the blood marrow in the tooth. Roar! The mutant wild boar let out a low roar from its abdomen. Because the base vehicle was damaged, the sound was no longer isolated. Jiang Liusher directly endured the roar of this behemoth. What a feeling that was! The low sound made his internal organs resonate with it, and his body was somewhat unable to move. Jiang Liusher felt as if a pair of large hands were pinching his heart, making it difficult for it to beat, and pinching his lungs, making it difficult for him to breathe. A terrible roar! The mutant wild boar climbed up. Its skull seemed to be shattered, but with the support of its huge vitality, it still had terrifying power. It stared at Jiang Liusher with a pair of eyes as big as car lights, and there was only a thin layer of shattered windshield between the two of them. Crack! The only remaining tusk of the mutant wild boar was stuck directly on the chassis of the base vehicle, and it dug upwards suddenly, as if it wanted to completely overturn the base vehicle. Jiang Liusher suddenly felt like he was falling into an ice cellar. If the base vehicle overturned, it would be all over. Can it still be opened? Can it still be opened? Jiang Liusher was very anxious. He pulled the gear lever and started the base vehicle. The base vehicle made a dull sound and all 4 wheels turned together. It can still be opened. The instantaneous acceleration and collision functions were damaged, but the base vehicle could still drive normally. Squeak, squeak, squeak! The front wheels of the base vehicle were already suspended in the air, spinning meaninglessly, while the rear tires were rubbing against the ground violently, sweeping up a large amount of dirt and rocks. Although the impact force was not strong, the wild boar was also injured. With this impact force, the wild boar could not overturn the base vehicle for a while. However, the situation was already extremely dangerous. The front of the car was being lifted higher and higher by the wild boar and was about to overturn. Oh no! Jiang Liusher's face looked extremely ugly at this time. He gripped the steering wheel tightly, stepped on the accelerator, and his face was covered in cold sweat. Calm down! I need to calm down. In this critical moment, find a way to survive and escape from the desperate situation. Jiang Liusher suddenly had an idea in his mind, and his fingers quickly pressed a few keys on the base vehicle like playing a piano. Drop. With a slight sound, the driving panel of the base vehicle lit up. Jiang Liusher held on to the driving panel tightly. Success or failure depended on this. Air cannon pressurization begins. Pressurization time, 9.5 seconds. The voice of Starseed rang in Jiang Liusher's mind, and Jiang Liusher breathed a sigh of relief. That's great. Although the collision and instantaneous acceleration were damaged, the weapon can still be used. In addition to the ramming function, the Starseed base vehicle also has onboard weapons. When Jiang Liusher completed the modification of the base vehicle, he had already obtained information about the onboard weapons from Starseed. However, because the doomsday had not yet arrived, Jiang Liusher was afraid of causing trouble and had never tested it. After the doomsday began, he had been busy escaping and had no chance to test it. Now, there is no more experimenting. It's a real fight from the start. Failure means death. The base vehicle's air cannon has a compressed gas volume of 500 L and an initial launch velocity of 810 meters per second, which is more than twice the speed of sound. During World War II, the Nazis developed an air cannon that could be used to shoot down low-flying aircraft, but it ultimately failed to be effective due to accuracy issues. Jiang Liusher didn't know what effect such an air cannon would have on a wild boar. There is no doubt that the power of air cannons is great, but the impact of air is still slightly weaker than that of real bullets. Sometimes, the shock wave of a bomb explosion can blow a person away for more than 10 meters, but there are many people who survive after the shock wave. Jiang Liusher cannot guarantee that this compressed air cannon can kill the mutant wild boar. He only had one chance to attack, no second time, and 9.5 seconds to prepare. If he had come a second time, the base vehicle would have overturned. Done! Jiang Liusher gritted his teeth and pressed another button. The air cannon barrel protruded from the front of the car, facing the belly of the mutant wild boar. The barrel was hidden in the front of the car, and nothing special could be seen from the outside. It would only protrude from it when in use. Jiang Liusher's heart beat fast as he looked at the 60mm jet gun barrel. Ready to count down, 9, 8, 7. The stars were counting down, and to Jiang Liusher, this sound was the verdict of fate. The gun barrel can adjust its angle and direction, so where should it attack? Abdomen? Head? Throat? This mutant wild boar had thick skin and rough flesh. Jiang Liusher had no doubt that its skin and flesh could withstand bullets. It seemed that no matter which part of its body, it had amazing defensive power. 6, 5. The countdown was getting closer and closer, and the base vehicle was tilting more and more seriously. Crackle! Because the base vehicle was tilted, all the pots and pans slid backwards. Jiang Liusher gritted his teeth, pressed the button for the automatic cruise control, unbuckled his seatbelt, and jumped out of the driver's seat grabbing a wrench. Die, stupid pig! Jiang Liusher suddenly went crazy, swung the wrench and smashed it at the wild boar through the windshield. Pa pa pa! The wrench hit the already cracked windshield, and tiny pieces of glass fell down due to the violent vibration. Such an attack seemed completely meaningless, but the mutant wild boar was originally a wild beast, and it was enraged by Jiang Liusher's provocation. It stared at Jiang Liusher with a pair of scarlet eyes. 4, 3. The countdown is coming to an end, and for Jiang Liusher, this is the judgment of fate. Suddenly, Jiang Liusher pressed a button, kicked the car door open, and leaned his whole body out of the door. Such behavior is almost equivalent to suicide, but Jiang Liusher was extremely calm at this time. He knew that most of the weight of the base vehicle was on the wild boar's tusks. The front wheels of the base vehicle were lifted, but the wild boar was also pressed down by the base vehicle and could not move easily. If the wild boar turns to attack me on the side of the base vehicle, I must first pull out its fangs, then the base vehicle will fall down, and the front and rear wheels will grip the ground together and hit the wild boar. Even if it doesn't knock it down, it will be knocked back. So it looks like he is committing suicide, but in fact, he will not be attacked by the wild boar in just a few seconds. Go to hell, stupid pig! Jiang Lushi used all his strength to throw the wrench in his hand towards the wild boar's huge eyes. Whoosh! The wild boar had no way to dodge and was hit directly by the wrench. However, because the base vehicle was shaking violently, and Jiang Lushi was not a slinger from an African tribe, the wrench was slightly off-center and did not hit the wild boar's eye, but instead hit the corner of its eye. But even the corners of the eyes are rich in nerves, and the wild boar will feel pain. Roar! The angry wild boar let out an earth-shaking roar. A terrifying sound wave was heard, and Jiang Lushi was almost torn off the car door. The resonance of the infrasound in his internal organs caused Jiang Lushi's heart to almost stop beating instantly, and his brain went blank. But at this moment, there was another voice that was extremely clear in Jiang Lushi's mind. That's the countdown to starseed. 2, 1, 0. I'll kill you! Jiang Lushi's eyes turned red. He suppressed the dizziness and used the star seed to control the barrel of the air cannon to twist it a little bit, so that the barrel was facing the mutant wild boar's big mouth. At this time, the mutant wild boar had opened its mouth wide because of roaring, and the gun barrel was inserted into the wild boar's mouth. Air cannon, fire! Chapter 19 Air Cannon. Bang! A violent explosion sounded, like a thunderclap in the plane, deafening. The airflow of 810 meters per second far exceeded the speed of sound, causing a sonic boom. A huge amount of energy exploded, and the base vehicle was suddenly bounced backwards. The windows vibrated violently, and large pieces of bulletproof glass particles fell down and were blown away by the airflow, scattering like bullets. The surging air formed a vacuum around it. The pressure suddenly increased and then quickly dropped to almost disappearing. The water vapor in the air instantly liquefied, forming a cone of water mist the size of a house. This cone of water mist was pushed by the air flow and rushed forward at an incredible speed. At the same time as the base vehicle was bounced backwards, the wooden houses and trees in front were directly blown away by the airflow. The houses collapsed, the roofs flew up, a tree as thick as a thigh broke in half, and all the leaves disappeared instantly. And this is just the aftermath of the airflow. The majority of the airflow is borne by the mutant wild boar's big mouth. Boom! The mutant wild boar's body weighing more than 10 tons was thrown into the air, and the wild airflow expanded violently in its internal organs. Its huge body swelled up instantly, and became like a balloon. Then, the terrifying high-pressure airflow with a pressure of nearly 10 MPa found a vent behind the mutant wild boar. Bang! With a muffled sound, a large amount of blood, mincemeat, and internal organs spurted out from the mutant wild boar's anus, shooting dozens of meters away and forming a bright blood fountain in the air. Clang! The blood fountain hit a wooden house hard, like a hammer, and directly collapsed the house. Terrible power. Jiang Lushi was shocked when he saw this terrifying air cannon. At this time, the base vehicle was still cruising automatically. After the wheels landed on the ground, it lost the wild boar's upward force and drove out automatically. Jiang Lushi hurriedly stopped the cruise and stepped on the brakes. Squeak! The 4 tires of the base vehicle had been badly damaged, especially the rear tire, which had become extremely hot due to the intense friction, emitting green smoke and a strong burnt smell. The tires of the base vehicle are naturally much stronger than those of ordinary vehicles. There are also scattered small airbags inside the tires, so they will not burst even if pierced by bullets. But even so, they are still seriously damaged after such an ordeal. Jiang Lushi pushed open the car door, and he looked exhausted. Although the previous battle was mainly between the base vehicle and the mutant wild boar, it also made Jiang Lushi feel very tired. The consumption is too great. Jiang Lushi looked ahead. The masterpiece of the air cannon was truly amazing. Before launching the air cannon, Jiang Lushi had not expected that an initial velocity of 810 meters per second would have such a strong power. However, an air cannon is still air after all. Even if the air is highly compressed, it will scatter when it hits the bulletproof skin of a mutant wild boar, and its power will be greatly reduced. If it is not shot into the mutant wild boar's mouth, it would be difficult to kill it. Jiang Lushi picked up the wrench that fell on the ground and staggered towards the mutant wild boar. Seeing the pig blood, mincemeat, and intestines on the ground, and then looking at the mutant wild boar that was transparent from front to back, Jiang Lushi was secretly shocked. Oh my goodness, this pig has been raped. Jiang Lushi stopped about 10 meters away from the mutant wild boar, to prevent the pig from twitching before death and hurting himself. At the same time, Jiang Lushi didn't dare to go too far away from the base vehicle, otherwise if zombies came, he would not have time to get to the car. Wen Xiaotian! Jiang Lushi called Wen Xiaotian, but the car was quiet and silent. Jiang Lushi's heart tightened and he immediately returned to the base vehicle. When he looked, he saw Wen Xiaotian was tied tightly to the base vehicle with a seat belt, his eyes were closed, his head was broken, and his forehead was covered with blood. This? Jiang Lushi hurriedly tried Wen Xiaotian's breath. Fortunately, she just fainted. Looking at Wen Xiaotian's wound, Jiang Lushi shook his head. He also felt that Wen Xiaotian was very unlucky. Her wound was probably caused by being smashed by tableware such as pots and bowls. Before, when Jiang Lushi was driving the base vehicle and collided with the mutant wild boar, Wen Xiaotian was tied to the small sofa by a seat belt, so she was naturally fine. However, the pots and pans were not fixed, and when they flew over, Wen Xiaotian was knocked unconscious. If the collision happens a few more times, it is possible that Wen Xiaotian will be beaten to death by these bottles and jars. It was dangerous. Jiang Lushi breathed a sigh of relief. If Wen Xiaotian had been killed in the battle with the mutant wild boar, he would have felt very bad. Jiang Lushi went to the storage box to get gauze and was about to give Wen Xiaotian a simple bandage, but at this moment, a voice suddenly sounded in his mind. The base vehicle is damaged, the damage level is 3.5. Repair requires 200 kilograms of steel, 100 kilograms of copper, 30 kilograms of high molecular organic plastic, 1,200 liters of gasoline, and 200 kilowatt-hours of electricity. Repair time required, 24 hours. Hearing this voice, Jiang Lushi was stunned for a moment, then he smiled bitterly. The base vehicle was damaged, but fortunately it can repair itself. However, the repair materials are really hard to find. Steel, copper, organic plastics, and especially electricity and gasoline. It's not easy to collect these in the end times. 1,200 liters of gasoline is nearly 1 ton, which is a real gas guzzler. The current gasoline reserves. Jiang Lushi looked at the fuel gauge with a bitter look on his face. He activated the collision function continuously and fired the air cannon, which consumed a lot of gasoline. There was less than 20 L left, and he could drive less than 100 kilometers. If you encounter a group of zombies within 100 kilometers, the consequences will be disastrous. Jiang Lushi was just feeling worried when the star seed sounded again, which made him feel a little moved and he pricked up his ears. Successfully hunted down a level 1 mutant beast, and found a level 1 mutant crystal core, located in the heart of the mutant beast. Taking it out can start the initial evolution of the base vehicle. We have discovered mutant beast meat. It can be eaten directly to strengthen the body. It can also be used to provide raw materials for biological laboratories and activate biological evolution functions. What? Jiang Lushi was stunned for a moment. Mutated crystal core? Biological laboratory? What the hell is this? The first level mutant beast that was successfully hunted was naturally this mutant wild boar. Could the first level mutant crystal core be in the mutant wild boar's body? As for the biological laboratory? What is that? When Jiang Lushi completed the transformation of the base vehicle, he did not find any biological laboratory. Just at this moment. Crack! There was a slight sound, and Jiang Lushi turned his head and saw a groove popped out on the driving platform of the base vehicle. The size of the groove was only enough to hold a ping-pong ball. Jiang Lushi looked at the groove for a long time. He didn't know what alloy the groove was made of, but it looked extremely precise. This was the first time he had seen such a groove. Jiang Lushi had some guesses in his mind. The mutated crystal core located in the heart. Jiang Lushi picked up the dagger he had bought earlier, jumped out of the car, and walked towards the mutant wild boar. At this time, the mutant wild boar had already fallen over, and Jiang Lushi could just see the mutant wild boar's heart. Puff! Jiang Lushi swung the dagger and stabbed it in. Chapter 20 Base Vehicle Evolution. Pig skin is very tough, but not as tough as Jiang Lushi imagined. This mutant wild boar could fight head-on with the base vehicle. In Jiang Liushi's imagination, it should be invulnerable to swords and guns. He originally thought that he should go to the repair shop next door to get a hacksaw. But I didn't expect that I could cut the pig's skin little by little using only a dagger. Although it was difficult, it was still possible. Could it be that after the mutant wild boar dies, its skin and flesh will undergo some changes and no longer be as tough as before? This thought flashed through Jiang Liushi's mind, and he felt that it was very possible. Xingzhong had just hinted that the mutant beast meat was edible. If it was as hard as rubber, who would be able to bite it? Being able to cut the pig's skin without too much effort is a good thing after all. Jiang Liushi laboriously cut open the chest of the mutant wild boar, found the wild boar's heart, and then cut open the heart. He was already covered in blood. According to Jiang Liushi's original impression, raw pig blood should be very fishy and smelly. But the strange thing was that the blood of this mutant wild boar was not only not fishy and smelly, but also had a fragrant feeling, as if this blood was not ordinary. Jiang Liushi thought about it, found a few plastic buckets from the small restaurant to collect the blood, and soon collected several large buckets. At this time, Jiang Liushi finally dug out a quail egg-sized bead from the heart of the mutant wild boar. The bead is crystal clear, like glass, very smooth to the touch, and a little warm. I guess this is what is called a mutated crystal nucleus. Jiang Liushi took the mutant crystal core and returned to the base vehicle. He carefully placed the mutant crystal core in the groove that had just popped out. Crack! With a slight sound, the mutant crystal core was stuck in the groove, and then the metal groove slowly shrank back. The star seed prompt will sound. The mutation crystal core has been successfully placed. The base vehicle has unlocked the first evolution. You can choose the evolution direction. Bang! A light curtain appeared in front of Jiang Liushi's eyes. There were options on the light curtain, and each option was followed by a line of explanation. Option 1. Open the first level space fuel tank. The fuel tank has a capacity of 10 cubic meters. The fuel tank is explosion-proof and bulletproof and can be upgraded. Option 2. Enable the first level space storage function. The storage space is 10 cubic meters in size. The space is low in temperature and lacks oxygen, which can preserve food. Ordinary food can be kept fresh for more than 1 year, and mutant meat can be kept fresh for more than 3 years. Mutated meat is not easy to deteriorate, and can be kept fresh for 30 days in a 30 degrees Celsius hot and humid environment. Option 3. Turn on the evolutionary automatic absorption function. The base vehicle can automatically absorb materials through particle beams, eliminating the need to manually transport materials. Option 4. Add a mechanical arm to the base vehicle. The mechanical arm can bear a load of 20 tons. Option 5. Add weapons to the base vehicle, a fuel-powered flamethrower. It consumes a large amount of gasoline to start, and burns pure oxygen to produce a high temperature of 2000 degrees Celsius. Option 6. Upgrade the air cannon. Option 7. Upgrade the car's armor and bulletproof glass. Jiang Liushi read on and found that after option 6, there were more options, but these options were dark and seemed unable to be selected. Among them, Jiang Liushi saw the biological laboratory. Option 10. Open the biological laboratory and add materials to develop gene evolution fluid. It can be used to evolve the host's genes and greatly enhance physical fitness. Required to open, 2 first-level mutant crystal nuclei. When Jiang Liushi saw the option of biological laboratory, his eyes suddenly lit up. Developing genetic evolution fluid? To enhance your own physique? This is terrible. Jiang Liushi knows that after the end of the world, not only animals will mutate, but humans will also mutate. Although he has a base vehicle, his main body is his biggest weakness. If his main body dies, everything will be over. To the extent that Jiang Liushi didn't dare to get off the car. And if he had the genetic evolution fluid, he himself would become even stronger. This will naturally greatly enhance combat effectiveness. This biological laboratory must be opened. But I need 2 first-level mutant crystal cores, and I only have 1 now. Just killing this first-level mutant wild boar has cost him half his life. As for 2, Jiang Liushi doesn't dare to think about it now. He needs to become stronger. First the base vehicle must evolve, and then he himself will become stronger. In this torturous end of the world, Jiang Liushi has too many things to do. Forget about the biological laboratory. Now enable the previous function. The first one is to upgrade the fuel tank. It is so necessary. Now the base vehicle has too little fuel capacity. A 10 cubic meter fuel tank, loaded with 8 or 9 tons of gasoline, will give you confidence whether you are in a ramming or using weapons. Otherwise, if you run out of fuel in the middle of a fight with mutant beasts, it would be such an unfair death. The second one is the storage space. Jiang Lushi was also envious. Now the base vehicle did not have enough space and many things could not be loaded, such as the mutant wild boar meat. It would be a pity if it could not be loaded. Moreover, the storage space could also keep things fresh. With it, it would be a mobile granary. As for improving the strength of armor and bulletproof glass, turning on the automatic material absorption function, upgrading weapons, and unlocking new weapons, Jiang Lushi was envious of them all. Jiang Lushi felt that even adding a simple function like a robotic arm was necessary. Without a robotic arm, Jiang Lushi was worried just about moving the mutant wild boar meat. How could he move such a big thing weighing 10 tons? However, he could only choose one. The choice is too difficult. Jiang Lushi thought about it and finally restrained his desire with reason. He chose the first option, increasing the fuel tank capacity. With a space tank, a large amount of gasoline can be stored. There are many other upgrades, some of which are for convenience, and some of which are for improving the combat effectiveness of base vehicles. The first one, the space fuel tank, is directly related to Jiang Lushi's current life. The base vehicle must be repaired in the shortest possible time. The gasoline demand of 1,200 L exceeds the current upper limit of the fuel tank. In addition, many subsequent combat functions of the base vehicle require the support of an extra-large capacity fuel tank. Without oil, everything is in vain. Jiang Lushi gritted his teeth and pressed the first option. Drop. With a slight sound, the starseed prompt sounded. Selected, upgrade the fuel tank. Upgrading requires 100 kilograms of steel. Upgrade time, 2 hours. Fuck. Jiang Lushi's eyes widened, and he really wanted to kick the control panel. We still need steel, we still need your sister. He thought he could upgrade by simply clicking, but it turned out that having a mutant crystal core was only the most basic condition for the evolution of division, and he still had to find the materials. Well, how can you upgrade a fuel tank without steel? But where can we find steel now? There were several vans and large trucks around Jiang Lushi. These vehicles are made of steel, but how to remove the steel and move it into the base vehicles is a big problem. If the base vehicle had activated option 3 and could automatically absorb materials, Jiang Lu wouldn't have to move the materials. He could just extend the absorber and absorb the steel on the trucks. But now, Jiang Lushi certainly couldn't waste this precious first evolution on turning on the automatic absorption function just to save trouble. Must find steel to upgrade fuel tanks. But this mutant wild boar meat. Chapter 21, Waste is the Greatest Crime. Jiang Lushi took a look at the huge mutant wild boar on the ground and felt reluctant to let it go. This mutated wild boar meat can stay fresh for a month in a hot and humid environment of 30 degrees. If you don't take it away, it will all be wasted. Moreover, Xinzhong said that mutant beast meat can not only be used as material for the development of genetic evolution fluid in biological laboratories, but even if it is just eaten, it can slowly improve physical fitness. Without a biological laboratory, Jiang Lushi can make a stir-fried meat and have a big meal, which is also a very pleasant thing. If you strengthen your physique, at least you can save some effort when moving those hundreds of kilograms of steel. Jiang Lushi grew up in an average family, and with both his parents dead, he and his sister sold their house and lived on each other. He was used to a frugal life, and asking him to waste so much mutant beast meat was simply heartbreaking. No, even if there is no storage space, I have to take this wild boar away. Jiang Lushi made up his mind that this mutant wild boar was a great treasure. When the end of the world comes, gold and silver become scrap metal, and paper money is not as good as toilet paper. The only thing people should use to exchange things with each other should be food. Humans will soon discover the value of this mutant meat. Eating it can strengthen one's physique, which is incredible. Compared with zombies, ordinary people are too weak. Once they are targeted, it is difficult for them to escape. In this case, the survival rate of people with good physique is naturally greatly improved. In addition, this mutant meat is easy to store and can be stored for several months in autumn and winter. It should become a hard currency more precious than food. Waste is the biggest crime. If you can't take it away, you have to take it away by force. Jian Lushi was determined to get rid of the wild boar, but the base vehicle had limited space, and there was no way a 10-ton beast could fit in it. Jian Lushi then set his sights on a small van not far away. This truck looks very old. How good can a truck running on such a rural dirt road be? It is probably about to be scrapped. Jian Lushi ran to the van, looked around, and pulled the door. As expected, it was locked. Jian Lushi thought for a moment, and turned around and went into the ruins of the boiled fish restaurant. Jian Lushi guessed that the driver was probably hungry and got off the car to eat boiled fish, but the end of the world came and he died. The key should be hanging on the driver, but looking at the ruins, it is already a bloody mess. It has been bitten by zombies, and the base vehicle and the mutant wild boars have made it look terrible. Minced meat, blood, and mud are everywhere. It is very challenging to find a key here. Jian Lushi thought about it and decided to give up. He found a wrench from the relatively intact auto repair shop next to him and smashed it on the windshield of the small box truck. Crash! With a series of shattering noises, the windshield was completely shattered. Then, Jian Lushi climbed in through the front window of the car. Once the windshield was broken, it would break into small particles that would not hurt the hands. Climbing into a small van was no big deal for Jian Lushi. Jian Lushi sat in the cab, pulled the handbrake, and pulled out a 9-meter-long tow rope from the cab. Haha, sure enough. This kind of tow rope is usually equipped on most cars, especially a shabby van like this that may break down at any time. How could it be without a tow rope? Jian Lushi immediately attached the broken van to his base vehicle. Jian Lushi turned to the back of the van again. The back door of the van was not locked, but just buckled. Because it was empty, it saved Jian Lushi a lot of trouble. Okay, we can get started. Jian Lushi looked at the huge wild boar. This was a huge project. Of course he couldn't move such a big wild boar, so he had to cut the boar meat into pieces. Jian Lushi put the dagger on his waist, went to the repair shop to find a fire axe and a hacksaw, and started repairing. Jian Lushi often participated in physical exercise when he was in college, so he was in good physical condition. He aimed at the wild boar's neck and chopped it down with an axe. The wild boar weighs about 10 tons, so take as much as you can. What surprised Jian Lushi was that after he took away the crystal core of the mutant wild boar, the wild boar meat seemed to become easier to split. Even the originally tough wild boar meat became tender. Not to mention a hacksaw, a dagger could cut it. It was not much more difficult than cutting real pork. Brother Jiang! Brother Jiang! At this moment, Jian Lushi suddenly heard Wen Xiutian's shouting in the base car. There was panic in his shouting. How could he not be panicked? He fainted and woke up to see that the prefabricated house in front of him had become a ruin. Even the bulletproof glass of the base vehicle had exploded. Jian Lushi was missing, and he didn't know what had happened to him. I am here! Jian Lushi shouted, and Wen Xiutian heaved a sigh of relief when she heard the voice. Jian Lushi was fine, but what about the mutant wild boar? Was it hit by the base vehicle? Wen Xiutian unbuckled her seat belt and staggered out of the base vehicle. However, when she saw the scene outside the base vehicle, she was completely stunned. She saw Jian Lushi holding a fire axe and chopping at the mutant wild boar again and again, but the mutant wild boar was not even twitching and was obviously dead. Wen Xiutian had seen the horror of that mutant wild boar before. It rushed forward and swept through everything. The row of prefabricated houses was not much stronger than a cardboard box in front of it. Its roar made her heart stop. Such a mutant wild boar actually died. Of course, Wen Xiutian would not be so naive as to think that the mutant wild boar was killed by Jian Lushi with an axe. Then was it hit by a car? This car. Wen Xiutian looked back at the base vehicle that had been severely damaged. This car was really amazing. Brother Jiang, what are you doing? Wen Xiutian asked. Take the meat. All this wild boar meat is edible. Jian Lushi did not explain the effects of the mutant beast meat, and Wen Xiutian did not ask much. She just said, I'll help. It is not easy to cut all the meat from such a big wild boar. With Wen Xiutian's help, it will be much faster. At this time, Wen Xiaotian had a large cut on her forehead, which was covered in blood. She looked a little pitiful, but Jiang Lushi hesitated for a moment and still agreed. The wild boar meat must be cleaned up as soon as possible. Although there are few people in this place, there is no guarantee that there will be wandering zombies. Jiang Lushi took a bandage from the storage room to bandage Wen Xiaotian. The two of them cut off large pieces of meat again and again. The bright red and lean wild boar meat looked darker in color than the best beef. A piece weighed dozens of kilograms and was absolutely good meat. The two men carried hundreds of large pieces of meat onto the truck little by little. Jiang Lushi even carried a lot of the last pig bones and stuffed them into the truck. After this job, Jiang Lushi and Wen Xiaotian were exhausted. Fortunately, no zombies came from the beginning to the end of cutting the mutant wild boar, otherwise avoiding zombies would have been a headache. Jiang Lushi returned to the base vehicle and lay on the sofa, gasping for breath. Although he was exhausted after a life-and-death battle, his heart was full of joy. This end of the world might be fucked up, but he had a Starseed base vehicle and could still make a living. Chapter 22: Bang on the Road. After the battle with the mutant wild boar and the cutting of the wild boar meat, Jiang Lushi and Wen Xiaotian were extremely hungry. At this time, Jiang Lushi was lying on the sofa, not wanting to move a finger. But Wen Xiaotian was diligent. Although she was very tired, she still cooked a meal very carefully. She used the peppers from the boiled fish restaurant and made a plate of boiled pork slices and stir-fried meat. All the meat was from mutant wild boars. Before the stir-fried dishes were served, Jiang Lushi could already smell the strong aroma of meat, which was really appetizing. Just by the smell, Jiang Lushi guessed that this mutant wild boar meat must taste good. In fact, when Jiang Lushi was cutting wild boar meat before, he didn't smell any fishy smell. Instead, he felt that the raw meat was fragrant. This led him to speculate about the mutant wild boar meat. Now, most of his guesses have been confirmed, and Jiang Lushi is drooling. I haven't had a proper meal for more than a week since I confirmed the end of the world is approaching. Now I'm starving. How can I not be greedy? However, Jiang Lushi waited patiently until Wen Xiaotian finished cooking the last dish, the bright red braised pork, which had been simmered for 40 minutes. He opened the pot, poured the red soup that had been cooked in advance on it, picked up a piece of pork, and paired it with the fragrant rice that had just come out of the pot. It was so delicious that nothing could be better than this. Jiang Lushi took a bite with great relish, thinking that it was the most delicious thing he had ever eaten in his life. Great! I thought that after the end of the world, even if I didn't starve, I would have to eat biscuits and instant noodles every day, which would be a rip-off. But I didn't expect that there would be such delicious food. If I could become stronger, then this end of the world wouldn't seem so bad. Jiang Lushi was thinking about it when he suddenly felt a warm feeling in his stomach, and there seemed to be an imperceptible heat current flowing to his limbs. Jiang Lushi's heart moved. He understood that this should be the so-called energy to enhance physical fitness. But this enhancement was not that obvious. Jiang Lushi glanced at Wen Xiaotian, and saw that Wen Xiaotian completely disregarded her ladylike image at this time. She ate the braised pork with big mouthfuls while dodging her tongue quickly to avoid being scalded by the soup. She was eating so deliciously. Judging from Wen Xiaotian's expression, she didn't know about it in advance, so she obviously didn't realize the warm feeling after eating the mutant wild boar meat. It seems that although eating mutant beast meat can enhance physical fitness, it must be extremely slow. It takes a long time to have a little effect. But in this apocalypse, mutant beasts are so powerful that it is not easy to hunt one. Ordinary people can't even afford food, so how can they have the opportunity to eat mutant beast meat? This kind of thing that needs to be eaten for a long time to enhance physical fitness is probably just a thought for them. It's useless. Jiang Lushi quickly thought of this, and at this time, Wen Xiaotian also found that Jiang Lushi was looking at her. Her pretty face turned red, and she immediately felt embarrassed for her poor eating manners just now. Wen Xiaotian inevitably developed a liking for Jiang Lushi, a young man who saved her life and was a very kind person. Although she did not expect to have more interactions with Jiang Lushi in the future, she still cared a lot about her image. Therefore, Wen Xiaotian quietly changed her strategy for dealing with the food. She resisted the urge to eat the braised pork in one bite and ate it in small bites. Jiang Lushi found it funny and thought Wen Xiaotian was quite cute sometimes. You are very familiar with the roads nearby, right? Yes, I'm quite familiar with it, Wen Xiaotian said after wiping his mouth. I want to go somewhere, and I need you to lead the way. Good. The base vehicle was seriously damaged in the battle with the mutant wild boar. This is what Jiang Lushi is most worried about. The base vehicle must be repaired as soon as possible. To repair the base vehicle, 1,200 liters of gasoline, 200 kilograms of steel, 100 kilograms of copper, 30 kilograms of high molecular organic plastics, and 200 kilowatt-hours of electricity are needed, which is 200 degrees Celsius. All these things need to be collected. As for the materials for upgrading the base vehicle, it is simple, just 100 kilograms of steel is enough. It's really a rip-off. Whether it's before or after the apocalypse, repairing a good car is damn expensive. Jiang Lushi drove the base vehicle, towing a small box of cargo, along the country road. Towing is a technical job. Normally, the towed vehicle requires a driver because a safe distance must be maintained. When going downhill, if the car behind you is running faster than the car in front, you must brake in time, otherwise you will rear-end the car. And you can't brake too hard. If the distance is too long and exceeds the length of the tow rope, it will be a tragedy. The tow rope has a maximum load-bearing capacity, and it will break after just a few pulls. Jiang Lushi obviously did not have such conditions. Wen Xiaotian did not know how to step on the brakes, and even Jiang Lushi himself did not know how to do it. Only a professional driver could handle this. So Jiang Lushi simply ignored it and towed the car from behind. No one stepped on the brakes, so there was no problem of the tow rope breaking. As for rear-end collision, what can I do? Just crash into it. So, on this rural road with extremely poor road conditions, it is easy to bang! There was a loud bang at the rear of the car, and the base vehicle shook violently. The wild boar meat weighed at least 5 or 6 tons after the skin and bones were shaved, and plus the weight of the van, the collision was certainly not light. But fine. Let's keep driving. Jiang Lushi didn't bother to pay attention. The base vehicle couldn't withstand the impact of the mutant wild boar, let alone the rear-end collision of a broken van like you. Therefore, the damage level of the base vehicle has always been level 3.5, with no change at all. But this truck was in a terrible state, with its front completely dented, and maybe even the engine had problems. Jiang Lushi didn't bother to care about these things. As long as the 6 wheels could turn and the steel frame wasn't falling apart, it was fine. However, towing such a big thing, the gasoline consumption was of course much greater. Originally, Jiang Lushi only had 20 liters of gasoline left. Jiang Lushi collected gasoline wherever he went. This remote area was not targeted by the army or the survivors, and most of the cars that were abandoned along the way still had a lot of gas. Before, in front of the boiled fish store, several trucks, including small vans, contributed 200 liters of gasoline to Jiang Lushi. Along the way, Jiang Lushi got out of every car he saw. He felt like he was about to become a gas thief, who specialized in stealing gasoline from cars and was hated by everyone. Jiang Lushi used the crowbar he got from the auto repair shop to pry open the fuel tank cap, then used a rubber tube to suck the fuel tank. He then put the other end of the tube into a large gasoline barrel that Jiang Lushi also got from the auto repair shop, and used the siphon principle to drain the fuel tank to the bottom. This is a technical job. If you use too much force, you will end up sucking in a mouthful of gasoline. But it's the end of the world, what else can one ask for? Jiang Lushi only hopes to upgrade the fuel tank as soon as possible, go to an abandoned gas station, and fill it with 8 or 9 tons of gasoline, so that he won't have to worry about this matter again. Time and again, Jiang Lushi felt like his mouth was cramping from sucking. Trucks were better, as he could suck out 70 or 80 liters from one truck if he was lucky. The car was in a bad situation. I had to use a lot of effort to pry open the fuel tank cap. Because the fuel tank is located low and the height difference is small, it is not easy to siphon the fuel. I have to use an empty bucket to barely collect a little. After a lot of trouble, I only got about 20 to 30 liters. In the end, Jiang Lushi turned over the fuel tanks of countless cars and finally got 6 large barrels of gasoline, which should be enough. It's so fucking tiring, even harder than decomposing a mutant wild boar. This thing, if you do it this way once, if you do it again, you will definitely die. Chapter 23 Fuel Tank Upgrade. On the way, Jiang Lusher passed by a large hardware store and got a diesel generator and a large barrel of diesel from it. Wen Xiaotian also told Jiang Lusher the location of this hardware store. The hardware store is a treasure trove. Jiang Lusher got a bunch of tools such as hammers, scissors, electric drills, etc., and moved them all to the base vehicle and the small truck. Even the severely deformed cab of the small truck was filled with them. The extremely limited space made Jiang Lusher realize that upgrading the base vehicle space became imperative. There are so many things that need to be upgraded. Where can I find so many mutant crystal cores? A mutant wild boar almost lost its life. Along the way, Jiang Lusher also encountered some wandering zombies. Although the base vehicle was broken, it was only a problem with instantaneous acceleration. It was not a problem to just hit and kill some ordinary zombies. In this way, Jiang Lusher spent a whole day and finally arrived at his destination. This is a 3-story black building that looks a bit old. It is located in the center of a large courtyard of several thousand square meters. The courtyard is surrounded by concrete walls with broken glass on the top to prevent climbing. The gate is about 6 or 7 meters wide, enough for 2 cars to drive side by side. It is a heavy iron door that is slightly dilapidated. There are spear-like iron spikes on the top of the iron door, which makes it look quite guarded. For this remote area, such a large iron gate, such a wide yard, and a 3-story building are all considered quite majestic buildings. When the end of the world came, this place became empty. The iron sign at the door fell down slightly and swayed slightly in the wind, making a creaking sound. Jiang Lusher saw clearly the 7 big words on the sign. For one scrap recycling station. There are some small words at the end: second-hand building materials, scrap cars, steel, copper, aluminum, plastics, waste paper. According to Wen Xiaotian, this is the largest waste recycling station in the vicinity, which is also a company called Fuwang Renewable Resources Recycling and Environmental Protection Company, Limited. The name, which combines the rustic with the high-sounding, makes people feel a little out of place, but it can be used to establish a company, so this recycling station is of a certain scale, which is why Jiang Lusher chose this place. Jiang Lusher stopped the base vehicle and pressed the button. The tow rope at the back automatically disconnected. After all, he didn't know what the situation was in the scrap recycling station. He couldn't bring a van with him as a burden when fighting. The door was ajar, and Jiang Lusher stepped on the accelerator and pushed it open. This large yard of thousands of square meters is filled with various renewable resources. Next to these resources, there is also a forklift. Ding ding ding. Jiang Lusher pressed the horn directly. Zombies will be attracted by the sound. There are not many people living in this area of 7 or 8 miles, so it will not attract more zombies. It will only lead those in the recycling station building out. It is convenient and safe. Sure enough, as the whistle sounded, a low roar was heard from the black building soon, and more than a dozen zombies appeared. As soon as they appeared, they rushed towards Jiang Lusher's base vehicle frantically. There were no mutant beasts. Jiang Lusher breathed a sigh of relief. If a mutant beast appeared, Jiang Lusher could only run away immediately, leaving behind a box of mutant wild boar meat, which would be enough for the mutant beast to eat. Although the base vehicle's instantaneous acceleration system was damaged, it was still able to accelerate slowly. When the road conditions were good, it could accelerate to a speed of 150 kilometers per hour, and it was still possible to leave behind ordinary mutant beasts. "I'll give you a ride." Seeing the zombies rushing towards him, Jiang Lusher stepped on the accelerator. Boom, boom, boom. Just like a bowling ball knocking over the pins, more than a dozen zombies were knocked to the ground, and some were directly crushed to death on the pile of waste. Jiang Lusher was very careful. He drove the base vehicle back and forth several times to make sure that every zombie was killed. He then honked the horn for 5 minutes to make sure that no new zombies appeared before getting out of the vehicle. Wen Xiaotian, go stand guard at the gate. If you get tired, go to the small building to rest. There shouldn't be any zombies there. Ah? Then you repair the car, Jiang Lusher said briefly. Jiang Lusher didn't want Wen Xiaotian to see the process of repairing and upgrading the base vehicle, so he sent her away. Wen Xiaotian blinked her big eyes and asked, "Repair the car? This rich young man also knows how to repair cars?" But if you think about it carefully, Jiang Lushi can transform an old minibus into such an awesome one. He must be a car enthusiast. He even hired a team to complete the transformation of this minibus. A young rich second generation with such skills and the ability to play with machinery is a talent. When Xiaotian knew that Jiang Lushi had bought a lot of tools from the auto repair shop and the hardware store, and he might really be able to complete the car repair on his own. When Xiaotian, I need some quiet time to repair the car. I also need to think about some modifications. Please don't disturb me. It may take more than a day. Bring some food and don't starve. If anything happens, just call my name. Jiang Lushi gave an instruction and drove the base vehicle into a carport of about 100 square meters, while Wen Xiaotian obediently went to stand guard at the door. This recycling station has everything. When Jiang Lushi saw something he liked, he moved it to the carport. Carrying hundreds of kilograms of steel, copper, plastic, etc. is much easier than collecting gasoline or cutting up a 10-ton mutant boar. Jiang Lushi needs to upgrade the fuel tank first, and then repair the base vehicle. He first spotted some construction scaffolding in the scrap recycling station and planned to use it as steel. However, there were a lot of cement residues on these second-hand scaffoldings, which made Jiang Lushi very dissatisfied. As for some scrap steel, a lot of it is rusted, but there are some dismantled machine tools, which are all made of good steel, but they are stained with engine oil and can still be used after cleaning. As for copper, it was even harder to find. Jiang Lushi only found some copper hot pots, which was obviously not enough. However, after Jiang Lushi explored the warehouse and pried open the door, he was shocked to find that there were a large number of brand new building materials in this scrap recycling warehouse. Large bundles of new black and blue steel bars, aluminum alloy building materials, rolls of copper wires, cast copper pipes, brand new PPR plastic pipes, and PVC drainage pipes. These are all top-quality steel, copper, and water pipes. Are you calling these things waste? Jiang Lushi was stunned for a while before he realized that sometimes some construction units would steal some building materials when contracting a building, secretly transport them away and sell them, and the scrap recycling station would act as a middleman, handling these shady things for them and making a fortune from it. This is a good deal for Jiang Lushi, as he can use the best materials instead of the inferior ones. Jiang Lushi was very excited. He was like a hard-working squirrel, busy carrying materials to his nest. This base vehicle will be both his combat base and his safest home in the future. Soon, all the materials were collected and Starseed began scanning and transformation. First, upgrade the fuel tank. Soon after, the roar of the diesel generator sounded. Jiang Lushi connected the power supply and began to repair the base vehicle. The sun rises and sets, and the whole day passes just like that. When Jiang Lushi woke up, the modification of the base vehicle had been completed. The brand new base vehicle has been restored to its original state. The appearance of the fuel tank looks unchanged, but there is an additional 10 cubic meters of space inside. After filling it with fuel, there is no need to worry about gasoline problems anymore. Chapter 24. This is not a minibus, it is a sports car. The fuel tank has been upgraded. The fuel storage capacity is 10 cubic meters. It is equipped with an automatic fuel extraction device. The host can transmit fuel extraction information to the Starseed. Drop. With a slight sound, the internal structure plan of the new fuel tank appeared in front of Jiang Lushi. Jiang Lushi discovered that not only the fuel tank capacity had been upgraded, but also the engine's fuel injectors, fuel inlet pipes, and air intake pipes had all been upgraded. Originally, a small capacity fuel tank could not withstand large amounts of gasoline consumption, but now there is no need to worry about this problem. With the upgraded fuel tank, the high horsepower engine equipped on the base vehicle can be better supported. Jiang Lushi was particularly surprised by the automatic oil extraction device. With it, he no longer had to work hard to extract oil with a straw. The fuel tank upgrade was completed, and Jiang Lushi couldn't wait to try it out. He picked up an oil barrel with little oil left and placed it at the fuel tank opening. Without even pressing a button, Jiang Lushi used his mind to convey the order to extract oil to Xingzhou. With a light click sound, the fuel tank port opened automatically, and then a metal tube stretched out from it. It was unknown what material the metal tube was made of, but it could be freely extended and change direction. Jiang Lushi looked at the top of the metal tube and found that in addition to a claw that could be opened and closed, there was also a device flashing with light, which seemed to be a detector. The detector turned and then aimed at the oil barrel. Then the metal tube extended towards the oil barrel. In just a moment, the little oil in the barrel was sucked away. This oil pipe can not only suck oil from the oil barrel, but also connect to the gas pump at the gas station. All operations can be completed in Jiang Lushi's mind. Jiang Lushi's mind moved, and he controlled the metal tube to extend further. After experiments, Jiang Lushi determined that the longest telescopic distance of the metal tube was 10 meters. If there were obstacles in the middle, this distance would be shortened a lot. But Jiang Lushi was already very satisfied with the result, which meant that he could refuel without getting out of the car in the future. This is much more convenient and safer. After all, in a doomsday environment, getting out of the car to get oil often involves huge risks. If it is in a place like a gas station in the city, it is even more dangerous. If you are not careful, you will be surrounded by zombies. The base vehicle has been renovated and is ready to set off to find Jiang Zhuiying. Before the end of the world, Jiang Lushi had been completing the transformation of the base vehicle. It had just been completed when the end of the world came. The journey to Jinling City had been delayed for a long time due to various things that happened along the way because they had been taking the small paths. Jiang Lushi was very anxious and didn't know what had happened to Jiang Zhuiying. First, find the oil and fill up the new tank, then go find Xiaoying. Jiang Lushi opened the car door and jumped into the base vehicle. Boom! The door of the garage was violently knocked open by Jiang Lushi. It seems the acceleration system works better. Jiang Lushi didn't use the instantaneous collision function just now, but once he stepped on the accelerator, the acceleration was still much faster. Jiang Lushi felt that he was not driving a minibus at all, but a sports car. Various speed and direction changes are very flexible. With a large capacity fuel tank, all the previously suppressed performance of the base vehicle have been unlocked. Of course, correspondingly, gasoline consumption has reached a new level. Even in the state of fuel-efficient driving, it is also 35 L per 100 kilometers. This fuel consumption sounds high, but compared with the performance of the base vehicle in all aspects, it is simply too fuel-efficient. Of course, the premise is not to activate the collision function, air cannon, etc. No matter what, Jiang Lushi is now really driving a gas guzzler. It's a gas guzzler, but its fighting power is the most important. If you can find a gas station that hasn't been robbed, you can fill up the tank at once and run nearly 30,000 kilometers. That's equivalent to 3/4 of a circle around the Earth's equator. A big fuel tank means you can be willful. Ding ding ding. Jiang Lushi blew the whistle in front of the black building. Soon, when Xiaotian, who was hiding in the building, ran out. Her hair was a little messy and her eyes were a little sleepy. She was obviously not awake yet. She ran out in a hurry. After seeing Jiang Lushi, when Xiaotian stuck out her tongue and felt a little embarrassed. But soon, her attention shifted to the base vehicle. The front of the original base vehicle was badly damaged, and one could almost see the shape of a wild boar's head. Now, the dented front face and bumper have been repaired, and it looks no different from before. Isn't this car repair technology too amazing? Automotive sheet metal work is not an easy job. Although when Xiaotian doesn't quite understand the details, she knows that this is at least a job that only professional and skilled workers can do. Jiang Lushi, a rich second generation, actually accomplished it by himself? The most incredible thing is, even the windshield was repaired. You can do sheet metal work on cars, but how did you restore the half-broken windshield to its original state? Not to mention that this scrap recycling station also accepts windshields from minibuses. Get in the car! Jiang Lushi said. When Xiaotian got on the bus in a daze. She had heard Jiang Lushi say that he wanted to repair the bus, so she thought it would be good enough if Jiang Lushi didn't just put a few iron patches on the already shabby-looking minibus. She didn't expect that it could be repaired into this state. It was too exaggerated. So as soon as she got in the car, when Xiaotian stared at the windshield, she couldn't help her curiosity and asked in a low voice, "This glass? Glass? Oh." Jiang Lushi coughed dryly and lied with his eyes open. "I put a spare piece in the storage box under the car." Spare? When Xiaotian widened her eyes. She had heard of people bringing spare tires, but had never heard of people bringing spare windshields. This is too outrageous. Of course, no matter how imaginative Wen Xiaotian was, she would never have thought that Jiang Liusher's base vehicle was actually a completely black technology with a self-repair function. Although she felt something was wrong, she had no choice but to accept Jiang Liusher's explanation. The town ahead is my home. If you're looking for a gas station, there's one in town. Jiang Liusher passed through remote areas and country roads along the way. Of course, it was impossible for a gas station to be opened on a small village road. Now, Jiang Liusher will finally encounter the first gas station. Finally, there is a gas station. The gas stations on the highway have long been controlled by the military. When the end of the world comes, gasoline, like food, is a very important supply. However, transportation in this rural town is very inconvenient, and there are a large number of zombies along the way. Jiang Liusher believes that it is impossible for the military forces to reach here in a short period of time. This gas station has great hope. After upgrading the fuel tank, the high fuel consumption performance of the base vehicle in all aspects will be unlocked, and refilling gasoline is imminent. Chapter 25 Biker Gang. The straight country road has only 2 narrow lanes. There are old locust trees planted on both sides of the road. These old trees have been growing for decades, and each one is tall and strong. Every summer, the place is full of snow-white locust flowers. Then a large number of beekeepers come here to release bees and sell honey on both sides of the road. Unfortunately, now that the end of the world is approaching, such a scene will never happen again. On both sides of the road, Jiang Liusher also saw several abandoned and dilapidated beehives. Several abandoned vehicles were parked on the road, and the people in them had long disappeared. This is the small town where Wen Xiaotian lives. There are only 2 crossroads in the center of the entire town, which can be said to be a palm-sized place. All commercial shops, small restaurants, rural credit cooperatives, etc. are gathered on these intersecting roads. Squeak. There was a slight brake sound, and a minibus stopped at an intersection. Then, bang! With a loud bang, the small cargo box pulled by the minibus came into close contact with the minibus, causing the minibus to shake violently. Wen Xiaotian's body swayed, and she looked at the situation at the rear of the car with some uneasiness. She had been pulling a small van, and had no idea how many times the car had rear-ended another car. Was it really okay to be hit like this? Jiang Liusher sat in the driver's seat and looked around. There is a noodle restaurant next to the intersection. There are several cars parked in a crisscross pattern on the road. One of the cars has crashed into a lamppost, with its front face completely dented. The broken windshield is covered with coagulated brown blood clots. No one knows whether the people in the car were killed directly or pulled out and eaten by zombies. My home is in the alley about 200 meters ahead, Wen Xiaotian said nervously as she approached her home. She felt uneasy. She almost did not sleep all night last night. Every time she woke up from a nightmare, she dreamed of her family members being eaten by zombies and becoming mutilated, or simply turning into zombies. Especially now that she has seen the tragic scene in her hometown, she is even more worried, and even feels afraid to go home. These scenes in front of her make her feel her heart is beating wildly. But home is just ahead. No matter how scared I am, I have to go back. However, Jiang Liusher did not start the car immediately, nor did he get out of the car. He just held the steering wheel, as if he was thinking about something. What happened? Wen Xiaotian asked Jiang Liusher anxiously. She originally thought that Jiang Liusher stopped by the noodle shop to collect food, but it seemed that was not the case. It's strange. Something is wrong with this town. Jiang Liusher seemed to be talking to himself. Huh! Wen Xiaotian was stunned, not knowing what was wrong with what Jiang Liusher said. It's too quiet. It's a small town. The population should be at least 30,000 to 40,000 people. The center of town is the most densely populated. There should be several thousand people gathered, but right now, there are very few zombies on the road. Jiang Liusher glanced over and could barely see a few zombies wandering in the distance. Logically, the commercial district of this town should be filled with zombies, if not thousands of them. It is not difficult to drive there by yourself, but it is a very bloody journey and a big challenge. Moreover, among so many zombies, there might be a mutant beast, which would make the danger level extremely high. This is not necessary in the current situation, but Jiang Lushi actually had a strange feeling in his heart. Yes. Before, when Xiaotian was too worried about her family and didn't notice the abnormality in the town for a while. Not only are there not many zombies, but the roads are not as congested as you might imagine. There shouldn't be many cars in your town, but the apocalypse came suddenly and car accidents happen frequently, so the roads should have been blocked. But now look, this highway is still usable. Although there are many abandoned vehicles on the road, they are basically parked on both sides of the road. Although a few vehicles are overturned in the middle of the road, the two sides are empty and can be easily bypassed. So, when Xiaotian also noticed what Jiang Lushi said, this road might have been cleared by someone. Could it be that the army is coming? A glimmer of hope suddenly appeared in her eyes. If that was the case, then the safety of her family would be somewhat guaranteed. I'm afraid not. Jiang Lushi shook his head. The National Army is not a cabbage. They are usually stationed in one place. After the end of the world, it would be good enough to be able to manage the big cities. How could they have the time to manage such a remote small town? That's right. The light in Wen Xiaotian's eyes dimmed again in disappointment. But she also knew that what Jiang Lushi said was correct, but she was just not rational enough at the moment. You'll understand once you get in. Jiang Lushi started the car at a slow speed, and was alert to his surroundings. The zombies were quite a distance away from the car. The starting and driving of the minibus did not make any loud noise and were not noticed by the zombies. The minibus slowly moved forward, like a camouflage that sneaked into the town, moving deeper and deeper without anyone noticing. However, Jiang Lushi didn't know that his car was now visible in the field of view of a handheld binoculars. Brother Zhang, someone is coming. A thin, dark-skinned young man who looked a bit like a monkey said with a grin. Maybe there's some money to be made. Oh? The man called Brother Zhang was a sturdy man wearing a tight vest. His muscles were prominent all over his body, a bit like a fitness trainer in the gym. He took the telescope and took a look. It was a shabby minibus. What made Brother Zhang laugh and cry the most was that the bus was towing an even shabbier container truck. The container truck was hit so badly that the front of the truck had been damaged countless times, and the paint had all fallen off. This broken car would be treated as scrap metal if it was sent to a used car recycling station. Why was it still towing it? You call this having money? I think you're out of your mind. I don't know where this country bumpkin came from. He's probably thinking of going to the army. He doesn't even want this broken car for free. Brother Zhang said unhappily. The skinny man looked flattering. Didn't brother you tell us to find gasoline and food? Although this car doesn't look good, it came from outside the town. There must be some life in the car. Maybe there are local specialties from the countryside. We have almost finished looting everything in the town. Brother you still wants us to find something. Grasshopper leg meat is also meat. What's more, maybe there is a country girl. The skinny man said this with an indescribable smile. Brother Zhang pondered for a moment, then got on a motorcycle. He waved behind him, and the skinny man hurriedly got on the back seat of the motorcycle with a steel pipe on his shoulder. He waved his hand behind him and shouted domineeringly, "Brothers, follow me!" Buzz! Motorcycles roared, 7 or 8 motorcycles, each carrying 2 or 3 people, a group of gangster-looking bikers, rushed towards the minibus like locusts. Chapter 26 Crazy Minibus. The base vehicle drove slowly. Turn left here, and drive a little further after entering this road, Wen Xiaotian said, pointing at the road. At this moment, Jiang Lushi suddenly turned the steering wheel, and the base vehicle, which was moving like a snail, suddenly turned to the side. Wen Xiaotian screamed in surprise, and her body swayed as the car turned. However, she was only startled by the sudden change as she was wearing a seat belt. Ha! A young man riding a motorcycle was stunned for a moment. He had just rushed out of an alley next to the base car and wanted to smash the car window from the side, but he didn't expect that although the young driver drove slowly, his reaction was quite fast. Moreover, the car changed direction too quickly. He was caught off guard and almost lost his balance, and fell down with the car. Woo woo woo! When Xiaotian just raised her head and heard the sound of engines coming from all around. She looked out the window and was surprised to see 7 or 8 motorcycles rushing out of the alleys and circling around their car. The young men on the motorcycles were either holding iron rods or axes, and it was obvious that they were not friendly. The motorcycle that almost fell over just now came around to the front, and the young man on the bike shouted in dissatisfaction. "Fuck it, stop the car!" "Brother Jiang." Wen Xiaotian looked at Jiang Lusher nervously. These people looked ferocious and didn't seem like good people. It was a good thing to meet survivors instead of zombies, but now Wen Xiaotian also felt scared. Jiang Lusher looked at these motorcycles silently. These people obviously had bad intentions, so how could he possibly stop? So after hearing what the young man said, Jiang Lusher did not show any intention of stopping the car. Seeing that the driver actually ignored him, the young man cursed, "Fuck," drove to the back with a whoosh, and said to Brother Zhang, "He won't stop." The skinny man behind Brother Zhang asked hurriedly, "Are there any girls?" "It seems there is one." "Hee hee." The skinny man immediately rubbed his hands. "Let him stop. He's dragging a broken box truck. Where else do you want to run? What do you think, Brother Zhang?" He did not forget to ask Brother Zhang for instructions. Brother Zhang nodded and said, "Go up and smash his glass. Be careful." "No problem," the young man responded. The 7 or 8 motorcycles suddenly started to move and approached the minibus. When Xiaotian watched a motorcycle approaching the window. Through the window, she saw the 3 young men on the motorcycle giving her an evil smile and shouting, and then there was a bang. The 2 young men sitting in the back smashed the car windows hard with steel pipes. "Ah!" When Xiaotian dodged instinctively. "Don't be afraid," Jiang Lusher said without even looking. How could bulletproof glass be broken by steel pipes? Compared with the strength of the mutant wild boars, their strength is not enough to show up. The 2 young men were not feeling well either. Not only did the smash fail to break the glass, but their steel pipes bounced back instead. The steel pipe fell out of one of their hands, and both of their arms were hurt by the shock. At this time, Jiang Lusher slowly stepped on the accelerator and began to accelerate. "What are these people doing?" When Xiaotian turned to look at them and asked in shock. "Robbery," Jiang Lusher said. "Robbery?" When Xiaotian widened her eyes. "Robbery at this time?" "It could also be about snatching girls," Jiang Lusher added. When Xiaotian was stunned, and then she tightened her collar involuntarily. Judging from the way those people looked at her, it was very likely. Jiang Lusher was ready to get rid of these bikers first. "Damn it! Stop the car now!" After suffering setbacks one after another, these bikers not only did not plan to give up, but started to get angry. Woo woo woo! Several more cars approached, this time they were closer to Jiang Lusher. In one of the cars, a young man stood up from the back seat, raised an axe, and looked at Jiang Lusher in the cab with a grin. Jiang Lusher frowned immediately, watching the car approaching. He listened to the values that Xingzhong kept reminding him of, and swung his gun again. With a bang, the man just raised the axe to chop over when he was hit directly by the minibus that swung suddenly. Both the motorcycle he was on lost balance, fell down and slid a long distance. The young man above fell to the ground, screaming like a ghost. "This driver is quite capable." Brother Zhang was stunned. He didn't expect that he came out to rob a small thief, but ended up running into a tough guy. But what's the use of having good driving skills? It's just a broken minibus. "Push forward! Blow his tire!" Brother Zhang shouted. The skinny guy behind him immediately took out a bag filled with various things that could puncture tires. All he had to do was go around to the front of the minibus and throw them to the ground. When the other motorcycles heard the shout of Brother Zhang, they also approached the minibus. However, before Brother Zhang and the others could do anything, the minibus suddenly turned a corner and headed back. Jiang Lusher looked at these locust-like bikers with a serious expression. Originally, he just wanted to get rid of them, but he didn't expect that they were like dogskin plasters. And the axe just now was clearly meant to kill him. These people are so cruel, so there is no need for him to show mercy. Seeing that the minibus actually turned around on its own initiative, Brother Zhang was stunned, not knowing what the young driver was going to do. What does he want to do? Leave the town? However, at this moment, Brother Zhang's pupils suddenly shrank. The minibus suddenly accelerated and drove straight towards him. The person on the motorcycle in front was holding an iron rod and screaming. Before he could react, he was hit by the minibus and flew away. Then the minibus continued to drive forward without stopping. Fuck! The other motorcycle suddenly realized something and hurriedly drove to the side, but this minibus, although very heavy and large, was more flexible in turning than a motorcycle. The minibus chased after it directly, and with another bang, it crashed the motorcycle and the person on it into the shop next to it. The loud noise and the screams of the bikers made the rest of the bikers tremble with fear and at the same time stunned. He hit 2 motorcycles in a row. This driver is so cruel. Immediately afterwards, the minibus retreated again and aimed at Brother Zhang's car again. Fuck! Brother Zhang's heart skipped a beat. This old minibus actually gave him the feeling of being stared at by a wild beast. The old front face that could be seen everywhere on the road was like a cold eye, which frightened him. Chapter 27, A Mess. Damn, this car is crazy. Brother Zhang was still thinking about how to deal with it, but when the minibus suddenly accelerated and rushed towards him, he didn't care about anything and rushed madly into the alley next to him. Hearing a sharp brake friction sound coming from the alley behind him, Brother Zhang looked back and looked at the front of the minibus with a feeling of disbelief. Brother Zhang, what should we do now? The skinny man still felt like he had survived a calamity, and he asked with a dry mouth. How the hell should I know? Brother Zhang cursed angrily. His heartbeat hasn't even returned to normal yet. Although this minibus is a big one, it is so broken and dragging a lot of stuff. Who would have thought it would perform so well? And the windshield was not broken even after 2 consecutive attempts. A total of 3 cars overturned, and the people on them are probably all dead. Even if they are not dead, they are seriously injured and cannot be treated at this time. I don't know how to tell Brother Yu about this. Seeing that the rest of the bikers had gone back into the alley, Jiang Lushi stepped on the brakes and stopped. Wen Xiaotian also had an expression of not yet reacting. After Jiang Lushi hit the first car, she closed her eyes tightly, but she roughly knew what happened afterwards by listening to the noise. Most of those who were hit were either dead or injured, but if they didn't do this, if she and Jiang Lushi fell into the hands of these biker gangs, their fate might be even more miserable than theirs. When Xiaotian turned her head and looked at Jiang Lushi, she saw that Jiang Lushi seemed to be calming down. He exhaled twice gently, then looked at her calmly. These people shouldn't appear again for a while. Where did you say your home is? Although Jiang Lushi has a good memory, he has no advantage in finding the way, especially on such an unfamiliar road. Under the guidance of Wen Xiaotian, Jiang Lushi drove the base vehicle to a yard and stopped at the gate. The courtyard wall is not high and the open space in the courtyard is not big. There are some flowers and plants planted in it. There is also a vegetable garden in the corner with a row of grey porous bricks and some chives planted in it, which are growing well. The floor was cement, and there was some moss and weeds growing against the wall from years of accumulated water. The low 2-story building was obviously built in the 1990s style, but the old windows were white, clean and shiny. This is my home, Wen Xiaotian said uneasily. She pinched her fingers a few times in confusion, then bit her lip, stood up from the passenger seat and walked to the car door. Wait a minute. Jiang Lushi called her and honked the horn twice. Beep beep. The horn of the base vehicle sounded very clear and bright, but not harsh. Jiang Lushi looked at the situation inside the small building through the windshield, and then looked around. No zombies appeared in other buildings. When the horn sounded, Wen Xiaotian's heart suddenly rose to her throat. She stared nervously at the security door of the small building, fearing that the door would suddenly vibrate, and some noise would come from behind. Jiang Lushi honked the horn several times in succession, but there was no unusual movement. He looked at Wen Xiaotian, signaling to her that she was safe and could get out of the car. Wen Xiaotian nodded nervously, took a deep breath, and finally mustered up the courage to open the car door, got out and walked into the yard. Jiang Lushi watched when Xiaotian walked to the door of her house. She took out the key to open the door. Her hands were shaking and it took her a while to open the door. Jiang Lushi could understand Wen Xiaotian's feelings very well. If it wasn't for safety reasons that required him to stay in the car, Jiang Lushi would have gone down to accompany her. But in this strange town, considering his and Wen Xiaotian's safety, it would be best for him to stay in the car. There are residential buildings all around, but there are no zombies. Even in this entire area, there are very few zombies. When Jiang Lushi was observing the surrounding buildings, he found bloodstains on some doors and windows. At this time, when Xiaotian had already come out of the house, she returned to the car with a confused expression. What happened? Jiang Lushi asked hurriedly. Just now he was also paying attention to what happened after when Xiaotian entered the house, but he only heard her calling her family members and didn't hear any other movement. Judging from Wen Xiaotian's appearance, it seems that the situation is not very good. There's no one at home, Wen Xiaotian said. The house was in a mess, with garbage all over the floor, the furniture had been moved, the refrigerator door was open, and all the food inside was gone. Maybe they escaped? Wen Xiaotian told Jiang Lushi what she saw, with a glimmer of hope in her heart. Jiang Lushi looked at the door. Although he didn't say anything, he felt it was unlikely. If he escaped under such circumstances, how could he lock the door so well, close all the windows, and draw the curtains? Besides, running away wouldn't mess up the house like that. Taking away food was normal, but what about moving furniture? Jiang Lushi was still analyzing Wen Xiaotian's words, but Wen Xiaotian's mind was obviously blank. After returning home and not finding her family, Wen Xiaotian was suddenly at a loss and didn't know what to do now. In fact, when she decided to come back, she had thought about the possibility of this situation, but when it really happened, she still felt at a loss. All the family members disappeared, and there was no note or anything left for her. There was no news at all. Wen Xiaotian, Jiang Lushi suddenly spoke. You just said what was lost on the sofa? Wen Xiaotian was stunned for a moment, then said, quilt or something. Apart from these, what else is there on the ground? Jiang Lushi asked. Wen Xiaotian didn't know why Jiang Lushi asked this, so she said, I've looked at it all, my family didn't leave anything for me. It's not for you. Look around here, there are very few zombies, and the house has its doors closed and windows drawn, so it's very likely that someone is still living there. There's a quilt on the sofa, maybe because someone is sleeping there. If there's still household garbage in the house, that would be even more likely. Jiang Lushi expressed his speculation. He made this inference after analyzing many details. Otherwise, he would not have said such things casually and given Wen Xiaotian unnecessary hope. As Jiang Lushi spoke, Wen Xiaotian's eyes widened. Jiang Lushi said, You can go and have a look again to confirm whether it is the situation I mentioned. Before she finished speaking, Wen Xiaotian had already gotten out of the car, much faster than before. Chapter 28. Are you kidding me? After Wen Xiaotian's repeated confirmation, Jiang Lushi's speculation was indeed correct. With Jiang Lushi's hint, Wen Xiaotian soon discovered many signs of life in the house, including buckets in the bathroom, food scraps in the garbage bag, and even many footprints on the floor. Wen Xiaotian was very impressed by Jiang Lushi's insight. He didn't even get out of the car, but he was able to analyze such an important thing just by listening to her description. What should we do now? Wen Xiaotian was excited knowing that her family might still be alive. She was usually a girl with strong opinions, otherwise she wouldn't have made up her mind and asked Jiang Lushi to take her back. But now she was nervous, and it was Jiang Lushi who made the right decisions along the way that allowed them to arrive safely. So even though her family might be right in front of her, Wen Xiaotian still felt that she should ask Jiang Lushi for his opinion on what to do. Just wait here. Jiang Lushi looked around. This place was relatively safe, so he put the seat back, lay down on his back, and began to rest with his eyes closed. He had been driving all this time, and although he had rested at night, he still felt a little tired. Wen Xiaotian must be unable to sleep, so it was just right for her to stand guard. In fact, even if Wen Xiaotian wasn't on guard, there wouldn't be much of a problem. As long as the doors of the base vehicle were locked, it would become a weakened mobile fortress. Ordinary zombies, or even mutant beasts, would not be able to knock over or destroy the base vehicle in an instant, and Jiang Lushi had enough time to react. Wen Xiaotian looked at Jiang Lushi lying on his back and found that his breathing soon became even and long. He really fell asleep, Wen Xiaotian said in her heart. She felt that Jiang Lushi didn't seem to be afraid. No matter what happened, he was firmly carrying out his plan. He was a very calm person. But I guess it's impossible not to be afraid at all. Wen Xiaotian kept looking around, feeling as if her family would come out of an alley at any second. More than an hour later, Jiang Lushi suddenly opened his eyes. As he sat up, the driver's seat returned to its original state. It seems someone is coming. The sound of footsteps came from an alley on the left. After the end of the world, Jiang Liushi's sleep became very shallow, and he was actually awake, but was just continuing to rest. With his eyes closed, he became more sensitive to the sounds around him. Yes. When Xiaotian also became nervous all of a sudden. She heard the voice too. When Xiaotian bit her lip and looked at the alley with her heart beating faster. Jiang Liushi put his hands on the steering wheel, with a hint of vigilance in his eyes. Who knows if the biker gang we encountered before will make a comeback? This place is not peaceful. The footsteps were getting closer and closer, and they were very chaotic. I guess there were quite a few people. When Xiaotian was extremely nervous and anxious. Soon, a dozen men and women walked out quickly from the alley. As they walked, they looked carefully to the left, right and behind. Some of them were carrying bags and backpacks, while the rest were carrying various weapons, such as steel bars. These people, young and old, looked like ordinary people. Seeing these people coming out, when Xiaotian rushed to the car window and quickly scanned their faces, identifying them one by one. She first showed an anxious and disappointed look. Why not? Then she suddenly stretched her neck and her eyes widened. Lulu! Lulu! When Xiaotian waved her hands excitedly. Following her line of sight, Jiang Liushi saw a girl who looked somewhat similar to her, but younger, with a ponytail, a dirty face, a gray jacket, a canvas bag on her back, and an iron rod in her hand. She looked very tired. When Xiaotian waved desperately from behind the car window, but for a moment she forgot that the window was not visible from the outside. Those people were walking towards this side, and were stunned when they saw the car. When Jiang Liushi saw that they were surprised, he revealed an expression of fear and disgust, as well as some confusion and uncertainty. The girl with the ponytail hurriedly took out a package from her backpack and stuffed it into her large windbreaker. The people around her watched her actions but did not stop her. Then they walked towards the minibus carefully. When Xiaotian, Jiang Liushi called out. When Xiaotian came back to her senses at once, turned around and ran towards the car door, still saying excitedly, "Brother Jiang, I saw my sister!" "That's good," Jiang Liushi said. He was still sitting in the driver's seat, watching through the window as when Xiaotian ran out of the car, then walked around the front of the car and out from the back of the minibus. Those people were slowly approaching, looking at the minibus suspiciously, and suddenly they saw a young girl walking out from behind the front of the bus with an excited expression. These people were startled at first, but before they could react, Wenlu, who was also stunned for a moment, had already rushed over. The two sisters immediately hugged each other tightly. "Lulu!" When Xiaotian's eyes were moist. Wenlu couldn't help crying. "Sister! I didn't expect to see you alive again!" The survivors looked at each other, all looking confused. Wenlu hugged Wen Xiaotian and cried for a while, then wiped her tears and turned to the survivors and said, "This is my sister." One of the survivors looked at Wen Xiaotian blankly and asked, "Your sister? I remember you said your sister was at Jianbei University, right?" Jianbei is not close to here. In this apocalyptic environment, such a long distance is an insurmountable chasm for ordinary people. It is normal that we will never see each other again regardless of life or death. When Lu turned her head and looked at Wen Xiaotian's face for several seconds, then burst into laughter. Then she also asked, "Sister, why did you come back? I thought I would never see you again in this life." Wen Xiaotian was also very happy. She pointed at the minibus behind her and said, "It's Brother Jiang. He drove the bus and came with me from Jianbei." "Driving? This car?" Not only Wen Lu, but all the survivors looked at the dilapidated minibus and the shabby small truck towed behind it with an expression of disbelief. Can a car like this drive over from Jianbei? Who is Brother Jiang? When Xiaotian pulled Wen Lu to the front of the car, and the survivors also gathered around curiously. A dozen people looked at Jiang Liushi in the driver's seat through the windshield with astonishment, and the latter waved to them. Jiang Liushi felt a little embarrassed to raise his hand. Although this group of people hadn't said anything yet, he had seen this sentence from their eyes. "Are you kidding us?" Chapter 29 Curiosity Bursts. Jiang Liushi was still sitting in the car. He was carefully looking through the map from this small town to Jinling City on his tablet, while he turned his head and glanced into the two-story building of the Wen family. Wen Xiaotian had been inside for more than an hour, and the two sisters were in a room on the second floor. When he looked at the Wen family, the curtains of the room moved, and Jiang Lushi saw Wen Lu's face appear behind the curtains, looking towards his minibus, and then quickly shrinking back. Jiang Lushi was stunned for a moment, then raised his eyebrows indifferently, and continued to look at the map. Sister, did he really kill a mutant wild boar? Wen Lu retracted her gaze, let go of the curtains, and asked in disbelief. Is that pig really that scary? Of course, what I said is true. Wen Xiaotian's eyes were red. Wen Lu had just told her that their parents were dead, but the conditions were so poor that they could only be buried simply. In fact, after all this time, Wen Xiaotian felt that being able to rest in peace was already a comfort. After all, for many people, no remains were left. But even so, Wen Xiaotian was still heartbroken. The two sisters hugged each other and cried for a full hour before they temporarily controlled their grief. After calming down, Wen Lu asked Wen Xiaotian in detail about how she got here. Jiang Lushi looked about the same age as her sister Wen Xiaotian, probably a college student, and he didn't look very strong. Just these two people drove a shabby minibus all the way from Jiangbei to this town safely. Even though the facts are right in front of us, it still makes people feel incredible. After listening to Wen Xiaotian's narration, Wen Lu found it even more unbelievable. Rushing out from the zombie herd and killing the mutant wild boar. No matter what, I really have to thank him very much, Wen Lu said. Wen Xiaotian nodded. She also glanced out the window. In fact, she only told Wen Lu part of the situation. She did not mention anything about Jiang Lushi or the minibus. For example, she didn't say anything about the part where they cut up the wild boar meat and put it in the car. The motorcycle gangs she had encountered before made Wen Xiaotian wary of strangers. By the way, Lulu, who are these people in our family? Wen Xiaotian asked. After learning Wen Xiaotian's identity, the survivors looked at her and the minibus with great curiosity. Although Wen Xiaotian didn't think her sister had any connection with the motorcycle gang, she still had doubts about the identities of these strangers. They are all residents of this town. And sister, your memory is really bad. You didn't even recognize Aunt Li's daughter next door? Wen Lu said. It turned out to be ordinary residents and neighbors. After the end of the world, we slowly got together, looking for food together during the day and taking turns to keep watch at night. At this time, there was no difference between everyone. It was a bit like a primitive society. We worked together and shared the work fairly. Wen Lu continued. It must be very dangerous, Wen Xiaotian said worriedly. Her sister was only a high school student. She used to be scared to death when she saw a cockroach, but now she had to go outside to find food. But she also knew that if she wanted to survive, she had to rely on herself and play her own role. It's okay. It was very dangerous before, but there are not many zombies now. It's just that those people are disgusting. When we first saw the minibus, we thought they were coming again, Wen Lu said. They? Wen Xiaotian was stunned for a moment and said, Are they the people on motorcycles? Wen Lu widened her eyes. Did you encounter them? What happened? Did they do anything to you? She asked anxiously. Nothing serious. Wen Xiaotian recounted their experiences. After hearing Jiang Lushi decisively knock those people away, Wen Lu was stunned for a long time. Oh my God! You haven't told me yet, how did those people come to our house? Wen Xiaotian asked hurriedly. Wen Lu used the word again. Obviously those people had been here before. Wen Xiaotian had seen the disgusting faces of those people, and was immediately extremely worried about Wen Lu. They are here to collect protection money. Wen Lu frowned and said with disgust. This group of people has a leader who led all the zombies away, so they want to collect protection money from us survivors. We originally thought that since the environment is relatively safe, it is reasonable to pay a little price. However, they are too cruel and are basically forcing us to death. At this point, Wen Lu pulled out a very dirty hat and scarf from under the bed and said, They forced several girls to be their girlfriends before, so I had no choice but to keep my clothes on and wear this when they come. Forcing a girl who loves cleanliness to do this. Wen Xiaotian felt distressed and angry. There's nothing we can do about it, Wen Lu said helplessly. Ordinary people like them can't do anything. Let's not talk about this. It's good enough to be alive. Sister, have you eaten? Wenlu asked. When she got downstairs, when Xiaotian saw that the survivors were all working silently, either organizing and checking weapons or sorting food. Most of the food they took out of their backpacks were snacks. The packaging bags were dirty and covered with dust, and many of them were crushed. There were even disgusting blood stains on some of the packaging bags. A girl wearing rubber gloves and holding a small basin was washing the packaging bags. Sister Xiaotian. The girl looked up and smiled, then greeted Wen Xiaotian. This girl is the daughter of Aunt Li that Wenlu mentioned. But it's no wonder that Wen Xiaotian didn't notice her before. Her face is also dirty and her hair is gray. I don't know how long it has been since she washed it. Only in this way will those biker gangs dislike them and not have any feelings towards them. There's less food today. It's getting harder and harder to collect. A middle-aged man sorted the food and complained. Another old man who looked to be about 60 years old said, It's not completely fruitless. Didn't we find half a bag of rice in a family's house today? That's good stuff. That's true, but you have to give up half of it, and the rest will only be enough for a few meals. The middle-aged man frowned. It's good to have a few hot meals. The old man looked very optimistic. He looked at Wen Xiaotian and said, Lulu's sister is here today. This is a happy event. Why don't we cook today? This is so bad. Wen Xiaotian hurriedly stopped him. Go and call that young man over to eat together. The old man went on to say, I'll go wash the rice now. Then I'll go call her. Wenlu excitedly walked out the door and towards the minibus, regardless of Wen Xiaotian still waving her hands. After hearing what Wen Xiaotian said, Wenlu was very curious about Jiang Lushi. Chapter 30 The Unknown Road Ahead. Boom boom. Wenlu knocked on the car door twice and looked inside the car curiously. The glass on the car windows and doors is covered with film, so even if you put your face against it, you can't see what's going on inside from the outside. After listening to Wen Xiaotian's description, Wenlu became very interested in the car. From the outside, the car looked like an old minibus, usually used for urban and rural passenger transport. Could the interior of the car really be a motorhome? Wenlu found it hard to imagine without seeing it with her own eyes. Hearing the knock on the door, Jiang Lushi turned his head and took a look, then pressed the button to open the door. Wenlu walked into the car with great interest, looking around the interior eagerly, and said, Hello, I'm here to invite you, wow! The situation inside the car made Wenlu couldn't help but exclaim in surprise before she could even finish her words. The interior of this car is luxuriously decorated. Although the area is not large, it has everything. Moreover, the furniture is fully packed into the limited space, but it does not give people any feeling of crampedness. Wenlu glanced over and immediately felt her eyes brighten. After the apocalypse, although she still lived in her own home, her living conditions were much worse than before. There was no water, no electricity, and no food. For a girl, the last time there was no water in the bathroom was simply a challenge, and she could only force herself to adapt. Wenlu stood at the door and looked at it in amazement, stunned for a moment. Not only was she shocked by the luxury of the minibus, but also because she heard from Wen Xiaotian that Jiang Lushi was a car enthusiast, and it was very likely that he had done all these things himself, and had repaired the car himself when it broke down. Wenlu couldn't see any signs of repairs on the car now, and couldn't imagine what Wen Xiaotian said, that the glass was broken and the front was dented. What do you want from me? It wasn't until Jiang Lushi asked the question that Wenlu came back to her senses. Oh, sorry! Your car is so awesome, I'm stunned by it, Wenlu said with a smile. Thank you, Jiang Lushi said. Wenlu's personality is obviously much more lively than Wen Xiaotian's, but the two sisters have one thing in common, which is that their smiles are very sincere. I'm here to invite you to dinner. I'm lucky today. I found half a bag of rice, so I can make some delicious fried rice. Thank you so much for sending my sister back. It's a good thing you arrived today, otherwise I wouldn't have anything to thank you for, Wenlu said. She seemed very happy to be able to treat Jiang Lushi with the best food. But being able to eat fried rice was indeed a very good treat. After eating all the food in the house and from the neighbors, Wenlu and her friends were still hungry for 2 meals. Once the refrigerator lost power, a lot of food rotted, and there was not much food that could be found in the residents' homes. Even if some could be found, it would be very risky, as there might be zombies hiding in these houses. In addition, those biker gangs had already looted most of the supermarkets and convenience stores, so their scope of investigation was very small. This bag of rice was really hard to come by. Wen Lu speculated that Jiang Lushi and Wen Xiutian's journey was probably even harder than theirs. Not only could they not find food, but they also had to worry about it, so they must have been starving. No need. Jiang Lushi's answer was quite unexpected. Wen Lu was stunned for a moment, then continued. You don't have to be polite, it's just a meal. In fact, compared to you sending my sister back, it's nothing. I'm not being polite. It's really not necessary, Jiang Lushi said with a smile. How could he have the nerve to eat these people's food when they were living such a miserable life? Moreover, Jiang Lushi, who had already eaten mutant beast meat, didn't have much expectation for fried rice. On the other hand, Jiang Lushi was also wary of these dozen strange survivors. His car was full of food and gasoline, and the cargo was full of good meat. In the end times, facing the temptation of a large amount of food, no one could be sure whether others would do something. Wen Lu invited him several more times without giving up, but when she saw Jiang Lushi still shaking his head, she had to give up. She was about to get off the car when she suddenly remembered something. She walked back and took something out of her arms. I hid this when I mistakenly thought you were one of those biker gangs. I must thank you for bringing my sister here. Take it, and don't ever say no again. Wen Lu stuffed it into Jiang Lushi's hand without saying a word. Jiang Lushi was stunned for a moment, and looked at Wen Lu from a close distance. She was actually very cute, but her face was a little dirty. Jiang Lushi saw her puffing up her cheeks, as if she would get angry if he refused again, and he suddenly felt a little happy. Okay, I'll take it, Jiang Lushi said. It's actually just a pack of cookies, and they're all crushed. However, judging from the remaining body temperature on them, this pack of biscuits is also very precious to Wen Lu. Although Jiang Lushi had no shortage of food, he took the pack of biscuits in his hand and put it aside with great care. Do you have very little food? Jiang Lushi asked. In fact, the food we collected is barely enough to eat, but those biker gangs are all vampires, and they exploit us too much. Wen Lu shook his head. Biker gang? Yes, my sister told me that it was the group of people you met. Wen Lu told Jiang Lushi exactly what she had told Wen Xiutian, and finally said, Those people are really tough. They finally hit a nail when they met you. Finally, they also suffered a loss. However, they also did a good thing. There were many zombies in the town originally, but their leader led the zombies to the outskirts of the town. Oh? Led the zombies away? Jiang Lushi was very interested in the leader mentioned by Wen Lu. How did their leader lead all the zombies away? He had felt that something was wrong with this town before, as there were too few zombies. He didn't expect that they had all been led away. It was still possible to deal with 1 or 2 zombies, but when there were more zombies, most people would just be eaten and couldn't even escape. But this leader could actually lead so many zombies away? Those biker gangs are following him? Have you seen the leader? Jiang Lushi asked. These people are his subordinates, following him to show off their power, Wen Lu said. Anyway, I heard that he is very powerful and not an ordinary person. People who resisted him before were killed by him. But I have never seen him. Of course, it is best not to have seen him. If you see him, nothing good will happen. Not an ordinary person. Jiang Lushi became more and more curious as he listened. Oh, right. Wen Lu was talking when she suddenly realized something and a worried look appeared on her face. They will come to collect the supplies today. If they see your car, they will definitely cause trouble for you. So, although Jiang Lushi felt sympathetic towards Wen Lu and the others, he didn't really feel much about it. The biker gang was certainly hateful, but it was also a fact that there were no zombies in this area because of their boss. So although Wen Lu complained and hated them, he did not resist. More importantly, the other party was too strong and they could not resist, and the survivors were obviously the same. Now they are hungry because of the biker gangs, but if there were zombies everywhere, they might fill their stomachs. If Wen Lu and Wen Xiutian were taken away, they could be sent to a safer and more stable place, and Jiang Lushi didn't mind doing so. However, he himself didn't know what the next journey would be like, and he knew nothing about the situation in Jinling. If we take these 2 sisters away, how are we going to take care of them in the future? So after listening to Wen Lu's words, Jiang Lushi didn't know how he could help them. On the contrary, if he stayed, he might implicate them because of the previous death of the motorcycle gang members. Now, finding his sister was his top priority. Where is the gas station in your town? Jiang Lushi came to this town not only to send Wen Xiaotian off, he also had important business. The gasoline in those big cities might have been collected by the military. This town might be Jiang Lushi's last hope before reaching Jinling. Otherwise, he could only continue to collect gasoline from abandoned vehicles. However, compared with the current oil storage capacity of the base vehicles, the workload would be too great. Gas station, do you want to refuel? Wen Lu glanced at the base vehicle driven by Jiang Lushi. Wen Xiaotian said that such a vehicle could kill a wild boar, so it must consume a lot of fuel. In addition, there is still electricity in the car, which should be generated by gasoline and diesel. Yes. Jiang Lushi nodded. I need to add a lot of oil. Well, Wen Lu showed an embarrassment and said, You may not be able to go to the gas station, but there are many abandoned cars on the road. If you are lucky, you can find a few cars that have not had their oil drained. That should be enough. Chapter 31 Mysterious Boss. Huh! Jiang Lushi was stunned. Can't go to the gas station? After listening to Wen Lu's explanation, Jiang Lushi finally understood the reason. The leader of the biker gang took over almost all the resources of the town, including gasoline. They travel by motorcycle, and gasoline is a very important resource for them. He even placed his base directly near the gas station. Wen Lu advised Jiang Lushi not to get close. Any survivors in the town would be looted by these people. Those who were unlucky and tried to resist would be killed directly. The other side was too strong, and they were no match at all. A team of survivors like them could still barely survive under their control, but they would never take the initiative to approach the gas station. As for Jiang Lushi, he not only resisted, but also killed a member of the motorcycle gang, so he must have been targeted. Jiang Lushi pondered for a moment and asked, What's the boss's name? I just call him Brother Yu, Wen Lu said. She saw that Jiang Lushi didn't seem to react much after listening, and she didn't know what Jiang Lushi was thinking. If you need oil, you should be able to find it in the fuel tanks of some cars. However, our town is small and there are not many cars. The fuel tanks of those large trucks have been emptied long ago, and they are too lazy to empty the fuel tanks of the cars for the time being, so there may still be some left, Wen Lu said. Although this will delay a lot of time, there is nothing that can be done about it. There are too many helpless things in the end times. You can only fill up 100 liters of oil. I'll help you find it. It may take 3 or 4 days to collect it, Wen Lu said. Jiang Lushi listened and shook his head in his heart. About 100 liters was only a fraction of the fuel capacity in his fuel tank, which was far from enough. At this moment, a burst of engine noise suddenly came, and Wen Lu's face suddenly changed. That group of people is coming. Jiang Lushi turned his head and followed her gaze, and saw several motorcycles appear in his field of vision. He calmly placed his finger on the button next to the dashboard, and Starseed brought up various performance data of the base vehicle in his mind. The base vehicle is ready to start at any time. These motorcycles approached quickly, and Jiang Lushi looked at them and found that they were all strangers. From their expressions, they didn't recognize his own motorcycle. These people are from the same group as the ones who came to rob me before. Jiang Lushi loosened his fingers, but the base vehicle was still in the waiting to start state. Seeing that these people seemed to have no reaction to the car, the nervous Wen Lu immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Brother Jiang, you stay in the car, I'll get off first, Wen Lu said in a low voice, then got out of the car secretly, and walked directly back to the yard. At this time, the survivors in the house also heard the noise, and they all came out, standing at the door looking around, with a look of fear on their faces. When the minibus passed by, the motorcyclists looked up in surprise, but didn't pay much attention to it. The leader of the group was a yellow-haired young man wearing a leather jacket. He was dressed in a gangster-like manner, and it was almost as if a sign saying, "I am a gangster," was written on his face. Jiang Lushi guessed that Brother Yu, who is now in charge of the town, might have been a member of a biker gang. After the end of the world, he gathered the biker gang members and formed his own force, so his subordinates all look like standard gangsters. Get the fuck out here! The young man in the leather jacket shouted at the door and knocked on the iron gate of the yard with an iron rod in his hand. The sound of the metal collision was quite harsh. A group of survivors came out in a panic. When Lou was quick-witted and grabbed 2 handfuls of ashes from cooking, mixed them with water, and smeared them on Wen Xiaotian's face without saying a word. Ah! Wen Xiaotian screamed when her sister suddenly smeared her head with dust, but when Lou looked anxious at this time, she lowered her voice and said, "Don't scream, it will be bad if they stare at you." Wen Xiaotian also reacted quickly. She immediately understood that these motorcycle gangs might kidnap beautiful girls and rape them. When the end of the world comes and the law collapses, those gangsters who might still commit rape and indecent acts even in a society ruled by law will surely become even more extreme in the end of the world. "Hand over all the food to me. Don't try to hide it. If you find even a grain of rice, I'll break your legs." The young man in the leather jacket was shouting with an iron rod in his hand. He obviously enjoyed the feeling of showing off his power. As a gangster, he had a hard life before the end of the world. If he dared to show off his power, he would be called to the police station and taught a lesson. But now, he was the boss, and what he said was the law. Those women who were high and mighty before the end of the world were now at his mercy. He enjoyed very much this world with broken rules brought about by the end of the world. Faced with the biker gang, the survivors had no way to resist. It was not because they were cowardly, but because they knew they could not resist. Previously, a group of people united together, refused to hand over food, and even beat up the biker gang. As a result, Brother Yu came and killed all those people. It is said that the scene was extremely tragic, and many of the people who were killed were dismembered, which was no worse than the scene of zombies biting each other. What can they do in the face of such a powerful Brother Yu? They handed over the food tremblingly. The old man who had been there before tremblingly held out the half bag of rice he had found earlier. His cloudy eyes were full of reluctance, as if he was handing over his own life. "Hurry up, old man! Are you dying from dawdling?" Seeing the old man's reluctance to hand over the grain, the yellow-haired man in the leather jacket started cursing impatiently. The yellow-haired man in the leather jacket snatched a bag of rice, and the old man he led with great force staggered and almost fell to the ground. "You guys, go in and search!" The yellow-haired man in the leather jacket waved his hand, and the younger brothers behind him rushed into the yard. Suddenly, there was a series of ping-pong sounds, and countless pots and pans were knocked over. This group of people was like a group of locusts, leaving no grass wherever they passed. "Damn, these idiots are actually cooking!" A younger brother's voice came from inside the house. The yellow-haired man in the leather jacket raised his eyebrows and turned to look at the group of survivors. The old man's heart skipped a beat. He was frightened by the fierce stare of the man in the leather jacket. He mustered up the courage to say, "Young man, we originally agreed to split the food we collected in half." "Bah! We were talking about dry food, how dare you keep rice?" The spit from the yellow-haired man in the leather jacket splashed on the old man's face. "Take them all! You guys still want to eat," said the yellow-haired man in the leather jacket with disdain. "Hey, little brother, can you leave some for us? My grandson has a fever at home." The old man pleaded that his grandson was only 5 years old. With the end of the world approaching, human life was very fragile and lack of nutrition could easily make people sick. Adults could still endure eating dry food every day, but children could hardly stand it. "Are you fucking done yet?" Chapter 32, Get Out of the Car. The yellow-haired man in the leather jacket raised his hand and the people next to him quickly pulled the old man away and hurriedly apologized to him. Seeing that these people behaved like his grandson, the yellow-haired man in the leather jacket snorted with satisfaction and looked at these people with contempt. Many of these people would not have paid much attention to people like him before the end of the world, but now, don't they have to bow and nod? At this moment, the man with the leather jacket and yellow hair turned around inadvertently and saw Jiang Lushi sitting on the minibus. It turned out that the yellow-haired man in the leather jacket only saw the shabby minibus. Because the windows on both sides of the car were opaque, he didn't know that there were people in the car. But through the front windshield, you can see people. Suddenly, the guy with the leather jacket and yellow hair became famous. "You didn't hear me, are you deaf or dead? I came here to collect things, and you dare to sit in the car, are you tired of living? Get off!" The yellow-haired man in the leather jacket started to curse at Jiang Lushi. He lived a very depressed life before the end of the world, but after the end of the world, he turned the tables and became the master. He was most annoyed when someone dared to disrespect him, and the more villains like him gained power, the more so he became. Jiang Lushi glanced at the yellow-haired young man indifferently. With his temper, he would have wanted to teach this idiot a lesson a long time ago. It was just that he had considered that he would be leaving this town soon, and if he offended that brother Yu, even if he himself was fine, the group of survivors would be in trouble, so he did not take action. But now, he himself was being targeted by this group of people. Jiang Lushi held the steering wheel with both hands, without moving, and the yellow-haired man in the leather jacket suddenly became furious. "Open the door! Open the door! Damn you!" Seeing that Jiang Lushi didn't move, Hua Mao swung the iron rod and hit the front face of the minibus. Bang! There was a loud bang and the minibus was hit, but the yellow-haired man let out a strange cry and almost dropped the iron rod, causing his palm to go numb from the shock. This car. Hua Mao was stunned for a moment. Usually, the iron plate on the front of a minibus is very thin, and being hit by an iron rod will leave a large dent, so that his hand will not be shocked so badly. However, the front of this minibus must have been padded with some kind of steel plate, and it almost broke his hand bones. All of a sudden, Hua Mao became famous. "Fuck it, brothers, smash this car for me, drag that stupid driver down, break his legs, and then search this car to see if there is any stock." As Hua Mao was speaking, his younger brothers rushed out from the yard, one of them holding a pot of rice that had just been washed but not yet cooked. The old man who almost fell down just now felt his heart bleeding as he looked at the rice pot. These people were going to rob even the rice they had already cooked? The other survivors, especially Wen Lu, were worried about Jiang Lushi at this time. "Mr. Jiang!" Wen Lu didn't dare to say anything. She kept making gestures to Jiang Lushi from behind the bikers, signaling him to drive away quickly, otherwise he would be finished if he was dragged down by this group of people. Seeing the group of younger brothers rushing over, Jiang Lushi unhooked the small box cargo at the back with one click, engaged the reverse gear, turned the steering wheel to the right, stepped on the accelerator, and the base vehicle began to move backwards. "This kid wants to escape, brothers, chase him!" Hua Mao jumped onto a motorcycle, and a group of bikers started the motorcycles and twisted the accelerator with their right hands. The motorcycles rushed out as if they were injected with chicken blood, chasing Jiang Lushi. I have to say that these bikers have excellent driving skills. Their motorcycles look like a group of hungry wolves running, approaching the minibus from all directions. "Brothers, let the air out of this broken car!" At Hua Mao's shout, many biker gangs took out a bunch of welded iron nails from their backpacks and threw them directly under the tires of the minibus. This is their homemade tire breaker, which can be made by welding a few nails and iron sheets. Once it is spread on the road, heavy trucks will break down. Seeing what these people did, Jiang Lushi sneered. He put the car in reverse gear just because he didn't want to hurt the survivors by mistake. Now Jiang Lushi has retreated about 100 meters and came to a narrow asphalt road. It is narrow because one side of the asphalt road is full of cars and can only accommodate one car. Jiang Lushi stepped on the brakes, changed from reverse gear to forward gear, and then stepped on the accelerator. Buzz! The minibus roared like a sports car and rushed out like a wild beast, crashing into the motorcycles. The tire breaker crushed them directly, and the rough welding points broke directly under the heavy pressure, but the tires were intact. What? Hua Mao was stunned for a moment. He didn't understand why the seemingly shabby minibus was able to run over the tire shredder without any problems, and at this moment, the minibus was already rushing straight towards the yellow-haired man. The speed soared. Jiang Lu stepped on the accelerator to the bottom, and Huang Mao was frightened to death. The acceleration of the minibus is so fast. It only takes a few seconds from reversing, braking, to accelerating forward. And the acceleration of this minibus is even faster than that of a motorcycle. It happened so quickly that the bikers had no time to react. There was a loud bang, and the minibus crashed heavily into the motorcycle that the yellow-haired guy was riding. Ah! With a scream, the yellow-haired man and his car flew out like a baseball hit by a home hit. Boom, boom, boom. The motorcycle fell heavily on the asphalt road and slid more than 10 meters away. The entire front wheel was broken into pieces. The yellow-haired man was covered in blood and lay on the ground wailing. One of his legs was trapped under the motorcycle and appeared to be broken. Fuck! Fuck you! The yellow-haired man was screaming wildly, while Jiang Lushi had an indifferent expression. He was hit by the car and thrown more than 10 meters away, with his legs broken and multiple fractures on his body, bleeding profusely. In this doomsday world, this was tantamount to a death sentence. Jiang Lushi had no mercy on these scums who had been doing evil in peacetime and committing murder and arson after the end of the world. These people were a scourge when they were alive. They had ruined countless young girls and killed countless civilians. Since the killing has already started, Jiang Lushi doesn't consider whether to implicate the survivors for the time being. If he kills one person, the fight will not stop until he dies. If he kills a group of people, the fight will not stop until they die. The base vehicle was running at full speed. Jiang Lushi kept his foot on the accelerator and turned the steering wheel, knocking 2 more motorcycles away. Ah! Screams rang out again. With such a violent collision, basically anyone who was hit would die from injuries or infection later, even if they didn't die now. A group of biker gangs were scared pale. They had robbed some passing vehicles before, or wanted to escape from the town and find some military vehicles. Those tire shredders were always effective when they were thrown. But now, how come all the tire shredders were crushed but the tires were not damaged at all? Is this a fucking armored vehicle? Run! This group of bikers didn't care about the yellow-haired guy and his companions on the ground. These people had wine, meat and beautiful women to enjoy together, but when they ran into trouble, they all looked after themselves. Who would risk their life to save others? Chapter 33, Drag You to Death. Whoosh! A group of bikers scattered like birds and beasts, fleeing in all directions. Frightened by being hit by Jiang Lushi, many of them ran into small alleys. In the narrow alleys, the base vehicle certainly could not catch up. But when a few thugs entered the alley, a few dark shadows suddenly jumped out of the alley and knocked down the motorcycle. It's a zombie! Several zombies pounced on the gangsters and bit them desperately. This time, the screams were even more miserable, and they quickly attracted more zombies, which pounced on these unlucky gangsters. It is true that many zombies in this town were lured away, but there were fewer zombies on the main roads. There were still a large number of zombies hiding in houses and alleys. Normally, survivors tried to avoid these narrow alleys, but just now a few gangsters rushed in a panic and happened to run into a wave of zombies. Many people directly became food for the zombies and died even more miserably. Seeing this situation, Jiang Lushi frowned. While the zombies were biting the gangsters, he slightly released the accelerator and drove the base vehicle away. He was not afraid of attracting zombies, but the same could not be said for the survivors. If they encountered a group of zombies rushing into the yard, they would be in great danger. Jiang Lushi quietly drove the base vehicle back. The dozen or so survivors in the entire small yard were all stunned when they saw what had just happened. They were shocked by the minibus Jiang Lushi was sitting in. How could this minibus, which looked so shabby, be so powerful? Not only did it crush the tire shredder, it also knocked over so many motorcycles, but its front face didn't even have a dent, and even the paint didn't come off. What happened? After the shock, many people felt fear. What can they do after so many people in the motorcycle gang were killed? Before, just because someone didn't hand over food and beat up a biker gang, Brother Yu came and killed them all, and even dismembered their bodies. This group of people will definitely end up in a worse situation. Seeing Jiang Lushi slowly driving the car back, the survivors all looked pale and were frightened. How would this end? The old man who was holding the rice pot before was shaking slightly with his hands. Xiao Lu, we. The old man really didn't know what to do. He was an old man and it would be fine if he was beaten to death, but he still had a grandson to take care of. If he died, his little grandson would starve to death. After the end of the world, the old man's children all died, leaving only this little grandson, who was his only motivation to live. When Lu gritted her teeth and said, Grandpa Wang, don't think too much about it. We have already run into this group of people. If nothing works, we can just hide or just fight them. There is always a way. When Lu and Wen Xiaotian are sisters, but when Lu has a much stronger personality than Wen Xiaotian. She has long been fed up with these biker gangs. This time Jiang Lushi hit all of them with his car, and a few gangsters were eaten by zombies. Although she was also afraid of Brother Yu's outburst, she found it very enjoyable and satisfying to watch. Yes, Uncle Wang, in this damn apocalypse, it's hard to get a bite of food. We live today but not tomorrow, and we still have to be bullied and oppressed. If I wasn't afraid of getting you into trouble, I would have picked up an iron rod and hit that yellow-haired guy on the head. Another passionate young man who looked to be in his 20s said. In this apocalyptic world where one could die at any time, the threat from Brother Yu doesn't seem so scary. Zombies are not necessarily much stronger than Brother Yu. But more people are still afraid. The zombies will not look for you everywhere, but Brother Yu will find you when he wants revenge. Jiang Lushi heard a little bit of the conversation between these people. He looked at the passionate young man who had just said he wanted to knock down Huang Mao with some surprise. He is not tall, has fair skin, and even looks a little gentle. I didn't expect him to be so full of vigor. Brother, can you please help me and drag that half-dead yellow-haired guy over here? Jiang Lushi said to the white-skinned young man, and handed him a bag of chocolate beans directly from the car window. Take this. Jiang Lushi admired the bloodiness of this white-skinned young man, and under such circumstances, Jiang Lushi did not want to get out of the car to drag the yellow-haired man. I don't know if those zombies will be attracted by the wailing of Huang Mao and the others. By staying in the car, Jiang Lushi can react at any time if something happens. In addition, he had a whole truck of mutant beast meat, which was enough to fill up the storage room's dry food. It was nothing to him. He just took out a bag like this, and he didn't care at all. But it was just this small bag of chocolate that made the survivors' eyes light up. Chocolate. The food that these survivors could collect was very little, and most of it was messy, like something they had picked up from a garbage dump. The slightly better ones had to be given to the yellow-haired young man. They had no chance to eat high-calorie, delicious food like chocolate. They are almost sick of eating broken biscuits and cheap instant noodles with bad taste every day. The key point is that Jiang Lushi was able to take out such high-energy, hard-to-collect food so easily. The white-skinned young man's eyes lit up immediately. He hesitated for a moment, swallowed his saliva, and shook his head reluctantly. This is not suitable, I can't accept it. That yellow-haired man bullies us every day. I'm so happy that I can drag him back. The white-skinned youth's behavior made Jiang Lushi feel that his chocolate was not in vain. He threw it over and said with a smile, Just take it. It's dangerous for you to drag him over, but he can be of some use to me. Now the white-skinned young man could only reach out and catch it. In the envious eyes of the survivors, he said embarrassedly, Then, thank you. Then he ran over actively and grabbed the back of Huang Mao's collar. The yellow-haired man looked at the white-skinned youth with hatred, but was slapped in the face by the white-skinned youth. Why are you looking at me? You still don't accept it. Then the white-skinned young man dragged the yellow-haired man without any hesitation and dragged him towards the minibus. The yellow-haired man screamed as his broken leg was dragged, but was slapped twice by the white-skinned young man. Why are you screaming? If you attract zombies here, I will hang you on a telephone pole and eat you clean from the soles of your feet. After taking Jiang Lushi's chocolate, the white-skinned young man worked very hard. The yellow-haired man's scalp tightened. The white-skinned young man was extremely ruthless, and was obviously seeking revenge. After 3 consecutive slaps, his mouth was bleeding and his face was swollen. He could not scream and could only hum incoherently. In fact, without medical conditions, Huang Mao's leg is useless. Not to mention tissue necrosis, infection and other fatal diseases. Even if he survives, he can only wait for death with a disabled leg in the apocalypse. That's why he had such a resentful expression and didn't beg for mercy. But now, the threat from the white-skinned young man made him realize that there is a big difference between being dead and dying in torture. Jiang Lushi watched from the car and said, "Tsk tisk," twice. This white-skinned young man was quite good at scaring people. Well, with the white-skinned young man's scare, he saved himself a lot of trouble. The yellow-haired man was quickly dragged to the front of Jiang Lushi's car, leaving a long bloodstain on the ground. Although the yellow-haired man was cruel and ruthless, he himself had never experienced such a miserable experience. After being thrown behind the white-skinned youth, he looked up at Jiang Lushi in the driver's seat and felt cold all over. Not to mention feeding him to zombies, even if this terrifying minibus ran over him a few times, he would be in a state of being unable to live or die. The white-skinned young man only spoke harshly, but Jiang Lushi looked like an ordinary young man, but he really did not hesitate at all when he stepped on the accelerator. Chapter 34 Brother Yu. I dragged this idiot here. If there's anything else you want me to do, just tell me, the white-skinned young man said to Jiang Lushi through the windshield. After he finished speaking, he sneered at Huang Mao. The meaning of his words just now was self-evident. Huang Mao really hated the white-skinned young man. Before Jiang Lushi came into the picture, this white-skinned young man would never dare to be so arrogant. He was just so cowardly that he acted like a grandson in front of him. Originally, Huang Mao didn't care about the appearance of these survivors at all. After all, there were no pretty girls. People like Wen Lu and the others were dirty from head to toe, even their hair was covered with mud. Huang Mao was too lazy to take a second look. So when he first saw Jiang Lushi, he never thought that this was a stranger he had never seen before. But now he knew that if Jiang Lushi had been there before, how could he have endured until today? This awesome minibus must have been driven here by this person from somewhere else. The yellow-haired man looked at Jiang Lushi with hatred and fear. The severe pain in his legs made him groan continuously. I have a few questions for you. I'll ask one and you answer it. If I think you're talking nonsense or you refuse to answer. Jiang Lushi glanced at the white-skinned young man. The white-skinned young man immediately cooperated with a hee-hee laugh, then raised one foot and gestured twice on the yellow-haired man's broken leg. Did you hear that? If you do anything weird I will, you know. The yellow-haired man's face turned green at this white-skinned young man. He felt extremely humiliated, but was afraid of being tortured, so he could only say, Ask. Who is that brother Yu? How did he lead the zombies away? Tell me in detail, Jiang Lushi asked. He has already offended that brother Yu to death. Since the rumors about that brother Yu are so widespread, he naturally needs to find out about it in advance so that he can be prepared. Brother Yu? Ha! Huang Mao grinned when he heard Jiang Lushi's question. This kid seemed to know about brother Yu's deeds. He must have asked this because he was afraid. If you are afraid, you should have behaved yourself from the beginning. Are you afraid now? It's too late. I'm not afraid to scare you by telling you this, but brother Yu is not an ordinary person. He is much more powerful than ordinary zombies. At that time, brother Yu relied on a motorcycle to lead away all the zombies in this area. He killed thousands of zombies by himself. He was unscathed, Huang Mao said, and carefully observed Jiang Lushi's reaction. The result made him a little disappointed. Jiang Lushi's face did not show panic, and it was still the same as before. He just seemed to be thinking about something. In this situation, Huang Mao had a twisted thought in his heart. What the hell do you think you can beat brother Yu? He felt that Jiang Lushi was just holding on, or he simply didn't understand what the concept of brother Yu's feat of leading the zombies away was. Moreover, there have been many people who disobeyed brother Yu, but they all suffered the same fate. Brother Yu has a bad temper. When dealing with people who resist him, he will not only go to their doorsteps and kill them all, but also make them die in a very ugly way. The yellow-haired man continued. When he described it, his face was ferocious and his expression was distorted with excitement, just to scare Jiang Lushi. Dismemberment, right? I've heard of it, Jiang Lushi said calmly. Jiang Lushi's reaction disappointed Huang Mao, and at the same time, he felt a little unbelievable. This man acted so calmly. Could it be that he really thought that he could fight against brother Yu? It's not that Huang Mao looks down on Jiang Lushi, but Huang Mao firmly believes that brother Yu can no longer be considered an ordinary person. Ordinary humans are not on the same level as brother Yu. There is a huge difference in levels. How can we fight? Brother Yu led the zombies away. Even if the motorcycle is gone, he can rely on himself. The zombies can't catch up with brother Yu at all. Those 100-meter world champions are nothing but trash in front of brother Yu. His speed is so fast that he can race with a motorcycle like it's a game. The yellow-haired man continued. He had no power to resist Jiang Lushi, but when he talked about Yuji's strength, he felt an inexplicable sense of pride, as if he was the one who was strong. This was because he was no longer able to retaliate against Jiang Lushi, and he just wanted to see Yuga bring bad luck to Jiang Lushi. He's very fast? Jiang Lushi understood. The speed is fast enough to beat ordinary people. How can I fight him when I can't even react fast enough? When the two sides were face to face, the first time they realized that Brother Yu had already made a move was when they saw the wounds on their bodies. Being able to race with a motorcycle, the speed is of course terrifying. Jiang Lushi knew that Huang Mao was not lying. Without such speed, it would be impossible for one person to lead all the zombies away. Not only that, the reason why Jiang Lushi was thinking just now was because he thought of the information about the virus that Star Seed had provided. What Huang Mao said, Brother Yu, is not an ordinary person. This sentence really means exactly what it says. In fact, Brother Yu and the mutant wild boar were in the same situation. They also experienced virus mutation when the virus broke out. However, after the virus mutated, it did not turn them into zombies. Instead, it caused their bodies to undergo great changes, turning them into mutants, or simply put, they became superpowers. This situation is rare. Between them and the zombies, it can be said that there is a step between heaven and hell. From the horror of the mutant wild boar, we can see that the strength of the superpowers is also very terrifying. They have a higher survival rate in this doomsday, and ordinary zombies cannot threaten them. This, Brother Yu, is such a person with special abilities, and his special ability should be speed. Relying on his special abilities, Brother Yu has become a complete overlord in this small town. Besides speed, does he have any other characteristics? Jiang Lushi asked again. Huang Mao emphasized again the ferocity of Brother Yu. These were completely meaningless to Jiang Lushi. He asked a few more questions, and when he found that he could not get any more useful information from the yellow-haired man, he waved to the white-skinned young man. The white-skinned young man was standing aside with his hands in his pockets. When he saw Jiang Lushi's actions, he immediately ran over happily. Huang Mao couldn't help but panic when he saw this. He didn't know how Jiang Lushi was going to deal with him. Jiang Lushi was staring at Huang Mao from behind the windshield, looking like he was thinking about something. Chapter 35, The Door is Knocked. The gas station is located at the other exit of the town, where there are fewer zombies. You can also see some zombie corpses on the road, hanging on the balconies on the roadside and slowly rotting. These zombies were originally living people, but because they were infected by the virus, they became extremely aggressive, powerful, and incredibly fast monsters. Although their bodies are very different from those of humans, they still bleed and will gradually decay after death. Seeing these corpses hanging here gives people a chilling feeling. This area is the camp of the biker gang. Not only can zombies not appear here, but ordinary survivors will not set foot here and will only stay away from it. The residence of these biker gangs is in a residential building next to the gas station in the area. Below the residential building was a car repair shop, where more than a dozen motorcycles were parked. Inside the shop, several motorcycle gangs were sitting around playing cards. Woo woo woo! There was a roar of an engine, and a motorcycle came speeding over and almost hit one of the parked motorcycles. At the oil-covered wooden table in the store, several bikers who were playing cards looked up when they heard the noise. One of the bikers dropped his motorcycle and ran over when he saw the man stop, and immediately stood up in confusion. Isn't this Jiangzi? What are you doing in such a hurry? He saw Jiangzi running towards him in panic, and wanted to ask a question, but Jiangzi pushed him away. Get out of the way! The biker stumbled and immediately cursed. Fuck! Hurry up and reincarnate! Jiangzi completely ignored him and rushed into the corridor from the back door of the repair shop, then ran all the way to the top floor, the 4th floor. This building is full of biker gangs, and their leader, Brother Yu, lives on the 4th floor. Originally, some survivors were hiding here, including a family that had lived here. But when Brother Yu brought the biker gang here and chose this building as their base at first sight, these survivors were in trouble. The survivors hiding here were all ordinary people. They had no ability to resist, not to mention Brother Yu, even in front of these motorcycle gangs. As a result, almost all the old men were killed, and the young women were also ravaged. Even the little girls were not spared. These people escaped the zombies, but they could not escape them. The room on the 4th floor where Brother Yu lives belongs to the little girl's family. Jiangzi ran to the door without stopping, then rushed in, gasping for breath. The house was filled with smoke, and the corners were filled with beer and various foods. Several biker gangs were gathered at a table playing mahjong, surrounded by women. One of the men looked short, but his exposed arms were very muscular. He was not very impressive in appearance, the kind that would be hard to find in a crowd. However, the woman next to him, while handing him a cigarette with a coquettish smile, couldn't help but reveal a look of fear in her eyes. Seeing Qianzi coming in, these people didn't react much. The short man didn't even look at him. Only a bald biker glanced at him and said slowly, "No rules. Where's Xiaoliang?" Xiaoliang is exactly Huang Mao's name. Qianzi threw himself at the feet of the short man and said angrily, "Brother Yu! Today, Brother Liang took us to collect rent, but there was a group of survivors who refused to pay. If you don't want to hand it over, then don't hand it over. It's not a big deal. Just kill them and bring the stuff back. Why are you still saying this? Didn't Brother Yu teach your brother Liang?" Brother Yu ignored him. Another biker gang laughed and said, "Oh, bang!" Seeing that these cronies of Brother Yu, as well as Brother Yu himself, didn't care about what he said at all, Qianzi said anxiously, "Brother Liang was about to take action, but someone drove a minibus and hit and killed several of the brothers. Even Brother Liang died there. Brother Yu! You have to avenge Brother Liang and the brothers." Suddenly, the card table became quiet. Those few confidants all had an expression of, "Did I hear it wrong?" The bald man was stunned for a moment and said, "Are you drunk? Who would dare to do such a thing now? They must be tired of living." At this time, the short man finally spoke, and as soon as he spoke, the bald man immediately shut his mouth. "Are you serious?" "It's absolutely true, Brother Yu," Qianzi said hurriedly. How could he dare to lie about such a big thing? But there was one thing he was not sure about. He only saw the yellow-haired man being knocked away. He was not sure whether he was broken or not. But he was knocked like that. Even if he didn't die at the time, he would definitely die later. Brother Yu asked, and Qianzi immediately told Brother Yu all the details. He inevitably exaggerated. Qianzi had narrowly escaped the impact of Jiang Lushi by jumping into the alley next to him. Now he wanted to see the miserable appearance of Jiang Lushi when he was killed by Brother Yu, so that he could vent his hatred. After listening to Qianzi's narration, those close confidants were furious. "Damn it! How dare someone touch our people? They are so impatient to live! Does this person not know how to write death?" At this moment, the silent Brother Yu suddenly stood up, and his actions scared the woman next to him. Brother Yu kicked the chair away, then stared at Qianzi and kicked him hard, immediately kicking Qianzi onto the coffee table not far away, causing him to howl in pain. "They are all dead, so how did you come back alive?" Brother Yu's voice was a little hoarse. His cold eyes made Qianzi shudder, and he quickly forced himself to hold back a scream. Brother Yu stopped looking at him and turned to his trusted followers and said in a deep voice, "Prepare the car and leave immediately. If you are late, the man will run away. That person has caused such a big trouble, he might drive away in the minibus immediately. Brother Yu doesn't want to see this kind of thing." After hearing Brother Yu's instructions, those people stood up one after another and went to prepare. At this moment, a loud bang suddenly came from outside. The sound came so suddenly that not only the women, but even several close associates shuddered involuntarily. "What the hell? What's that noise?" the bald man yelled. This noise was too loud. Brother Yu walked quickly to the window, opened the curtains and looked down. He stared downstairs for a few seconds, and suddenly asked without turning his head, "What color is the minibus you mentioned?" Qianzi was stunned and quickly replied, "It is white. The car is parked in front of that family. You can see it as soon as you get there." "No need." Brother Yu interrupted him, and turned around, revealing a face as gloomy as water and full of murderous intent. "They came to our door." Chapter 36. Don't kill me. What? Brother Yu's words made those close confidants and Xiangzi feel unbelievable. Was that loud noise just now caused by that minibus? They wanted to go to the window to confirm, but they saw Brother Yu walking towards the door with a dark face. He was holding a bag in his hand, which was loose. As Hugo walked, the sound of glass bottles hitting each other could be heard inside the bag. The pocket contains a gasoline bottle, which can be lit and thrown away. It is the simplest incendiary bomb. In addition, Brother Yu also has a black Type 54 pistol on his waist. After the end of the world, Brother Yu led people to rob the police station in the town and took away a lot of batons, handcuffs, and several pistols. Now these pistols are all under the control of Brother Yu. He is suspicious by nature and doesn't feel comfortable handing the guns to others. Get your weapons! Yuji's cold voice came as he stepped out of the door. A group of bikers suddenly sprang into action, picking up iron rods, tire shredders, and Molotov cocktails and rushing downstairs. Xiangzi, who was lying on the ground, hesitated for a moment, then struggled to stand up and followed him. The women sat at the messy card table and looked at each other, all a little confused. These women were imprisoned here and bullied by the biker gang. They rustled to the window and looked outside, and a white minibus came into view. They are somewhat numb to such conflicts. Perhaps they will soon see a scene where Molotov cocktails are thrown out, the entire minibus is on fire, and the driver is dragged out and tortured and dismembered. When the end of the world comes, some girls who usually feel very sad when they see kittens and puppies die are now used to seeing people die and live. It would be great if those damn bastards were hit to death, a young woman suddenly said through gritting her teeth. What nonsense are you talking about? Be careful, they might hear you. Sure, stop saying that, and there's no way that person could be killed. The young woman who had just said that had her mouth immediately covered by one of her good sisters. Their fear of the biker gang, especially Brother Yu, has penetrated into their bones. At this time, Brother Yu and others had already rushed down the small building. As soon as they came out of the repair shop, they saw a scene that made them look unpleasant. The row of motorcycles parked there were all hit against the wall, and a bunch of motorcycles were squeezed together. And on these tilted motorcycles, there was a person missing. The man had his hands tied with ropes, and his head and body were covered with all kinds of garbage such as rotten vegetable leaves, and he was still wailing constantly. Xiangzi, who was chasing closely, suddenly widened his eyes when he saw the figure. Brother Liang! The figure that seemed to have crawled out of a garbage dump was none other than Huang Mao. Brother Yu looked at Huang Mao with a sinister look, and as soon as Huang Mao saw Brother Yu appear, the volume of his wailing immediately increased a lot. Brother Yu! Brother Yu, save me! My legs are broken! When talking about his legs, Huang Mao's voice was shrill and tears were streaming. His legs were broken and he didn't know how to live in the future. Brother Yu glanced at the yellow-haired man coldly and said nothing. Seeing Yuji's expression, Huang Mao's voice was a little choked. He saw disgust on Brother Yu's face, which made him feel despair. Don't kill the guy driving the minibus. I want to catch him alive. Brother Yu bit out these words one by one, and he hated Jiang Lushi very much in his heart. Since the end of the world, Brother Yu has become the local tyrant of this small town. Many motorcycle gangs, when facing those survivors outside, feel that they are not the same kind of people as those survivors. It's like a slave owner facing slaves. To them, those survivors are just slaves. In addition, most of the survivors are submissive and try to please them, which makes their sense of superiority even stronger. They never thought that there would be survivors who would dare to be so arrogant in front of them, and even do something like provoking them. Seeing Brother Yu so angry, those motorcycle gangs knew that the minibus driver was in trouble and it would not be easy for him to die. Brothers, let's go catch that idiot! The bikers were shouting and screaming. They picked up a few intact motorcycles and stepped on the accelerator to make a loud noise. Where did the car go? The motorcycles blocked the entrance, but they could not see the minibus. When they looked from upstairs, they also saw the minibus moving backwards. In their impression, since this minibus had done something so suicidal, it would of course run away, and what would follow would be a chase. This is what they are best at. Just throw a bunch of gasoline bottles at the car and it will be destroyed. However, just as they stepped on the accelerator and were about to catch up with the minibus, there was another loud boom. The sound came from the gas station. Only screams were heard coming from the gas station. They had people specifically responsible for guarding the gas station, and now, their stronghold at the gas station had obviously been attacked. Hit my gas station? There was murderous intent flashing in Brother Yu's eyes. The gas station was less than 200 meters away from them, but after that guy came to provoke him, he didn't run away, but went to attack the gas station. He must be tired of living. Brother Yu suddenly started running. He was like an agile leopard. He jumped over the motorcycles and rushed to the gas station. His younger brothers woke up as if from a dream and followed him on their motorcycles. Inside the gas station, Jiang Lushi had already connected the minibus's automatic fuel dispenser to the fuel gun, and gasoline was flowing continuously into his almost empty tank. These biker gangs collected almost all the oil in the town and stored it all in the gas station. Jiang Lushi could not use up all the oil. At the same time, Jiang Lushi's eyes were fixed in the direction of the small building, waiting for Brother Yu to come. After careful consideration, Jiang Lushi felt that if he waited for Brother Yu to come, it might implicate Wen Lu and the others. Even if Wen Lu and the others were allowed to hide first, it might not be safe. After all, there were so many people in the motorcycle gang. In this way, if there is any mistake, Jiang Lushi will not be able to take care of them. In addition, Jiang Lushi also needs to collect a large amount of gasoline, which is also the most important point. The gasoline is in Brother Yu's hands. If Jiang Lushi wants oil, he will inevitably have to come to him. Knocking down those motorcycles would only cause a little trouble to the biker gangs, and then attacking the gas station to buy some time to refuel. Otherwise, if the gas was not enough, Jiang Lushi would not dare to use some of the weapons on the base vehicles. Jiang Lushi kept paying attention to the changes in the fuel tank storage capacity given by the Star Seed, 100L, 200L, 300L. After modifying the fuel tank, refueling has become incredibly fast. As soon as the oil pipe is connected, the amount of fuel starts to increase by 100 liters. When the fuel tank was filled to 600L, a figure appeared beside the flower bed outside the gas station. The figure came running over, and when he saw his car, he did not stop and rushed over directly. So fast. Jiang Lushi was slightly startled. This figure must be Brother Yu. Chapter 37, You Can Actually Drift? Seeing the minibus parked there to refuel, Brother Yu suddenly became furious. This kid not only tried to kill him, but also provoked him. Now, he even dared to fill his gas tank here openly. Brother Yu flew directly towards the base vehicle. His figure was like a running leopard, and his speed was totally beyond the reach of ordinary people. Jiang Lushi was at the gas station. Brother Yu couldn't use the homemade Molotov cocktails here, nor could he risk using a gun. He reached out from behind his waist and pulled out a 3-edged bayonet. He also found this triangular bayonet in the police station. It was probably confiscated as a illegally controlled knife, and it ended up being a bargain for him. At this moment, the gas pump suddenly fell off, and the minibus made a harsh friction sound. The minibus suddenly started, then accelerated sharply, like a huge cannonball, and backed up and crashed into Brother Yu head-on. Jiang Lushi did not activate instant acceleration, but the performance improvements brought about by the fuel tank upgrade have greatly increased his starting speed. The bulky minibus was like a supercar, and it hit Brother Yu with its rear end with a sharp friction sound. Although Brother Yu had heard Xiangzi's description of the minibus before, based on his common sense, he still didn't think the minibus could be that powerful. But now, as soon as the minibus started, his cognition was overturned. This is not a minibus, it's a flexible sports car. What's more, the driver was very insidious. He didn't start the minibus until he was close enough. Brother Yu had to stop his ferocious forward run and suddenly jump to the side to avoid it. Whoa! The minibus rushed past Brother Yu. At the moment of passing by, Brother Yu turned around and threw a tire shredder behind the wheel of the minibus. His tire shredder is much better than the homemade ones used by biker gangs. It was dismantled from a portable tire shredder used exclusively by police officers, and some modifications were made. Once a car tire runs over the tire shredder, the sharp tip of the tire shredder will pierce into the tire. If the driver stops the car in time, the tire can be saved. If the driver continues to drive without stopping, the tire will burst after more than 20 meters and the car will not be able to continue driving. But the minibus ran over it so fast that the sharp cone of the tire breaker didn't even get into the tire. Brother Yu also heard that the tire puncture device was useless on this minibus, so he just threw it down to try it out without even looking at the results. His eyes were fixed on the door handle of the cab, and when the minibus passed him at a very fast speed, he jumped on it. This Brother Yu was really fast. Jiang Lushi only saw Brother Yu dodge through the rearview screen, and then he felt the car body bump, and then he heard the car door bang, and a face pressed against his car window. At this time, a whoa sound was heard, and several motorcycles appeared on the road. Jiang Lushi had already left the gas station. The motorcycles surrounded him from the road, and more motorcycles rushed out of the motorcycle gang's base one after another. Although the motorcycles that were knocked down by Jiang Lushi before slowed down the actions of these bikers, it did not have much impact. However, Jiang Lushi didn't have time to pay attention to these hyena-like bikers because Brother Yu was hanging on his car door. Jiang Lushi turned around, and the two of them suddenly came face to face. Brother Yu gave Jiang Lushi a sinister smile, and stabbed his three-edged military bayonet fiercely into the gap of the car window. This is the weak point of the car window. For safety reasons, many cars are equipped with window prying devices, which can be used to pry open the window and escape after falling into water. Some car thieves also use crowbars to commit crimes. Although the triangular bayonet is not a crowbar, it can play the same role due to its hardness. Jiang Lushi would not allow Brother Yu to try to pry the window open. Although he might not be able to pry the window open, Brother Yu was a supernatural being after all. Moreover, his car had just been repaired, so how could he let the leader of the motorcycle gang destroy it at will? The steering wheel was turned all the way to the bottom, and the wheels of the minibus made a harsh friction sound on the cement road, leaving 4 white marks of rapid turns on the ground. Jiang Lushi stepped on the accelerator hard, and the minibus completely left the gas station and turned at an angle that seemed to be about to overturn in the eyes of others. This is simply drifting. A minibus can actually drift? The crowds of speeding gangs were dumbfounded. With such a sharp turn, Brother Yu, who was about to stab with his thorns, only held the door handle with one hand, and he was immediately thrown out with force. Most people would definitely be injured if thrown out like this. Jiang Lushi immediately looked out the window and saw that Brother Yu rolled over very nimbly the moment he landed on the ground, without any injury. And then Jiang Lushi saw that there seemed to be something extra in Brother Yu's hand. Brother Yu's face looked unhappy. He didn't expect the performance of this car to be so strong, even better than Xiongzi said. But the car has now left the gas station, so he doesn't have to worry about anything anymore. As soon as he stabilized his body, Brother Yu immediately took out a few homemade Molotov cocktails and threw them at Jiang Lushi's minibus. As soon as the homemade Molotov cocktail exploded on the minibus, it immediately turned into a raging flame that instantly enveloped the body of the bus. Although the minibus was moving fast, Brother Yu was even faster and was hit before he had no time to dodge. Go to hell! The moment Brother Yu threw the Molotov cocktail, he had already raised the Type 54 pistol he had pulled out from his waist and pointed it at the driver's cab window in the flames, where Jiang Lushi's figure was clearly visible. The distance between the two sides was less than 10 meters. Even though Brother Yu was not a sharpshooter, his shooting skills were good enough after some practice, since the end of the world. At this distance, he was going to directly blow up Jiang Lushi's shoulder. If it accidentally deviated a little and hit Jiang Lushi's neck or head, Jiang Lushi would be the one that suffered the most. Ordinary police pistols are used for the purpose of stopping, not for penetration or killing. Their main purpose is to make the criminal lose his ability to resist rather than to end his life, so their lethality is very small. But the Type 54 pistol was different. In the entire police station, Brother Yu only found this Type 54 pistol, which he carried with him at all times. The Type 54 is a military pistol, nicknamed the Black Star. It focuses on lethality, and has strong penetration. It can easily penetrate 2 people with one shot at close range. Within a certain distance, it can also penetrate bulletproof vests and obstacles such as brick walls of a certain thickness. This type of pistol served in domestic police forces for more than 20 years. Later, it was eliminated due to its excessive lethality, and replaced by the Type 64 pistol, which is still in use only in a few places. Xiongzi said that they had smashed the windows in various ways but could not leave any marks on the windows of the minibus, but Brother Yu did not care much about it. How could the strength of an iron rod compare to the penetrating power of a Type 54 pistol bullet? Go to hell! Brother Yu pulled the trigger without hesitation. It only took 1 second from the time he landed, threw the Molotov cocktail, and then fired the gun. Jiang Lushi was probably still enjoying the joy of shaking him off when he was hit. Chapter 38 Jiang Lushi's Fury. Bang! Gunshots rang out. Brother Yu was indeed very fast. Jiang Lushi had just seen him land when he saw the minibus surrounded by flames. Then he heard gunshots. Even faster than the gunshot was a loud bang coming from the driver's window next to Jiang Lushi. Jiang Lushi dodged instinctively, and at the same time, the voice of Starseed came to his mind. The surface of the base vehicle is damaged, the damage degree is 10%, the window is damaged, the damage degree is 1%, and the outer shell of the base vehicle is not damaged. Damn it! Although the damage was minimal and almost negligible, Jiang Lushu wanted to curse when he thought about the trouble of finding materials to repair the car. He turned his head and saw a clear spiderweb-like dent in the bullet on the car window. The bullets of the Type 54 pistol can penetrate obstacles such as brick walls, but there is a certain thickness limit. What's more, Jiang Lushu's base vehicle is equipped with bulletproof glass. Bulletproof glass is a laminated safety glass with 3 layers. The first layer is the bearing layer, which can destroy the bullet and change its shape, making the bullet lose the ability to move forward. The second layer is a transition layer made of organic adhesive material, which has strong bonding force and can absorb the impact energy of the bullet. The bullet can easily penetrate the first layer of glass, but will stop moving in the second layer. Therefore, there will be a dent in Jiang Lushu's car window. Seeing this trace, Jiang Lushu was really angry. He just fixed the car. After the shot was fired, Yugu showed a sneer on his face. He had already heard the sound of the bullet hitting the glass. Brother Yu stood up, ready to let his brothers go forward and drag Jiang Lushu out as soon as the fire was out. I hope Jiang Lushu will still be alive by then, otherwise it would be a pity. However, at this moment, he suddenly heard the "wuh" sound again. This sound was made by the minibus in front of him. Brother Yu was a little stunned. He was sure that he had hit it. Was Jiang Lushu not seriously injured? At this moment, the front of the minibus swung violently, and the surface of the minibus, still covered with blazing flames, rushed towards Brother Yu like a chariot bathed in flames. Through the windshield, Brother Yu clearly saw Jiang Lushu inside the car, staring at him angrily. There wasn't even a trace of wound on Jiang Lushu's body, let alone a bloody mess or a miserable appearance. The fate of Jiang Lushu after being shot that Brother Yu had expected did not happen at all. Brother Yu was holding the Type 54 pistol and was stunned. What's going on? Seeing the minibus coming, a ferocious look appeared on Brother Yu's face. He raised the gun again, pointed it at Jiang Lushu, and fired several shots. All the bullets poured onto the windshield, and then they were all blocked. The bullet holes were clearly visible, but Jiang Lushu behind the glass remained the same. Even his expression did not change. Boom! The minibus rushed up to them. Jiang Lushu looked out of the window beside him and saw that Brother Yu had already rushed to the side of the minibus and was not hit. Brother Yu avoided the impact of the minibus, but he was almost going crazy in his heart. This crappy minibus is actually equipped with bulletproof glass. Isn't this the visual effect of spending hundreds of thousands to modify a QQ car? Who on earth is this driver? How could he drive such a minibus? At this time, Brother Yu discovered that the minibus seemed to have given up. It turned around and rushed towards the 7 or 8 motorcycles that were the most densely packed. After the bikers approached on motorcycles, they circled around the minibus. When Brother Yu was shooting, they also threw Molotov cocktails behind the bus. Originally, these biker gangs thought that since Brother Yu had taken action personally, they only needed to provide some cover and support around them. This was a completely effortless and not dangerous task at all. But who knew that after the gunshot, the car not only did not die, but became even more violent. Brother Yu was also unable to stop the violent minibus. The minibus, unable to do anything to Brother Yu, turned its target towards them. All of these biker gangs felt like their scalps were bursting with fear. Facing the minibus in flames, they frantically stepped on the accelerator. However, not only is this minibus's turning flexibility unbelievable like a minibus, its acceleration speed is also terrifying. Although these bikers tried to escape immediately, they were soon caught up by the minibus. Some bikers rushed to the sides of the road. One of their bikes skidded while turning and crashed into the flower bed with a bang. All the people on the bikes were thrown more than 10 meters away. Others had no time to react and were hit hard by the minibus. After they were thrown away, some of them were not dead, but their bodies were covered with flames and they kept rolling around in agony while howling. Seeing this scene, Brother Yu was so angry that his lungs almost exploded. Jiang Lushu hit Brother Yu twice in a row but failed to do so. He found that Brother Yu was too fast, especially at short distances, and he was extremely flexible. When he hit Brother Yu for the second time, he originally wanted to use the air cannon to attack Brother Yu. But Brother Yu's reaction speed was so fast that even if he fired the cannon, it would only hit nothing. Moreover, the air cannon needs charging time to fire, and this time is enough for Brother Yu to dodge it more than a dozen times. But to deal with these bikers, there was no need for air cannons, only the simplest and roughest collisions would be enough. These bikers kept throwing Molotov cocktails around his car, causing the damage rate of the base vehicle to continue to increase, which made Jiang Lushi furious. Jiang Lushi didn't want to let them continue to fly around like flies, so he simply left Brother Yu aside. He will not show mercy to these people. Brother Yu is cruel, and these people are not much better. They are all evil people. After knocking down several motorcycles, Jiang Lushi still didn't give up. He had just filled up the gas tank, so he didn't care about the consumption at all. After a sudden U-turn, the minibus rushed towards the motorcycle gang in the other direction like a steel monster. These bikers were immediately scared out of their wits. This minibus was really too wild. They also hurriedly fled one by one. The minibus rushed directly past Brother Yu. Jiang Lushi in the car just turned his head and glanced at Brother Yu. This sight made Brother Yu grit his teeth. Being beaten up at the door, and having to watch this man driving around the streets, chasing his gang members around, some of them running away, some dying, is there anything more frustrating than this? Chapter 39 Heavy Truck. Jiang Lushi drove the minibus and rammed it until the fire was out, and the bikers fled to a place where the minibus could not enter. Only then did he slowly stop. Jiang Lushi's minibus stopped in the middle of the road, leaving obvious tire marks on the ground, which were superimposed with the black burn marks of the Molotov cocktail, making them even more eye-catching. The ground was littered with knocked-down motorcycles, the bodies of bikers, and injured bikers who were still wailing for help. Beep! Jiang Lushi honked the horn twice. The shrill horn sounded, but no biker gang dared to show up. They were all shocked by Jiang Lushi's crazy impact just now. Just then, a sharp sound of tire friction was suddenly heard. Immediately afterwards, a truck suddenly turned out from the sidewalk next to it. This was a heavy truck, with a load capacity of several dozen tons. It was like a huge monster when it appeared on the road. An ordinary car would be crushed into pieces if it was hit by this heavy truck. Even Jiang Lushi's minibus would be like a child facing an adult in front of this minibus. The heavy truck came onto the road, facing Jiang Lushi's minibus from a distance. In the cab, which was as tall as a person, Jiang Lushi saw Brother Yu. He was holding the steering wheel, staring at the minibus fiercely with a crazy look. Jiang Lushi's attack really angered Brother Yu completely. He was the boss, standing there, watching helplessly as the minibus circled back and forth in front of him several times, violently hitting his subordinates. The injured bikers who fell to the ground kept wailing for help. To Brother Yu's ears, the sound was extremely harsh. Ever since the end of the world came and Brother Yu discovered that he had mutant powers, he has been invincible. There are not many zombies in the town, and after he led them away, nothing can do anything to him. Those survivors are like ants in front of him, and he can do whatever he wants. All the biker gang members respect and fear him. Brother Yu was originally just a small gangster. Although he was cruel, he didn't have the courage to risk his life. So even as a gangster, he was not very happy. Not only was he beaten and scolded by the boss, but even the gangsters didn't respect him at all. They often called themselves brother in front of him, as if they were going to protect him, but he felt looked down upon. Therefore, Brother Yu was actually quite satisfied with this kind of life after the end of the world. He felt that this end of the world was prepared for him. He had lived a very frustrating life before, but now he was like a fish in water. But just when he was feeling proud, he was actually run over by a minibus in front of so many of his fellow soldiers. Brother Yu felt as if his face was also covered with dirty tire marks. If he doesn't kill Jiang Lushi, Brother Yu feels that he will never be able to hold his head up high in the future. So, while Jiang Lushi was still having fun driving the minibus, Brother Yu ran over and drove over the heavy truck that had originally been parked at the gas station to refuel, was abandoned when the apocalypse came, and was later driven away by the motorcycle gang. Isn't this minibus capable of hitting something? Then he will kill Jiang Lushi. No matter how powerful the minibus is, he doesn't believe that it can hit this heavy truck. Boom, boom, boom. Brother Yu stepped on the accelerator. Seeing Brother Yu driving this heavy truck towards him, Jiang Liusher's heart skipped a beat. This heavy truck was really a steel monster. It was rushing towards a target at full speed, and the visual impact it brought was too strong. If such a heavy truck really hits the base vehicle, it will definitely not kill anyone, but the base vehicle will definitely be seriously damaged. However, Brother Yu was thinking too simply to hit him with a heavy truck. Jiang Liusher's base vehicle also had the function of instant acceleration, which was enough for him to drive away. Whether it was dodging or changing direction, there was no problem. However, Jiang Liusher did not press the instant acceleration button. It would be easy to escape, but if he did that, he would not be able to achieve the purpose of coming here. On the contrary, Jiang Liusher stared at the heavy truck that was heading towards him and stepped on the accelerator hard. In fact, although this moment is dangerous, it is also an opportunity for him. A good opportunity to kill Brother Yu. Jiang Liusher stared closely at the fast-approaching heavy truck, and the star seeds kept indicating the changes in the distance between the two sides. Seeing that the minibus not only did not move away, but rushed towards him, Brother Yu in the car immediately sneered. "Haha, this guy is really too arrogant. I'm going to hit you to death. Hit you to death." He couldn't wait to squeeze Jiang Liusher into a pulp. When he thought of the front of the minibus deforming, Jiang Liusher looking like he was thrown into a meat grinder, and blood constantly flowing out of the seams of the car, Brother Yu felt extremely excited and his whole body felt numb. He had already stepped on the accelerator to the bottom, and he burst into laughter in the car. The bikers were also watching this scene. They all felt that this minibus was completely crazy and was simply hitting a rock with an egg. It is very likely that Jiang Liusher did such a crazy thing and knew that he would not be able to escape alive, so he took this suicidal approach. Inside the minibus, Jiang Liusher's expression remained calm. He listened to Xingzhong's instructions while calculating rapidly in his mind. "Now!" Jiang Liusher suddenly pressed a button. 10, 9, 8. The distance between the two sides was close enough that they could clearly see the expressions on each other's faces. Jiang Liusher saw a grim smile on Brother Yu's face, and he shouted something at him. Judging from his lip shape, it should be, "Go to hell!" Jiang Liusher said nothing. In his mind, he heard the countdown of the star seed. 3, 2, 1. The distance between the two cars was only 10 meters. Bang! Accompanied by a loud noise, the distorted and excited expression on Yuji's face suddenly froze. Jiang Liusher almost watched the forward momentum of the heavy truck come to an abrupt halt. The terrifying power of the air cannon caused the windshield of the heavy truck to explode the moment the airflow touched the front of the car. The shattered glass, like fragments of snowflakes, swept over Brother Yu all at once. Then, the front of the car began to deform and suddenly lifted up backwards. The trailer behind it, due to its heavy weight, continued to rush forward by inertia. The front of the train and the carriage were suddenly pressed together with a terrifying force. Bang, bang, bang! A series of explosion-like noises rang out. Chapter 40 Mutation Energy. When a heavy truck hits something like this, the visual conflict is extremely strong. Especially when watching from a close distance, even though they know the truck will not hit them, the bikers still can't help but scream and back away. It was so amazing that in just a moment, the front of the car was completely crushed and deformed. The tragic situation that Brother Yu imagined would happen to Jiang Liusher happened to him in an even more tragic way. The bikers didn't see clearly what happened. They thought that when the heavy truck hit the bus, what happened next was a foregone conclusion. But unexpectedly, when the two vehicles were about to collide, the front of the heavy truck suddenly flipped over, and they watched the front of the truck deform. Yugu was very fast, but this time, he did not have time to escape, and was crushed along with the front of the truck. The rear end of the car was thrown sideways due to inertia, making a harsh friction sound on the road, and then it overturned with a loud bang. The whole process makes people unable to believe their eyes. The huge noise made all of their ears buzz. It was like a big explosion. Jiang Liusher saw some fragments splashing onto his windshield, making a series of intensive explosions. However, this level of splashing would not cause any damage to the bulletproof glass. Jiang Liusher, who was sitting in the car, also took a breath of cold air. Jiang Liusher was not surprised at the fate of the heavy truck, but he was still shocked when he saw it with his own eyes. He had already seen the power of the air cannon, and to be on the safe side, he waited until the distance between the two cars was at its shortest. If the distance continues to shorten, when the heavy truck is hit by the air cannon, the base vehicle will also be affected. Jiang Lushi aimed the muzzle of the air cannon directly at the cab of the heavy truck, so he knew without confirmation that Brother Yu was definitely dead. Although Brother Yu is a person with special abilities, he is still a human being after all. Under such power, he has no chance of survival. Jiang Lushi exhaled lightly. He had just been concentrating on listening to the distance indicated by the star seed, and all his attention was focused on the moment of firing, which consumed a lot of his energy. Energy dissipation detected. Do you want to absorb it? Xingzhong suddenly gave a reminder. Jiang Lushi was stunned. Energy dissipated? Although he didn't know what it was, Jiang Lushi immediately said in his mind, "Yes, absorb it." Absorbing. The mutant energy has been absorbed and stored. The new energy level is less than 1 and cannot be used for upgrading. You can choose to continue storing it, or use it to improve the defense of the base vehicle's hull armor. Abnormal energy? Jiang Lushi was a little puzzled. He looked at the overturned heavy truck and suddenly understood. This mutated energy is probably Brother Yu's superpower energy. However, Jiang Lushi did not understand this new energy, but fortunately, Starseed explained it quickly. After Brother Yu died, the energy in his body dissipated, and the base vehicle was also able to absorb this energy. This is different from the crystal core of the mutant wild boar. This mutant energy is stored in Yuji's body. When Yu uses his own superpowers, this energy will be consumed, and at the same time, a very small part will escape. However, the amount of energy that escapes is too small, and the base vehicle cannot detect it or absorb it. After Brother Yu died, all the energy dissipated and was immediately detected by the base vehicle. However, Yuji's level of superpower is too low, not even reaching level 1. The energy he dissipated was naturally less than level 1. This energy can actually enhance the defense of the outer shell. Jiang Lushi already felt that the defense of the base vehicle was not enough. The terrifying impact of the mutant wild boar was fine, but even the homemade Molotov cocktails thrown by the biker gang could cause some damage to the outer shell. After that, he will go to Jinling. In this eastern central city with a permanent population of more than 8 million, the defense of the base vehicle's hull will be even more inadequate. Any improvement will mean a further increase in Jiang Lushi's survival rate. After all, Jiang Lushi had no idea what the current situation in Jinling was. He had previously thought that after the end of the world, the internet would not be disconnected so quickly, but it seemed that due to the impact of the explosion and fire, Jiang Lushi had never been connected to the internet at all. Otherwise, there might be survivors who would ask for help and exchange information through the internet, so that he could also find out something about Jinling. However, even if he knew nothing, there was at least one thing Jiang Lushi could be sure of. That was that the denser the population and the more prosperous the place was in the past, the more it was a forbidden zone for life now. While thinking about it, Jiang Lushi had already confirmed it in his mind. This energy, which is not even at level 1, is weaker than the previous mutant wild boar. The mutant wild boar was rated as a first-level crystal core, which was just right for the base vehicle to evolve. It was estimated that the energy accumulated by this psychic could also allow the base vehicle to evolve once, but compared to storage, improving the defense of the shell was actually what Jiang Lushi needed most at the moment. The upgrade of the outer shell's defense did not affect Jiang Lushi's continued driving of the base vehicle. In fact, the speed of this upgrade was the fastest among all the modifications and upgrades of the base vehicle so far. It only takes 15 minutes to upgrade the shell. At this time, Jiang Lushi turned his gaze to the bikers who were still staring at the heavy trucks in disbelief. These motorcycle gangs have always been centered around Brother Yu, and they are completely impressed by his fighting ability, and are quite afraid of him. Now, Brother Yu died in front of them. When these biker gangs come to their senses, they will naturally think that without Brother Yu, they can still act arrogantly when they get together, because Brother Yu has already laid a good foundation for them. However, as soon as this thought came to their mind, they suddenly shuddered and looked at the minibus. Jiang Lushi was also looking at them in the minibus. As soon as their eyes met, Jiang Lushi suddenly stepped on the accelerator. Seeing the minibus moving and heading towards them, the bikers were immediately scared out of their wits. They started their motorcycles and quickly fled. Jian Lushi would not let these people go. These motorcycle gangs had done countless evil things and had tried to do something to him twice. Jian Lushi is not a tolerant and generous person. If these people attack him, he will not be polite. Chapter 41, full of oil and ready to go. Hearing the roar of the minibus behind them, the bikers were so scared that their souls almost came out. Even the heavy trucks were on their knees, and they didn't feel safe at all on motorcycles. Go to the alley! He can't catch up! Some biker gangs shouted. They all rushed into the alley, but shortly after they entered the alley, zombies suddenly jumped out, knocked them off the motorcycle and started biting them. There were quite a few zombies, and many of them appeared on the streets. They were running very fast, and were not afraid of being injured or dying. Their reaction and jumping abilities were very quick. These bikers were knocked down one after another, or were directly blocked by the zombies and unable to break out. Then they were drowned in the zombies with screams. So many zombies suddenly appeared, obviously attracted by the previous explosion. However, most of the zombies have been lured away. These zombies are hiding in those buildings. There are only about 100 of them in total, and they pose no threat to Jian Lushi. But the bikers were in a miserable situation, with Jian Lushi chasing them on one side and zombies on the other. Soon, they were either knocked down by Jian Lushi or killed by zombies while escaping. Some zombies turned their target towards Jian Lushi. Jian Lushi ignored them at first. Only after he was sure that all the bikers had been dealt with did he suddenly turn around and start to attack these zombies. Bang, 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 bang! Bloody collision sounds were heard frequently. Jian Lushi drove the base vehicle back and forth on the street for several circles and honked the horn several times, attracting all the zombies that were lying on the corpses and eating them. These zombies desperately pounced on the base vehicle, but as soon as their outstretched hands and ferocious faces touched the glass, they were knocked away or rolled under the wheels. Soon, there was not even a single zombie standing on the street. On the main road outside the gas station, apart from an overturned heavy truck, there were corpses and motorcycles all over the ground. It was extremely tragic. Jian Lushi, who caused this scene, looked at this scene and exhaled. This is the end of the world. I have always heard that human life is worthless, but now I really understand the meaning of this sentence. Zombies eat people, and people also eat people. If you don't kill people, you will be killed by others. After waiting for a while, Jian Lushi slowly drove the minibus back to the location of the heavy truck, and then parked the minibus next to the deformed front of the truck. After ensuring that the angle was such that no one could launch a sneak attack and that he could immediately jump into the car and return to the base, Jian Lushi opened the door and walked down carefully. In fact, the place where he got off the car was a complete blind spot formed by the front of the car and the base vehicle. Even if zombies appeared now, they could not squeeze in. After Jian Lushi got off the car, he was facing the driver's seat of the heavy truck. However, it was now completely squeezed into a twisted piece of iron, and its original shape could not be seen. Some blood flowed out from the cracks in the iron block. Jian Lushi looked carefully and saw a hand from the crack at the bottom. As a superpower, the boss of the motorcycle gang, and the local tyrant of this town, Jian Lushi felt that Brother Yu should have a lot of good things on him. However, it seemed impossible for him to pull Brother Yu out of this gap. Those good things were wasted now. But just when Jian Lushi felt regretful, he suddenly saw a black thing from under that hand. Jian Lushi stretched out his foot and pushed Brother Yu's hand aside. It's that pistol! Because of its relatively small size, the pistol was not crushed together with the truck. Instead, it fell out from the gap when the heavy truck overturned. Jian Lushi was delighted and quickly picked up the pistol. In the process of picking up the gun, Jian Lushi was also very careful to avoid accidental discharge and injuring himself. After confirming that the gun was indeed intact and had no problems due to being squeezed, Jian Lushi finally showed a smile on his face. Jian Lushi had never played with a Type 54 pistol. But when he was a kid, he used to hold a toy gun tightly in his hands, and before his parents passed away, he was taken to a shooting range to play with it once on his birthday. Of course, after such a long time, Jian Lushi already felt very unfamiliar, but he still remembered some basic common sense. After the pistol was loaded with a magazine, the bullet was still in the magazine and had not entered the chamber. A loading action had to be performed first before a bullet would be pushed from the magazine into the chamber ready to fire. The gun has a safety mechanism. After loading the bullet, you need to flip the safety mechanism to release the safety. In this way, the gun is ready to fire. The gun that Jiang Lushi picked up had bullets loaded and the safety was turned on. Jiang Lushi unloaded the bullet and turned off the safety, then he took it in his hand and played with it for a while. Picking up the Type 54 pistol gave Jiang Lushi a glimmer of hope, and he searched patiently for a while. Unfortunately, apart from blood and various fragments, Jiang Lushi did not find anything useful. After restarting the base vehicle, Jiang Lushi drove the minibus to the gas station. Now, finally, no one will come to disturb him while he refuels. Brother Yu and other motorcycle gangs collected all the oil in the town and stored it here. Now, it has all gone to Jiang Lushi. The base vehicle was parked, the automatic refueling device was started, the oil pipe was immediately extended and connected to the refueling gun. Suddenly, a large amount of gasoline poured into the base vehicle's fuel tank. The fuel tank was like a big mouth, swallowing up the gasoline. The energy consumed in the battle with Brother Yu just now was quickly replenished, and then 1000L, 1500L, 2000L. Finally, a full 10,000L. The 10 cubic meter fuel tank was completely filled, and 10,000L of gasoline had already been put into Jiang Lushi's base vehicle. This made Jiang Lushi, who had previously been staring at the 20 or so gallons of gasoline and living a tight life, feel extremely happy. Finally filled up the gas. If we were to collect the 10,000L from inside those cars, I don't know how much we would need to collect to make up the total. The fuel tank is full, and there is no need to panic. Now, the base vehicle can accelerate smoothly and use various functions without any scruples. Jiang Lushi has some confidence in entering Jinling City. Even after filling up the tank, Jiang Lushi was still not satisfied. He looked around inside the gas station and indeed found a small tanker truck. The tanker was full of gasoline without any leakage. Jiang Lushi was delighted and directly towed it onto the minibus. After towing the tanker, Jiang Lushi had no other way to take the gasoline away, so he had to give it up reluctantly. This town was not far from Jinling, and if he couldn't find gasoline in Jinling, he might be able to come back here. After doing all this, Jiang Lushi drove to the motorcycle gang's base, the small building. Chapter 42: Humiliation and Sorrow. Outside the repair shop, several bodies were lying on the ground, their stomachs ripped open and their limbs missing. Jiang Lushi saw the yellow-haired figure inside at a glance. These people stayed in the base. After the explosion attracted zombies, they were attacked by zombies. Later, the zombies that were eating them were attracted by Jiang Lushi's car horn and then killed by Jiang Lushi. Jiang Lushi parked the base vehicle at the door. He had been focusing on refueling before, but only now realized that the upgrade of the outer shell had been completed. With the addition of mutant energy, the shell of the base vehicle did not appear to have changed from the outside, but when Jiang Lushi knocked on it with his hand, he felt that the shell seemed to have some elasticity. In fact, the outer shell is still hard. This feeling occurs because the inside of the outer shell can attract a certain impact force, so people feel like they are hitting cotton. However, this feeling was not strong, but very weak. Jiang Lushi knew that this was because the base vehicle absorbed too little mutant energy this time. But this change has made Jiang Lushi very satisfied. With this extra ability to absorb shock, the damage rate of the base vehicle can be reduced a lot. He picked up the wrench, raised the Type 54 pistol in his hand, loaded the bullet, opened the safety, took his finger off the trigger, and then Jiang Lushi got out of the car. Stepping over the corpse, Jiang Lushi entered the repair shop and walked towards the corridor cautiously. Jiang Lushi had heard from Huang Mao about the situation in the building. The small building had 4 floors in total. The 3 lower floors were where the motorcycle gang lived, and the 4th floor was where Brother Yu lived alone. The various supplies they collected were also on the 4th floor. Although he expected that there would be no more bikers in the building, Jiang Lushi was still very careful. On the 4th floor, the women who had been watching from the window before now gathered together, holding hands with nervous and anxious expressions on their faces. They all heard Jiang Lushi's footsteps coming up, and the footsteps were getting closer. Before, they witnessed through the window the entire scene of Jiang Lushi driving the minibus recklessly, and in the end, in a thrilling collision, accompanied by a loud bang like an explosion, Brother Yu's heavy truck was completely smashed into scrap metal. Seeing that scene, these women all felt unbelievable. A shabby-looking minibus actually flattened the front of a heavy truck? After the collision like this, Brother Yu in the driver's seat must have become a meat patty. They kept staring at the dilapidated cab of the heavy truck and the blood flowing out of the cab, unable to believe that Brother Yu was dead. Brother Yu, the arrogant and powerful man who made people despair and was in charge of the entire town. Anyone who made him unhappy could be tortured to death. Today, Brother Yu was actually killed. Is this a dream? Before they could react, they heard loud bangs and the roar of a car engine. The engine of that small minibus roared like thunder, shaking their eardrums. The minibus rushed around like an angry beast, hitting the remaining bikers. It was like a tiger entering a flock of sheep, crushing them with ease. The biker gangs were all scared out of their wits and fled in all directions, but they ended up being either hit to death or bitten to death by zombies. This scene seemed like a dream to them. Those hateful and vicious biker gangs, who were as vicious as a pack of wolves, were completely wiped out in just a few minutes. These women were all forced and abducted, and they hated the biker gang, especially Brother Yu, to the core. Now, seeing that Brother Yu and the biker gang had suffered such a miserable end, which was even worse than those survivors they had bullied and killed, they all found it hard to believe for a moment. After killing all the zombies and biker gangs, the minibus returned to the heavy truck. They watched Jiang Lusher get off the bus. He was wearing an ordinary black t-shirt and jeans. He looked simple and young. When they saw the collision of the minibus, they thought that the driver of the minibus must be very fierce. They didn't expect that he was such a young man. Then, they witnessed the young man climbing into the cab of the heavy truck and taking the pistol from Brother Yu's hand. This scene also made all the girls confirm that Brother Yu was really dead and was killed by this young man. It was him. He hit Brother Yu to death. He was about the same age as you, Shiro. A slightly older woman said in a trembling voice. Shiro is the youngest among them, only 18 years old. When the end of the world came, Shiro's parents died, and she and her 12-year-old brother depended on each other for survival. But later, they could not survive any longer. Both Shiro and her brother were in poor health. Hunger and disease tortured them and made them despair. Later, they were caught by the motorcycle gang, forced, tortured, and ravaged. With her brother in danger, Shiro finally endured the humiliation in order to buy a meal and a box of medicine for herself and her brother. She sold her dignity, she felt dirty, and many nights she woke up from nightmares and tears. But she had no choice, no option. This was the end of the world, and human life was so cheap, especially for a girl without the ability to survive. She could only endure it or choose to die with her brother. She had already been in despair and tried to commit suicide several times, but she couldn't let go of her brother. But today, she saw Brother Yu dead, squashed like a cockroach. The feelings inside her were indescribable. She hugged her shoulders with both hands, tears flowing uncontrollably. It was hard to tell whether these tears were of joy or sorrow. She tried desperately to wipe away her tears, but they kept flowing. She looked towards the door, listening to the footsteps getting closer and closer. She knew that it was the young man coming in. At this moment, she was inexplicably nervous and scared, yet also a little excited. She didn't know what fate awaited her. It took Jiang Lusher about 10 minutes to finally reach the 4th floor. As soon as he reached the 4th floor, Jiang Lusher heard some noises coming from inside. Jiang Lusher raised the gun and slowly walked to the half-open door, then kicked the door open suddenly. "Don't move!" While shouting this, Jiang Lusher felt as if he had inadvertently entered into some role. Inside the house, several women were standing together, facing the door, as if waiting for him to come. When they saw him kick open the door and point the black muzzle of the gun at them, they couldn't help but tremble. Chapter 43. What kind of plane? A group of girls, none of them knew what fate awaited them. Brother Yu is dead, but what about this young man? He killed Brother Yu, and there is no doubt that he will take charge of everything here and become the new ruler of the town. At the same time, if he wanted, he would become their new master with just a thought. They were beaten, enslaved, and ravaged by Yuga, which made their expectations of survival very low. They just wanted the new ruler to give them a little food. "Don't move!" Jiang Lusher was stunned when he suddenly saw such a group of girls appear, but he did not relax his vigilance at all. Among these seemingly powerless girls, There might be members of the biker gang. With just a pistol, they could take his life. How could he allow such a thing to happen? Raise your hands and come to the front one by one, Jiang Lushi said. The women all looked at him. Hurry up, Jiang Lushi urged again. Shiro wiped her tears, raised her hands high, and walked out first. She walked in front of Jiang Lushi, who walked over with a gun in hand and fumbled around Shiro's waist and pockets. When Xiaoro was touched by Jiang Lushi, her body trembled slightly, but she did not dodge. She bit her lip and looked at Jiang Lushi. Okay, you stand over there, next one, Jiang Lushi said to Xiaoro after finishing the body search. Xiaoro obediently walked aside. Soon, these women were searched by Jiang Lushi. They had no weapons on them, and Jiang Lushi guessed that they were women who were abducted by the motorcycle gang, and they were probably Brother Yu's women. After being searched by Jiang Lushi, these women were now standing together in the corner of the room, looking at Jiang Lushi with uneasy eyes. Big brother. A woman in red spoke tremblingly. What are you going to do to us? The woman who was speaking looked to be in her early 20s. She had a plump figure and a pretty face. In fact, almost all the girls in this room were young and beautiful. They either looked innocent or plump and sexy, each with their own characteristics. In the minds of the girls in red, this young man is likely to control their future destiny. With such a group of delicate girls in the room, powerless to resist, there probably wouldn't be many men who wouldn't have dirty thoughts. But looking at Jiang Lushi, he is young and good-looking, much stronger than Brother Yu. If he is not too cruel to them, it does not seem so difficult to follow him. A girl like her can only survive in the end times by relying on the strong. Jiang Lushi glanced at the woman in red and didn't bother to pay attention to her. He glanced at all the girls in the room and finally locked his eyes on Shiro. It's not because Xiaoro is pretty, but because she has a slender figure and looks extremely weak, so there is no way she could hurt herself. You! Jiang Lushi pointed his gun at Jiang Xiaoro. Come here! Jiang Lushi's voice sounded a bit fierce. Xiaoro's expression changed slightly when she was suddenly called by Jiang Lushi. She was actually the first one to be called. She bit her lip and finally walked towards Jiang Lushi. Originally, after Brother Yu died, she still had some extravagant hopes in her heart, but she didn't know what she was hoping for. She obediently walked in front of Jiang Lushi, closed her eyes, her eyelashes trembling slightly, and one hand subconsciously pinched the collar, her knuckles slightly white due to the force. This was an expression of unwillingness, but resignation. She knew that she could not resist Jiang Lushi. Why are you closing your eyes? Jiang Lushi frowned. What on earth is this woman doing? Hey, let me ask you, where did Brother Yu put all the supplies? Jiang Lushi asked about his purpose. Brother Yu had plundered so much of the people's wealth, so his stock must be huge. Shiro was stunned for a moment, then she opened her eyes, then she raised her hand in a daze and pointed to one of the rooms. When she put her finger down, Shiro still felt like she hadn't come back to her senses. Was this person just asking for supplies? Go and open the door, Jiang Lushi shouted. Yes, there is a lock, Xiaoro answered timidly. Jiang Lushi listened without saying anything. He walked straight to the door, aimed at the keyhole, raised the muzzle of the gun, and then stepped aside. Bang! A gunshot rang out, and Jiang Lushi felt his arms shake. He had been gripping the gun quite firmly, so the recoil did not cause much muzzle movement. The girls all covered their ears and screamed. The door lock was broken, and Jiang Lushi kicked the door open. The valuable storage room that Brother Yu had carefully locked and not allowed anyone to enter was opened by him in a very violent way. After opening the door, Jiang Lushi first checked the situation at the door, and then walked into the house while Shiro and other girls looked at him secretly in panic. As soon as he entered the room, Jiang Lushi was secretly shocked. This room was simply a food warehouse, filled with supplies from floor to ceiling. One of the refrigerators was filled with all kinds of fresh food. Jiang Lushi's main food now is, of course, the mutant pork that can improve his physical strength, but these fresh vegetables and fungi can improve the taste. This kind of thing is hard to come by in the end times, but Jiang Lushi can't bring it. Brother Yu set up his base next to a gas station. His refrigerator was powered by a generator 24 hours a day, so the food inside was kept very fresh. Jiang Lushi could only take as much of these good things as he could. Think about it, Jiang Zhuiying is hiding in the house without electricity, and she probably only has some dry food to eat. If everything goes well, maybe I can still bring it to her in time. When he thought of this, Jiang Lushi felt the urgency of upgrading the storage space. If the base vehicle storage space was large enough, he could carry a few more refrigerators full of food. As for the vacuum-packed foods, there are also a wide variety of them, such as ham, bacon, shredded rabbit, etc. In fact, Jiang Lushi already has a lot of food stored, but Jiang Lushi knows that this is just the beginning of the end of the world, and the further it goes, the harder it will be to collect food. Although these foods are not as good as mutant beast meat, they are also real hard currency. Jiang Lushi will not think that he has too much food. There were so many of these things that Jiang Lushi asked one of the girls to find a few snakeskin bags, which were filled to the brim with more than 10 bags. It was unknown whether these snakeskin bags were used by the survivors to hold these things when they handed in their supplies. While packing the food, Jiang Lushi found another box. The box was stored in a corner, and was packed very well. Jiang Lushi opened the box and was immediately happy. This box contains things that Brother Yu collected from the police station. They are very precious to him. Jiang Lushi took a look and saw 2 bulletproof vests, a police baton, a lot of bullets, and a police helmet. These things are very useful to Jiang Lushi, especially bulletproof vests and bullets, both of which he lacks. With the bulletproof vest, Jiang Lushi's own fragility has been slightly enhanced, and the bullets are the guarantee that the Type 54 in his hand will not become scrap metal. When Jiang Lushi was in the base vehicle, he was naturally both combat ready and safe, but when he got off the vehicle like now, he needed to use other methods to ensure his own safety and combat ready. This box of things was an unexpected surprise, and Jiang Lushi decided to take the whole box away. There were too many things, so he had to take them again and again. Jiang Lushi's original physical strength was pretty good, and after eating the mutant beast meat, it was a little stronger. Climbing the stairs a few times with supplies was nothing to him. The girls stood in the corner, watching Jiang Lushi silently as he continued to carry the supplies down. Chapter 44 2 Choices. Jiang Lushi ran back and forth for a total of 10 times. I don't know if it's because I ate some mutant beast meat during this period, but Jiang Lushi didn't feel very tired. He did this transporting work relatively easily. Soon the entire base vehicle was filled to the brim with supplies. Seeing that there was really no place to put them, Jiang Lushi simply fixed the remaining snakeskin bags on the luggage rack on the roof. As a result, his minibus looked even more shabby, with snakeskin bags piled up on the roof, giving the impression of migrant workers entering the city. In the end, all the places where supplies could be stored were used by Jiang Lushi, and there were still some supplies left, which he really couldn't take away. Jiang Lushi could only pick some high-calorie, small-volume foods like chocolate from the remaining supplies to carry with him. He glanced at the storage room with pity, and then walked out. Seeing that Jiang Lushi had nothing in his hands this time and was no longer carrying a bulging snakeskin bag, the girls couldn't help but glance towards the storage room. All taken away? Xiaoro pinched the corner of her clothes, feeling a little desperate. When Brother Yu was here, they didn't dare to approach the storage room. Not to mention them, even the bikers were not allowed to approach the storage room. Only his few trusted followers had the opportunity to enter. So they had no idea how much supplies were in the storage room. But seeing that Jiang Lushi was so focused on the supplies, they felt that Jiang Lushi must have taken all the supplies away. Without food, they don't know how to survive. After Jiang Lushi came out of the storage room, he searched the living room and Yuji's bedroom. Seeing that he didn't find anything useful, he walked straight to the door. At this time, Xiaoro bit her lip, mustered up the courage to call Jiang Lushi. Please wait a moment. Jiang Lushi turned his head and glanced at Xiaoro. At this time, the girls in the room all looked very nervous. Xiaoro looked at Jiang Lushi and didn't know how to speak for a moment. They all knew that Jiang Lushi had no reason to leave them food, but without food, it meant that they would starve to death. Asking Jiang Lushi to leave a little for them was too much of a request, so it was understandable that Jiang Lushi would refuse it outright. Oui. Seeing Xiaoro hesitant in her words, Jiang Lushi lost his patience. He stepped out the door and was about to go downstairs, but then turned back. When Xiaoro and the others saw Jiang Lushi leaving, their hearts sank. But now that they saw him coming back, they immediately showed hopeful looks. Some girls even couldn't help asking if they could follow Jiang Lushi. To be fair, Jiang Lushi was young and good-looking, and most of them were willing to follow him and have a meal. But they couldn't speak up. They vaguely felt that Jiang Lushi was not interested in them at all. If they proposed it, they would most likely be rejected, which would be too embarrassing. Moreover, they had no ability and were just a burden. At this time, Jiang Lushi spoke. If you want to join the survivors, I have a suitable team to recommend to you, but everyone there has to collect food. I will ask that team to come over in a while, and it is up to you to decide whether to join them. Of course, you can also choose to leave. There are still some supplies left in the room, you can pick some to take away. He felt that it was a pity to leave all these supplies here. If these girls continued to live here, they would not be able to protect these supplies and would probably be targeted soon. The survivor team that when Xiaotian and her sister were in urgently needed these supplies. Of course, if these girls are unwilling to join Wen Xiutian's team, Jiang Lushi will not force them. It is just their own choice. After hearing what Jiang Lushi said, the girls immediately looked at each other. They felt incredible that Jiang Lushi had taken the initiative to leave food without their begging. When he just left, they felt desperate and thought they were going to starve to death. As for the team of survivors that Jiang Lushi mentioned, it probably has something to do with him, but he himself should not be among them. Otherwise, he would not have to say so and could just call his people over. These girls had no doubt that if Jiang Lushi led a team of survivors, he would definitely be the leader of this team. What do you choose? Jiang Lushi asked. Seeing that Jiang Lushi seemed to be running out of patience again, Xiao whispered a few words to the girls, then she looked at Jiang Lushi and said firmly, We are willing to join this team of survivors. We will do our best to do what we should do. Compared to being ravaged in exchange for food, Xiao actually prefers to be self-reliant, but these girls do not have the ability to survive alone. Now Jiang Lushi has given them such an opportunity, and Xiao is actually very grateful to Jiang Lushi. Well, then you just wait here, Jiang Lushi said. This place has a very good location. Jiang Lushi feels that it is more suitable as the camp for Wen Xiaotian and her friends. He wasn't worried that the girls would run away with the supplies. Even if they did, they wouldn't be able to take much, and they couldn't survive on their own. Just as Jiang Lushi was about to leave, Xiao suddenly called out from behind. Please wait a moment. What happened? Jiang Lushi was really dizzy. He turned around and saw Xiao's eyes were a little red. She said with tears in her eyes, Thank you? You're welcome. Jiang Lushi felt that he didn't actually do anything. When the end of the world came, Jiang Lushi thought that he was not a good person, but he would not take the initiative to do evil. Everything he did was for survival and to reach Jinling City smoothly. On the premise of ensuring these, Jiang Lushi would not refuse to help others. He is not a heartless person. At the Wen family, Wen Xiaotian, Wen Lu, and the survivors were all waiting at the window for Jiang Lushi to come back. They were worried in their hearts, and the survivors were even uneasy and perturbed. Although Jiang Lushi told them not to worry and just stay at home before he left, these people standing here were as anxious as ants on a hot pot, feeling very uncomfortable. But they also knew that even if they hid somewhere else, if Jiang Lushi failed, they would still be found by Brother Yu and those biker gangs and die in a very miserable way. They were all ordinary people, and it was very difficult for them to escape from this town. Without gasoline and food, even if they escaped, they would either be caught or starve to death. Therefore, they all silently hoped that a miracle would happen. The old man went to the yard and picked up the overturned rice pot. When Huang Mao and his men had a conflict with Jiang Lushi, this rice pot was thrown directly to the ground by Huang Mao's younger brother. The rice in the rice pot was half cooked, and more than half of it spilled out, covering the ground with dust. The old man put the rice back into the pot, not wasting a single grain. The rice could be eaten again after washing. The other survivors silently watched the old man start the rice pot again. Then, he went among the bodies of the bikers and took back the supplies that had been taken away by the bikers one by one. Chapter 45 Leaving. When Xiaotian also watched the old man's actions, she clenched her hands tightly, feeling extremely anxious. When Xiaotian was in a very conflicted state of mind at the moment. She had heard a lot about Brother Yu's brutal deeds from these survivors and her sister Wen Lu. She was very worried about Jiang Lushi's safety. Thanks to Jiang Lushi, when Xiaotian was able to come back and reunite with her sister, which in the end times is something many people would not even dare to hope for. So on the one hand, when Xiaotian hoped that Jiang Lushi would put his own safety first, and it would not matter even if he did not get rid of Brother Yu and those motorcycle gangs. But on the other hand, she also knew that if Jiang Lushi could not solve the problem of Brother Yu and the others, then they would soon face revenge. At that time, what she and her sister should do was still a completely unknown question. Maybe it's unknown, because I can't think of how to resist or protect myself, and I can only wait for despair to come in panic. When Lu put her hand in her pocket, secretly holding a dagger, she knew how Brother Yu treated those who dared to resist him, and when Lu would not give those motorcycle gangs a chance to torture her. While thinking this in her heart, when Lu felt her hand holding the knife trembling slightly. The answer should be revealed soon, but at this moment, every second feels very long for her and the survivors. Woo! Suddenly, the roar of an engine was heard, and all the survivors, including Wen Lu and Wen Xiaotian, were shocked. As if waiting for a verdict, they all moved to the window, then looked out little by little with their bodies stiff. Wen Lu clenched the dagger, while Wen Xiaotian clenched his hands into fists. Everyone's heart was in their throat. "It's Brother Jiang!" Wen Lu suddenly exclaimed in surprise. Outside the yard, the minibus was towing a small oil tank with many bags tied to the roof. It was slowly driving to the gate of the yard and then stopped. Wen Lu immediately took out the dagger and threw it aside, then ran out the door like a flash. She couldn't wait to know what was going on. When Xiaotian stared blankly at the minibus. She was still feeling embarrassed and conflicted before, but she didn't expect that Jiang Lushi would come back in the minibus in the blink of an eye. This feeling was the same as when she encountered a mutant wild boar and was knocked unconscious, and then saw the wild boar's corpse when she woke up. It all feels like a dream. The survivors were all stunned, and they didn't react until when Lu ran out of the yard. "Go and have a look! Look what happened!" The minibus appeared here, and there was no motorcycle gang following it. Moreover, there was a tanker truck towing behind the bus. It was obvious what had happened. However, even though the facts were right in front of them, the survivors still felt unbelievable. Soon, they all came to the cab and saw Jiang Lushi in the car. Then, they listened to Jiang Lushi's explanation of the whole story. Jiang Lushi even told them that they could take over the motorcycle gang's base, and that there were some remaining supplies there. They couldn't believe how Jiang Lushi did it. In front of Brother Yu, they all felt desperate. So many people were unable to resist, and those who tried to resist ended up in a miserable end. But Jiang Lushi, relying on one person and one car, solved the dark cloud hanging over their heads in a short time. Jiang Lushi's nonchalant tone made it seem as if all this was just a casual act. They looked at the minibus in disbelief. Several bullet holes were clearly visible on the windshield, but the bullets did not penetrate the glass. They looked at Jiang Lushi, who was completely unharmed. They were finally convinced that what Jiang Lushi said was true, and they were freed from Brother Yu's clutches. These survivors all felt like they were reborn. The old man came out of the house and stood behind the crowd. As he listened to Jiang Lushi's words, his hands were shaking slightly, and he couldn't help but burst into tears. It was no wonder that he was crying. He had always been worried about his grandson. Even today, he was mentally prepared to take his grandson with him if he died, not letting him suffer in this world. But now, everything seems to be brighter. Not only do I not have to take my grandson with me to die, but I can also live in a safer place and have enough food to eat. From now on, they will no longer have to suffer from Brother Yu's oppression and the humiliation of those motorcycle gangs. When these survivors came to their senses from their surprise, they kept thanking Jiang Lushi. But at this time, Jiang Lushi had already said that he was about to leave. With the gas filled up and everything ready, Jiang Lushi couldn't wait to go to Jinling. Wen Xiaotian and Wen Lu have been reunited, but he is still worried about Jiang Zhuiying. This small town is not far from Jinling, and Jiang Lushi just wants to get there as quickly as possible. Hearing that Jiang Lushi was about to leave, the survivors were all stunned. "You've helped us so much, how can you just leave like this?" When Lu spoke frankly and pulled the car door, as if this would prevent Jiang Lushi from driving away. When Lu wanted to repay Jiang Lushi, and when Xiaotian wanted to do the same. The same was true for the survivors. Although I may not be able to give Jiang Lusher what he needs, at least I can cook a few meals for him. No need, Jiang Lusher said. He felt that everything was ready and the distance was not far, so he could not waste any more time. As for saving these people, his goal was actually to get gasoline. Saving these people was not his original intention, but just a coincidence. Be careful, there will be no problem walking to the gas station. By the way, Jiang Lusher suddenly remembered something and told them about the situation of Xiaoro and the other girls. When Lu immediately said that this was no problem at all. She had heard about the situations of those girls a long time ago, and had always sympathized with them. But Jiang Lusher insisted on leaving, but he marked this place on the map, that gas station, so that if he couldn't find gasoline in the future, he might be able to come back. The gasoline in Jinling might have been taken away by the military. When he got there, he might run out of gasoline. Although he had brought as much gasoline as possible. The town is in a secluded location, and after these survivors move to the gas station, they can also help him guard the gas station. Seeing that Sister Wen Xiaotian and these survivors were eager to repay him, Jiang Lusher made this request. These survivors immediately agreed. They were very happy to be able to help Jiang Lusher in a small way. Sister Wen Xiaotian kept waving at Jiang Lusher's car. Although they had not been together for a long time, when she saw Jiang Lusher driving away in the minibus with oil tanks and cargo boxes and the roof full of supplies, Wen Xiaotian still felt reluctant to leave. Jiang Lusher sat in the car and opened the map to Jinling. Chapter 46, Railway Station. The distance from the small town to Jinling is not far, and Jiang Lusher maintained a constant speed all the way. The closer we got to Jinling, the more abandoned vehicles we saw on the road. Jiang Lusher knocked a car that was blocking his way to the side and looked at the half-eaten driver's remains sticking out of the car window, shaking with the car's swing. Corpses and large patches of brown blood could be seen everywhere inside and outside these abandoned vehicles, and a foul smell of decay filled the road. Although he had seen many corpses, Jiang Lusher still felt an indescribable feeling when he saw this desolate and murderous scene. Most of what he had seen before were actually the horrific scenes when the apocalypse broke out, but now he really felt that the apocalypse had completely arrived and humans could only survive with difficulty. What made Jiang Lusher feel a little heavy was that the front ends of these cars were basically facing the direction of the town. They were all vehicles that escaped from Jinling City. However, even if they escaped to this place, they were still dragged out of the cars by zombies. So many vehicles met the same fate. This cannot be done by just a few zombies. It must be a zombie swarm of a certain size. This shows that the situation ahead is definitely not optimistic. Jiang Lusher originally thought that he would be tested by Jinling City only when he entered the city. He did not expect that he would need to be vigilant and concentrate when he was still some distance away from Jinling City. The situation outside was so grim that Jiang Lusher became even less hopeful about the situation in Jinling City. The minibus kept knocking away vehicles parked in the middle of the road. On the quiet road, only the occasional sound of the collision could be heard, and every time it sounded, it made people feel a tremor in their hearts. Soon, Jiang Lusher found some houses appearing on the side of the road. He looked at these houses vigilantly while continuing to move forward slowly. The shops along the street were all dilapidated and desolate, with broken windows and blood everywhere. The door of a small restaurant was still swinging back and forth and creaking. But no zombies appeared. Soon, a train station appeared in Jiang Lusher's field of vision. This is a small station with a small train station. You can see a high-speed train parked on the bridge at a glance. Not far away, another partially derailed train is hanging on the bridge, and the other end has hit the road below. The carriages of the two trains were filled with tanks, and the plate-mounted carriages towed behind them were filled with military trucks. This was a complete military train. Jiang Lusher had only seen this kind of train on the news before, but he didn't expect to see two of them here at a glance. Thinking of the situation before the doomsday when Jiang Zhuiying couldn't buy a train ticket, Jiang Lusher immediately understood. These trains were used to transport military supplies in order to prepare for the impending doomsday. I'm afraid the same is true for roads and airplanes. At that time, even if it aroused suspicion and dissatisfaction among some people, it would not matter. As long as the news of the end of the world did not spread, the riots caused by these dissatisfaction would not be enough to affect anything. These two trains probably encountered a doomsday outbreak during transportation, and then stopped here, becoming part of this doomsday scene. While driving, Jiang Lushi looked at the cold tanks and military trucks on the military train. These are all good steels, and there are various materials. Jiang Lushi was really envious of these things. His base vehicle was like a big mouth that swallowed up good materials. The more it was fed, the faster it grew. The military materials used in tanks and military trucks were undoubtedly of very high quality, and might even be the best in the country. However, Jiang Lushi couldn't remove the steel and could only watch. At this moment, Jiang Lushi suddenly heard a bang sound coming from the carriage. The whole area, including the train station, was deadly quiet. The sudden sound made people tense. Jiang Lushi immediately withdrew his attention from the tanks and trucks, and stared at the carriage where the noise came from. Bang! Another sound. Then suddenly, a face pressed against the car window, and a pair of red eyes stared at the minibus madly. This zombie was wearing a military uniform. He should be a soldier transported on the military train, or someone in charge of escort. Oh! A large number of zombies suddenly poured out of the car door like a tide. These zombies rushed forward and jumped directly from the bridge, then rushed towards the minibus without stopping. Jiang Lushi couldn't help but feel his scalp tingling as he watched the black swarm of zombies approaching rapidly. He was wondering where the zombies that would eat everyone who escaped onto the road were, but he didn't expect that they were hiding in this carriage, and there were so many of them. Jiang Lushi estimated that there were several hundred of them just in this wave. He was not worried that these zombies would rush into the car, but the food and gasoline on the roof of his car and in the back were all there. If they were destroyed by these zombies, he would be heartbroken. So before the zombies could rush to him, Jiang Lushi stepped on the accelerator. With a hum, the minibus suddenly accelerated and rushed out with an agility that was inconsistent with its size. At this time, the zombie in the front had already jumped several meters away and pounced fiercely on the minibus, but was directly knocked away by the minibus that suddenly accelerated. Suddenly, a series of bang 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 sounds came from one side of the car body. Zombies kept pouring out of the car. Jiang Lushi shook off some of them at first, but he could only step on the accelerator and crash into them. On the whole street, his car was the only one moving, and there were swarms of zombies in front and behind him. This minibus was on the verge of being submerged in the zombie swarm countless times, but Jiang Lushi kept his foot on the accelerator, and he did not stop no matter there were zombies or cars blocking the way. It was not until he had driven more than 1,000 meters in one breath that Jiang Lushi finally broke out of the zombie group. Those zombies were still chasing him unwillingly, but at this distance they posed no threat to him. Jiang Lushi glanced in the rearview mirror. With so many zombies, even if he had a way to dismantle the steel, he couldn't get it safely. Fortunately, he was just watching from the car and had no intention of going down to search. In the future, if it is not necessary, stay away from such public places as they are simply large dens of zombies. Through this, Jiang Lushi discovered that these zombies seemed to have a tendency to hide. Although there were many zombies wandering the streets, there were also many zombies hiding in invisible corners. Once people entered these buildings and closed environments, they would find themselves in a group of zombies. He immediately became more worried about Jiang Zhuiying. Jiang Zhuiying hiding in the house might not be able to stay away from the zombies. It is very likely that she is hiding in the house while the zombies are outside the door. Chapter 47 Entering Jinling. Jinling City, 20 kilometers. In addition, there is a forward arrow. Jiang Lushi looked up at the road sign hanging above his head, then looked at the map, then suddenly turned a corner, drove a few hundred meters on a fork road, and came to a flower breeding base. He directly knocked open the gate and drove in at once. Ah! A dozen zombies rushed out from among the cultivated flowers and were killed by Jiang Lushi, who stepped on the accelerator hard. This flower breeding base is full of flowers and trees, many of which are rare species. They could be sold at high prices in the past, but now they are all knocked down casually by Jiang Lushi. He drove all the way to the deepest part and stopped inside a shed. This is the place Jiang Lushi found on the map. It is the closest to Jinling, and there are no residential areas or large stores around it. It is a remote place and has no value for searching. Even if the survivors pass by here, they will not come in. Jiang Lushi slowly drove the minibus to a secluded corner, pressed the corresponding button, and with a click, the towed small oil tank immediately detached from the minibus. Jiang Lushi's minibus was carrying too many things. The small van looked shabby and would not attract any attention even if it attracted any. However, the tanker truck was too conspicuous. Jiang Lushi had previously guessed that it might be difficult to find gasoline in Jinling City. In that case, towing a tanker truck would be like throwing a piece of fat meat into the herd. It is better to have less trouble than more, so it is better to be cautious. Jiang Lushi filled up the gas tank before driving out of the flower base. After returning to the main road and driving not far away, Jiang Lushi saw the signpost for Jinling City. He was getting closer and closer to Jinling. Xiaoying, wait for me. Jiang Lushi switched to an address on the map that he had saved a long time ago. This place was exactly the hiding place that Jiang Zhuiying and he had agreed to meet. Afterwards, Jiang Lushi tried to send another text message to Jiang Zhuiying. After the end of the world, his cell phone lost signal in Jiangbei City, and it was impossible to get a signal since he was driving on the mountain road. Jiang Lushi hoped that there might be a signal in Jinling City. However, when he saw that the message failed to be sent, and then the "No Service" display appeared in the upper left corner, Jiang Lushi immediately showed a look of disappointment. There is no signal in Jinling City either. If Jiang Lushi could have contacted Jiang Zhuiying in advance, he wouldn't have to be so anxious. He now couldn't wait to find Jiang Zhuiying. At this time in Jinling City, the survivors must have kept their distance. All the abandoned vehicles on the road were facing out of the city. Only Jiang Lushi's minibus was heading into the city. At the beginning, there were not many zombies on the street, and Jiang Lushi could basically drive past them before they rushed over. The further you go into the city, the more zombies there are. Ouch! Zombies continue to appear, and Jiang Lushi must remain highly vigilant. His minibus was constantly hit by zombies, but because he used mutant energy to upgrade his defense, these impacts did not cause any damage to the outer shell of the base vehicle. There were too many zombies, and those that were thrown away kept following Jiang Lushi's minibus. Jiang Lushi looked at the screen and felt like he was walking through a sea of corpses. There are even more zombies ahead. If this continues, even if the base vehicle has strong power and high defense, it will still be extremely dangerous to be surrounded by so many zombies. A large number of ants can kill an elephant, let alone these are ferocious zombies. A female zombie with high heels on one foot, torn stockings, and blood all over her hands and face was hanging on the hood of Jiang Lushi's car, staring at him through the windshield, scratching the glass desperately with her long nails. Her long nails should have broken long ago after all the damage, but after mutating into a zombie, even her nails became extremely tough, with a lethality similar to that of animal claws. Jiang Lushi glanced at the female zombie and ignored her. Before she mutated, she was obviously a very fashionable urban girl, but now she has become a monster that only knows how to kill. Jiang Lushi stepped on the accelerator to the bottom and honked the horn. The shrill sound of the horn on the street full of zombies was like a stone thrown into the water, immediately causing an uproar. Jiang Lushi immediately looked at the zombies in the distance who had not yet discovered him and turned their heads at once. These zombies looked at Jiang Lushi's minibus from afar, and then, without any warning, they suddenly ran wildly and rushed towards Jiang Lushi. Jiang Lushi estimated that there were at least several hundred zombies around him, or even more. Seeing this scene, the ordinary survivors had already despaired, and Jiang Lushi also felt some cold sweat in the palms of his hands holding the steering wheel. Bang, bang, bang! The zombies in front were constantly knocked away by Jiang Lushi, who was driving at high speed, but more and more zombies were hanging on the sides of the minibus, on the doors, and even climbing onto the roof. Seeing that Jiang Lushi and his base vehicle were sinking deeper and deeper into the zombie horde, with more and more zombies under the wheels, even if he stepped on the accelerator to the bottom, it felt like driving was very strenuous, but Jiang Lushi did not stop. He stared straight ahead, ignoring the female zombie that was still hanging on his windshield with its fangs and claws bared. One more time, it's almost there. When the base vehicle could hardly move forward any further, Jiang Lushi pressed the instant acceleration button. With a bang, the zombies around Jiang Lushi were thrown away. The huge power allowed the base vehicle to force its way through the zombie swarm. After the previous section, all the zombies on this street gathered here at Jianglushi. After squeezing through a path, Jianglushi temporarily rushed out of the group of zombies. However, he did not continue to speed up and leave, but turned abruptly. Squeak! With a sharp friction sound, one of the base vehicle's tires was already suspended in the air. As soon as the turn was completed, Jianglushi pressed the button of the air cannon. 10, 9, 8. Bang, 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 bang. Zombies kept rushing over, and soon Jianglushi's front was filled with hideous faces of zombies. These zombies were desperately slapping the windshield, their eyes fixed on Jianglushi, eager to tear him to pieces. Jianglushi sat in the driver's seat and felt the car body shaking. His face turned slightly pale, and he followed Xingzhong's chanting. 3, 2, 1. Chapter 48 Xiaoying, Here I Come. Bang! A loud bang. Jianglushi only saw a blood mist suddenly filling the front of his car, and the zombies sticking to the windshield disappeared instantly. The power of the air cannon created a vacuum zone of nearly 20 meters in front of Jianglushi's car. The zombies farther away were also injured. As soon as wounds appeared on their bodies, they were immediately torn and eaten by the zombies behind them. Call! Jianglushi let out a breath, turned around and continued driving. With such a big noise, zombies from farther away would probably be attracted and arrive soon. But by then, I would have gone far away, and these zombies would be attracted by the zombie corpses on the ground and stay to fight for food. In this way, Jianglu's driving pressure can be reduced a little. After passing this main road that he had to pass through, Jianglushi turned into a small street. These small streets are usually very busy, but now there are only a few zombies wandering around. The number of these zombies is far less than that on the main roads. The outer shell of the base vehicle is not damaged, the glass is not damaged, the windshield has been cleaned. A stream of clean water sprayed out from the wipers, and then cleaned the blood stains on the windshield of the minibus. On the road where the minibus passed, 2 long bloodstains were left. Jianglushi had been wandering around the small streets and alleys of Jinling City for a whole day following the map. He had been highly focused and was already exhausted. However, when he saw a residential area, the tiredness on his face disappeared in an instant. Lanyuan Community, the address Jiang Zhuing told him was exactly here. This community is right next to the university where Jiang Zhuing studies, separated only by a small alley. It is an apartment complex for university teachers, and the university is a place where zombies are densely populated. There are probably quite a lot of zombies in this community. Jianglushi drove the minibus, slowed down, and slowly drove into the community. Seeing the blood all over the guard room of the community, as well as a lot of bloodstains and signs of people being dragged on the ground, Jianglushi became more and more nervous. In fact, he didn't know how many times he had seen such scenes along the way, and he had seen many bloodier ones than this one, but none of them made him feel as uneasy as he did now. The situation in the community was the same as other places, having experienced the baptism of the end of the world. It was extremely miserable and quiet, with dark windows in the houses on both sides, without a single sign of life, and debris and bloodstains could be seen everywhere. Jianglushi drove very slowly, without making any noise. The buildings looked very quiet, but they were definitely full of zombies. They were almost at the place where Jiang Zhuing was hiding, and Jianglushi didn't want to attract these zombies. Puff! A zombie suddenly rushed out from the flower bed next to it, and was immediately rolled under the wheels of the car by Jianglushi. The car body vibrated slightly, and Jianglushi continued driving, while looking vigilantly at the buildings on both sides. His eyes were also searching for the building that Jiang Zhuing mentioned. Building number 17. Building number 17. Jianglushi looked at the numbers hanging on the outer wall. Building 17 is closer to the main gate, but is also relatively remote, which was also the result of Jianglushi's special instructions. The road conditions in the community are generally complicated and narrow. If the vehicle blocks the road, the sound of clearing the obstacle may attract zombies from the entire community. Jianglushi, who is not familiar with the road, will face trouble. It's just near the entrance, so there's no problem. Jianglushi had already made up his mind to pick up Jiang Zhuing as quickly as possible, and then drive away in the base vehicle. Soon, in Jianglushi's field of vision, the shadow of Building 17 appeared in the distance. Jiang Lushi turned his head and glanced at the mobile phone placed beside him. There was a music player app on the phone interface, and the volume had been adjusted to a relatively low value. He had calculated and prepared for this in advance, and even did a brief experiment on the way. Arriving at the bottom of Building 17, Jiang Lushi first rolled down the window of the cab, pressed the play button on his mobile phone, threw the phone to the door of the apartment building, then drove the base vehicle backwards for a distance, stepped on the accelerator, and was ready to step on it to the bottom after the zombies appeared. In order to pick up Jiang Zhuiying, Jiang Lushi would definitely have to get out of the car, but a bulletproof vest, helmet, and pistol alone were not enough to ensure his safety, not to mention protecting Jiang Zhuiying. Therefore, Jiang Lushi had already thought of a way to take Jiang Zhuiying downstairs. He had to lure out all the zombies in the building through the phone and get rid of them. The volume of the phone was just enough for zombies within a range of about 20 meters to hear. In fact, the volume was very low, and it would be muted if it was pressed again. It might not be heard by people in such an open place, but zombies could. Jiang Lushi waited for more than 10 seconds, and a stumbling figure appeared at the entrance of the corridor. The zombie jumped out of the unit door, but did not pounce on the phone. Although it was attracted by the sound, it was only interested in living things. Seeing the zombie appear, Jiang Lushi did not rush to step on the accelerator. The zombie discovered Jiang Lushi in the car. Its blood-red eyes fixed on Jiang Lushi, and then it pounced over and scratched Jiang Lushi's car. Jiang Lushi still didn't move. He is waiting patiently. But after a long while, there was still only this zombie standing alone at the door, constantly trying to attack Jiang Lushi's car. Is this the only zombie in this building? Or are all the other zombies locked inside and unable to get out? This is great. Jiang Lushi waited patiently for a while, and after confirming that only this zombie in the building could pose a threat to him, he drove his car and rammed it. Bang! The hideous-looking zombie in front of the car was suddenly swept down and crushed to death. Jiang Lushi carefully parked the car horizontally in front of the unit door, with the door almost touching the unit door. Then, he put on a helmet, took pliers and a Type 54 pistol, opened the door and walked down. The sound of music might not be able to attract all the zombies on the 5th and 6th floors to come down, so Jiang Lushi picked up his phone, continued playing music, and walked in. In this way, if zombies appear, he can be prepared in advance, and can also retreat back into the car. The elevator in the hallway had been out of service for a long time. As soon as Jiang Lushi approached, he heard a bang from inside. A zombie slapped the elevator door. Jiang Lushi was startled, adjusted his helmet, and walked cautiously towards the stairs. Although no zombies have been found yet, Jiang Lushi is still very cautious, adhering to the principle of caution. The light in the stairwell was dim, and only the sound of Jiang Lushi's light footsteps echoed in his ears. Jiang Zhuiying lived on the top floor, and Jiang Lushi slowly climbed up the stairs. When he reached the 4th floor, Jiang Lushi put his phone on the ground, then retreated back to the 3rd floor, holding the pistol and nervously pointing it at the corridor. After waiting for a while and seeing no zombies appear, he went back, picked up his phone and turned off the music. There are indeed no zombies in this corridor. When he stepped onto the top floor and walked towards Jiang Zhuiying's room, Jiang Lushi felt as if his heart was in his throat, and at the same time he felt excited that something important was about to be accomplished. Arriving at the door, Jiang Lushi took a deep breath, knocked gently on the door, and then said softly, "Xiaoying, it's brother!" There was no sound inside. Bang! There was a muffled sound, and Jiang Lushi felt his scalp suddenly explode. He turned around and found that the sound came from the house opposite. The zombie's nails were scratching on the security door. I was so scared. Jiang Lushi was speechless. He turned around and was about to knock on the door again, but suddenly found that the door seemed to slowly open a crack after he knocked twice. Chapter 49. Brother, wait for me. Jiang Lushi pushed the door open carefully. He saw at a glance that the door was unlocked from the inside, so that the door would not be closed whether it was blown by wind or invaded by zombies. In other words, the door was deliberately left ajar. This made Jiang Lushi's heart skip a beat, and he hurriedly walked into the house. Jiang Zhuiying! The house was completely empty, with almost all the furniture pushed aside, leaving an empty space in the middle. With some food packaging boxes, it was clear that this place was once filled with supplies. Jiang Lushi almost kicked the doors of those rooms open directly. In a bedroom, he found Jiang Zhuiying's clothes. It was a t-shirt. Jiang Lushi was very impressed by this t-shirt because there was a very silly hand-painted pattern on the front. The content was a cartoon version of him being punched away by Jiang Zhuiying, who was also a cartoon version. This was a birthday gift Jiang Zhuiying gave him a few years ago, but he refused to wear it because the pattern was too stupid. But Jiang Zhuiying happily wore it herself and has been wearing it for several years, all the while ignoring Jiang Lushi's contempt. At this time, seeing this t-shirt that made him speechless countless times, Jiang Lushi felt his heart was suddenly moved. He grabbed the t-shirt, and as soon as he got it in his hand, Jiang Lushi found a line of words on the back of the t-shirt. "Brother, wait for me." Jiang Lushi was stunned for a moment, then turned the t-shirt inside out. "What the hell?" Jiang Lushi tightly grasped the t-shirt in his hand. Since Jiang Zhuiying had already left a message, why couldn't she leave a few more words? These 3 words alone are completely meaningless. Of course, Jiang Lushi wasn't really complaining about Jiang Zhuiying, he was just worried and anxious. There are no supplies in this house, and Jiang Zhuiying should not easily go against the agreement with him and go out. At least Jiang Zhuiying knew that he would come here, so she would wait here for a period of time unless something special happened. But she had many reasons to stay, but she just left these 3 simple words and then disappeared. What exactly happened? Jiang Lushi was too worried. He walked around the house again but did not find any message left by Jiang Zhuiying. He could only take the t-shirt downstairs and return to the base vehicle. I don't know if it was because of the bloody smell of the crushed zombie, but when Jiang Lushi came out of the building, some zombies had already wandered out from other buildings and were circling around the base vehicle. Jiang Lushi got on the bus carefully and then entered the carriage. Jiang Zhuiying was not found, and apart from asking him to wait, she did not leave any other message. Jiang Lushi planned to wait here for a while. Even though he was anxious, Jinling City was so big that he couldn't go looking for it rashly. If Jiang Zhuiying hasn't shown up after a few days, he will prepare to look for her in the surrounding areas. Crushing these zombies to death might attract more zombies, so Jiang Lushi simply ignored them. He closed the door between the carriage and the driver's cab, and the lights in the entire carriage lit up, instantly turning it into a closed, warm little room. There were zombies roaming outside, but in this room, Jiang Lushi could cook, eat, watch TV and rest. As long as he didn't make any loud noises, the zombies wouldn't notice him at all. Even if they heard some noises, they would just slap the car a few times. If they didn't notice anyone, that would be fine. The way the zombie treated the phone before confirmed this to Jiang Lushi. The minibus was not afraid of being hit by these few zombies at all. Jiang Lushi had no safety concerns at all inside. The only thing he was worried about was Jiang Zhuiying. If Jiang Zhuiying didn't show up, how would he find her? Searching everywhere was definitely impossible. Maybe he could find some survivors to ask, or even record a voice and play it somewhere. Jiang Lushi thought about various countermeasures, and his eyes were on the t-shirt on the sofa. Jiang Lushi knew his sister's personality very well. Although she was very lively outside, she was very sensible at home. Because he has been the one taking care of her all the time, Jiang Zhuiying attaches great importance to what her brother says, and will find him first if she has any troubles. Why did Jiang Zhuiying disobey such a big thing this time? Jiang Lushi thought of Brother Yu and the motorcycle gang he had met before. Jinling City is so big that there must be many survivors. Did Jiang Zhuiying also suffer the same fate as Wen Lu and the others? The more Jiang Lushi thought about it, the more anxious he became. He couldn't just wait any longer. After taking out the map, Jiang Lushi began to study the surrounding map. Although the network was not working, the map of Jinling City he downloaded was very detailed, and even the small shops on the roadside could be clearly displayed on the map. It didn't work on the mountain road before because it was not a highway or a national road, but a very remote dirt road. There was no such road downloaded on Jiang Lushi's map. In the blink of an eye, several hours passed. As the sky gradually darkened, Jiang Lushi was about to cook something to eat when he suddenly heard a few zombies roaring outside the window. Jiang Lushi was startled and was about to pull open a corner of the curtain to see what was going on, but he heard a series of hissing sounds mixed with the sound of a heavy object falling to the ground. Jiang Lushi immediately walked to the window and just heard voices coming from outside. It feels like you've become a lot stronger, boss. Such strength, wow. Killing a zombie is like stepping on an ant. Look at this corpse, it's crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. If you smell it carefully, there's a strange smell coming. A male voice came. Then a female voice with a bit of sweetness said, Are you annoying? If you want to flatter the boss, don't say it in such a disgusting way. How can I be flattering? I am telling the truth. When did this extra car appear? The sweet female voice seemed too lazy to pay attention to the man, and her attention turned to the minibus. This car is parked here, even a blind person can find it. Jiang Lushi was not surprised at what the woman said. However, he didn't know who these people were. But from what the woman said, it was obvious that they had been here before. Maybe they were related to Jiang Zhuiying's departure. Jiang Lushi touched a pistol on his waist and slowly walked towards the cab. These people could easily kill those zombies, so their strength must be strong. Jiang Lushi didn't know if they were enemies, but when they were about to make contact, he should be prepared for any attack. Especially, the boss they mentioned. At this time, Jiang Lushi heard the male voice saying again, There won't be any survivors here who are full and run here. Who is it? Chapter 50. Are you the boss? Jiang Lushi heard that the male voice was very close. He had obviously approached the front of the car and was looking at the minibus in confusion. I can't see anything. There's no one in the cab. I don't know where they went. The male voice continued. At this time, the sweet female voice said impatiently, Why do you care where those people went? Maybe they were eaten by the zombies just now. I'm just curious. Who would drive such a big car around? Said the man. It's just a broken car anyway, what's there to be curious about? The sweet female voice was full of disgust. Although she said this to a large extent to challenge the man, her opinion of the minibus was actually very accurate. Jiang Lushi's car is indeed very broken. Not to mention the appearance, it was also towing a tattered small van with so many snakeskin pockets on the roof that had a certain distinctive feel. If it was before the end of the world, there would be no special feeling when seeing this kind of car, but in the current environment, such a car gives people a more dilapidated feeling, as if as long as the zombies rush over, it will be torn to pieces in an instant. Where is this license plate number from? The male voice didn't seem to be affected by the sweet female voice, he was still observing curiously. It seems to be from Jiangbei? The man asked and answered himself, then suddenly said, What do you think is in that small van and the snakeskin bag on the roof? Open them and take a look. What else could it be? It must be all junk. The sweet female voice became even more impatient. Let's take a look first, maybe we can find something useful, said the male voice. When Jiang Lushi heard that these people were going to touch his small goods, he couldn't listen any longer. The moment he was about to open the car door, he heard a familiar voice. It really is Jiangbei's license plate. This voice carries a hint of surprise. When Jiang Lushi heard the voice, he was also startled. He opened the car door, rushed to the windshield of the cab and looked outside. There were 5 or 6 people standing outside the car. Among them, Jiang Lushi saw Jiang Zhuiying's figure at a glance. Jiang Zhuiying wore a simple pair of denim shorts, a large denim jacket, a pure white short t-shirt underneath, and a ponytail. She looked very refreshing, youthful and beautiful. She was holding an iron rod in her hand and was staring at the car. The moment Jiang Zhuiying's eyes met Jiang Lushi's, her eyes suddenly widened. Her eyes were already big, and her lips were open to form an O shape. Then she shouted, My brother! Those who had been looking at Jiang Lushi with a slightly surprised look the moment he appeared suddenly showed an even more shocked expression. Jiang Zhuiying's brother? These people were shocked, and Jiang Lushi was also quite surprised. He didn't expect that Jiang Zhuiying was among this group of people. But what he didn't expect was that after Jiang Zhuiying called out, Brother, the male voice from before sounded again. No way, boss, this is your brother! The male voice belonged to a young man in his 20s with a crew cut, casual clothes, a long knife, and a strange armband tied on his shoulder. He looked a bit like a middle school student. His expression was also exaggerated, and he looked at Jiang Lushi in disbelief. Jiang Lushi was even more unbelievable. He was just thinking that he should be careful of this boss, but in the blink of an eye he was told that this boss was actually his sister. Through the windshield, Jiang Lushi looked at Jiang Zhuing in disbelief, while Jiang Zhuing opened her eyes wide and looked at Jiang Lushi in disbelief. The boss's brother actually came here from Jianbei alone, relying on this car. The young man holding the long knife stayed outside with the others. When brothers and sisters meet, they naturally go to the minibus to reminisce about the past. The young man's face was full of amazement. Among those people, a curly-haired girl glared at the young man speechlessly and whispered, "Are you going to die? You are so loud, I'm afraid Zhuyin can't hear you." "What's that?" The young man didn't care and was still looking at the minibus in surprise. The curly-haired girl had a rather unhappy expression on her face. She had previously ridiculed the car, and Jiang Zhuing had heard it clearly. Jiang Zhuing's brother probably heard it as well. Now this young man, he just doesn't care about it. He is so amazed. Isn't he still saying that this car is broken? Moreover, he also means that he didn't expect Jiang Lushi to really come. Although they all thought that it was almost impossible for Jiang Zhuing's brother to come to Jinling from Jianbei, in fact, Jiang Zhuing was indeed preparing to find an opportunity to return to Jianbei. But unexpectedly, Jiang Lushi actually arrived in Jinling driving such a shabby car. "This car seems to have been modified. How clever!" the young man praised. Just now, some zombies surrounded here, and Jiang Lushi hid in the door of the carriage. The young man used Jiang Lushi's door as a special door to block the sight of the zombies. As for the zombie that was killed by Jiang Lushi, it had already been eaten clean by the zombies that had surrounded here before. Although they saw the wreckage, they did not associate it with that. The curly-haired girl rolled her eyes. She had always disliked the young man. But in fact, she was also observing what the young man said. She had no curiosity about this broken car before, but after knowing that it was driven by Jiang Zhuing's brother, she became interested. However, she looked around but didn't see anything worth seeing. Instead, she was more interested in Jiang Lushi himself. "Maybe Zhuing's brother is also very powerful," the curly-haired girl suddenly said. The young man and several other people also felt that what the curly-haired girl said made sense, and they were actually also speculating. "That's really amazing." The young man began to sigh again. Jiang Zhuing must be very powerful to be their leader. Among this group of people, Jiang Lushi also saw a tall, muscular man holding an axe, looking very fierce. "People like this are always obedient to you." Jiang Lushi turned his head from the car window and looked at Jiang Zhuing. They had been talking for more than 10 minutes. During this time, both of them had been asking each other questions, but most of the time, it was Jiang Lushi who let Jiang Zhuing speak. Jiang Lushi was too surprised about his sister's situation. Xingzhong only told him that Jiang Zhuing would not mutate into a zombie, but this was not a prediction of Jiang Zhuing's future. Now it seems that Jiang Zhuing's development is completely different from what he expected. Jiang Zhuing is actually a person with superpowers. After discovering that she had superpowers, Jiang Zhuing began practicing. However, after a while, Jiang Zhuing found that she had to leave her hiding place. After that, these survivors began to gather around her, and she became the leader of these survivors. As for the simple and straightforward title of boss, it was Jiang Zhuing's personal preference. Jiang Lushi was speechless when he saw that she was such a typical, cute girl, but liked such things as fighting and killing. Most people who don't know Jiang Zhuing will definitely be deceived by her cute appearance, with a little baby fat. "What do you mean by having to leave? What's the reason?" Jiang Lushi asked. Jiang Zhuing pouted and thought for a while, then said, "It's hard to explain, brother, you will understand later." Chapter 51. Do you think I'm Pikachu? Jiang Lushi still found it hard to believe. During the time he was rushing to Jinling City, his sister Jiang Zhuing not only became a superpower, but also became the leader of a team of survivors. Moreover, this is not just an ordinary team of survivors. Based on Jiang Zhuing's description, Jiang Lushi knew the general situation of the team of survivors she led. This team has more than 20 people so far. This number may not seem large, but when Jiang Lushi found out that there were 4 people with special abilities among them, he was shocked. In that small town before, brother, you could dominate and act tyrannically by himself. What does that mean with 4 people with special powers? Among these 4 people with special abilities, Jiang Zhuing is the strongest. According to Jiang Zhuing herself, she is The well-deserved boss. When she was a child, Jiang Zhuiying was the leader among dozens of children of all ages around her, while Jiang Lushi was much more low-key in comparison. Normally girls are bullied by other kids, and then their parents bring them to the home to seek justice. But with Jiang Zhuiying, the situation is exactly the opposite. It was all just a joke back then, but now he is truly the leader. Leading a group of survivors is completely different from being a leader among children. In the end times, every decision the leader makes is related to the life and death of the survivor team. Xiaoying, what is your ability? Jiang Lushi asked. That brother Yu has very developed muscles in his legs and is very fast. This is the result of his mutation. Jiang Lushi looked Jiang Zhuiying up and down, but didn't find any changes in her appearance. She was still the same as before, with a very slim figure, but because of fitness, she looked very energetic. But it definitely doesn't have an appearance that indicates explosive combat power. You killed all those zombies outside the car before, right? Jiang Lushi had a rough idea of Jiang Zhuiying's strength. He was able to kill all those zombies almost at the same time in such a short time. He didn't know what Jiang Zhuiying's ability was. Jiang Zhuiying had always been like a little child in front of Jiang Lushi. When she heard Jiang Lushi's question, she immediately revealed an expression that she would never show in front of those survivors. She smiled triumphantly, then swung the iron rod in her hand lightly. Hiss! A few blue electric currents suddenly rolled across the iron rod. Jiang Lushi was startled, and the electric currents seemed to be reflected in his pupils. This? Jiang Lushi was really shocked. Although Brother Yu had mutated, he was actually only stronger than an ordinary person. His speed was much faster than that of a world-class sprint champion, but it was still not enough to make people feel that such a thing should not happen. The end of the world has come, and zombies and mutant beasts have appeared. Although people may think that a superpower like Brother Yu is strong, his abilities are still acceptable to people. But for someone like Jiang Zhuiying, it is incredible that her body can generate electricity. Although Jiang Lushi knew that human activity would generate static electricity, causing the human body to be charged, that kind of electrical energy would at best be enough to shock a person's fingers. However, the current that Jiang Zhuiying had just released was terrifying. What do you think, brother? Am I awesome, your sister? Let me tell you, I have measured my attack voltage. Jiang Zhuiying would never brag in front of others, but in front of Jiang Lushi, she was like a kid who had scored full marks in an exam and took out her test paper. How many are there? Jiang Lushi asked hurriedly. He didn't even have the mood to complain about Jiang Zhuiying's boasting. Hee hee. Jiang Zhuiying cleared her throat and said, It's 1,000 volts now. 1,000 volts. Jiang Lushi took a deep breath. The resistance of the human body is constantly changing. At low voltage, the resistance of dry skin is very large, reaching 100,000 ohms or even higher. However, when the voltage rises to 1,000 volts, the resistance will drop sharply to only 1,000 ohms. Jiang Zhuiying's attack voltage is 1,000 volts, so the current flowing through the human body will reach 1 ampere, which is a very exaggerated number. Her attack power will also reach 1,000 watts. What is the concept of 1 kilowatt? If Jiang Zhuiying can maintain 1 kilowatt of power for 10 minutes, it is equivalent to the energy required to move 10 60-kilogram people to a 100-meter-high building. However, Jiang Lushi also knew that he found it hard to imagine because of his inherent impression of humans. In fact, after the mutation caused by the virus, the mutants became like electric eels and could release electricity, which was not something that was difficult to understand. The maximum output voltage of an adult electric eel could reach 800 volts, which could easily electrocute a person to death. Jiang Zhuiying mutated due to the virus, and her cells became discharge cells. When these cells are connected in series, a very high voltage will be formed. Jiang Zhuiying's ability is completely different from Brother Yu's. Judging from the star species, Brother Yu's ability is not even as good as level 1, while Jiang Zhuiying. Put down the electricity again, Jiang Lushi said. Jiang Zhuiying muttered, What are you doing, brother? Do you think I'm Pikachu? And at the same time obediently released the electric current again. Didn't you love Pikachu the most when you were a child? No wonder you mutated into this, Jiang Lushi said. Jiang Zhuiying curled her lips. This time she was not afraid of scaring Jiang Lushi again. The blue and white electric currents on the iron rod kept flashing, as if it was wrapped in an electric grid. These currents were reflected in her clear and bright eyes, and her whole person seemed to have a different temperament all of a sudden. Jiang Lushi stood in front of Jiang Zhuiying and felt that the energy released should be enough. Sure enough, just 2 seconds later, the voice of the star seed sounded. Level 1 abnormal energy detected. Jiang Zhuiying is level 1. Jiang Lushi understood. The mutant wild boar is also level 1. However, Jiang Lushi noticed that there was a small plus after Jiang Zhuiying's level 1 energy. Jiang Lushi asked the star seed in his mind and learned that this plus sign means stronger energy. In other words, Jiang Zhuiying's mutant energy is even stronger than that of the mutant wild boar. And Brother Yu is less than level 1, so he should probably be called 1 dash. What was your initial voltage? Jiang Lushi asked again. How would I know? Maybe a 10 centimeter long electric current will appear between 2 fingers, said Jiang Zhuiying. This means Jiang Zhuiying has evolved. By the way, brother, where did you get this RV? It's so cool. And brother, you knew the end of the world was coming a long time ago. What's going on? Jiang Zhuiying asked. She even leaned close to Jiang Lushi's ear and whispered in a low voice. This? Jiang Lushi felt that these things were difficult to explain. At this time, there were 2 knocks outside the car window, and the young man's voice came. Boss, we have to go. It's going to be dark soon. Jiang Lushi looked back and saw that the sky outside was beginning to darken. Brother, let's talk about it next time. We have to go. Jiang Zhuiying also glanced out the window and said. Chapter 52. It's time to go. As soon as they saw the sky getting dark, these people immediately prepared to leave. Jiang Lushi saw that they quickly picked up the backpacks that had been thrown on the ground, and each of them held their weapons in their hands. Their mental state was suddenly different from when they were resting just now. Jiang Zhuiying was about to get off the base car when she suddenly froze for a moment, turned around, and said in surprise, Brother, let's go. When it was time to leave, Jiang Lushi neither got out of the car with her nor packed anything he needed to take away. Instead, he walked over and sat in the driver's seat. Come and sit down. Jiang Lushi gestured to the passenger seat with his eyes, then opened the driver's window and said to the people outside, You guys come in the car too, and we'll drive away. These people just watched Jiang Lushi sit in the driver's seat. At first, they didn't react when they saw this scene, or they felt that their guesses were a bit outrageous. But when they heard what Jiang Lushi said, they looked at each other in disbelief, and their faces were suddenly in disarray. Drive away? It would be fine if it was a sedan, but this is a minibus. Driving this kind of car out, are they worried that a few of them, living people, aren't conspicuous enough among the zombie horde? Of course, these are not the key points. They are all strong, and Jiang Zhuiying is even stronger. Even if she is a little conspicuous, it will only increase the amount of battle. So if this minibus was normal, they wouldn't have such a strong reaction. However, this minibus was old and worn, and there was a van in the back. Judging from Jiang Lushi's expression, he obviously had no intention of unloading the goods. The tone of Jiang Lushi's speech just now was full of understatement, as if he didn't think there was anything wrong with them taking this minibus. In fact, Jiang Lushi not only didn't think there was a problem, he attached great importance to the base vehicle, and was unwilling to let so many people up easily. It was only because these people were Jiang Zhuiying's subordinates that he took the initiative to invite them. Jiang Zhuiying looked outside the car door, then looked at Jiang Lushi, and then sat in the passenger seat indifferently. Seeing those people still standing outside, Jiang Zhuiying came to the windshield and shouted, Why are you standing there like idiots? Get in the car. These people originally thought that it was difficult for them to reject Jiang Zhuiying's brother's proposal, but Jiang Zhuiying could. However, they did not expect that Jiang Zhuiying, who was usually very calm and rational, and made everyone feel speechless, would agree without even thinking about it. However, seeing that Jiang Zhuiying was already sitting there steadily, the young man, the curly-haired girl, and the other 3 looked at each other, then obediently followed them into the car. As soon as they got in the car, they were surprised. This shabby car looked like a luxury car inside. The curly-haired girl looked around curiously and found that the car really had everything. This car is such a pleasure, the young man exclaimed. The curly-haired girl looked at the young man speechlessly and said nothing. But what she was thinking was that this car was enjoyable, but what use would it have in the apocalypse? It was not practical at all. Hello, Brother Zhuying, I'm Yang Qingqing, nice to meet you. It's amazing that you came from Jiangbei. You must have had a hard time along the way. The curly-haired girl turned and walked to the driver's seat, a sweet smile on her face, and her tone was full of concern. Her words were very accurate, and there was nothing wrong with them. According to her, Jiang Lushi had suffered a lot when he came from Jiangbei to Jinling. He must have suffered a lot. Her words were both sympathetic and tactful. When the curly-haired girl was outside the car, she had already thought about how to get to know Jiang Lushi. While she was talking, she also stretched out a white and tender palm. Hello, just call me Jiang Lushi. Jiang Lushi also extended his hand politely. When their palms were about to touch, the smile on the curly-haired girl's face suddenly froze, but she concealed it well and shook hands with Jiang Lushi. You are Zhuying's brother, which means you are not far from us. Zhuying and I are good friends, and I am Zhuying's classmate. I will call you Brother Jiang from now on, okay? Of course. Jiang Lushi nodded. Next to this is the university where Jiang Zhuying attends. It's not a coincidence that the curly-haired girl is her classmate. The young man also hurriedly came up to shake hands. Hello, big brother, I'm Zhang Hai, you can just call me Haizi. I really admire our boss. The others also came up to greet Jiang Lushi, and Jiang Lushi also knew that Yang Qingqing and Zhang Hai were both psychics, and there was also a short man who was also a psychic. The muscular man was not, on the contrary. He was a security guard who retired from the army. In this team of survivors, his combat effectiveness was second only to these psychics. There was another woman who was also an ordinary person, but she had good athletic ability, and seemed to be not very talkative. After saying hello, Zhang Hai walked into the carriage. As soon as he sat down next to Yang Qingqing, he heard Yang Qingqing whisper in a strange voice. This Jiang brother is an ordinary person. There is no energy fluctuation in his body. Psychics can also sense the escaped mutated energy of other psychics, and even similar to the function of star seeds, they can also judge the strength of this energy. But Yang Qingqing didn't sense anything from Jiang Lushi at all. Zhang Hai also noticed this, but he didn't feel anything about it. That's even more amazing, an ordinary person actually made it to Jinling. Keep your voice down! Yang Qingqing immediately scolded. What if Jiang Lushi or Jiang Zhuying heard this? She was too lazy to talk to Zhang Hai, and turned to look at Jiang Lushi. Not a superpower. It's really interesting that one of these brother and sister is a genius among superpowers, while the other has no superpowers at all. Yang Qingqing thought so in her heart. The sofa under her body was quite comfortable. Yang Qingqing reached out and pressed it twice. However, knowing that Jiang Lushi could not be a superpower, and the appearance of the car was really not good, Yang Qingqing had no optimistic hope for how far the car could drive. At this time, Jiang Lushi had already started the base vehicle. He turned around and asked, Xiaoying, where do you live? I'll open a map to see if there are any easier routes. Zombies are quite annoying. For ordinary people, zombies are more than just annoying. Even for them, walking among zombies is very dangerous. However, Jiang Zhuying was still very cooperative. There's a map? Haha, I'll come over and take a look. Actually, it doesn't matter if there are zombies. You can open the window and I can electrocute them, just like a car-mounted machine gun. Seeing Jiang Zhuying like this, everyone had the urge to rub their eyes and see if they were hallucinating. If someone had said something like this that didn't make common sense under normal circumstances, Jiang Zhuying's sneer would have frightened them to the point of sweating on their scalp. But when Jiang Lushi said it, Jiang Zhuying supported it unconditionally. But thinking about it, it is normal for Jiang Zhuying to behave abnormally since they just met, right? Chapter 53 Jiang Zhuying Space. Jiang Lushi started the minibus, and Zhang Hai asked, By the way, brother, your car has so much space, why are you towing a small van? What's in it? Jiang Lushi glanced at them in the rearview mirror and said casually, It's just some luggage. I can't go back to my old home anymore, and there are some things I can't let go of. Yang Qingqing and the others were slightly startled when they heard this answer. Who would run away with a box of luggage? Jiang Zhuying's brother's brain circuit was also very strange. A trace of contempt flashed in their eyes without leaving a trace. They estimated that Jiang Lushi must have picked up this car from somewhere after the end of the world. If you want to pick up a car, you should pick up a sturdy one, but you ended up picking up this luxury RV that someone had the money to modify at will. As a classmate of Jiang Zhuiying, Yang Qingqing had some understanding of her family background. To put it nicely, it was lower middle class, and to put it bluntly, it was a poor family that needed to be helped out of poverty. This made her despise Jiang Lushi even more. When the end of the world came, the first thing he thought of was to get a motorhome to drive around, so as to satisfy his vanity that he could not afford before. It was really the thinking of a poor person. Not only that, he also dragged a cart of useless things. This behavior is like when a flood comes and he has to go home to rescue his wallet. If this man wasn't Jiang Zhuiying's brother, they would have started scolding him a long time ago. Seeing these people looking embarrassed, and not knowing what to say, Jiang Lushi also understood that they must be speechless. Jiang Lushi actually didn't trust these people. In the end times, what could some people not do? It's just that because Jiang Zhuiying is here, these people can't cause any trouble. But mutant beast meat was still a great temptation, and Jiang Lushi certainly would not tell these people that his despicable shabby small box truck was actually full of mutant beast meat. Seeing that these people instantly lost interest in his small box truck, Jiang Lushi was quite satisfied. The minibus drove towards the entrance of the community. These people couldn't help but look back and felt relieved. Finally, they didn't have to come to this place anymore. Just because of Jiang Lushi's incident, they had to come here specially every day after finishing their work. If Jiang Lushi hadn't come today, they would have to drag the bodies of the killed zombies away as usual. Because according to Jiang Zhuiying, they had to do this to prevent the place from being surrounded by zombies when Jiang Lushi arrived. If this community was not really unsuitable for survivors to live in, Jiang Zhuiying would even want to live here. Seeing Jiang Zhuiying talking to Jiang Lushi happily, a look of speechlessness flashed across Yang Qingqing's eyes. However, the result was different from what Yang Qingqing and others had expected. Since Jiang Lushi chose to drive in small streets and alleys along the way, even if he encountered zombies, Jiang Zhuiying would lean out of the car window and kill them first. So, this strange minibus really drove to their residence smoothly. Of course, this has a lot to do with the fact that their residence is not far from the community. Although that community was not convenient for survivors to live in, for Jiang Lushi, Jiang Zhuiying still chose the nearest place as much as possible. The camp of Jiang Zhuiying's team of survivors is in a very luxurious villa community. There is an artificial lake in front of it, which separates them from the zombies on the street. There were not many residents in the community originally, so there were naturally relatively few zombies after the apocalypse, and they have now been cleared out by them. "That's the house we live in," Jiang Zhuiying said as she showed Jiang Lushi the way. The minibus slowly stopped in front of a detached villa. In a place like Jinling, the large lawn surrounding the villa alone was already luxurious, not to mention the 4-story villa standing in the middle of the lawn. When we arrived, there was no one in the villa. It was tidy inside, not dirty, and it had everything it needed, and there were enough rooms, so we decided to move in," said Jiang Zhuiying. Jiang Lushi guessed that the original owner of the villa probably evacuated in advance just like Liu Xin's family, so there would certainly be no bloodstains or anything like that in the house. In comparison, ordinary survivors fell into hell as soon as they woke up from fainting. "Brother Jiang, you can park your car on the lawn. It's big enough," Yang Qingqing came over and said enthusiastically. But after Jiang Lushi glanced at her, he asked, "Why is there a car in the garage?" "Yes, we have several cars," Yang Qingqing said. At this time Jiang Zhuiying spoke up. "Brother, do you want to put it in the garage?" "Sure, our cars are usually parked anywhere anyway." "Heizi, you can ask someone to drive it out later." "Ah?" Zhang Hai was stunned. "Do we usually park our car randomly?" Yang Qingqing felt that her kind suggestion was ignored. She glanced at Jiang Lushi and Jiang Zhuiying, and felt even more contemptuous of Jiang Lushi than before. "It's just such a broken car, but you still have to park it in the garage." Although the parking garage is not a big deal, Yang Qingqing feels that it is not worth the hassle for such a car. "After you park the car, I'll take you to the room. Even though it's the end of the world, our accommodation conditions are still good," Jiang Zhuiying said. "No, I can just sleep in the car. Also, how do you open the garage door?" As for accommodation conditions, Jiang Liushi's own car is good enough. In the end, Jiang Lushi not only arranged his bedroom in the car, but also took away the only key to the garage. This was the only garage key they found in the house. In fact, the star seed is in Jiang Lushi's mind, and this base vehicle is bound to the star seed. Without Jiang Lushi, no one can drive the car away, and even the door cannot be opened. But Jiang Lushi was still so cautious. Although this was his sister Jiang Zhuing's territory, Jiang Lushi felt that he should not let his guard down as long as there were people around. Yang Qingqing and the others found it hard to understand why Jiang Lushi did nothing else but take care of his minibus as soon as he arrived at the camp. Thinking back, ever since she met Jiang Lushi, Yang Qingqing had always felt that Jiang Lushi was a bumpkin, as if his junk was nothing special. He probably didn't even know what a psychic was. If it weren't for Jiang Zhuing, they would never have accepted such a survivor and would not even bother to look at him. I guess he values it so much because he took away all the family belongings. Besides, the RV is probably very precious to him. But there are plenty of luxury RVs, but he had to pick up a minibus and modify it. He's really crazy. He doesn't even know what car is really valuable. Yang Qingqing whispered to the taciturn woman, shaking her head. Ordinary people are like this, because they can only survive with difficulty in the end times, so they are obsessed with things that make people feel sad or funny. Chapter 54 Special Class. Not long after we settled in, Jiang Zhuing came knocking on the door and called us to eat. The garage also has a door that is directly connected to the interior of the villa, and Jiang Lushi also asked for the key to this door. He usually stays in a completely closed environment in the garage, which is equivalent to being separated from the survivors. The villa is very big, and it doesn't seem crowded even with more than 20 survivors living there. These survivors all have their own responsibilities. According to Jiang Zhuing, in addition to those who take turns to stay and guard the camp, all the young and middle-aged people have to go out to search for food. Those who were completely unable to fight, such as the injured or the weak women, stayed behind to cook and clean. If so many people lived in one house, the house would have become a garbage dump long ago if the logistics were not in place. In addition, there is a doctor in their team of survivors. This made Jiang Lushi sigh that this team was really well configured and had everything it should have. At this time, most of the survivors were gathered in the hall, sorting out all the supplies they had collected today. Seeing Jiang Zhuing and Jiang Lushi coming over, these people all looked up. That's the boss's brother? Your name is Jiang Lushi, right? Someone asked Yang Qingqing beside him. That's right, Yang Qingqing said in a low voice. Oh. The man suddenly showed an expression of realization, and looked at Jiang Lushi with eyes as if to say, so this is what the person Yang Qingqing complained about looks like. If Yang Qingqing hadn't said it, you wouldn't have known he was such a weird person just by looking at his appearance. They all watched Jiang Lushi come out of the small door of the garage. What Yang Qingqing and the others said was right. This man really moved into the garage for a modified RV. During the time Jiang Lushi stayed in the garage, Yang Qingqing and others had already spread his deeds in a subtle way. Some of them had already formed a preconceived impression of Jiang Lushi before they even met him. A country bumpkin, but also very weird. Everyone, this is my brother Jiang Lushi. Jiang Zhuing introduced him proudly, and her tone was a bit like, look, my brother is handsome, right? Hearing these words, those people felt like rolling their eyes. Hello, brother Jiang. Nice to meet you. Did he really come from Jiangbei? That's awesome. These people all came over and greeted us warmly. Although he knew that Jiang Lushi was a weirdo, he had to give Jiang Zhuing face. Jiang Lushi also nodded to these people. Hello everyone. Okay, let's eat, Jiang Zhuing said, then turned to Jiang Lushi and said, brother, come eat with me. As soon as these words were spoken, all the survivors were stunned. Yang Qingqing and others looked at Jiang Zhuing in surprise. There are 4 people with special abilities in their team of survivors, including Jiang Zhuing. The ordinary survivors ate in the hall, but these 4 people with special abilities went to the kitchen to eat alone. The things they eat are also different. Yang Qingqing couldn't help it now. She smiled and said, Zhuing, don't use this. Brother Jiang is not a superpower. It's useless to eat it. The rest of the survivors thought so too, including the ordinary people. It's better to eat than not to eat, Jiang Zhuing said disapprovingly. If she had any good stuff, she would definitely share it with Jiang Lushi. The survivors were speechless after hearing this. What kind of logic is this? Why, no. According to the original agreement, whether as a leader or based on combat contribution, I have a larger share of control, but I usually use it to exchange weapons with the military, and we all use the weapons together. Now I want to use this share on my brother. Does any one of you have any objections? Jiang Zhuiying's eyes swept across the faces of these survivors. Jiang Lushi suddenly felt that Jiang Zhuiying's eyes became a little sharp. The survivors immediately looked away and fell silent. If Jiang Zhuiying hadn't suddenly brought it up, they would have actually forgotten about it. If a person has a right and never uses it, others will get used to it and assume that she has given up this right, as if it is natural for Jiang Zhuiying to use her share to exchange for weapons. But now Jiang Zhuiying suddenly wants to use it for themselves. They dare not be dissatisfied with Jiang Zhuiying, but they are quite unhappy with Jiang Lushi, the vested interests who caused this incident. Yang Qingqing choked for a moment, then forced a smile and said, "That's right, Zhuiying, you are the one who makes the decision. Come on, brother, let's go eat." Jiang Zhuiying pulled Jiang Lushi up. Seeing these people's reactions, Jiang Lushi also became curious about how good the food these psychics eat is. There was an ordinary person between the four psychics. The survivors outside looked into the kitchen, and some people suddenly felt unbalanced. Normally, when only the people with special abilities were given special treatment, they wouldn't think there was anything wrong. But now, when an ordinary person like them suddenly mixed in, they felt a little uncomfortable. But there was nothing he could do. He was Jiang Zhuiying's brother. He could only envy him for being so lucky to have such a powerful sister. "Brother Jiang, what you are going to eat soon will probably be the most delicious food you have ever had in your life," Zhang Hai said happily while sitting at the dining table. Yang Qingqing didn't say anything, but she was full of contempt in her heart. To Jiang Lushi, the only thing about this meal was that it was delicious. It had no real use to him at all. It was simply a waste. Jiang Lushi became more curious when he heard Zhang Hai say this. Is there a 5-star chef in their team? After a while, the food came up, and Jiang Zhuiying immediately picked up a piece for Jiang Lushi. As soon as Jiang Lushi put it in his mouth and chewed it twice, he was stunned for a moment. This taste, and this warm feeling all over my body. Isn't this mutant beast meat? Jiang Lushi quickly picked up another piece. This time he tasted it carefully, and confirmed that this was the mutant beast meat. Seeing that Jiang Lushi hadn't swallowed the previous piece yet, he hurriedly picked up another piece and stuffed it into his mouth. Yang Qingqing and others were a little disdainful. Even if it tastes good, you don't have to gobble it up so fast, right? I guess he was busy eating biscuits and instant noodles on the way to Jinling, and he might not even have anything to eat. How is it, Brother Jiang? It tastes good, right? Yang Qingqing asked with a smile. Jiang Lushi nodded. Not bad. I don't know what kind of mutant animal this meat is from, but the quality is still a little worse than that of a mutant wild boar. After hearing Jiang Lushi's casual, not bad, Yang Qingqing didn't know what to say. This Jiang Lushi has no idea of the value of mutant beast meat? This is not ordinary meat, it's the meat of mutant beasts, especially for people with special abilities to eat. By eating the meat of mutant beasts, people with special abilities can replenish their consumed physical strength and promote their evolution, or they can save it and take it to the military to exchange for weapons. But I don't know what use it is for ordinary people to eat it, Yang Qingqing said. Evolution? Jiang Lushi didn't care about her last sentence at all. Of course it would be useful for ordinary people to eat it. However, regarding the concept of how psychics evolve, Starseed did not elaborate on it. It only said that they can evolve, but did not elaborate on how. Incredible, isn't it? People with superpowers can evolve. The daily use of superpowers and eating mutant beast meat can promote evolution. The use of superpowers also has a very important role, which is to practice control. Yang Qingqing continued. She felt that after hearing this, Jiang Lushi should have realized that the meat was completely useless to him. If he was not so shameless, he should have taken the initiative to ask to go to the hall to eat with the ordinary people. But to her surprise, Jiang Lushi nodded as he listened, picked up another piece of meat, and said to her, I see, it's quite interesting, go on. Chapter 55, Picked Up Crystal Core. Yang Qingqing choked again. This person doesn't understand at all. It's quite interesting, let her continue talking. Do you think she is a storyteller? Yang Qingqing forced a smile and said, Actually, there's nothing much to say. Brother, just eat what you like. You must have not eaten much on the way. Eat more. Jiang Zhuying turned around and shouted. Big sister, make some stir-fried meat. Brother, eat more to replenish your nutrition. Jiang Zhuying instructed again, and continued to pass food to Jiang Lushi. Yang Qingqing really felt she couldn't bear it anymore, and her face turned a little ugly. Her portion was limited, so she usually ate sparingly. Seeing Jiang Lushi, an ordinary person who didn't know how to eat, eating so casually and openly, she felt really suffocated. By the way, Zhuiying, don't you want that customized weapon? Yang Qingqing suddenly said with a turn of her eyes. Customized weapons? Jiang Lushi asked inquiringly. Yang Qingqing opened her mouth to explain, but Jiang Zhuiying had already explained to Jiang Lushi. These are weapons made with the help of the military. They have the technology, materials, and equipment. Many survivors in Jinling City have cooperated with the military. We can collect food ourselves, but we have to exchange weapons with the military. The things the military collects are always changing. They collect everything, but they only collect mutant animal meat, medicines and the like for a long time. Jiang Zhuiying saw that Jiang Lushi was also curious about the military, and continued to explain. But since there is a military, why don't these survivors, especially ordinary people, follow the military? Before Jiang Lushi could ask, Jiang Zhuiying continued. It's called the military, but it's actually a small frontier camp left by the army. The real large army has long since withdrawn, and there are only about 1,000 people left. Their camp is limited in scope, and although they accept some survivors, there is a limit. They said they don't have enough manpower to send these survivors to the safe zone. These survivors live in the camp, and they don't know when they can get to the safe zone. According to Jiang Zhuiying, there is also a safe zone in Jinling. It is said to be built in the mountains. The roads are difficult to travel on. Like the safe island, the geographical location is very remote. Then your customized weapon also needs to be exchanged for supplies, right? How much do you need? Jiang Lushi asked. We need 5 tons of mutant beast meat. Zhuiying is slowly accumulating it. Yang Qingqing answered quickly. Jiang Zhuiying interrupted him again. Hey, just take your time. Besides, we have already saved up a lot. At this point, Jiang Zhuiying suddenly remembered something and took something out of his pocket. He said mysteriously. Speaking of mutant beasts, there is something you have never seen. This thing, a small piece, can be worth a ton of mutant beast meat to the military. What is it? Jiang Lushi asked curiously. Jiang Zhuiying placed her fair and slender hand in front of Jiang Lushi, smiled slightly, and spread her palm. Look! Jiang Lushi looked down and saw a crystal-clear bead lying in Jiang Zhuiying's palm. Isn't this a mutated crystal core? Jiang Lushi's eyes suddenly lit up. His base vehicle needed 2 mutant crystal cores to open the biological laboratory. Originally, Jiang Lushi thought that this should be very difficult. Killing a mutant wild boar was already difficult, so he had to kill 2. After knowing that Jiang Zhuiying had such a team of survivors, Jiang Lushi immediately thought that if he could make use of these people under Jiang Zhuiying, the efficiency would be much higher. But he didn't expect that so soon. He saw a mutated crystal core here with Jiang Zhuiying. But thinking about it, Jiang Lushi also felt that he was a little stupid. He was eating mutant beast meat, which of course contained mutant crystal cores. The survivor team has to rely on mutant beast meat to exchange for weapons, and the psychics have to rely on mutant beast meat to evolve and replenish themselves, and they naturally hunt mutant beasts. But the price offered by the military left Jiang Lushi speechless. Only in the body of a mutant beast can one find a mutant crystal core. The value of this crystal core is far more than a ton of mutant beast meat. It can be said that it far exceeds the value of mutant beast meat. What does the military want this for? Jiang Lushi asked. This is a mutant crystal nucleus. They seem to be using it to study mutant viruses, Jiang Zhuiying said. The military has just come into contact with mutant crystal nuclei and is still in the research stage. When Jiang Lushi heard this, he realized that the military didn't know the value of the mutant crystal core. Once they know about it, and the survivors know about it, this mutant crystal core will become precious. Is that so? Zhuiying, can I discuss something with you? Jiang Lushi said after hesitating for a moment. We still need to discuss it. What's the matter? Just tell me, brother. Jiang Zhuing took the mutated crystal core and tossed it back and forth in her palm. The bead looked like colored glass, and as a girl, Jiang Zhuing seemed to like it very much. I want this mutant crystal core. It is very important to me. Jiang Zhuing didn't react when she heard Jiang Lushi's words, but the others all looked at Jiang Lushi at once. Yang Qingqing looked at Jiang Lushi in disbelief. Did he know what he was talking about? This was worth a whole ton of mutant beast meat. Moreover, how could this thing be important to him? This was probably the first time he had seen it. The others also frowned. Eating mutant beast meat was fine, but since Jiang Lushi came, he started making all kinds of demands, and now it's even more excessive. Even if Jiang Zhuing is the leader, he can't be so ungrateful. He was completely cheating his sister by saying this. If Jiang Zhuing gave it to him, then Jiang Zhuing's prestige in their hearts would be greatly reduced. What if I don't give it to him? Judging from Jiang Zhuing's attitude towards Jiang Lushi, she is always willing to give in to his requests. At this time, Jiang Lushi continued. Zhuing, don't you need mutant beast meat? I happen to have some. I'll give it to you in exchange for this crystal core. After he cut up the mutant wild boar, he got about 4 or 5 tons of mutant beast meat. He ate some of it, but it was just a small portion at most. Jiang Zhuing had already saved up some mutant beast meat, so he just needed to take out some. Everyone looked at Jiang Lushi. From the moment he said he wanted to mutate the crystal core, every word he said shocked them. Ah? Brother, you have mutant beast meat. How did you get it? Jiang Zhuing was also stunned. Does her brother really have mutant beast meat? However, she had always trusted Jiang Lushi unconditionally since she was a child, so even though this matter sounded outrageous, she did not doubt it at all. When the others heard this, they were all completely stunned. Isn't Jiang Lushi an ordinary person? Wait a moment. Jiang Lushi entered the garage, and after a while, he drove the small van out. The small van with a badly damaged front was said to be used by Jiang Lushi to load a bunch of luggage and junk. The survivors had already gathered at the door. They didn't even have time to eat. They just watched Jiang Lushi get off the minibus and open the cargo door of the small truck. Creak, the shaky cargo door felt like it was about to fall apart. Boom, boom, boom. A muffled sound. Large chunks of meat rolled out from the cargo compartment. The bright red and lean pork looks mouth-watering. A faint fragrance wafted out, and you could tell at once that it was all mutant beast meat. Jiang Zhuing stared at the mutated pork with wide eyes, and the survivors could hardly believe their eyes. It actually exists. And there are so many. At this time, Jiang Lushi poked his head out of the cab and said, Is this enough? Jiang Zhuing was stunned for a moment before she suddenly reacted and nodded repeatedly. Enough, enough! How many are here? She ran over and saw a lot of mutant animal meat in the carriage. About 4 or 5 tons, Jiang Lushi said. So many! Jiang Zhuing was even more shocked. She shook her head quickly. This is too much. I only need 2 tons. I don't need the rest. No need, I'll give you all the mutant beast meat, Jiang Lushi said. In fact, Jiang Lushi took out the mutant beast meat for exchange, intending to give it all to Jiang Zhuing to prevent those people from having any ideas. Sure enough, although those people had different expressions, some looked incredulous, some felt they were hallucinating, but none of them showed any greed. For ordinary survivors, even if they get the meat, they won't be able to live to exchange it for food. And for those with special abilities, the things they get in exchange are not worth it compared to going against Jiang Zhuing. However, they still couldn't believe that the meat was actually taken out by Jiang Lushi. That tattered little box that made people feel uncomfortable even if they were not close to it was actually filled with mutant animal meat. Zhuing, brother wants to tell you something, Jiang Lushi continued. Jiang Zhuing was about to refuse Jiang Lushi's offer to give her all the mutant beast meat, but she was startled when she heard this, and then said, Brother, you say it. Can you give me the crystal cores you get from hunting mutant beasts next time? Jiang Lushi said. 4 or 5 tons of mutant beast meat, according to the price given by the military, is enough to exchange for about 5 mutant crystal cores, but Jiang Lushi only wants 2. To those people, This was simply a gift from Jiang Lushi to Jiang Zhuiying as a token of affection. Before, they were jealous of Jiang Lushi for having such a good sister, and now, they envy Jiang Zhuiying for having such a good brother. There is so much meat, just take it out as soon as you say it. Jiang Zhuiying naturally had no objection when she heard this. Okay. Brother Jiang, how did you get this mutant beast meat? Yang Qingqing couldn't help but ask. Her question is also the question in everyone's mind. How could an ordinary person like you possibly get mutant beast meat? This one, I picked it up. Jiang Liushi's answer made everyone feel like choking on blood. Picked up. Pick up a mutant beast? How did you pick it up? Yang Qingqing asked again, suppressing the urge to vomit blood. When I passed by, I found a mutant wild boar that had crashed into a tree and died, Jiang Lushi said calmly. A mutant wild boar crashed into a tree and died? Shouldn't the tree be the unlucky one? However, Jiang Lushi had already said so. Although they did not believe it, they could not continue to question it. And no matter how they thought about it, they couldn't think of any other way Jiang Lushi could get the mutant beast meat. Maybe he really died in a collision, and couldn't have died by falling off a cliff? Damn luck, it's really damn luck. The mutated crystal core was handed to Jiang Lushi. Holding the warm mutated crystal core, Jiang Lushi showed a smile. This crystal core is truly worth a ton of money. Now, we only need one more crystal core to open the biological laboratory. Chapter 56, Heading to Satellite City. After gathering all the mutant beast meat he needed, Jiang Zhuiying immediately prepared to exchange it for weapons. As the leader and the strongest psychic in the team, the weapons she obtained in exchange would increase the safety and combat effectiveness of the entire team. Therefore, the mutant beast meat and crystal cores she needed to exchange for weapons were originally provided by the entire team. Now it is equivalent to this team owing Jiang Lushi a mutant crystal core. Brother, let's go into the city to exchange weapons today. I'll show them to you when I come back. Jiang Zhuiying knocked on the door early in the morning and said with a very excited tone. The location of this team of survivors is actually just the suburbs of Jinling, and has not yet reached the core area of Jinling City. Only here can the survivors survive. The closer you get to the city, the more it is a restricted area for living people. There are even many places where living people cannot even approach. Entering the city is also a very dangerous thing for Jiang Zhuiying and others. There are 8 million permanent residents, plus more than 10 million floating population. Perhaps more than 90% of these people have mutated into zombies. There are so many zombies that it feels like there is no end in sight. Even if one is a person with superpowers, once he is surrounded by zombies in Jinling City, he can only wait for death in despair. The more you kill, the more zombies there are around you, which can only bring despair to people. In Jinling City, the dangers do not only come from zombies. Some mutant beasts also appear in Jinling City. They originally came from the city, and after mutation, they still move around in the city. These mutant beasts are hiding in the tall buildings in the city and are even more dangerous. However, when Jiang Zhuiying said entering the city, she didn't mean entering Jinling City, which was too dangerous. She meant entering a satellite city, temporarily built by the military. However, the danger of going to the satellite city is not low, as one has to pass through an area with a very dense population of zombies on the way. This is also the reason why many survivors in the surrounding areas are unable to join the military. Only a strong team like Jiang Zhuiying's can exchange with the military. Those weak survivors can't collect anything useful to the military. If everything goes well, we will be back in the afternoon. Maybe we can find some delicious snacks for brother in some roadside shop. Jiang Zhuiying smiled brightly. No need, I'll go with you, Jiang Lushi said. Ah? The smile on Jiang Zhuiying's face froze for a moment. 5 tons of mutant beast meat were loaded onto a freezer truck, and 2 off-road vehicles drove from the lawn to the front of the villa. On one of the off-road vehicles, a light machine gun was mounted. This car is used to clear the way, and it is also Jiang Zhuiying's car. And this light machine gun is the most valuable and important weapon of their team. Because the bullets are ridiculously expensive, they will not use it easily. As for Yang Qingqing and other elite combat forces, they sat in a freezer truck and another off-road vehicle respectively. As an escort vehicle, the second off-road vehicle also underwent some simple modifications. Some iron chains with spikes were hung on the back of the car, and many of the seats inside the car were removed so that the people inside could turn around and attack the zombies that were chasing them. As for the freezer truck, it had 2 layers of steel plates added. Although the welding was very ugly and very heavy, it was a standard turtle shell. This was used to protect the supplies. Their supplies were bought with their lives, and they could not afford to lose them even once. The survivor team can be said to be very proud of these 3 cars, which are also an important guarantee for their survival. But today, the car was about to set off, but there was still no sign of Jiang Zhuiying. The driver's seat of the leading SUV where she usually sat was still empty. "Where is the boss?" Zhang Hai asked. "She went to talk to her brother. I guess she had a lot to say," Yang Qingqing said. "Okay, the door is open, it looks like we're done," Zhang Hai suddenly said. The garage door slowly opened. "Then let's get in the car too." Yang Qingqing glanced at the garage door and walked towards the last SUV. But at this moment, she paused and turned to look over again. How did that minibus come out? And if you look closely, isn't Jiang Zhuiying sitting in the passenger seat? Could it be that Jiang Lushi wanted to follow them? "Zhuiying, it's time to set off," Yang Qingqing went over and said. Jiang Zhuiying glanced at her in the car and nodded. "Well, it's really getting late." However, having said so, Jiang Zhuiying still sat steadily in the minibus and had no intention of getting off. "We really have to go together." Yang Qingqing was speechless. "Forget it, she can't be stopped if she wants to. There's still room in the first car. Zhuiying and Jiang, why don't you take it together?" Jiang Lushi shook his head. "No need, I can drive my own car." "It's okay. We're here to escort you this time. We'll follow behind you," Jiang Zhuiying continued. Yang Qingqing nodded, and as she walked back to the SUV, she whispered to the other survivors. "Zhuiying listens too much to her brother, doesn't she? This time it must have been her brother who brought this up again. Why is he going?" "Have no idea." The off-road vehicle and the freezer truck started off, and Jiang Lushi followed in the minibus. This team combination looks really weird. Jiang Lushi wanted to go with them, not only because the danger level was too high and he was worried about Jiang Zhuiying, but also because he was curious about the military and the satellite city. He wanted to know what else the military exchanged with these survivors, besides the mutant beast meat. According to Jiang Zhuiying, the military would frequently change their requirements lists and often require different things. Although their large army protected some survivors and evacuated to a safe zone, it did not mean that they completely abandoned the city and the original home of mankind. Even if we don't consider returning home, the huge number of zombies, those ferocious mutant beasts, and whether the virus will undergo any changes are all things that need to be taken into consideration. They established a satellite city in Jinling City. In addition to continuing to collect supplies, they were also monitoring the situation in Jinling City, understanding the zombies and mutant beasts, and providing enough samples for virus research. This is the significance of establishing a satellite city. The convoy quickly drove out of the villa community, and the leading off-road vehicle skillfully turned into a small street. After several turns, the road ahead suddenly opened up. They came to the road. At this time, Jiang Lushi saw the muscular man crawl out of the leading off-road vehicle and stand behind the light machine gun. Chapter 57: The Battle of the Superpowers. This is the only way to get to the satellite city. According to Jiang Zhuiying, the other routes are only more dangerous than this one. Although this area, including the satellite city, belongs to the suburbs of Jinling City, land in Jinling City is very valuable. Large residential areas, high-tech zones, and schools are all built in the suburbs, and the population here is not small at all. The population base means the number of zombies. Seeing that the muscular man was ready, Jiang Lushi also silently checked the condition of the car and the star seed as usual. "The base vehicle's shell is intact, the power system is intact, and the air cannon is functioning properly," came the voice of Starseed. Jiang Zhuiying held the iron rod diagonally in her arms, leaned back in the passenger seat, and looked ahead with a pair of big eyes. Her eyes were bright. "Brother, wait and see the show." "Watching a show?" Jiang Lushi asked doubtfully. The vehicle was moving at a fairly fast speed, and soon zombies began to appear in front of it. These zombies were originally wandering aimlessly on the streets like wandering souls, but when they heard the buzzing sound made by a moving car, they were immediately attracted and turned their heads. They watched the cars approaching at high speed with bloodshot eyes, and a ho-ho sound suddenly came from their throats. Then, they rushed over suddenly. As the vehicle approached, more and more zombies rushed out from the houses and alleys on both sides of the road. In the blink of an eye, the front, back, left, and right of the convoy were all filled with zombies. Especially in front, it looked so densely packed. These zombies had blood-red eyes and twisted, hideous faces. Their gums and their wide-open mouths were also blood-red, and there was blood and flesh between their teeth. They will also attack their own kind when there are no living people to eat, but when inactive, the consumption of these zombies is actually very low. Zombies are very aggressive towards living people, and they will only attack their own kind when they need to eat. This is why they wander around slowly when there are no living people around. But as long as a living person appears, a scene like the current one will occur. With so many zombies running towards them, people suddenly felt like they were trapped in a horde of zombies, and a sense of despair arose. The horror of zombies is not only reflected in their combat power, but also in the great mental stimulation they cause to ordinary people. Seeing so many zombies appear, everyone's scalp tingled involuntarily. At this time, gunshots suddenly rang out. Da-da-da-da! The light machine gun spewed out flames. Bullets poured into the zombie swarm, and the zombies in the first row fell down in large numbers. However, at this time, the zombies' terrifying vitality was also revealed. They were not afraid of pain at all, except for those shot in the head. The rest of the zombies that were shot immediately got up again and continued to run towards the convoy. Some zombies were even only shaken by the blows, and did not even stop. One of the zombies was shot in the abdomen, and the running movement caused the muscles to tear, and even the intestines came out, but it still came towards this side. But soon, the smell of blood attracted other zombies to knock it down from behind. The survivors had long been accustomed to these bloody scenes. Jiang Liusher's expression did not change. At first he felt that the scene was a bit disgusting, but now he felt nothing. He had seen a lot more disgusting things than this. Jiang Zhuiying was originally worried that Jiang Liusher might be nervous with so many zombies around, but when she looked at Jiang Liusher, she found that Jiang Liusher's hands holding the steering wheel were steady, without any shaking, and his expression was very calm. At this time, the light machine gun stopped firing and then slowed down. Compared to the gun itself, the bullets are more valuable, and it is impossible to rely on bullets all the time. The last round of shooting only created some corpses and slightly slowed down the zombies' forward momentum. Buzz! The freezer truck passed by it and became the leading car. The car drove straight towards the group of zombies. Zhang Hai was inside with his eyes wide open, his hands tightly gripping the steering wheel, and he stepped on the accelerator to the bottom. The zombies were getting closer and closer, and you could even see their hands about to grab you. Bang! There was a dull thud, and then the freezer truck jolted. The freezer truck crashed directly into the group of zombies, constantly knocking away the zombies in front of it. Most of the windshield of the freezer truck is also covered with steel plates, leaving only a small gap at the driver's seat, which is covered with wire. Seeing the zombies in front of the car falling down one by one, Zhang Hai was extremely excited. He honked the horn twice and laughed. Damn it! Go to hell! Great! So great! These zombies posed a huge threat to humans, but being able to drive such an armored vehicle to crush them madly made Zhang Hai so excited that his face turned red and veins bulged on the back of his hands. As they drove deeper and deeper into the horde of zombies, even though the accelerator of the freezer truck was stepped to the bottom, the speed inevitably slowed down. The freezer truck made a sound as if it was stuck and was surrounded by zombies. Ka! There were a lot of dents on the iron sheets covering the outside of the freezer truck. The squeezing and impact force of the zombies was very great. Although the iron sheets were thickened, they still felt unbearable. Bang! At this moment, a loud noise suddenly came, and a tire under the freezer truck deflated, and a puff of green smoke came out. This refrigerator truck was obviously modified and had 12 tires in total. The explosion only caused the refrigerator truck to shake a bit, and did not have any major impact. However, a tire burst so quickly that people suddenly started to worry about the other tires. Don't be nervous, It's just a fetus! Jiang Hai shouted. At this time, a person with special abilities climbed onto the roof of the freezer truck. The last off-road vehicle followed behind the freezer truck, and Yang Qingqing's figure popped out from the skylight. The two psychics started attacking at the same time. The mutant on the freezer truck was holding a long fork that was like a spear. He was almost hanging on the edge of the truck, but his feet seemed to have taken root, and he refused to fall off the truck. His body kept swinging out of the freezer truck, and every time he stabbed the fork, he could accurately poke a zombie's cheek and directly pierce the opponent's head. Yang Qingqing's actions surprised Jiang Lushi. She actually climbed out of the skylight with two 1-foot-long knives in her hands. Then she suddenly leaped downwards and jumped directly into the crowd of zombies. This scene really made people feel nervous, but after jumping in, she spun around on the spot, like a clever spinning top. However, this spinning top was shining with cold light, and the two long knives directly cut the throats or chests of the zombies around. Before other zombies could surround her, Yang Qingqing suddenly jumped up again and landed lightly back on the roof of the car. The whole process took only 1 second, and Yang Qingqing's feet seemed to be equipped with springs. One of them has grown webbed feet on the bottom, which can grip any ground. As for Yang Qingqing, her calf muscles have mutated, and she has strong jumping ability, said Jiang Zhuiying. Jiang Lushi nodded in understanding. The direction of these two people's mutations was similar to his previous impression of superpowers. They were of the same type as Brother Yu, and were basically partial body mutations. As for Jiang Zhuiying, all the cells in her body mutated, and they mutated into discharge cells. If she continued to evolve, the amount of electricity she could release would become greater and greater. It was impossible to say what she would achieve in the future. When Jiang Lushi was in his car before, his car was still several meters away from the zombies, but they were already electrocuted to death by Jiang Zhuiying's electric current. The zombies were burned black one by one, and the minibus ran over them, leaving a pool of charcoal-like objects on the ground. Such horrific killing power is simply incomparable to those psychics with partial body mutations. It feels so good. Die! All of you die! Jiang Hai's excited shout was heard again in the base vehicle. With the cover of Yang Qingqing and the psychic, the obstacles encountered by the freezer truck suddenly disappeared, and the whole car kept shaking and rolling over the zombies. Chapter 58: Speechless Superpowers. Jiang Hai's shouts drowned out everything else, as if nothing else was enough to express his excitement. At this time, the off-road vehicle that was leading the way had slowed down and was next to the minibus. Beep! The SUV honked twice. Jiang Zhuiying looked towards the SUV. The muscular man leaned out of the sunroof again and shouted, "Boss! There's a large group of zombies ahead. We need to speed up. Can you keep up? Brother?" Jiang Zhuiying looked at Jiang Lushi. Their off-road vehicles and refrigerator trucks have been modified to have speeds far exceeding the original speeds of these vehicles. The muscular man was obviously worried that the minibus would be left behind. So this muscular guy drove over to give them a reminder. If Jiang Lushi's car couldn't keep up, he would abandon the minibus and get on their off-road vehicle. Jiang Lushi shook his head. "Tell them not to worry, we can catch up." "Okay." Jiang Zhuiying turned around and said without hesitation. "It's okay, you guys drive your own." The muscular man was stunned for a moment, then said, "Okay." Since Jiang Zhuiying has agreed, then Jiang Lushi can do whatever he wants. He also estimated that the engine of this minibus had probably been modified. After all, the interior was actually a luxury RV. The SUV drove beside them for a while, suddenly honked the horn again, and then suddenly started to accelerate. Beep, beep, beep! The other two cars also honked their horns, and the three cars started accelerating at the same time. Jiang Lushi's minibus was located at a high position, giving him a wider field of vision. He looked ahead and was also surprised. In the distance, there was indeed an area with dense zombies, twice as many as before. Buzz, buzz, buzz! The roar of the engines was very loud, and the three cars spewed out billowing exhaust fumes, constantly accelerating and rushing towards the tide of zombies. At this time, Jiang Lushi had not yet started to accelerate. Seeing the distance between the two sides rapidly widening, Jiang Lushi suddenly stepped on the accelerator. Bang, bang, bang! Some zombies crashed into the minibus, and during the collision, the minibus suddenly increased its speed and caught up with the convoy in the blink of an eye. Wow! Jiang Zhuing exclaimed. This car is well modified, the acceleration is so smooth and it's so fast. Hearing Jiang Zhuing's exclamation, Jiang Lusher smiled slightly. In fact, this is just a normal acceleration. If she saw the effect of instant acceleration, I wonder how surprised this girl would be. Although these off-road vehicles have also been modified, their acceleration capabilities are nothing compared to the base vehicles. If we really compare speed, these vehicles can only follow behind the minibuses. Yang Qingqing jumped back onto the car again, with sticky blood still dripping from her two long knives. Inadvertently, Yang Qingqing looked back and was stunned for a moment. This minibus is following so closely? At this time, Zhang Hai's roar came from the front. Have you caught up with me, boss? Yang Qingqing looked at the minibus in surprise, then reacted and replied impatiently. I caught up! Just as she was stunned, a zombie suddenly pounced on the SUV as it was passing by at high speed, grabbed the luggage rack on the SUV, and then climbed up swiftly. Feeling a bloody smell approaching from behind, Yang Qingqing screamed and jumped behind the zombie in a flash. She stabbed the zombie with two long knives the moment it turned over. What bad luck! Yang Qingqing kicked the corpse under the car. At this time, she had no time to pay attention to the minibus. It is quite dangerous to pass through this group of zombies, but if we keep going like this, we will eventually be able to pass through without any problem. Although some zombies will chase for a distance, they will eventually give up and slowly wander back. The rest of the road is relatively safe. Fortunately, this area was not long, and the convoy soon emerged from the swarm of zombies. 10 minutes later, the convoy had driven to an open space and stopped. Yang Qingqing and others jumped out of the car and dealt with a dozen zombies that followed them from nearby. At this time, Jiang Lusher also drove a minibus and stopped at the open space. How's the car? Jiang Zhuing got out of the car, walked over and asked. The drivers of the two off-road vehicles and Zhang Hai, who had just got off the freezer truck, were checking the condition of the vehicles. They rushed out from the horde of zombies and needed to check and repair before they could get on the road again. The two SUVs were fine, with only some minor damages, not serious, but the freezer truck looked to be in a more serious condition. However, it only looks bumpy on the outside, and the function of the iron plate is not affected, so it can still be used. But a flat tire is more troublesome. Zhang Hai walked around the freezer truck and saw Jiang Lusher looking at his freezer truck from inside. A smile suddenly appeared on his face. How is it, brother? My car is pretty good, right? I don't know how many zombies it has killed, but it's still so strong. You have a flat tire, Jiang Lusher said. The blown tire had been completely shattered. At that time, the freezer truck was surrounded by zombies, and it might have been bitten by the zombies. Ha ha ha, it's just a flat tire, no big deal. Zhang Hai laughed. By the way, brother, do you know what my special ability is? Zhang Hai suddenly asked. Jiang Lusher was stunned. After hearing this, he really didn't know what Zhang Hai's special ability was. Jiang Lusher saw the other psychics taking action. He suddenly remembered that Zhang Hai was driving and had not taken action yet. Then what is your special ability? Jiang Lusher asked curiously. Hee hee, that's great, big brother, you hold it. Zhang Hai spoke in a completely non-standard BJ accent. Okay. Jiang Lusher thought Zhang Hai wanted to show off. As a result, after rolling up his sleeves, he didn't do anything, but dragged a tire out of the freezer truck. I have several tires in my car, so I'm not afraid of them bursting, Zhang Hai said proudly. This means that tires often blow out, Jiang Lusher thought to himself. However, he still couldn't figure out what the connection was between Zhang Hai's special abilities and this tire. Zhang Hai carried the tire to the location of the flat tire. He took out the jack, lifted the car up, then rubbed his hands and moved his 10-carat-like fingers. Brother, watch! This is my signature skill, Zhang Hai said, and his hands suddenly moved in a dazzling manner. His speed was very fast, and his strength was also very great, and the flexibility of his 10 fingers was astonishing. As for what he did, it was changing the tire. He didn't use any other tools, not even a wrench. He just used his hands instead, and could easily screw on and off bolts. While changing the tire, Zhang Hai said proudly, How's it going, big brother? Not bad, right? My fingers have mutated. They are super fast and powerful. Look at them, they are all muscle. Jiang Lushi was stunned. It took him a long time to react and asked, Excuse me, what did you do before? Car repairman. Ha ha. Chapter 59, An Unexpected Event. Zhang Hai used to be a car mechanic. After he mutated into a superpower, he combined his superpowers with his professional skills and continued to do his old job. In terms of combat power, he is certainly stronger than ordinary people, but among the 4 superpowers in this team, he can only be at the bottom. However, his role is not small at all. The modification and maintenance of these cars were all completed by him alone. But even so, Zhang Hai's cheerful personality and this weird ability still made him feel a little inferior. Apart from anything else, Yang Qingqing's attitude towards him has always been contemptuous, and she often spoke to him impatiently. Jiang Lushi felt that this special ability could be used for more than just repairing cars. The strength of his fingers alone was enough to poke a hole in a person's body like a bullet. In response, Zhang Hai laughed and said, I'm not cut out for fighting. Once I start fighting, I'll go crazy and lose my rationality. He paused, his smile gradually disappeared, and his tone became low. This was the first time Jiang Lushi saw such an expression on his face. I don't know why, but I always see the scene of my wife reaching out her hand to me for help among the zombies. I had just woken up at that time. If I could kill more ruthlessly and faster. Forget it, let's not talk about it. Zhang Hai smiled again and continued to work with his head down. In fact, Zhang Hai should have known that no matter how fast he could not have saved his wife. However, knowing this does not mean that he can get over the memory. Most of the survivors have experienced these tragedies. Brother, we will be at the satellite city in a while. Jiang Zhuiying took a bottle of water from the SUV and handed it to Jiang Lushi. These people were drinking mineral water to replenish the consumed water and physical strength in time. Jiang Lushi noticed that the psychics were carrying some dried mutant beast meat, which they were eating with water. Using their powers consumes a lot of their physical strength, and only mutant beast meat can replenish it quickly. Although ordinary food can also be used, the quantity required is very large, and it is not as easy to carry as mutant beast meat, and it will not promote the evolution of the power users. Soon, the tire of the refrigerator truck was replaced, and everyone drank water, ate meat, and rested. The convoy was back on the road, continuing to head towards the satellite city. It only takes a dozen minutes to get from this place to the satellite city. There are quite a few zombies along this stretch, and the road is densely packed with zombies. These zombies heard the sound and rushed over here. From a distance, they looked like a dark tide rolling over. Ah! Zhang Hai stepped on the accelerator desperately. Under the cover of Yang Qingqing and others, he kept crashing, crushing and advancing among the zombies. I was lucky this time and the tire didn't burst, but there were a lot of impact marks on the car body. We are not far from the satellite city, we just need to break through this group of zombies. At this moment, a roar suddenly came from nearby. The roar was very low, as if it came from the throat, and it sounded not far away from them. Hearing the roar, Jiang Zhuiying sat up straight with a serious look on her face. She listened again and then shouted, Be careful! Bang! A group of zombies were pushed away, and many were even knocked directly into the air. Immediately afterwards, a huge black shadow rushed out and headed straight towards the convoy. The size of this black shadow is comparable to that of an off-road vehicle, and its speed is also quite fast. Its mouth was wide open, revealing its sharp canine teeth, and its eyes were red. This was a mutant dog. In the city, there are many people who keep pet dogs, and there are also a large number of stray dogs in the suburbs. These dogs are all infected with the virus. After the end of the world, most of them have mutated into monsters like zombies. A few of them have become mutant beasts. This size! Jiang Zhuiying's face suddenly changed. The mutant beasts came in different sizes, and this one was the largest one they had encountered so far. Level 1 plus mutant dog. The star species test showed that this was a level 1 mutant dog with a plus sign. 1 plus represented the mutant energy level of this mutant dog, but in fact, at this stage, the combat effectiveness gap brought by size, strength, and speed was still very large. Even if the level of mutation energy is the same, the actual combat effectiveness can be high or low. This mutant dog is huge in size, terrifyingly powerful, and incredibly fast. As soon as the convoy discovered it, the mutant dog rushed to their vicinity. Bang! The mutant dog directly hit the freezer truck. The freezer truck, which was traveling at high speed, was suddenly knocked sideways and hit heavily on the flower bed on the side of the road. As soon as the freezer truck hit the vehicle, the mutant dog caught up and swung its claws at it. The claws flashed with cold light, and the claws alone were half a foot long. Coupled with the terrifying force, with a swish sound, the iron sheet covering the outside of the freezer truck was cut open with several deep cracks, as if it was made of paper. 2 pieces of packaged mutant beast meat rolled out from the crack, and even the freezer was cut open, which shows how powerful the lethality is. This mutant dog makes people feel terrified as soon as it makes a move. What the hell? What the hell? Jiang Hai shouted in the cab. His refrigerator truck could kill those zombies, but in front of this mutant dog, it was like a plastic toy car and was completely vulnerable. Just a few more claws and the freezer truck is done. The mutant dog was almost as big as a freezer truck. Its scarlet eyes stared grimly at Jiang Hai in the car. Its teeth were bared, and sticky blood-red saliva flowed out of its big mouth, dripping onto the ground. Jiang Hai, who was standing close by, was so frightened that his scalp exploded. He screamed, stepped on the accelerator, and rushed forward for a distance. The car body scraped against the flower bed, making a sharp friction sound, and even sparks flew. The mutant dog immediately followed and leaped forward to pounce directly onto the freezer truck. Once the mutant dog pounced on them, the freezer truck, Jiang Hai, and the supplies would all be destroyed. Just then, a burst of gunfire suddenly came from behind. Da-da-da! The bullets hit the mutant dog's body, and several bloody holes appeared immediately. Ouch! The mutant dog felt pain and turned around to look at the off-road vehicle with the light machine gun mounted on it. The muscular man who fired the gun felt his scalp tingling when he was stared at by the monster. Da-da-da! The light machine gun kept spewing flames. The mutant dog was very agile, and the zombies were blocking the bullets. The muscular man's eyes widened as he watched the mutant dog rush towards the car. Chapter 60 Mutant Dog. Seeing the mutant dog getting closer and closer to them, the muscular man finally couldn't hold on any longer. He kept shooting and yelling. Run! Buzz! The off-road vehicle turned suddenly, and the light machine gun on the roof also turned, still aiming at the mutant dog, continuing to fire bullets madly. Because the turn was too fast, one side of the off-road vehicle's tires was suspended in the air. Yang Qingqing! The muscular man shouted. This mutant dog is too fast, and they can't avoid it even if they move away now. At this time, we must rely on the support of another off-road vehicle. But in another off-road vehicle, Yang Qingqing looked pale. This mutant dog was scarier than any monster she had ever seen before. It was too much of a challenge for her to jump onto or around it. The monster was horrific in size and was still running wildly. If she was touched by it, she would be seriously injured. Moreover, the mutant dog's reaction was also very quick. Although Yang Qingqing was considered to be very fast, she had no confidence in front of this mutant dog. If she was hit by its sharp claws, her intestines would definitely be ruptured. In other words, she would be dead, without a doubt. So when the muscular man shouted, the off-road vehicle drove over immediately, but Yang Qingqing on it was struggling and hesitating. Seeing the mutant dog right in front of her, she found it difficult to move, and her hands and feet seemed to be a little weak. At this moment, there was a buzz sound. The minibus that had been following at the back suddenly passed by the SUV and Yang Qingqing. Jiang Zhuiying is going to take action. This was Yang Qingqing's first reaction. Jiang Zhuiying didn't need to take action in the previous battles, but now is the time. If Jiang Zhuiying is needed in ordinary battles, then what is the use of these superpowers? Jiang Zhuiying can become the leader, in addition to being the strongest, mainly because at the critical moment, she is their only hope for survival. Yang Qingqing stared at the co-pilot window where Jiang Zhuiying was. She was actually very jealous of the fact that Jiang Zhuiying was always the focus of everyone's attention, and everyone admired her. This was also one of the reasons why she particularly despised Jiang Lushi. Jiang Zhuiying's extraordinary strength, and amazing abilities made Yang Qingqing jealous of her good luck and thought that God was so unfair. But no matter what, Yang Qingqing had to admit Jiang Zhuiying's strength. The gap was too big, and no matter how unwilling she was, she could not catch up. Seeing Jiang Zhuiying rushing to attack before her, Yang Qingqing also felt very uncomfortable. She was scared just now, and Jiang Zhuiying must have seen that she was slow to act, so she attacked. But what surprised Yang Qingqing was that Jiang Zhuiying's car window was not open. On the contrary, the minibus drove straight towards the mutant dog. What is this for? These survivors had no time to think about it. In a flash, the minibus collided violently with the mutant dog, making a loud bang. Only then did the survivors react. This collision was really timely. The off-road vehicle and the muscular man in it barely escaped disaster. The rear ends of their cars were left with several shocking scratches. But now, this RV is definitely doomed. Next, it should be Jiang Zhuiying's turn to take action. The muscular man didn't have time to wipe off the cold sweat before he said to the driver, "Get ready to drive back and pick up the boss's brother." Jiang Zhuiying was fighting with the mutant dog, and Jiang Lushi, an ordinary person, could easily be affected. The minibus was broken, so of course he had to be taken out. Jiang Zhuiying would definitely give the same order. But at this moment, the minibus suddenly shook. Then, it suddenly stepped back, and then accelerated and crashed into it again. But this time, the mutant dog jumped to the side and the minibus missed. But what is shocking is not that the minibus crashed into empty air, but this minibus can actually still move. The mutant dog was completely enraged by the collision just now. Its expression was ferocious and terrifying, and it kept making ho-ho sounds from its throat. Its target also shifted from the off-road vehicle to the minibus. Those bullets didn't cause much damage to it, because only 1 or 2 bullets actually penetrated its flesh, and the rest were just scratches. It was too agile. But the minibus suddenly crashed into the dog at a very fast speed, hitting it hard and causing the mutant dog to feel real pain. The minibus did not hit the car once, and immediately retreated for a distance. Then it made a buzzing sound again and rushed forward again. The survivors were dumbfounded to see the minibus constantly turning sharply, adjusting its direction and continuing to crash, and in the process, countless zombies were killed. This is too fierce. This minibus is not even falling apart, there isn't even any noticeable dent on the front. How could these survivors know that when Jiang Lushi collided with the mutant wild boar, the windshield was cracked and the front face was seriously dented? However, that was because the mutant wild boar was a collision type, and the collision force was very terrifying, while this mutant dog was an agile type. Its impact is not the most deadly, but its claws and fangs are. Moreover, before coming to Jinling, Jiang Liushi's base vehicle armor had just absorbed the mutant energy that escaped after Yuji's death. Because the energy was not enough, it was only used to improve the armor defense of the base vehicle. The defense power was improved a little compared to before. With each collision, there was a constant bang bang sound coming from the body of the car, but it did not have any impact on the minibus. The performance of this sharp turn and instant acceleration is no different from that of a super sports car. The roar of the engine kept echoing in their ears. It was obviously a minibus, but it was extremely flexible. Fuck! Inside the car, Jiang Lushi had no time to pay attention to the surprise that the base vehicle brought to these survivors. This mutant dog was so agile that it only hit it unexpectedly during the first collision. But that time, the off-road vehicle was right next to it, so it was impossible to use the air cannon. And using the air cannon in front of these survivors was too shocking. As for collision and acceleration, they can be used at will. Although this mutant dog is large in size and has strong defensive fur, it will suffer internal injuries under the impact of gravity. If it is hit several times, the mutant dog's combat effectiveness will be greatly reduced. Jiang Lushi didn't go to rescue the off-road vehicle specifically, but he saw the opportunity to launch a sneak attack. As early as when the mutant dog appeared, Jiang Liushi's eyes showed a hint of excitement and surprise. Although Jiang Lushi was also solemn about the terrifying power of the mutant dog, encountering a mutant beast so soon was a very good opportunity for Jiang Lushi, and it could even be described as good luck. He already has a mutant crystal core in his hand, and in his eyes, this mutant dog is the second mutant crystal core that is delivered to his door. Of course, it is not easy to kill this mutant dog. At this time, Jiang Hai rushed over again driving the freezer truck. When he saw this scene, he was so shocked that he kept screaming. Holy crap! That's awesome! That's awesome! What kind of RV is this? It's almost an armored vehicle! Inside the car, Jiang Lushi had a blank expression on his face, his eyes fixed on the mutant dog. Every time he turned the steering wheel, the direction and angle amazed Jiang Hai. This driving skill is awesome. Of course, what Jiang Hai didn't know was that Jiang Lushi was a completely novice driver who didn't even have a driver's license. The reason he could do it so accurately and smoothly was because of Starseed's calculation of the data. Jiang Hai drove back, not to observe closely. In his car, the superpower climbed out, seized the opportunity, and at the moment when the mutant dog was avoiding the minibus, he suddenly jumped out of his body and stabbed the spear. The freezer truck also accelerated suddenly and approached behind the mutant dog. The mutant dog noticed the attack from behind, and in this short moment of distraction, bang! The minibus hit the mutant dog hard again. Chapter 61, Perfect Coordination. The mutant dog was completely furious, but Jiang Lushi didn't even give it a chance to fight back. After the collision, it immediately retreated and kept its distance. The minibus wouldn't feel any better if it were hit by this mutant dog. The mutant dog was hit by the minibus twice in a row, and it wanted to tear the minibus and Jiang Lushi inside it into pieces and eat them immediately. When it saw the minibus retreating, it ignored the sneak attack of the mutant on the refrigerator truck and suddenly jumped and rushed towards the minibus. The distance between it and the minibus was very close. With its speed, it only needed one leap to catch up with the minibus. The mutant dog had opened its bloody mouth fiercely, revealing a mouthful of sharp teeth. It wanted to bite the bus to pieces and drag the human inside out. However, at this moment, Jiang Zhuiying's figure appeared at the window of the minibus. Seeing the mutant dog rushing towards her madly, she swung the iron rod vigorously. Swish! Several blue and white electric currents flashed on the iron rod, just like lightning, and the electric currents accurately hit the mutant dog's body. The mutant dog was huge, and although the current was not fatal to it, it made its body stiffen immediately. At the moment it stiffened, the minibus suddenly accelerated and hit it again. This cooperation is perfect. As soon as Jiang Zhuiying appeared, she acted extremely strong. In front of this mutant dog, there was no fear on her pretty face, and her eyes were very calm. In this way, she seized the opportunity to attack. Moreover, only her attack caused the mutant dog to actually pause. If she attacked again and again, the mutant dog's body would not be able to bear it. The impact of the minibus just now was strong and the force was stronger than before. Get started! Jiang Zhuiying shouted. At this moment, the minibus suddenly backed away and turned to the side. Bang bang bang! Gunshots suddenly rang out, and a large number of bullets poured madly towards the mutant dog that had just been hit. The muscular man fired his gun while shouting, "Everyone help! Yang Qingqing!" Both Jiang Hai and the muscular man realized that they should protect Jiang Lushi at this time. The impact resistance and performance of this minibus, as well as Jiang Lushi's operation and reaction, were all amazing. The battle they had just had with the mutant dog also showed that if they did not help the minibus fight now, they would not be as lucky when they faced the mutant dog again. It's not certain death, but it will definitely cost a lot. So they all worked in unison and began to protect Jiang Lushi. And at this time, if Yang Qingqing didn't move, it would be unreasonable. Even though she was afraid of the mutant dog, she had no choice but to bite the bullet and ask the off-road vehicle to move closer. Bang! The minibus seized the moment when the mutant dog was forced to dodge by the bullets, and suddenly changed from reversing to rushing forward, and actually hit it again. The muscular man quickly stopped shooting, thinking that Jiang Lushi was really crazy enough to actually rush forward towards the bullets. Fortunately, I didn't hit it. But soon, the muscular man discovered that the bullet did hit the minibus, leaving a spiderweb-like crack on the minibus window. In other words, although the bullet hit the window of the minibus, it did not penetrate it. The minibus was actually using bulletproof glass. The muscular man was really shocked. This car was modified too much. The cars of some heads of state may be of this level. However, if he knew that Jiang Liusher's car had a fuel storage capacity of 1 ton and also had an air cannon, a weapon with extremely high range and destructive power, would he still think so? Ouch! The mutant dog had not been hit to death yet. This time, the minibus directly hit it into a roadside shop, but soon it rushed out of the shop. The continuous collisions of the minibus did not cause much external injuries to the mutant dog, but it was already shaky when standing. After it came out, it shook its head vigorously. At this time, Yang Qingqing suddenly approached, but as soon as she landed next to the mutant dog roared angrily, which scared Yang Qingqing so much that she did not take any action and immediately jumped back. The mutant dog was not roaring at Yang Qingqing. At this moment, the only thing in its eyes was the minibus. Yang Qingqing's face turned pale. This mutant dog was still very scary even though it was injured. Compared to Jiang Zhuiying's terrifying killing power, she didn't even have a chance to attack. The other two people, one relied on a spear, which actually couldn't hit at all, and the other relied on a gun. Their combined effect was not as great as Jiang Zhuiying's. They were okay against ordinary zombies or weaker mutants, but at this time, they could only play a restraining role. With Jiang Zhuiying around and the constant interference from Zhang Hai and his 3 cars, although the mutant dog was extremely agile, it was still hit by the minibus again and again. No matter how powerful it was still a flesh and blood body after all. After being hit continuously and crazily by the minibus, its movements gradually became slow, wounds appeared on the surface of its body, and blood flowed from its nose and mouth. Seeing this scene, the survivors became excited and actively cooperated with Jiang Liusher even more desperately, launching a more fierce attack. Originally they were all beaten by the mutant dog, but now the situation is reversed. Especially the minibus combination of Jiang Zhuiying and Jiang Liusher, they really beat the mutant dog hard. Moreover, both of them were completely hidden in the car, so the safety factor was self-evident. Bang, bang, bang! Jiang Liusher didn't know how many times he had hit the dog. This time, he crashed the mutant dog directly into the outer wall of a building. The huge force caused the glass of the building to shatter. Countless glass fragments fell from the sky with a crackling sound. After knocking the mutant dog against the wall, Jiang Liusher did not give up. He stepped hard on the accelerator and continued to squeeze the mutant dog. If an air cannon were to fire at this moment, this wall and the mutant dog would probably be blown to pieces. Boom, boom, boom! The engine of the minibus roared, and the tires spun and rubbed against the ground wildly, stirring up a large amount of dust on the ground and leaving behind friction marks from the tires. Seeing how powerful Jiang Liusher and the minibus were, the survivors were all astonished. Through the gap, they could see the huge body of the mutant dog and a large amount of blood flowing from under the car. Finally, the roar of the minibus disappeared and it slowly retreated. Is it dead? Everyone stared nervously at the location of the mutant dog. As the minibus retreated further away, the appearance of the mutant dog appeared in front of everyone. Its huge body was almost squeezed out of shape, its eyes, mouth, ears and nose were covered in blood, its body was covered with traces of being burned by the electric current, and some parts of it were even smoking. Under the mutant dog's body, there was a large pool of blood. This sticky blood also stuck to the front of the minibus, dripping down in large drops. Chapter 62 2 Crystal Cores. The mutant dog's body was still twitching slightly, but it was obvious that it was no longer alive. Refrigerator trucks and SUVs stopped all around, and everyone felt as if they were running out of energy. Finally killed. In addition to this mutant dog, there were some zombies that were killed in the battle. Their bodies were lying around, crushed into a bloody mess by several cars that were turning back and forth at a high speed. Fuck! Zhang Hai yelled. He looked at the mutant dog and still felt a sense of disbelief. When he was attacked by the mutant dog before, he felt that he was going to die. But now, this fierce and ferocious mutant dog has turned into a stray dog. If it weren't for the sudden power of this minibus, who knows what would have happened today? The rest of the people were also staring at the scene in a daze, until the minibus stopped and ran over a zombie's body, shaking slightly, and then they suddenly shifted their attention. The front of the minibus was actually still intact, with only a few scratches, which looked like nothing to them. As for the windshield, there were only some scratches from claws and bullet marks from before. Looking back at the freezer truck, it was a horrible sight. The cracks on the truck caused by claws made it look shaky and like it could break in two at any time. One side of it was hit by the mutant dog and was dented, and the whole thing was deformed. It's just a minibus, but it can be modified into this. It is stronger and more crash-resistant than their refrigerator trucks, and its performance is much better. For such a large vehicle, the steering is extremely flexible. Jiang Lushi, who was in the car, just exhaled lightly. His face looked normal, neither flushed nor particularly pale. Considering his calmness just now, everyone felt that their impression of him was a little overturned. When he followed them out today, they thought Jiang Lushi was just making a fuss. There was nothing for them to do after following him, and they even wanted Jiang Zhuiying to protect him. But now, the bloody reality is laid before them. They could only play a restraining role, becoming Jiang Lushi's assistant, and just giving him a helping hand. Although this minibus has strong combat capability, driving skills are also very important. A strong smell of blood was floating in the air. Jiang Zhuiying looked around and saw that the zombies were surrounding her again. You guys go and delay the zombies. John Hai and Manzi, come and drag the mutant dog into the freezer truck. By the way, Jiang Zhuiying glanced at Jiang Lushi and continued, and dig out the mutant dog's crystal core while you're at it. Jiang Lushi attacked the mutant dog mainly for the crystal core. In fact, this mutant dog, as an agile type, is exactly the kind that Jiang Lushi is more troubled by. At this time, these sidekicks and this car team come in handy. Of course, the person who played the most important auxiliary role in the entire battle was Jiang Zhuiying. Their spoils were distributed according to their contributions, and this time the brother and sister took the lion's share. Not to mention that the team had already promised Jiang Lushi a mutant crystal core. Even if it was based on this contribution, they would not say anything if Jiang Lushi wanted the crystal core. So after hearing Jiang Zhuiying's words, John Hai and the other man in the freezer truck immediately went to work without saying a word. The two were obviously used to cleaning up spoils and putting away supplies, and they were very quick and efficient, racing against time. John Hai even poked his finger directly into the mutant dog's heart and dug out a mutant crystal core covered in blood. He ran to the freezer truck, took out some water to rinse it, then immediately ran to the minibus and handed it to Jiang Zhuiying. This mutant crystal core is so beautiful. Jiang Zhuiying took it in her hand, took a look at it, and then gave it to Jiang Lushi. The mutant crystal core was extremely crystal clear, reflecting the light of glass, and it was indeed very beautiful. However, such a thing was dug out from the hideous and terrifying body of the mutant dog. Jiang Lushi took out another mutant crystal core from his pocket. Now, he had 2 crystal cores. After dragging away the mutant dog, the convoy shook off the group of zombies and stopped at a relatively safe place ahead. The damage to the freezer truck was too serious, mainly the damage to the compartment. Although it was temporarily blocked with the corpse of the mutant dog, after a while of bumping, the big crack was exposed again. It must be dealt with first, otherwise you will have to run all the way to pick up supplies. As for other impact dents and so on, there is nothing we can do for now, and we can only keep running. Some iron plates for repairing the car were already prepared on the refrigerator truck. John Hai took nails and hammers and started to nail the iron plates into the cracks. Dang dang dang! Listening to the sound of John Hai hammering nails, Jiang Lushi took out both mutant crystal cores. Jiang Zhuiying got out of the car to get some fresh air, and the rest of the people were also taking the opportunity to rest, so no one paid any attention to him. Now they seemed to have gotten used to Jiang Lushi's behavior of not getting off the bus. This minibus was so awesome, it was normal for Jiang Lushi to love it like his life. After taking a look at this group of people, Jiang Lushi looked at the mutant crystal core again, and then issued an order to the star seed. Click! With a slight sound, a small card slot popped out from the dashboard. There are 2 depressions in this card slot, which can hold 2 mutant crystal cores. Jiang Lushi took a deep breath and then put the 2 mutant crystal cores in. The seams fit tightly together, without any error. As soon as the mutant crystal core was placed in, the slot automatically closed and retracted. At the same time, the voice of Starseed sounded. Put in 2 mutant crystal cores. The base vehicle has new evolution options unlocked. Please choose the direction you want to evolve. Option 1, you can choose to upgrade the fuel tank. Jiang Lushi had already looked at most of the options before. When he looked at it again this time, he was still envious. He wanted everything, including space storage, automatic absorption, mechanical arms, and additional weapons. However, Jiang Lushi already had a clear goal in collecting these 2 mutant crystal cores. He shook his head, forcing himself to ignore all these options and look directly at his goal this time. Option 10. Open the biological laboratory and add materials to develop gene evolution fluid, which can be used by the host to evolve genes and greatly increase physical strength. Required to open, 2 first-level mutant crystal nuclei. Jiang Lushi's current combat power depends entirely on the base vehicle, and he himself is a completely ordinary person. If he doesn't get off the vehicle, it would be fine, but this is obviously impossible. Apart from anything else, even if he was alone and killed all the zombies and drove into a certain place to collect supplies, he would still be worried and cautious. So Jiang Lushi clicked OK on this option without hesitation. Open the biological laboratory first. Chapter 63. Rare Materials. Do you choose to open the biological laboratory? The biological laboratory has been opened. Please add the following materials to complete the construction of the biological laboratory. Xingzhong listed a long list. Seeing this list, Jiang Lushi was extremely depressed. In the past, upgrading the fuel tank required a lot of materials, and Jiang Lushi was no longer surprised by this. Without materials, these facilities will not appear out of thin air, and there is no way to upgrade them. However, the materials needed to upgrade the fuel tank are relatively common, and there are some materials in this material list that Jiang Lushi feels are very difficult to obtain, not to mention now, even in peacetime, and even ordinary people don't have the means to do so. For example, 100 kilograms of titanium, 1 kilogram of iridium, 120 kilograms of nickel, 150 kilograms of cobalt. These are all very difficult to collect. The satellite town is actually just a small camp. The military set up heavy roadblocks on the road, with black gun muzzles and rows of tanks behind them, which gave people a very strong sense of oppression. When approaching the roadblock, the convoy began to slow down. Jiang Lushi saw that there were many zombie corpses on the road. Some of them looked like they had been there for some time, but no one had dealt with them. They were crushed again and again by passing vehicles and stuck to the ground. This place really gives people a creepy feeling. Jiang Lushi looked at some soldiers behind the roadblock. They were fully armed, with serious expressions, and coldly watched the minibus and the 3 cars approaching. Anyway, we are just here to exchange supplies. As long as we have something, they are easy to talk to. We need each other and use each other, Jiang Zhuiying said, opening the car window. She neither spoke nor leaned forward, but simply stretched out a hand, with her long, slender fingers and white wrist exposed to the air. Swish! A spark of electricity jumped on her finger. Jiang Lushi saw that when the soldiers saw this scene, they began to quietly move the roadblocks aside and let them pass. It seems that this ability to discharge electricity has become Jiang Zhuiying's trademark. Just by looking at this, these people can recognize her convoy. The satellite town consisted of a small street and some houses on the roadside. Now these places were fenced off to form a camp. The convoy drove slowly in, and Jiang Lushi saw that there were many ordinary people sitting on the roadside, watching their car pass by. Blood was still flowing out of the gaps in their freezer trucks, and those people all showed a trace of fear on their faces. Although they were in the military camp, they were not really far away from the zombies, and seeing this convoy of survivors coming from outside immediately reminded them of the horror outside. The military district has more than 1,000 soldiers and a large amount of supplies, which requires a lot of logistics personnel. These ordinary people are protected by the military district, but they are not idle. They usually take turns to do those logistics work. Now Jiang Lushi and his friends saw these ordinary people who were temporarily rotated to sit on the roadside to rest. Teams of fully armed soldiers patrolled the camp, and when they saw the convoy, they would cast vigilant and scrutinizing glances. The headquarters of the satellite city is over there. It used to be a school, Jiang Zhuiying said, pointing to several buildings in front. The student dormitory building has become the soldiers' residence, while the classrooms and office buildings are where they store supplies and exchange with the survivors. The convoy stopped on the playground. Jiang Lushi got out of the car, and just as he arrived at the entrance of the teaching building, he saw a bulletin board. This bulletin board was previously used for school announcements, but now it is filled with many strange notices with different contents. List number 71. Collect 100 boxes of aspirin and other anti-inflammatory drugs in exchange for 1 ton of mutant beast meat and 100 bullets, or other required items of equal value. This list can be posted repeatedly and completed repeatedly. List number 92. 10 boxes of number 5 and number 7 batteries can be exchanged for 100 kilograms of mutant beast meat, 10 bullets, or other items of equal value. This list can be published repeatedly and completed repeatedly. These are the demand lists published by the military. In this way, the survivors can know more clearly what the military needs. Otherwise, if the military doesn't accept the things they bring, that would be a bummer. This list changes frequently, and it contains everything you need. Zhang Hai walked behind Jiang Lusher, and seeing that Jiang Lusher seemed interested in these, he explained. Usually what the military exchanges with us is mutant beast meat, bullets, and weapons. Bullets are the most expensive, followed by medicine. You see, the things they want are all in large quantities, and it's not particularly easy to collect them. Oh. Jiang Lusher nodded, but did not leave in a hurry. Instead, he continued to look at the list. He came to the satellite city, firstly because he was worried about Jiang Zhuiying, and secondly to see if he could get what he needed. The materials needed to open the biological laboratory were not reliable, either from him or Jiang Zhuiying's team, and could be collected faster from the military. List number 109, Mutation Crystal Core. 1 can be exchanged for 1 ton of mutant beast meat, or other items of equal value. List number 211, 100 quilts, 100 down jackets. By the way, Zhuiying, can we exchange for some rare metals here? Jiang Lusher asked when he couldn't find what he wanted on the list. The military only wrote other items on these lists, except for mutant beast meat and bullets, and they didn't explain what these other items were. Well, the military should have everything. Even if not, if we can provide them with what they want, they can also publish a relevant list and collect these from other survivors. Jiang Zhuiying said. It's still possible. That's good. Jiang Lusher nodded. Zhang Hai looked at Jiang Lusher in confusion, wondering what he was doing with the rare metals. However, he came to Jiang Lusher to get close to him not because he cared about what Jiang Lusher thought, but because he was very interested in Jiang Lusher's minibus. He didn't have the chance to ask before, but now he couldn't hold it back. Brother Jiang, where did you get that car? It's so awesome! The person who modified it is so awesome! I really want to meet him if I have the chance. I really want to ask him for advice. I really hope he is still alive, Zhang Hai said. Of course he's still alive, Jiang Lusher said silently in his heart. But asking for advice is impossible. If you asked him how to modify it, how would he know? Chapter 64. The Whereabouts of Aridium. Zhang Hai persisted for a while, but had to give up. Jiang Zhuiying and others entered the hall to exchange supplies. Jiang Zhuiying seemed to be in a good mood and couldn't wait to get the new weapon she had always dreamed of. The rest of the people are similar. They come here to replenish bullets and other items, and also to see if there is anything they can exchange. In addition to exchanging supplies, coming to a place like this with a lot of people allows them to engage in some shopping activities like they used to. This is a way for them to adjust their nervous nerves from always fighting zombies, as well as the loneliness of living among a group of zombies. Seeing that these survivors and Jiang Zhuiying were busy with their own things, Jiang Lusher walked to a table. The facilities in this hall are actually very simple. Apart from the 2 existing windows, the rest are desks used as office windows, with 1 or 2 soldiers sitting behind them. There were still some survivors in the hall, arguing with a table of soldiers, probably over the amount of supplies to be exchanged. Jiang Lusher slowly walked to a table in the corner and asked, I have some supplies I want. I wonder if you have any? A young soldier sitting in the back looked up at Jiang Lusher and asked casually, What do you want? Some of the people who often come here are familiar, but this young man in his 20s is a new face. However, the soldier has seen that Jiang Lusher is with Jiang Zhuiying's group. 100 kilograms of titanium and... As soon as Jiang Lusher uttered the first word, the soldier was stunned for a moment, and then he listened more and more surprised. Although there were survivors who came to exchange various supplies, this was the first time that so many metals were exchanged. What the survivors need are the essential supplies or weapons for survival. What is the use of these metals? The soldier took another look and saw that Jiang Lusher didn't seem to be joking. He showed a strange look and said, I'll help you check it out. Not knowing whether they had built a local area network here, the soldier began searching on the computer in front of him. Jiang Lusher waited patiently. If the military already had reserves, that would be great. If not, then he would have to ask them to release the list to other survivors. After a few minutes, the soldier looked up and said to Jiang Lusher, No, there is no reserve. No survivors would specifically collect such things and exchange them for supplies, and these things are never mentioned in the demand lists released by the military. Then, Jiang Lusher was about to ask about the release of the list when a voice suddenly interrupted him. Iridium? What do you want this for? But this thing can be found in our school. Jiang Lusher turned around in surprise. The person who was talking was an old man in his 60s. He didn't look like he was with the survivors who came to exchange supplies. He was dressed in dirty clothes and had mud on his hands, just like an honest farmer. Your school? Jiang Lusher asked hurriedly. In fact, most of these metals are just hard to find and are not particularly scarce, but iridium is the hardest to find and the least abundant. Iridium is generally used to make fountain pen nibs. How big are fountain pen nibs? 1 kilogram of iridium is already a lot. What I want is 1 kilogram of iridium, Jiang Lusher added. If this old man told him to go to school to pull out the tip of a pen, he would be speechless. The old man was wearing glasses. When he heard Jiang Lusher's questioning tone, he said, 1 kilogram. Of course we do have one. We have several iridium crucibles in our school's laboratory. Iridium crucibles are used for chemical reaction experiments, and are generally only available in national key laboratories and universities. This is not Jiang Lusher's specialty. He had not really thought of this at first. But after hearing what the old man said, he suddenly realized it. Are you talking about Jinling University? If it is Jinling University, then it is next to where Jiang Zhuiying and the others live, very close. Yes. The old man nodded. Thank you. Jiang Lusher was overjoyed. In this way, he could collect the most difficult materials here. Old man, can you tell me where this laboratory is? Jiang Lusher asked. Jinling University is very large, and even Jiang Zhuiying may not know where this laboratory is. The old man moved his lips, wiped his hands on his clothes twice, and asked, Do you have a pen and paper? I'll draw a simple map for you. Of course, that's good. Jiang Lusher quickly asked the soldier to borrow paper and pen. The soldier hesitated for a moment, but after taking a look at Jiang Zhuiying and the others not far away, he gave it to him reluctantly. When the soldier saw the old man's dirty hand holding his pen, a look of disgust immediately appeared on his face. I'll draw for you. The old man spoke slowly, giving people the feeling that he was not in good spirits. His hands were also a little trembling, but when he was drawing, Jiang Lusher was a little surprised. This simple map is drawn very standardly, with smooth and neat lines. The old man drew very seriously, and it took him 3 or 4 minutes to finish drawing the route map. He handed it to Jiang Lusher. Here. You can go in directly from this road. It's the shortest way. Okay. Jiang Lusher took the map and thanked him. Thank you. By the way, old man, what did you do at Jinling University before? Teacher. The old man said. Professor. Professor. Jiang Lusher was stunned for a moment. Shouldn't this professor be taken care of in the military? Looking at this old man, he is old and can't do anything else, so he was arranged to farm. He was probably not having a good time, so he came in to hang out during the break. Judging from the soldier behind the table's undisguised disgust for him, an old man like him who was of no use should be very unwelcome. Astronomy, the old man added. So that's how it is. Jiang Lusher understood. If you are a professor of physics, chemistry, or engineering, you will naturally be highly respected, but in the end times, astronomy has become useless. Everyone is concerned about how to survive, so who cares about the knowledge above their heads? This old professor is really unlucky. You'd better be careful. What are you doing with this kind of thing at this time? The old man wiped the pen on a cleaner place on his clothes, put it back on the table, then turned around and prepared to leave. Wait a moment, old man. Jiang Lusher called him. The old man turned his head and looked at him in confusion. Jiang Lushi looked at him and felt that the old man could hardly walk. If he continued like this, how long he could live was a question. Jiang Lushi thought for a moment, took out a bag from his pocket, and handed it to the old man. Take this. This is a bag of dried mutant beast meat that Jiang Zhuiying had given him before. The portion is quite large and much more than what Yang Qingqing and the others had. However, for Jiang Lushi, who had obtained another mutant dog, this dried meat was nothing. Originally, the soldier had lost interest in the conversation between Jiang Lushi and the old man, and was flipping through a book. But when he glanced casually, he saw Jiang Lushi casually took out a bag of mutant beast meat, and wanted to give it to the old man. The old man looked down at the dried meat, a hint of desire clearly flashed in his eyes, and he swallowed involuntarily. In this camp, unless one is a special talent, food is distributed according to work. As a useless old man, he naturally got very little food, and the food he ate was not very good. He hasn't eaten meat for a long time. At this time, the soldier couldn't help but speak. Chapter 65 Special Metals Company. Brother, it's a waste to give an old man all this mutant beast meat. It's better to let him eat his fill. If you want to exchange this mutant beast meat for more ordinary food, we can give you that here, said the soldier. In fact, the military would never make such a small deal. This was actually proposed by the soldier himself. Although he was not a superpower, he could exchange the mutant meat with the survivors for some good things, such as a few packs of cigarettes. The military has a lot of supplies in stock, but it has nothing to do with these soldiers. They all rely on their salaries to make a living, and the supplies they receive every month are limited. Of course, it would be nice to make some extra money. He originally thought that his suggestion was very good, but he didn't expect Jiang Lushi to smile and say, "It's okay, I have some ordinary food, and some of them are about to expire. It would be a pity not to eat them, and the refrigerator can't hold them. Old man, come out with me later, and I'll give you some." Jiang Lushi filled the entire car with food, even the roof. After hearing what Jiang Lushi said, the soldier was speechless. Judging from Jiang Lushi's tone, the supplies in his hands must be quite a lot. He doesn't care about these things at all. The refrigerator can't even hold any more. How many things does it have? Mutated beast meat? The old professor was shocked when he heard what the soldier said. This bag of jerky is actually mutant beast meat? He thought it was beef jerky. The old professor had seen mutant beast meat before, but this was the first time he held it in his hands. This meat is eaten by those with special abilities, and in the military, it is also real hard currency. Mutant beast meat and bullets, these two things, in the end times, are like gold in peacetime. The old professor usually ate coarse grains, and was thankful if he could eat a piece of meat. Eating mutant beast meat? He couldn't even think about it. The old professor looked at the mutant beast meat that Jiang Lushi took out. Although he wanted to eat it very much, he did not reach out to take it. Instead, he waved his hands vigorously and said, No, this is such a valuable thing. You can't accept it without merit. Just take it. This little bit of meat is nothing. Besides, I want to ask you something else, old man, Jiang Lushi said. The old professor didn't take it, but asked, What's the matter? I'm an old man, I may not be able to help you. Old man, do you know where to find these metals in Jinling? Jiang Lushi listed all the other metals he needed. He was actually just trying his luck. The old professor was a local and was well informed, so perhaps he would know the answer. The old professor had actually heard Jiang Lushi and the soldier mention these metals before, but at that time he didn't immediately remember where these metals were. Now that Jiang Lushi asked this, he frowned and recalled carefully. There's definitely nothing in school. Let me think about where I can find it. I'm old, and my brain isn't very useful anymore, the old professor muttered. He thought for a long time, muttered several place names to himself, and then shook his head. Suddenly his cloudy eyes lit up and he said, I got it. Wasn't there an industrial park built a few years ago? There is a Jiangnan Special Metal Technology Company, and their headquarters and warehouse are over there. The warehouse of the Special Metals Company. This Special Metals Company specializes in this. In their warehouse, you should be able to find the materials you want, or even more. However, the amount of aridium is very small, and it is unlikely that the Special Metals Company has it. The military had not found a solution to the problem of so many materials needed to build a biological laboratory. Unexpectedly, an old professor he met helped him point out the direction. I have never been to this industrial park, so I can't help you draw a map, the old professor said regretfully. It's okay, I can find it myself. Jiang Lushi was very happy. Now he didn't have to post a list and wait. Everything would be easy as long as he had a direction. Jiang Lushi directly handed the mutant beast meat to the old professor. The old professor quickly caught the bag with his hands. He wanted to refuse, but the aroma of meat wafting out of the bag made his stomach growl twice. This made the old professor feel very embarrassed. He looked at Jiang Lushi gratefully and said repeatedly, "Thank you. Thank you so much. But I really don't want anything else." This old professor hangs around here every day, and sometimes he gives some advice to the survivors, but when others see that he is an old man, those with a good temper will just smile and chat with him, but no one will take it seriously, while those with a bad temper will just impatiently tell him to go away. The old professor farmed every day in this camp and was so bored that he found this way to kill time. He himself had never thought that after helping others, someone would give him a reward. This unexpected surprise made him full of gratitude towards Jiang Lushi. For Jiang Lushi, this amount of food was not even worth an ant leg, as he could find the whereabouts of aridium and other metals. However, the old professor insisted on refusing, so Jiang Lushi did not force him. If you eat these mutant beast meats sparingly, they can still provide a lot of nutrition. At least they won't give people the feeling of being old and frail as they do now. At this moment, Jiang Zhuiying's voice suddenly came over. "Brother! What are you doing? Come over here and help me." "Here they come." Jiang Lushi turned around and saw Jiang Zhuiying and her men gathered in front of a table. Even another group of survivors in the hall ran over to watch curiously. This should be a change of weapons. When Jiang Lushi was around, Jiang Zhuiying liked to ask Jiang Lushi for his opinion on everything. It had become a habit. In fact, she was the one who knew best whether a weapon was comfortable for her to use. Moreover, since she wanted this weapon so much, she must have conducted many analyses and confirmed that it was very suitable for her. But with Jiang Lushi around, Jiang Zhuiying couldn't help but ask him first. So all of a sudden, a group of people made way for him and looked at Jiang Lushi who was walking over. The other group of survivors, as well as the soldier who had just spoken to Jiang Lushi, looked at Jiang Lushi with curiosity. Especially the soldier. He originally thought that Jiang Lushi was just a new member of Jiang Zhuiying's team of survivors, but it turned out that he was Jiang Zhuiying's brother? The survivors looked at him curiously because Jiang Lushi was just an ordinary person, but Jiang Zhuiying was fine, so were the people under her so consciously cooperative. Yang Qingqing and the others did look down on Jiang Lushi before, but they were the weaklings in today's battle, so of course they would give way consciously now, and they didn't have so many complaints about Jiang Lushi in their hearts. "Brother, look!" Jiang Zhuiying was holding a long samurai sword. The blade of the samurai sword was about 1.5 meters long. The earliest samurai sword was used by Qi Jiguang, and this samurai sword was customized for Jiang Zhuiying by the military. She paid a deposit, and now she has finally collected all the mutant beast meat she needs to buy. This samurai sword is very different from ordinary samurai swords. Chapter 66, Chain Knife. Jiang Lushi took the knife and immediately felt that the material was unusual. It was cold and tough, and a little different from the knives he usually saw. There were lines on it. Connected to the blade was a threaded handle, which was also made of the same material. At the top was a diamond-shaped metal ring. The blade and the handle, together, are almost as tall as Jiang Zhuiying, about 1.7 meters. This is made of special alloy steel. It is resistant to high temperatures and, most importantly, has strong conductivity. The soldier sitting behind the table took the initiative to introduce it to Jiang Lushi. Strong conductivity. Jiang Lushi nodded. This knife was really tailor-made for Jiang Zhuiying. This sword is called a samurai sword, but to be more precise, it should be said that Qi Jiguang modified the Japanese samurai sword based on the Tang sword into a miao dao that is more suitable for combat and killing. It is called miao dao because the blade is slender, like a seedling. This long sword specially used for military combat is fast and sharp, and is basically a killing weapon. A knife like this, coupled with electric current, would be simply incredible. At this time, the soldier took out another alloy steel box and placed it heavily on the table. Just by the noise, you could tell it was heavy. When the soldier opened the box, he saw a cold light flashing inside. He took out a long chain from inside. The chain, when stretched out, was 4 or 5 meters long, with a movable lock at the top. This can be connected to the ring above the handle. This chain is also made of special alloy steel and has excellent conductivity. The cost of making this knife is very high. We worked overnight and there were dozens of workers busy. You can't find this kind of material anywhere else. Such a sword did not exist before the end of the world. The swords before the end of the world did not need to be coordinated with superpowers, but this sword was customized according to Jiang Zhuiying's combat habits and superpowers. This special alloy steel has strong conductivity. In the end times when materials and manpower are scarce, the cost of producing this metal and making such a complicated long sword is of course staggering. Jiang Lushi saw Jiang Zhuiying's eyes sparkling as she stared at the long sword, and he knew that she must be very satisfied with the long sword. It was specially customized and made of special alloy steel, so it was worth buying. Buy it! Jiang Lushi made the decision. The soldier immediately said, "The price has been agreed upon before. Just at 5 tons of mutant beast meat. Have you brought it?" 5 tons! The survivors nearby were envious when they heard this number. So much mutant meat was used just to buy a knife. If it was converted into food, how many people could it feed? "I brought it, there should be more," Jiang Lushi said. Not only that, but the complete mutant dog alone was more than enough. The extra that Jiang Lushi mentioned was the amount he had given to Jiang Zhuiying before, as well as the mutant beast meat that Jiang Zhuiying and the others had stored. They didn't have a large scale, so they couldn't weigh it at all, and could only make a rough estimate. But if it is handed over to the military, it certainly cannot be based on estimates. It must be accurate to grams, which is fair to both parties. When the military asked people to follow Jiang Zhuiying and others to get the meat, these survivors stood at the door and watched curiously. The refrigerator truck was in a tattered state, and it looked like it was about to fall apart. No one knew what had happened to it on the road. The 2 off-road vehicles parked next to it were normal, but the minibus had so many snakeskin bags piled on its roof. Its simple appearance was obviously different from the 2 sturdy off-road vehicles. As soon as Zhang Hai opened the door of the freezer truck, a hideous and terrifying mutant dog head hung down from inside. The mutant dog's head suddenly fell out, and even the soldiers were instinctively startled, and almost reached for their guns. The survivors were naturally also startled, and then they came to their senses. Who could possibly transport a living mutant beast here? Even if they had the idea, they didn't have the ability to do it. However, this mutant dog was really ferocious. Even though it was dead, it was still scary at first glance. A closer look revealed that the mutant dog's eyes, ears, mouth and nose were still bleeding, and the blood had not yet completely coagulated. "This is someone I just killed on the way here?" Look at the horrible claw marks on the freezer truck. Although it has been repaired, the marks can still be seen. The repaired iron plate is brand new and it can be seen that it was just put on. These claw marks must have been made by the mutant dog. Such a ferocious mutant dog could destroy a freezer truck reinforced with heavy iron plates. How could it be killed by them? While these survivors were thinking about it, Zhang Hai had already climbed into the carriage. Bang! With the dull sound of a heavy object falling to the ground, a large piece of mutant beast meat was thrown out of the carriage and fell heavily to the ground. Before the survivors could think of anything, bang, 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 bang! Large chunks of mutant beast meat were thrown out from the carriage one after another. At first, these people didn't react much, but as more and more pieces of meat were piled on the ground, and the head that was obviously a mutant dog was hanging outside the car and shaking slightly, the mood of these survivors suddenly became uneasy. This is too much. When they saw the mutant dog's head, they assumed that the mutant dog must be part of the 5 tons of meat, and it was a big head. The soldiers also thought so. It's human nature to think this way. However, as more and more pieces of meat were thrown out of the carriage, the survivors gradually realized that they seemed to be wrong. These pieces of meat were what they really wanted to use to buy the long knife from the military, and the mutant dog should be something they killed along the way. Soon, the pieces of meat formed a small hill on the ground. Jiang Zhuiying said, "That's all. Weigh them." The military's large scale was brought over, and several soldiers quickly weighed the meat to 5 tons. People watched helplessly as several pieces of meat were left untouched. 5 tons was enough, and these were the extra. The extra thing Jiang Lusher mentioned was not referring to the mutant dog, but the fact that there was a lot of meat. Okay, now that the meat is here, I'll give you this knife, the soldier said as he registered the meat. He glanced at the mutant dog and asked, "What are you going to exchange this meat for?" Yang Qingqing and the others were silent. They had only a small share in this battle, so it was not their turn to answer such questions. They all looked at Jiang Zhuiying, and Jiang Zhuiying looked at Jiang Lusher. "This mutant dog was mainly shot by my brother. You should ask him whether to sell it or not." Jiang Zhuiying's words made everyone's attention suddenly focus on Jiang Lusher. Soon, the expressions of the survivors and a soldier became disheveled. He hit him? Isn't he an ordinary person? Those who made the discovery were all people with special abilities. Through sensing, they immediately discovered that there was no energy overflowing from Jiang Lusher. He was just an ordinary person. An ordinary person killed a mutant dog. We are not very experienced, so please don't lie to us. Chapter 67 Situation. Although the soldier who asked the question was not a psychic, he was also surprised to hear Jiang Zhuiying's words. He had dealt with Jiang Zhuiying's team of survivors several times and knew that Jiang Zhuiying was the strongest person in the team. Moreover, seeing that Jiang Zhuiying brought a lot of supplies every time and the same team several times, he knew that even among all the Jinling psychics they had met, Jiang Zhuiying was one of the top in terms of strength. Otherwise, for an ordinary team of survivors, not to mention the members, even the leader is likely to be different every time, and the supplies they bring depend on luck, with the amount varying. They are not as stable as Jiang Zhuiying's team. Of course, this time, they performed beyond expectations. The soldier was surprised. How could this man be so strong? It was mainly because he fought. Could he be stronger than Jiang Zhuiying? As soon as Jiang Lusher saw the soldier's eyes, he knew that he had misunderstood. He was quite indifferent to this kind of misunderstanding, but he would not deliberately explain anything. "This meat is not for sale for the time being," Jiang Lusher said, looking at Jiang Zhuiying and Yang Qingqing. "If you want to sell your share, then sell it." "Ah? It's okay. We don't need it anymore." The muscular man and others looked at each other and shook their heads quickly. Yang Qingqing also said, "I don't need it either." She bit her lip and looked at Jiang Lusher. Jiang Lusher's indifferent tone and Jiang Zhuiying's decisive tone may seem different at first glance, but they are actually the same approach. For Yang Qingqing, she was used to being commanded by Jiang Zhuiying, but now she suddenly felt that Jiang Lusher was also in charge. Jiang Lusher did take the lion's share of responsibility for this matter, but if it was someone else, the leader would still make the first arrangements in the team. But their leader, not to mention this matter, even for matters that had nothing to do with Jiang Lusher, would ask for his opinion. Yang Qingqing actually wanted to exchange some things, but seeing that others said they didn't want to exchange, she didn't want to cause more trouble. After all, she only had so much meat. She was probably the one who got the least. She attributed the frustration of not being able to exchange things to Jiang Lusher, who asked them, "He's not from our team, why is he giving us orders?" Yang Qingqing thought speechlessly. "No need to change." The soldier looked at the mutant dog's corpse, and a look of pity appeared on his face. In fact, the mutant beast meat brought by the survivor team is often not much, unless it is to exchange for a large number of bullets, or to make an important transaction like Jiang Zhuiying, then they will bring a sufficient amount of meat. There are people with special abilities in the team of survivors who can kill mutant beasts, and mutant beast meat is very important to them. Such a whole mutant dog is very valuable. If we can get it, the military district will have a great harvest today. Unfortunately. Then come back when you want to change, the soldier continued. Just as Jiang Zhuiying said before, the soldiers were very polite to them. The purpose of this military zone was to collect supplies, and it would definitely not be as fast as collecting them from the survivors. There was no need to offend each other. "By the way," Jiang Lusher suddenly asked, "I would like to ask, what is the current situation?" Starseed had told him before that after the apocalypse, the entire world would quickly enter a state of collapse, but Starseed did not say what the situation would be like in detail. The military is backed by the country. They had already preserved many important technologies before the end of the world and should have a certain grasp of the situation. There should also be connections between those safe zones and safe islands. However, these are just Jiang Liusher's guesses. He wants to know the exact information. No. The soldier hesitated. In fact, they would avoid telling the survivors about the situation to avoid bringing about more despair, but this was for ordinary people. As for these survivors, who are struggling to survive in the city, they should have given up hope that things would get better long ago. I'm not sure how much more. Anyway, the safe zone is researching mutant beasts and stuff. These damn things are getting more and more powerful, and the speed is quite fast, said the soldier. Evolution, whether it is mutant beasts or mutants, they are all evolving. The soldier didn't say much, but the underlying meaning was obvious. The military certainly has no plans to launch a counterattack for the time being, and all they need to do is defend the safe zone. These survivors either have to go to a safe zone or rely on themselves to survive. But ordinary people would have the idea of going to the safe zone, but what about the superpowers? They still need to rely on eating mutant beast meat to evolve. On the other hand, there are already so many people in this camp, and the military has never sent them to a safe zone. The military probably doesn't want to accept more people. It's getting late, let's go. Jiang Liusher looked at the time and said. Once night falls, the entire city belongs to those monsters, and they are even more active than during the day. Traveling at night is really a suicidal act. On the way back, Jiang Liusher told Jiang Zhuiying the information about metal materials he got from the old professor. Jiang Zhuiying was admiring the long sword she had just received with great interest. When she heard Jiang Liusher asking her about the national laboratory in the school, she was stunned for a moment, then raised her head and said, "Brother, what do you want these for?" "It's useful," Jiang Liusher said. "How about it, are you clear about the situation of Jinling University?" "Well, there aren't many supplies in the school, and secondly, there are too many zombies, so I've never been back. But I still know the general situation, there are zombies everywhere," Jiang Zhuiying said. "There are so many students, faculty and staff that the entire campus must be filled with them." "Brother, are you going?" "I'll go with you," Jiang Zhuiying said. "Let's talk about it later," Jiang Liusher said. "That special metal company is said to be in Jinling Industrial Park. Zhuiying, have you heard of it?" Jiang Zhuiying went to college in Jinling, but usually she was either at school or on field trips with her teacher and the team, so she had never really been around Jinling. She propped up her head and thought for a while, then pouted. "I don't know. I'll ask Yang Qingqing later. She was born and raised in Jinling, so she must know." "Okay." Jiang Liusher nodded. It would be best if he could find out the exact location. He could only find Jinling Industrial Park on the map, but no more detailed information. It was a mess, and he didn't see the special metal company. The map Jiang Liusher downloaded was already the latest version, but this kind of place was not included, which made Jiang Liusher speechless and depressed. Chapter 68 Jiang Liusher's Expectations. The return journey was much smoother in comparison, but by the time we got back to the camp villa, it was already sunset, and it was about to get dark, which made people feel lucky that they had finally arrived. The survivors who stayed in the villa were all waiting nervously at the door. Although Jiang Zhuiying and his group only accounted for a small part of their team, they were their entire fighting force. If something happened to Jiang Zhuiying and his group, these people would really not know what to do. When they saw the convoy appear in their sight, they immediately breathed a sigh of relief. But how come Jiang Liusher's minibus is leading the way? Aren't sturdy and crash-resistant freezer trucks usually leading the way? When the convoy stopped at the door, these people gasped when they saw the appearance of the freezer truck. This freezer truck is in such a bad state. No wonder it can't be the lead truck. Jiang Zhuiying and others got out of the car one after another, and a few people from the group of survivors immediately gathered around them. The refueling, maintenance, cleaning, and material handling of general vehicles were all done by these non-combatants. Only car repair and modification were Zhang Hai's job, and such things were beyond the ability of ordinary people. "There is a mutant beast in the car, you guys go and carry it out and deal with it." Cutting and dealing with the internal organs are very troublesome things, and these are also the jobs of non-combatants. Jiang Zhuiying doesn't keep any idle people here. Yang Qingqing and the others originally thought that Jiang Liusher was an exception, an idle person who came out of nowhere, but after today, they would no longer think so. although Jiang Lushi really looked like an idler who had nothing to do with anything once he returned to the camp. I'm going back to the garage, Jiang Lushi said to Jiang Zhuiying, and then prepared to enter the garage. Brother, I'll come and help you fix your car later, Jiang Hai said. Jiang Lushi waved his hand and said, That's not necessary. Jiang Hai had no problem repairing ordinary cars, but base vehicles were not within his professional scope. Giving this car to him for repair might actually increase the cost of repairing the car for Jiang Lushi. After reading Xingzhong's report, Jiang Lushi felt that there was no need to rush to repair the car. These damages would not bring any substantial impact. At most, it would just look unsightly. As for the word beautiful, it actually has nothing to do with his car. Seeing the minibus return to the garage and the garage door closed, the survivors all felt awkward. With Jiang Zhuiying around, they couldn't show anything, but just wondered, is it really necessary to repair Jiang Liushi's car? It looks like the damage isn't serious, so it should be well protected. At this time, the survivors had already opened the door of the freezer truck. Wow! Although they were mentally prepared and knew what was inside, the survivors still took a step back when they saw it with their own eyes. This mutant dog was really ferocious and terrifying. Ordinary people like them could not imagine fighting such a monster. The freezer truck was messed up by this monster, right? This battle, wow, was really thrilling. But you guys are still awesome. This monster is so ferocious, but isn't it lying here obediently now? As he spoke, the survivor reached out and patted the dog's head. He is just an ordinary person, but he can stand here and take a picture of this dog's head, and a sense of inexplicable excitement appears on his face. In fact, even if he saw a few zombies, he would be scared to death, but the corpse of the mutant dog could not hurt him, and he would process it into pieces of meat. He knew that all this was achieved because of Jiang Zhuiying and the others, so he immediately gave them the right amount of compliments. Who doesn't like to hear others' admiration? The rest of the survivors echoed the sentiment. In fact, they were not just complimenting, but were truly shocked and amazed. Yang Qingqing's face looked a little ugly. Before these people finished speaking, she said, I'm tired. I'm going back to my room to rest first. After that, she went back to the villa without looking back. She felt so uncomfortable listening to these words. The muscular man and the others were also a little embarrassed. One of the psychics said, Ahem, this mutant dog was actually used as the main fighting force by Zhuiying's brother, and then killed. Ah? The survivors were all stunned. But soon, they saw Jiang Zhuiying react and said in unison, So powerful? Haha, this guy and the boss are really from the same root, they are both so powerful. Hey, why is there such a big difference between this person and others? Although these survivors said this, their eyes were still filled with shock. They looked at the mutant dog with a feeling of disbelief. They all knew from Yang Qingqing and other superpowers that Jiang Lushi was just an ordinary person, just like them. But how could a person just like them kill the mutant dog that shocked them just by looking at the corpse? It's because of the good car. Yang Qingqing heard the exclamations and praises of those people from afar and said in a low voice. The cabin of the base vehicle is bright and warm, and the luxurious facilities appear more textured under the light. Compared to the horrific and bloody scenes encountered outside during the day, it is so safe, comfortable and peaceful now. Click! The bathroom door opened, and Jiang Lushi, who had just taken a hot bath, walked out. Steam was coming out of his body, and every pore in his body felt comfortable. Lying down on the bed, Jiang Lushi felt completely relaxed. Jinling University. Jiang Lushi looked at the roof of the car. He had obtained 2 mutant crystal cores today, and the construction of the biological laboratory had already started. This made Jiang Lushi so excited that he couldn't sleep. He saw the battles of those superpowers today. Brother Yu was too weak before and had not evolved at all, but his speed actually left some impression on Jiang Lushi. The battles of these superpowers today, especially the strength shown by Jiang Zhuiying, made Jiang Lushi feel even more astonished. The biological laboratory was open not only because Jiang Lushi urgently needed to improve his strength in order to gain more sense of security, but also because Jiang Lushi was full of interest in these special mutant abilities. When ordinary people gain some mutant abilities, they are no longer so ordinary. We will set off for Jinling University tomorrow morning. Jiang Lushi made a decision in his heart, and at this time, Jiang Zhuiying's drawn-out voice came from outside the garage door again. "Brother, it's time to eat." Hearing this voice, a smile appeared on Jiang Liusher's lips. Although it was the end of the world, at this moment, he felt as if nothing had changed. Chapter 69, Target. Jinling University. When Jiang Liusher arrived at the hall, the survivors were eating in the hall. Jiang Liusher found that as soon as he came out, these people looked at him with smiles on their faces and a hint of amazement in their eyes, as if they were watching something incredible. These survivors already knew that the mutant dog was mainly killed by Jiang Liusher. They all gathered around the mutant dog's corpse. The more shocked they were by the corpse, the more surprised they looked at Jiang Liusher. Jiang Liusher glanced at these people, then walked through the hall and entered the restaurant. He was a little uncomfortable being stared at by so many people with such expressions. In the restaurant, everyone was seated at the table and the food was served, but no one started eating. But the reason why she didn't move her chopsticks wasn't because of Jiang Liusher, but because Jiang Zhuiying didn't move. She was waiting for Jiang Liusher, so the others could only wait. "Sorry for the long wait. Let's eat," Jiang Liusher said after he sat down and glanced at these people. After he spoke, Jiang Zhuiying picked up her chopsticks obediently, and the others followed suit. "Brother, eat more." Jiang Zhuiying didn't eat herself, but picked up a bunch of dishes for Jiang Liusher first, and the bowl was almost full. "You should eat quickly too." Jiang Liusher discovered the last time they ate together that people with special abilities have huge appetites. It is no problem for one person to finish 2 or 3 plates of food. Moreover, judging from the way they look unsatisfied after finishing their meal, it is obvious that they can continue to eat, but they just don't want to do so in order to save money. But this was Yang Qingqing and the others. They didn't get much mutant beast meat, so they had to restrain themselves. Jiang Zhuiying's share was actually quite a lot, but she wanted to save it to exchange for weapons earlier. Now that she had the weapon in hand and there was a whole mutant dog lying there, she simply ate it to her heart's content. She had eaten all that she hadn't before, but now she had eaten it all. The more mutant meat she ate, the faster she would evolve. Jiang Liusher didn't care about saving. He had a lot of food, so he could eat as much as he wanted. Although it was a long-term thing to increase physical strength by using mutant beast meat, since it was useful and delicious, why not eat more? Gurgle. Yang Qingqing looked at the brother and sister eating the meat with relish and felt her stomach a little deflated. "I'm full." Yang Qingqing put down her chopsticks, crying in her heart. At this time, Jiang Zhuiying suddenly asked in between eating meat, Brother, didn't you say you wanted to go to that Jinling University?" When Jiang Zhuiying asked before, Jiang Liusher said let's talk about it later, and she remembered it in her heart. Jiang Zhuiying was very concerned about Jiang Liusher's affairs. She and Jiang Liusher depended on each other for life, and what she remembered most was Jiang Liusher's care and love for her, as well as some complaints. Although Jiang Zhuiying never mentioned these things, she showed them through her actions. Jiang Liusher had originally planned to tell her about this later, but he didn't expect her to bring it up on her own initiative at the dinner table. "When are you going?" Jiang Zhuiying swallowed the meat in her mouth with difficulty, and then said, "Go? Is it urgent?" "Well, the sooner the better. I decided to go tomorrow," Jiang Liusher said. "Okay." Jiang Zhuiying picked up another piece of meat and turned her big eyes to look at the other people at the table. "Then we will go to Jinling University tomorrow. Have a good rest tonight." "Ah?" These people were all stunned. Going to Jinling University? If Jiang Zhuiying wanted to go, then they would have nothing to say and would not ask any more questions. Jiang Zhuiying is the leader, she can go wherever she wants, as long as she doesn't let them die. Most of the credit for their ability to gain a foothold and survive should be attributed to Jiang Zhuiying, which is why Jiang Zhuiying has prestige. But from listening to her conversation with Jiang Liusher just now, it was clear that Jiang Liusher was going to Jinling University. "What are you going to do at Jinling University?" Yang Qingqing asked. She looked at Jiang Liusher in confusion. First, Jiang Liusher was not from their school, and second, Jinling University was full of zombies. She had no idea why Jiang Liusher wanted to go to Jinling University. "I have something to do. I need to go to the laboratory there to find something that will be very useful to me," Jiang Liusher said. He couldn't explain in detail about the base vehicle and could only say this vaguely. Laboratory? What's in this laboratory that's useful now? Aren't they all some chemical stuff? Yang Qingqing was speechless when she heard it. If Jiang Zhuiying hadn't been there, she really couldn't help but roll her eyes. He wanted the mutated crystal nucleus before, and now he wants things in the laboratory. Does he want to study the virus himself? This is simply wishful thinking and nonsense. Just for this idea, they were asked to go to Jinling University. This is really. Even if you want to find it, you don't have to go to the university to look for it. You can find it in some places. There will be a chance in the future. Before Yang Qingqing could finish her words, she was interrupted by Jiang Zhuiying. Okay, that's it. Do we need to discuss this matter further? Jiang Zhuiying said. She didn't care what her brother wanted or why. Since Jiang Lushi said he wanted it, then he should go find it. Based on Jiang Zhuiying's understanding of Jiang Lushi, he wouldn't bother with useless things. Since he said he wanted it, it must be really useful. As the leader, Jiang Zhuiying had the most basic power to decide on such matters. Usually, Jiang Zhuiying had the final say on where they went and what they did. If you're just going to get something, it's really not something to discuss. Being blocked directly by Jiang Zhuiying, Yang Qingqing's expression was not very good. They were of similar age and from the same school, but Jiang Zhuiying was the one who gave orders. And Jiang Zhuiying's personality was also like that. She looked easy to talk to, but in fact, she was very decisive and didn't give anyone face. Yang Qingqing now felt ashamed of herself. The other psychics and the people in the hall seemed to be laughing at her. Jiang Zhuiying didn't care what she thought. She ate the last piece of meat, wiped her mouth, stood up contentedly, and said, I originally owed my brother a mutation crystal core. The mutant dog we killed today should give my brother the mutation crystal core based on our contribution. So, by this calculation, we still owe my brother a mutation crystal core. After saying that, Jiang Zhuiying pulled Jiang Lushi up and turned away. Seeing that Yang Qingqing is against it, the others probably don't want to go either, right? Jiang Lushi asked. Jiang Zhuiying raised the corners of her mouth and said with a smile. So what if they don't want to go? If they don't go, I'll go alone. But if I go alone, then why should I keep them? They can choose not to come, but when I come back, there will be no place for them to stand. These people with special abilities don't have the ability to set up their own business. Jiang Lushi smiled dumbly after hearing Jiang Zhuiying's words, then rubbed her head twice. It's okay, girl. By the way, where is your storage room? Jiang Lushi asked. Chapter 70 Making Trouble. By the way, where is your storage room? Jiang Lushi asked. Watching Jiang Lushi and Jiang Zhuiying walk away, Yang Qingqing withdrew her gaze with an unpleasant expression and whispered angrily. This guy is so busy! Don't you think that Zhuiying has been on his side and everything since he came? As for Jiang Lushi, after all, isn't his only great car a plus? Yang Qingqing continued. Seeing that Zhang Hai and the others didn't say anything, Yang Qingqing stood up angrily and left. These people are all cowards. Jiang Lushi was checking in the storage room. He was a person who cared a lot about supplies. He knew that he would get the majority of the share of the mutant dogs today, but he still wanted to see with his own eyes exactly how much there was and what scale the meat would be placed on. These are all important assets. The survivors were very skillful in handling the mutant beast meat, and their cutting techniques were also excellent. Each piece of meat was placed there neatly, looking clean and appetizing. Jiang Lushi was very satisfied. The size of this mutant dog was not much smaller than that of the mutant wild boar, and the amount he got was also quite considerable, almost 3/4 of this mutant dog. Most of the remaining quarter was obtained by Jiang Zhuiying. Jiang Lushi was admiring it with great satisfaction when he suddenly heard someone talking outside the door. What's the matter? It's quiet here, just talk here, said a woman. It's still about that bumpkin. Another familiar voice of Jiang Lushi sounded. Isn't this Yang Qingqing? Jiang Lushi originally didn't care about the conversation between the two, but then he heard his own name. Jiang Lushi and Jiang Zhuiying are really going too far, Yang Qingqing said angrily. Jiang Lushi walked to the door quietly, looked out through the peephole, and saw Yang Qingqing and another woman. He had a vague impression of that woman. When he first met Jiang Zhuiying, this woman was also there. She was also an ordinary person, but she was more athletic, didn't talk much, and didn't seem to be easy to get along with. She was walking with Yang Qingqing at the time, and it seemed that they had a good relationship. Jiang Zhuiying said that she wants us to go with her and accompany her brother to Jinling University tomorrow. Ah? Why? The woman asked. Who knows him? Yang Qingqing said angrily. It's not that I don't want to act together, but he is not a member of our team. You see, except for eating, he stays in that car. He treasures the car like a treasure and doesn't let anyone else get close to it. When we go out, only Jiang Zhuiying can ride in his car. The more Yang Qingqing spoke, the angrier she felt. Jiang Zhuiying interrupted her so ruthlessly. She had no choice but to go tomorrow. From the very beginning, she felt that she didn't like Jiang Lushi. But Yang Qingqing herself knew that the reason she disliked Jiang Lushi at first was largely because she was unhappy with Jiang Zhuiying. At this time, the powerful Jiang Zhuiying suddenly had an ordinary brother, and she was originally gloating. But soon, this brother began to impress everyone. Under his influence, these survivors, who had been secretly laughing at Jiang Lushi, making fun of Jiang Lushi, and expressing sympathy for Jiang Zhuiying, now changed the way they looked at Jiang Lushi. Even another psychic began to follow Zhang Hai's footsteps and call him Big Brother. He is not even on their team, so why call me Big Brother? But it was all just to please Jiang Zhuiying. One by one, they all only know Jiang Zhuiying. Speaking of this, Yang Qingqing suddenly thought of something. Jiang Lushi's car is really amazing. If she can get it. But after thinking about it, Yang Qingqing felt that this was not feasible, because her driving skills were too poor. No matter how powerful Jiang Lushi's car was, it couldn't compare to a tank, but if she couldn't drive a tank, there would be no point in giving her a tank. But if she can't get it herself, there are other ways. Since he wants us to help, he should consider himself as a member of our team. That car should be considered as a shared car for the team, and everyone should elect a driver to drive it. Even if he still drives, it should be made available for public use. Yang Qingqing thought that if she could stay in the minibus, it would definitely be much safer than staying in the off-road vehicle. Today's battle with the mutant dog made her feel deeply insecure. She was deeply impressed by the defensive capabilities of the minibus. In comparison, the defensive capabilities of an off-road vehicle are far inferior to those of a freezer truck. How could she feel safe staying there? That's true, but he definitely doesn't want to do that, right? The woman said. Given his stingy personality, he will definitely not agree. But I don't believe I'm the only one who thinks so. Wait until I tell everyone and let them raise their opinions. Jiang Zhuiying can't ignore everyone's opinions, right? If she disagrees, everyone will definitely be disappointed in her. Yang Qingqing said with a sneer on her face. In fact, judging from Jiang Zhuiying's brother-con behavior, she may really disagree. In that case, Jiang Zhuiying will face even greater pressure. Maybe in the end, not only will you lose everyone's trust, but you may also have to give up your car. This method works. Okay, I'm going to sleep. I'll find a chance tomorrow. I've discussed this with other psychics first. This is for everyone's benefit and safety, they won't disagree. Besides, what if Jiang Lushi gets bitten to death by zombies? He's just an ordinary person after all. Yang Qingqing smiled meaningfully. The woman was stunned, then smiled. That's true. I guess this last sentence is the key point. After Yang Qingqing finished speaking, she left, and the woman also left. After they left, a door not far away opened and Jiang Lushi walked out, looking in the direction Yang Qingqing left, thoughtfully. Yang Qingqing assumed that she must have returned to her room, but she didn't know that she was checking their storage room today. After all, he had a big portion of meat of his own. Jiang Lushi, who actually attached great importance to supplies, would of course confirm how much his share was. Yang Qingqing. Jiang Lushi touched his chin. He had never thought that this woman would actually want to cause trouble. Originally, this woman had no sense of existence in his eyes. The villa area is not peaceful at night, and the roars of zombies can often be heard from a distance. These sounds, sometimes high and sometimes low, do not sound like random roars, and they make people feel creepy at first glance. Even though they knew that as long as they didn't make loud noises or create bright lights at night, no zombies would approach them, and that there were people constantly on guard at night to keep an eye on the situation, many survivors still couldn't sleep well. However, this is the current situation of survival in the end times. They are already lucky. Jiang Lushi was lying on the bed and also heard the roar of the zombies. But he just paused for a moment, and then continued watching the show. As he watched, Jiang Lushi couldn't help but wonder whether these dramas would be able to exchange supplies in the future, whether with the military or with the survivors. Anyway, I just need to collect some USB flash drives and copy them repeatedly. The next day, Jiang Lushi got up early. He didn't go to bed early last night, but his sleep quality was very good. Lying in the base vehicle, the sense of security is definitely much higher than those survivors. Morning. Good morning, big brother. While eating breakfast, Jiang Lushi glanced at Yang Qingqing, and she also looked at Jiang Lushi, then smiled and nodded to Jiang Lushi as a greeting. Jiang Lushi also smiled slightly, and his expression seemed much more enthusiastic than before. Yang Qingqing was stunned for a moment, wondering why Jiang Lushi suddenly smiled so gently and brightly. But she was too lazy to think about it. Today, she would communicate with those superpowers and bring up that matter. I don't know if Jiang Lushi will still be able to laugh by then. Chapter 71. The Power of New Weapons. Jiang Lushi just smiled at Yang Qingqing and ignored her. He had heard clearly what this woman was thinking yesterday. This is today's route map. While eating breakfast, Jiang Lushi took out the map and placed it on the dining table. He had compared the simple map with the map downloaded from his tablet. The old professor had marked some key buildings along the road in great detail, and there were basically no mistakes when compared. This route is relatively safe, and the number of zombies should be less. But to be honest, there is no real safety in areas with dense zombies, Jiang Lushi said. Just like they suddenly encountered a mutant beast yesterday. The freezer truck has been repaired overnight, and can be driven normally today, said Zhang Hai. The muscular man also said, the machine gun has been checked and the bullets are ready. That's good. Everyone just needs to be careful today. It would be best if we can go back and forth smoothly. Jiang Zhuing stood up and said. She was holding the long knife, wearing denim shorts and a simple tight t-shirt, with a ponytail, looking like a perfect combination of a youthful girl and a terrifying cold weapon. When Jiang Lushi saw Jiang Zhuing today, his eyes lit up. He didn't know if it was because of her evolution, but Jiang Zhuing now had a more unique temperament. Let's go! Jiang Zhuing's words were also very concise. Sitting on the minibus, she looked eager to try. I got a new weapon, but I haven't tested its power yet. Today is a good chance to try out its effect. However, after approaching Jinling University, Jiang Zhuing became a little melancholy again. Come to think of it, I left school before the end of the world, and I don't know what the situation was like in the school when the disaster broke out. Jiang Zhuing felt very lucky about this. She didn't have to fight with classmates who turned into zombies when the apocalypse broke out. Many of the survivors living in the camp had witnessed their relatives turning into zombies or being torn and devoured by zombies. Now when she enters the campus again, Jiang Zhuing feels much calmer. Even if she encounters a familiar classmate or teacher who has turned into a zombie, she feels that she can face it calmly. Jiang Lushi glanced at her and said, This school is so big, it must have been very chaotic at the time, and there was nothing you could do. Yeah, I know. Jiang Zhuing nodded. She also knew that she couldn't save anyone at that time. This kind of thing just flashed through her mind at most. As the convoy approached Jinling University, the number of zombies in front began to increase rapidly. The freezer truck was in the front, and the psychics in the two off-road vehicles also began to take action. The roars and crashes of the zombies were endless. These zombies were not afraid of getting hurt, and they pounced upwards madly. Soon, the convoy arrived at the gate of Jinling University. A group of zombies consisting of dozens of students and several security guards blocked the gate. The lifting rod at the gate was crooked and swaying with a slight, creaking sound. The former gate was stained with blood, and the 4 big words, Jinling University, were also sprinkled with brown blood. There was also a half-corpse that had been eaten to the point that only bones were left lying on it. Hearing the sound of the convoy, the zombies all looked over. Seeing these former classmates, Jiang Zhuing breathed a sigh of relief, then waved to an off-road vehicle that had driven up next to the minibus. Open the way. Bang! The freezer truck directly knocked the lifting rod away and rushed into the group of zombies. With the trauma of being nearly split in half by a mutant dog's claw yesterday, Jiang Hai further reinforced the freezer truck and welded half-finger-long steel nails on it. This length will not allow zombies to hang on the truck when hit, but can also cause greater trauma to zombies or mutant beasts. Although zombies don't care about getting hurt, the smell of blood may attract attacks from their companions. These zombies are completely mad, they will attack crazily when they see a living person, and they will also attack when they smell blood, regardless of the time. Therefore, this function can also play a certain hindering role. But compared to Jiang Liusher's minibus, which could hit anything without fear of being attacked, the freezer truck was still weaker. Jiang Hai didn't have the urge to scream while driving today, and remained quiet the whole time. Jinling University's National Laboratory is located on the right side of the center of the campus, a relatively remote area. The routes drawn by the old professor are also relatively remote, but even so, after entering the route, there are densely packed zombies. These former students, after becoming zombies, were all agile and ferocious, crashing and attacking along the way, and the freezer truck became bumpy again. The convoy slowed down and entered the small square in front of the National Laboratory. The National Laboratory was surrounded by green belts, and the convoy stopped in front of the laboratory building. Beep! This time it was Jiang Liusher who honked the horn directly. After honking the horn several times, he backed up the car a little. Soon, several zombies rushed out from the gate and headed straight towards the minibus. Bang! After a few seconds, another group of zombies appeared and were also knocked down by the minibus. After repeating this several times, Jiang Liusher finally stopped the car. Ouch! Jiang Zhuiying had just gotten off the car when a group of zombies rushed in from the gate, attracted by the noise here. She turned around, stretched out her long knife to the side, and stood there motionless. The zombies ran very fast, waving their arms and approaching in a blink of an eye. They all opened their bright red mouths, eager to tear Jiang Zhuiying into pieces. Compared with these 20 or so zombies that were as crazy as monsters, Jiang Zhuiying standing there looked very fragile. However, at the moment when these zombies were about to rush to Jiang Zhuiying suddenly moved. She turned her body slightly, and the long knife had already cut across with her movement, drawing a beautiful bright white arc. Lightning flashed on the blade, jumping in front of her, as if weaving an electric net. Crackle! All the zombies stopped moving at once. Their bodies were twitching, black smoke was coming out of their bodies, and then they fell to the ground one by one, their muscles still twitching. Jiang Zhuiying retracted the long sword to her side, and the electric arc was still jumping, making her look like a character walking out of a movie special effects. Especially when she turned around, there seemed to be lightning flashing in her eyes. Let's go, Jiang Zhuiying said with a smile on her face. She was very satisfied with the effect of the long sword. Those people with special abilities also got out of the car. Yang Qingqing looked at Jiang Zhuiying and felt very uncomfortable. Jiang Zhuiying was stronger. He just killed more than 20 zombies in 1 second, and it looked very easy. She could never do such a thing. Most of the zombies in the experimental building have been lured out. Even if there are still some locked up indoors, it is not a big problem. Just knock on the door before entering to know whether there are zombies inside. So Jiang Liusher did not plan to get off the car, but Jiang Zhuiying took them in to find the aridium crucible and then brought it out. The old professor marked the location of the aridium crucible on the map. Just as they were about to go in, Jiang Liusher suddenly said, "You two can stay alone." The survivors looked at each other. Jiang Zhuiying was about to say that she should stay, but Yang Qingqing rolled her eyes and took the initiative to say, "Then I'll stay." Chapter 72. I want to take a shower. You. Jiang Zhuiying hesitated for a moment. Jiang Liusher had previously suggested that one person stay behind, and Jiang Zhuiying said without hesitation that she would stay because she thought it would be safer to be with her brother. After all, although Jiang Liusher had a base vehicle, he was just an ordinary person after all. But now, Yang Qingqing took the initiative to ask to stay. Jiang Zhuiying was suddenly stunned. Why did her brother suggest letting someone stay? These days, Jiang Zhuiying has some understanding of Jiang Liusher's base vehicle, and it is relatively easy for him to protect himself among the zombies. It doesn't make sense to say that Jiang Liusher wants to leave someone behind to protect him. It's almost okay for Jiang Liusher to protect Yang Qingqing. "Brother, why are you leaving one person behind?" Jiang Zhuiying walked over and asked. Nothing, just making contact. My car can't drive into the laboratory, so I can only wait outside. If anything happens outside, I can also inform you. I'm not strong enough, so it's more convenient for me to contact you with someone else. Jiang Liusher's casual remark made sense. Jiang Zhuiying thought about it and said with some concern, Okay, brother, be careful and don't get off the car. Don't worry. Jiang Liusher agreed immediately. Jiang Zhuiying has been dependent on her brother since she was a child, and she is very confident that he has the ability to handle any crisis. Then I'm going to the lab. As Jiang Zhuiying spoke, she swung the long sword in her hand. The chains rattled and the blade shone with a cold light. This aridium crucible is located in the National Key Laboratory on the top floor of the laboratory building. This National Key Laboratory occupies an entire floor. The equipment inside is very advanced, and the various instruments and apparatuses cost millions of dollars. It is the pride of Jinling University. Every time a leader comes to inspect, he must visit this key laboratory. Jiang Zhuiying was relatively familiar with the laboratory building, and there were many zombies in the laboratory building. Even if all the zombies in the corridor were attracted out, they would still have to encounter zombies when entering the laboratory. If they wanted to go to the top floor to get a few aridium crucibles, they would not be able to do it without Jiang Zhuiying. People like Zhang Hai and another psychic Sun Kun actually don't have very good fighting ability. Zhang Hai is a car mechanic and has some strength in his fingers. As for Sun Kun, to put it bluntly, he is a gecko whose feet can stick to the wall as if they were walking on flat ground. If they really encounter a group of zombies, they will be at a loss. Brother, let's go, be careful. Zhang Hai also instructed Jiang Liusher in a careless manner, grabbed a bag of mutant beast meat in one hand, carried the light machine gun in the other hand and went upstairs. However, on the campus of Jinling University, especially when they were not driving a refrigerator truck, the light machine gun should be used as little as possible. Otherwise, once the gun was fired, it would attract a large number of zombies, and the result might be drinking poison to quench thirst. Yeah. Jiang Liusher nodded and watched the three people disappear in the experimental building, with a barely perceptible cold light flashing in his eyes. The experimental building is very tall, with 12 floors. There has been a power outage in the apocalypse, and there is no elevator. They have to climb the stairs to the 12th floor. There are a lot of zombies along the way, and they have to go through fierce battles. The battles between psychics consume a lot of energy. Psychics cannot violate the law of conservation of energy. Their energy will not appear out of thin air and must be replenished, and the way to replenish it is through mutant beast meat. Because of the fierce fighting, they may have to stop several times to replenish food. By this calculation, it would take them at least an hour to come down from the laboratory building. In other words, Jiang Liusher and Yang Qingqing will have 1 hour alone. Yang Qingqing naturally knew this. She was calculating the time by using an abacus, occasionally glancing at the mechanical watch on her wrist. About 10 minutes later, the sun just appeared from behind the clouds, casting its rays on the minibus, making it look golden. The afternoon sun in Jinling was still quite harsh. Yang Qingqing looked at the zombies wandering not far away, and estimated the possibility of a zombie attack in front of the laboratory building. Next to the laboratory building, not far away, there is a dormitory building. The dormitory building is definitely the area with the most zombies, much denser than the laboratory building. Just one gunshot may attract a large number of zombies. Even though he was a speed-type psychic, he would surely die if he fell into a sea of corpses. Of course, if there is Jiang Liusher's base vehicle. Yang Qingqing knew that Jiang Lu's stone cart had a lot of food stored in it, including a lot of mutant beast meat. It's so hot. Yang Qingqing walked to Jiang Liusher's windshield intentionally or unintentionally, shielding the sun with one hand, and said in a coquettish voice. Her voice is soft, giving people a tingling feeling. The sun is so strong that I am sweating. Yang Qingqing took off her coat, inadvertently revealing her figure wrapped in a slim-fitting top. Yang Qingqing had a good figure. Although her looks were not as pretty as those of the department or college belle, she was still pretty among the girls. When she was in college, many men pursued her, and she enjoyed the feeling of being admired. Even though she looked down on many of the losers who pursued her from the bottom of her heart, she still kept an ambiguous distance from them, and could even recruit these losers to help her repair her computer and move her luggage. In Yang Qingqing's opinion, Jiang Lushi was a typical loser. She was very clear about Jiang Zhuiying's family background, which was lower middle class. And now it's the end of the world, and Jiang Lushi is still an ordinary person. To put it bluntly, he's a weakling who relies on a modified car he picked up from somewhere. Yang Qingqing believed that as a man with a loser temperament, he would definitely not be able to resist his own temptation. Brother Jiang, Xiaoying and the others won't be back for at least a few dozen minutes. Can I get in your car and take a shower? I'm sweating all over and I feel uncomfortable. Yang Qingqing spoke in a delicate voice. Jiang Lushi silently watched Yang Qingqing being coquettish and sneered in his heart. In the end times, morality has been corrupted. For the sake of food, for profit, and to become stronger, these people can do anything. Selling oneself, killing people and robbing goods, these are nothing at all. There's no electricity in the car, you can't wash it. Jiang Lushi refused casually. He was not in a hurry and watched Yang Qingqing perform. Of course he wouldn't let Yang Qingqing get in the car. If Jiang Zhuiying was there, Jiang Lushi wouldn't care about Yang Qingqing and the others, because Jiang Zhuiying's strength was much stronger than the three of them combined. But when Jiang Zhuiying was not around, Jiang Lushi wouldn't even open the car door. In fact, low-level psychics like Yang Qingqing are not much different from ordinary people. Jiang Lushi also has a Type 54 pistol, but even so, he will not joke with his own life. It's okay if there's no electricity. I can wash with cold water. If it's too cold, Brother Jiang, can you warm me up? Yang Qingqing said this in a half-joking tone and threw a wink. There's no cold water either. Jiang Lushi refused. Chapter 73, Breaking and Murder. When Yang Qingqing heard this, the charming smile on her face froze instantly. Not even cold water. It's the end of the world, the law is invalid, morality has fallen, and people are living a precarious life. I don't know how many people are indulging their desires, but this Jiang Lushi, he turned a blind eye to the temptation that was clearly laid out by himself? Didn't he understand? Yang Qingqing was angry. She had already planned to take Jiang Lushi's car after getting in. This car was bulletproof and had terrible impact force. If she could take it for herself, it would greatly improve Yang Qingqing's ability to survive in the apocalypse. Although Yang Qingqing is a psychic, her strength is actually very poor. It's just that her jumping ability and agility are far beyond that of ordinary people. In a real fight, let alone fighting mutant beasts, even if it's ordinary zombies, she can only deal with 5 or 6 at most at the same time. If there are more, she will have to run away. However, her ability to escape is indeed outstanding. He took away Jiang Lushi's car and made it his own. As for Jiang Lushi, a loser who picked up a modified car by luck, he was lucky to be alive until now. Becoming food for zombies was the fate he deserved. If Jiang Lushi died, she would have no evidence even if she took the car. Of course, it would still be difficult to deal with Jiang Zhuiying. This girl had too deep feelings for her brother. Yang Qingqing was worried that even if she made up a lie, Jiang Zhuiying might vent her anger on herself, so Yang Qingqing decided to go all out and drive away in Jiang Lushi's car. There is plenty of food and mutant beast meat in this car, enough for me to live comfortably for a while. Yang Qingqing's strength is limited. With this car and her barely adequate strength, although it is impossible for her to start her own business, she will have no problem surviving in the apocalypse. If that doesn't work, she can just join another organization. But now, Jiang Lushi refused to open the car door, which made her angry and embarrassed. Jiang Lushi, are you really stupid or just pretending to be stupid? This girl has made it so obvious, are you still pretending not to understand? It's the end of the world, there's no tomorrow if you don't indulge yourself, are you still a man? There's something wrong with you. Yang Qingqing put one hand on the car door and subconsciously pulled it open. She didn't know how the door of this modified minibus worked, and whether she had to lock it intentionally. Jiang Zhuiying had just gotten off the bus, so she wanted to give it a try to see if she could open the door. As a result, the car door did not move at all. Seeing this scene, Jiang Lushi's face turned completely cold, and a hint of murderous intent flashed in his eyes. The way Yang Qingqing pulled the car door was clearly an attempt to commit murder. It is normal to kill a person for a car in the end times. It is not surprising for the survivors at the bottom to kill for a piece of bread. A woman who looks charming is very likely to be the most vicious woman. Jiang Lushi sneered and said sarcastically, Even if I indulge my desires, I will not look for a two-faced, vicious woman like you. You want my car, fine, give me your life. Jiang Lushi said this and calmly pressed the charging button of the air cannon. When Yang Qingqing heard Jiang Lushi's words, her face changed drastically, and her hands froze on the car door. She forced a smile and said, Brother Jiang, what are you talking about? I don't understand. Jiang Lushi looked at the woman with disdain and said in a cold voice, When I suggested that one person stay to communicate, I knew you would stay, and you really didn't let me down. For my car, you performed well. Look at the way you looked just now. I don't think you deserve to be called a woman. You are just a female beast in human skin. You also want to seduce me with your beauty? Sorry, in my eyes, having sex with you is more disgusting than having sex with a zombie. Jiang Lushi's words were extremely vicious, and when Yang Qingqing heard them, she felt like she was electrocuted. Having sex with her is more disgusting than having sex with zombies. Yang Qingqing was a very jealous girl. She had been disobedient to Jiang Zhuiying before because of jealousy. Now that she was ridiculed by Jiang Lushi, the murderous intent in her heart suddenly rose up. Who do you think you are? In peacetime, you were just a loser. Now in the end times, you are not as strong as a woman. You can't even open the car door. You are a waste. If you were not lucky enough to pick up a broken car and have a sister to protect you, you would be like dog shit on the side of the road. I don't even bother to look at you. You don't even take a piss to look at yourself. Who the hell are you? You still want to sleep with me. I feel sick just thinking about it. The relationship has been torn apart. Yang Qingqing knew very well that after Jiang Lushi exposed her intentions, it would be impossible for her to stay in this team. Given Jiang Zhuiying's protective nature, she believes whatever her brother says. There is no place for her in this team anymore. She had to go out and make her own way, even if she couldn't get a car. But she had already decided to leave, and all the anger that had been pent up in the team, her jealousy and dissatisfaction with Jiang Zhuiying, and her hatred for Jiang Lushi, all burst out. Yang Qingqing was unwilling to leave like this. She reached into her trouser pocket and pulled out a round black ball. It was a grenade. Although people with special abilities are stronger than ordinary people, in the initial stages of their evolution, their special abilities are still not as powerful as thermal weapons. Many people with special abilities would exchange for thermal weapons. Grenades are disposable consumables. Although they are extremely powerful, they are much cheaper than light machine guns. So Yang Qingqing exchanged for one. A grenade was thrown at the windshield. Yang Qingqing didn't believe that the glass couldn't be blown apart. The only problem was that she had to keep a distance to avoid being accidentally injured. By then, Jiang Lushi would definitely be blown to pieces, but the problem was that the car might also be damaged. If the car was not damaged, she could still climb out of the broken windshield and drive away, which would be much safer than walking alone through the apocalypse. Holding the grenade, Yang Qingqing exerted her maximum speed and quickly distanced herself from the base vehicle. Yang Qingqing's special ability is flexibility, but the base vehicle is too large and much more clumsy, so it is impossible for her to avoid the grenade. Seeing the grenade appear, Jiang Lushi silently released the air cannon charging button that was pressed. At this time, the air cannon was only half charged, and its power was much weaker than when it killed the mutant wild boar, but it was enough to kill Yang Qingqing. Boom! With a loud bang, a terrible gas explosion sounded, blasting through the atmosphere. A visible shock wave mixed with water mist blasted towards Yang Qingqing, but at this time, Yang Qingqing's grenade had not yet detonated. The speed of the air cannon was too fast. When Yang Qingqing saw the shock wave coming at her that seemed to vibrate the space, she had no time to react at all. Ah! Yang Qingqing let out a scream. Her chest felt like it was hit by a 1,000-pound hammer, and her whole body flew out like straw. The base vehicle shot shattered all of Yang Qingqing's ribs, and her left and right lungs ruptured. She was thrown more than 10 meters away like a piece of rotten meat, and fell heavily to the ground. Snap! The grenade in Yang Qingqing's hand also fell to the ground and rolled away. Yang Qingqing's face was covered in blood, and her eyes were filled with reluctance, confusion, and disbelief. She had no idea what had hit her. A terrible shock wave. Was it emitted by the car? Chapter 74: Obtaining the Aridium Crucible. Yang Qingqing was hit by the air cannon that had not been fully charged, and she was still breathing hard. She collapsed on the ground, raised her head with difficulty to look at the minibus, and blood foam kept flowing out of her mouth. Am I going to die? Yang Qingqing couldn't believe it. Whether it was trying to steal the car or killing Jiang Lushi, Yang Qingqing didn't take it as a big deal at first. She just felt depressed after Jiang Lushi exposed her and let her know that she couldn't steal the car. But Yang Qingqing never thought that she would pay the price of her life for the plan of attacking Jiang Lushi and the minibus. Yang Qingqing didn't want to die. She was a superpower, young and beautiful, unlike a loser like Jiang Lushi. How could she die? Just then, she suddenly heard a voice behind her. When Yang Qingqing heard this, a look of extreme fear appeared on her face. She knew that the sound was the footsteps of zombies, and the familiar, ho-ho, sound was getting closer and closer. Because of the sound of the air cannon and the blood on her body, the zombies in the distance were attracted. She cast an anxious look at Jiang Lushi in the car, but Jiang Lushi just looked at her expressionlessly. Finally, Yang Qingqing felt a hand suddenly grabbing her, and her eyes suddenly became desperate. Seeing Yang Qingqing being submerged in the zombies, Jiang Lushi's expression remained unchanged. This was the fate she deserved for someone who dared to covet his minibus and wanted to kill him. The blast from the air cannon also reached the upper floors. Upon hearing this, Jiang Zhuiying immediately cleared out the zombies in the nearest laboratory, then ran to the window and looked down. She saw at a glance that the downstairs was in a mess, with more than a dozen zombie corpses lying there, but the minibus was still parked there. At this time, the sunroof of the minibus opened. Jiang Lushi stretched out his hand from inside and made an "okay" gesture. Jiang Zhuiying immediately breathed a sigh of relief. What's wrong, boss? Zhang Hai and Sun Kun also hurried over and asked. Jiang Zhuiying said, It's okay. I guess some zombies were attracted here again. It's all right now. Let's go to the lab and get the stuff. They were already very close to the top floor, but when they arrived at the laboratory, they found that the door was tightly closed. Zhang Hai could easily pry open the lock of a normal security door with just his fingers, but this door was very solid. The anti-theft door of the National Laboratory is naturally not easy to open. Not only is it anti-theft, but it is also explosion-proof and bulletproof. Even if a superpower sees such a door, he can only scratch at the ground. I'll do it. Sun Kun stretched his body, pinched his fingers and said. He returned to the laboratory that they had cleared out earlier, then cut off the protective net outside the window with pliers and climbed out of the window. Without any protective measures or tools, Sun Kun grabbed the wall above the window with both hands, pushed his legs on the windowsill, and then climbed up quickly. His hands and feet were like flippers, able to firmly grasp any terrain, just like a gecko. And behind him was a light machine gun. After climbing to the window of the laboratory, he hung on the wall with only his feet, clamped off the protective net, and then fired a shot into the air. Ho-ho! Soon, the zombies attracted by the gunshots all crowded to the window. But Sun Kun was still some distance away from the window. Although these zombies desperately jumped out of the window to try to catch him, they couldn't reach him at all. Instead, 2 zombies fell out of the window and fell heavily to the ground below. Sun Kun chuckled, pointed the gun at the zombies and pulled the trigger. After just a dozen shots, no more zombies appeared. Academicians and some professors who were able to work in national laboratories were probably evacuated before the apocalypse broke out. Of course, it was unclear whether they were alive or dead after the evacuation. The remaining people either mutated into zombies or became food for the zombies. Sun Kun climbed into the window and opened the door from the inside after a while. Jiang Lushi also heard the gunshots on the roof. He looked up and saw Sun Kun entering the window of the National Laboratory. About 20 minutes later, Jiang Zhuiying and the others came down carrying a large bag that was stuffed full. As soon as they went out, they were stunned. Before, when I was upstairs, the distance was too far and I could only see the silhouettes of people, but couldn't make out any specific details. But now they saw that something was wrong. There was a large pool of blood between the zombie corpses. But Yang Qingqing disappeared. Sun Kun had sharp eyes and saw at a glance that the body lying in the blood was the remains of Yang Qingqing. In fact, only the clothes could be identified, and the body was already incomplete. This situation is obvious. Yang Qingqing was eaten by zombies. But with Yang Qingqing's ability to escape, How could she be eaten by these zombies? Jiang Zhuiying quickly looked inside the base vehicle. Fortunately, Jiang Lusher was fine. If he had been wrong, he would not have made gestures to her before. Zhang Hai and Sun Kun looked at each other, and then looked at Jiang Lusher with confusion. Brother Jiang, what's going on? Zhang Hai had just asked a question when Jiang Lusher said in the car. Yang Qingqing tried to kill people and steal the car. She even took out a grenade to blow me and the car up. At that time, the zombies came. She was focused on killing me and didn't notice, so she was attacked. I was in the car, so of course I wouldn't save her. After that, I ran over the zombies to death. There is such a thing. Zhang Hai and Sun Kun were both stunned. Sun Kun glanced around and suddenly his eyes were fixed. He ran over and picked up a grenade that had rolled to the green belt on the side of the road. It's really Yang Qingqing's grenade. Sun Kun handed the grenade to Jiang Zhuiying. Jiang Zhuiying held the grenade, her eyes a little cold. Those who want to kill people and steal cars, they deserve to die. We are a team. If we want to cooperate with each other, we can't covet other people's things, let alone think about murdering others. It's only been a short time since the end of the world. She was just a student a week ago, but now she has such vicious thoughts. This shows that such people are inherently vicious and cannot be kept. Sun Kun and Zhang Hai had no doubts about what Jiang Lusher said about Yang Qingqing's ill intentions. Yang Qingqing's dissatisfaction with Jiang Lusher was already revealed at the dinner table yesterday, and Jiang Lusher could not get out of the car, so the grenade could only have been taken out by Yang Qingqing herself. As for whether he did not help or was simply knocked down by Jiang Lusher, it doesn't matter. However, Sun Kun and Zhang Hai looked at Jiang Lusher, who was calm in the car, and suddenly had a new understanding of him. Although Jiang Lusher was just an ordinary person, he was also a tough guy who should not be provoked. Yang Qingqing provoked him, but he didn't even use Jiang Zhuiying's power. He dealt with Yang Qingqing on his own, and her death was a miserable one. Only Jiang Lusher knew what happened in the middle and what the process was like. Get in the car, Jiang Lusher said with a smile. Aridium, got it. Chapter 75. Someone is coming. Jinling Industrial Park is about an hour's drive from Jinling University, but that was before the apocalypse. After the apocalypse, even if you choose to take those more remote roads, you will still face the constant attacks of zombies. After about an hour and a half, the convoy finally arrived at Jinling Industrial Park. The Jinling Industrial Park looked desolate from the outside. Nothing was moving on the main road, only a few vehicles parked alone on the road. Driving slowly on the road in the industrial park, Jiang Lusher was looking for signboards on the roadside. The name of the specialty metal company should be visible on the sign. Why aren't there any zombies here? Jiang Zhuiying looked around. Monsters like zombies always make people feel a tingling sensation on their scalp when they are seen, but now it is so quiet here that it also makes people feel a little weird. There are so many companies and factories in the industrial park, so there should be no shortage of zombies. But now there is not a single one to be seen. The factories along the roadside were all dead silent, and there was no one in the guard room. Maybe someone came here, or some noise lured the zombies away. Jiang Zhuiying guessed again. Let's be more careful, Jiang Lusher said. It was the time of day at noon when the sun was at its hottest, and the bright sunlight was shining down, but this empty place gave people a chilly feeling. Found it! Sun Kun drove the SUV back up, rolled down the window and said, The special metal company is in Area C, and our current location is Area A. Have you checked the route? Jiang Lusher asked. I have. Let's go now, Jiang Lusher continued. The refrigerator truck and off-road vehicle led the way, and the minibus followed behind. Hey! Anyway, there are no zombies now. The SUV drove to the freezer truck. Sun Kun lowered his voice and asked Zhang Haidao, What do you think Brother Jiang is doing collecting these weird things? In fact, Jiang Lusher was much younger than him, and this was just a way of respecting Jiang Zhuiying. However, after what happened to Yang Qingqing today, Sun Kun felt that Jiang Lusher's image had suddenly become unusual. When they came before, they only knew that they were going to help Jiang Lusher find some things, but they didn't expect to go to the laboratory to find that kind of inexplicable stuff. Someone wants that kind of thing? Moreover, Jinling University is just one of the places. Seeing that it was still early, Jiang Lushur suggested continuing to rush to the Special Metals Company. From the name of the place, it was obvious that they were also looking for some metals. What's the point of Jiang Lushur looking for these metals? I don't know. Zhang Hai didn't care about this kind of thing and didn't want to think about anything. In the end times, it's good enough to be able to live well. Sun Kun was speechless. There was really nothing to talk about with Zhang Hai. But he couldn't think of what Jiang Lushur wanted these metals for, and it was not easy to ask directly, so he could only stop thinking about it. The vehicle continued to move forward and did not encounter any groups of zombies along the way. Occasionally, one or two appeared, but they posed no threat to the convoy at all. About 10 minutes later, the convoy arrived at the gate of the Special Metals Company. The retractable gate of the company was half open, and looking inside, it was empty. The guard room was in a mess, and there was some dried blood on the ground in the middle of the driveway. Let's go in. The metals of the Special Metals Company must be stored in the warehouse, so it was easy to find the warehouse. After driving around the company, the team soon found a large warehouse to the side and rear. Seeing the scale of the warehouse, Jiang Lushur was delighted. Such a large warehouse must have a lot of metal stored in it, and he could collect all the metals he needed. The journey was extremely smooth and no zombies were found in the warehouse. It was estimated that the door was left open after the people inside escaped because the situation was urgent, otherwise it would have taken some effort to open the door. Jiang Lushur drove the car directly into the warehouse, and then Zhang Hai and Sun Kun ran to find the required metals according to the list and loaded them onto the car. These metals were scattered throughout the warehouse. If Jiang Lushur were alone, it would be a very time-consuming task to find and move them. However, with the help of these two survivors, it became much easier. With these survivors around, Jiang Lushur's efficiency in finding items was greatly improved. You have to know that Jiang Lushur is an ordinary person after all. It is easy to drive the base vehicle recklessly, but there are many places where cars cannot enter, such as the National Key Laboratory of Jilin University. As long as he enters the building, Jiang Lushur's weakness is obvious, and 2 or 3 zombies can take his life. After those zombies were infected and mutated from human form, each of them was extremely fast and powerful, and could really tear a living person apart with their bare hands. The only flaw was that they had no mind and could not think. Speaking of which, these survivors helped a lot. They collected 2 mutant crystal cores in one day, and now they have found all the metals needed to build a biological laboratory in one day. 100 kilograms of titanium, 120 kilograms of nickel, 150 kilograms of cobalt. Zhang Hai and Sun Kun were constantly moving metal blocks onto the truck. Jiang Lushur was very happy to see these metal blocks gradually filling up the floor of the carriage. Once all the materials are ready, Jiang Lushur can build the biological laboratory tonight. I don't know what kind of surprises this biological laboratory will bring him. But no matter what, it will help him alleviate his biggest dilemma now. Jiang Lushur stood in the car and looked at the warehouse of the Special Metals Company. There are quite a lot of metals stored in this warehouse. Except for some extremely special and difficult to find metals, such as aridium, most metals should be able to be found in this warehouse. Jiang Lushur has already marked this place on the map. When he needs metal for future upgrades, he can come back to this warehouse and save the trouble of looking for it everywhere. Just when Zhang Hai and Sun Kun were still moving the metal, a roar suddenly came from outside the door. Someone is coming! Jian Zhuiying immediately turned around and looked towards the door, with a vigilant look in her eyes. Zhang Hai and Sun Kun also immediately put down the metal blocks in their hands, picked up their weapons and looked towards the gate. They hadn't met anyone since they entered the industrial park, and now the sound of a vehicle suddenly appeared, which made people nervous. With a swish sound, a sharp friction sound was heard, and Jiang Lushur and Zhang Hai saw that a Hummer that had also been modified rushed straight to the gate and then stopped. Chapter 76 Blood Wolf. Buzz, buzz, buzz! Following the Hummer, several off-road vehicles and 7 or 8 motorcycles appeared. With so many vehicles, the gate was completely blocked. Jiang Lushur frowned when he saw these vehicles. Almost all of these vehicles were equipped with various modified weapons, and the front of the vehicles were full of long spikes. The people in the vehicles wore steel helmets that they welded themselves, with only their mouths and eyes exposed. Those pairs of eyes were staring at Jiang Lushur and the others, like wild dogs sizing up their prey. Just looking at the appearance of this group of people, it seems that they are not easy to mess with. When Jiang Zhuiying and the others saw this group of people, their faces suddenly darkened. It's Blood Wolf and the others. Blood Wolf? Jiang Lusher asked. Yes, their boss calls himself Blood Wolf, but we don't know his real name. Anyway, those who follow him are all crazy, Sun Kun replied. Zhang Hai said. We met them once in Satellite City. I heard that the elimination rate of this team is very high, and even the leader has been replaced. Ordinary survivors would not go out every day unless they have to, but they are constantly out hunting mutant beasts, searching for supplies and exchanging mutant beast meat with the military. This way, the mortality rate is of course high, but the strength of the psychics in the team is also improving rapidly. Even ordinary people in the team can get more equipment if they live longer. At this stage, the strength of people with special powers and ordinary people is not so great that it cannot be overcome. If ordinary people are fully armed, they can definitely fight against people with special powers. Jiang Lusher looked at this group of people and could smell the blood coming from them and the car from a distance. Jiang Zhuiying and the others did not have a good impression of the Blood Wolf group. It seemed that they were indeed not easy to mess with. They blocked Jiang Zhuiying and his group from the outside, and felt that they were not friendly. There were 3 psychics in their team before. One died, and now there is still one. The one who got off the Hummer is him. Brother Jiang, look, the one who got off the driver's seat is Blood Wolf, or the new Blood Wolf. The original Blood Wolf is dead, Zhang Hai said to Jiang Lusher in a low voice. A total of 4 people got down from the Hummer, 2 of whom were the psychics that Zhang Hai mentioned. One of the 2 men was a woman wearing a leather jacket and leather pants. She had slightly curly shoulder-length hair, and wore sunglasses and leather boots. She held a shotgun in her hand and had a leather belt around her waist. In addition to being full of bullets, there was also a long dagger inserted on the leather belt. She looked very wild. The other person looked very ordinary, about 20 years old, wearing simple casual clothes, a headset hanging around his neck, and a pair of plain glasses. If Zhang Hai hadn't pointed out that he was Blood Wolf, it would have been impossible to tell. With this kind of dress and appearance, you can't find him in a crowd. Blood Wolf is very powerful, no worse than the boss. That woman is not weak either. If a fight breaks out, Sun Kun and I will probably be held back, not to mention that they have so many manpower, Zhang Hai said somewhat uneasily. Jiang Lusher listened silently. This meant that if they started fighting, the situation would be unfavorable to them. Blood Wolf put his hands in his pockets, took 2 steps forward, and smiled at Jiang Zhuiying and the others. What a rare guest. You are Jiang Zhuiying, right? I recognize you. I heard your name last time in Satellite City. The Blood Wolf's tone of voice sounded quite gentle, as if he was just saying hello to someone he met on the street. But it looked like he wasn't just coming to say hello. What do you want to do? Jiang Zhuiying didn't buy the smiling tiger's trick and asked directly. Jiang Zhuiying, it's wrong for you to ask this. I should be the one asking you this. You came to our house and moved things without saying a word. What do you want to do? The smile on Blood Wolf's face suddenly disappeared, and he asked lightly. It turns out that this is the territory of Blood Wolf and his gang. Seeing that these people came prepared, Jiang Lusher guessed that they must have been eyeing his group for a long time, and only blocked them after they entered the warehouse of the Special Metal Company. Zhang Hai and the others all looked grim when they heard this. Their understanding of the Blood Wolf squad was limited to what they had heard, and as for the exact location of their camp, they had no idea at all. It's really bad luck that this industrial park is actually their territory. These metals are placed here and they don't belong to you, but it seems like you are taking them all for yourself? Even if the metals are on your territory, there is no use for you to take them, Jiang Zhuiying said. Whether it's useful or not is our business. If you want to take it away, you have to discuss it with us, right? Said the woman in leather jacket with a giggle. What do you want? Jiang Zhuiying asked directly. These people were beating around the bush, looking like they were having fun, which made Jiang Zhuiying and the others very unhappy. If these people are not in a hurry to take action, it is obvious that they are trying to blackmail us. Blood Wolf pushed his glasses and said, That's right. If you want our stuff, then negotiate a deal. How about this? If there are 10 tons of mutant beast meat, then this place will be like a supermarket. You can take whatever you want. Before Blood Wolf finished speaking, Jiang Zhuing's face had already turned gloomy. This was not a transaction, not even blackmail, because Blood Wolf should know very well that they would never be able to take out 10 tons of mutant beast meat, not to mention that it was used to exchange for metals that these Blood Wolf did not need at all.
What do you mean?
Jiang Lushi asked. Blood Wolf looked at Jiang Lushi in surprise, wondering how an ordinary person like Jiang Lushi had the right to speak in Jiang Zhuing's team. But looking at the reactions of Jiang Zhuing and the others, this young man's words really represent them. Interesting. Blood Wolf touched his nose, not knowing whether he was talking about Jiang Lushi. He turned his eyes to Jiang Lushi and replied, "Didn't I say it? 10 tons of mutant beast meat, so many of us brothers need to eat. But I heard that more than half of the people in your team are idlers, useless, old, weak, women and children, right? In fact, I really don't understand, what are you raising those people for? As for women, you can raise them as slaves, who can work and be fucked, but what are you raising the rest of them for?" At this time, one of his men said, "There is nothing we can do. Their boss is a woman." Ha ha! The men all burst into laughter immediately, and the woman in leather jacket was also laughing vigorously. Jiang Zhuing's eyes turned cold, and several electric sparks suddenly burst out around her. When he saw the sparks, Blood Wolf stopped smiling. He stared at the place where the sparks had just appeared, with a hint of desire in his eyes. "If we don't have 10 tons of mutant beast meat, then Jiang Zhuing, you can join us," Blood Wolf said, squinting at Jiang Zhuing. Upon hearing this, Jiang Zhuing was startled, then sneered. "Blood Wolf, your IQ is low, right? How could you make such a stupid request? You should know that if we fight, both of us will suffer. You are strong, but I am not afraid of you." Blood Wolf chuckled. He already knew Jiang Zhuing's strength. Although there were certain risks, it was worth it compared to the benefits he would gain after victory. Chapter 77, Swallowing Superpowers. "Jiang Zhuing, you can think about it carefully," said Blood Wolf. The way he said this clearly showed that he had no intention of letting Jiang Zhuing go. What about joining? It's obvious that they have bad intentions, and everyone can see that. Blood Wolf's goal was not to get 10 tons of mutant beast meat, nor to get Jiang Zhuing to join. In fact, he was attracted by Jiang Zhuing's ability. When Blood Wolf had heard of Jiang Zhuing a long time ago, he had already been secretly observing Jiang Zhuing. Even if Jiang Zhuing didn't break in this time, he was already planning and looking for an opportunity to launch a sneak attack on Jiang Zhuing. The Blood Wolf's ability is to devour the cells of the superpower, just like infecting himself with a new virus. 2 different cells can exist in his body at the same time. If the number exceeds this, his body will also face collapse. The previous Blood Wolf was devoured by him when he found an opportunity, and then he became the new Blood Wolf. After that, he was always looking for the next target to devour, and after choosing and choosing, he took a fancy to Jiang Zhuing's ability. All the cells in his body mutated and turned into discharge cells. This ability was exactly what he wanted. Having just seen Jiang Zhuing release electrical energy, Blood Wolf became even more excited. That's it, this is the power. If he could take this power for himself, plus the power he had swallowed from the first Blood Wolf, he would be able to enter a new realm. As long as Jiang Zhuing is caught alive, her superpowers will be in our hands. After hearing what Blood Wolf said, Jiang Zhuing's face turned gloomy, while Zhang Hai and Sun Kun had ugly expressions. At this time, the sound of guns being loaded could be heard from the Blood Wolf team, and there was a kind of madness in the eyes of each of those team members that seemed to be eager to take action. Zhang Hai and Sun Kun tensed up immediately, their foreheads covered with sweat. Their strength was average, and if they really fought, they might not be able to walk out alive. Jiang Zhuing also clenched a long knife in her hand. Fighting with the Blood Wolf group would be no less dangerous than fighting with the mutant beasts. However, no matter what, she could not follow the Blood Wolf group. The outcome would only be more miserable. "Jiang Zhuing, you'd better think about it again. With your strength, wouldn't it be better for you to join our team? Bringing so many useless people with you is a burden. They are all dragging you down. Look, there is actually an ordinary person in your team," Blood Wolf continued. While he was talking, he found that Jiang Lushi had already entered the minibus. However, this action did not attract his attention. He was just an ordinary person. Maybe he was scared and hid because he heard him mention him. The other people in the Blood Wolf team also laughed. The team member who had humiliated Jiang Zhuiying before now said, "How come in a team led by a woman, even the men act like sissies? Ha 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 ha." But at this moment, his laughter disappeared. The team member still had a smile on his face as he watched Jiang Lushi driving the minibus and suddenly rushing towards them. "TSK, you are so angry that you are embarrassed." The team member had no intention of moving, and Blood Wolf also stood where he was. The woman loaded the ammunition with a clack and aimed it at Jiang Lushi in the car. Her pupils shrank together like pinholes, and she locked onto Jiang Lushi like a venomous snake. However, at this moment, Blood Wolf suddenly felt creepy. He quickly glanced at the minibus and found a black pipe opening sticking out from the front of the minibus. The creepy feeling came from this pipe opening. Although he didn't know what the nozzle was for, the Blood Wolf instinctively sensed the danger. When the power of a superpower reaches a certain level, just like animals that can warn of danger in advance, they will also have a sense of the death crisis that is about to fall on their heads. Blood Wolf was originally indifferent to the oncoming minibus, but now he immediately shouted, "Run!" As soon as he shouted, Blood Wolf leaped backwards. His muscles were taut and bulging, and he suddenly changed from an ordinary young man with no special features into a wolf. He leaped backwards so fast that even his eyes turned blood red. When the woman heard this, she no longer cared about shooting and quickly ran back. That team member, as well as the other Blood Wolf team members, reacted immediately when they saw the Blood Wolves running away. However, their speed was no match for the Blood Wolf and the woman, the two psychics. Buzz, buzz, buzz! These people turned their motorcycles around and tried to escape. But at this moment, bang! Suddenly, a loud noise was heard, and everyone felt as if they could not hear any sound all of a sudden, and a stream of air seemed to rush towards them. Puff! The team member saw the airflow coming, and the next moment, he felt that he and the motorcycle under him were hit head-on by a locomotive and flew up. He felt extreme pain all over his body, and a large blood mist appeared in front of his eyes. Is this my own blood? Bang! The team member's body fell heavily to the ground like a rag sack and rolled several times. When he stopped, he was like a goldfish out of water, with his mouth open and blood oozing out of it. His eyes were wide open and his pupils were dilated. He saw that there were several people lying around him, all covered in blood, their bodies twitching constantly, and they were obviously dead. Blood Wolf, the woman, and some other team members retreated to the door. He opened his mouth and wanted to call for help, but all that came out was blood and some internal organs mixed in the blood. The air cannon has been fired, and the base vehicle is accelerating. Inside the car, Jiang Liushi's expression remained unchanged. He turned the steering wheel, stepped hard on the accelerator, and rushed towards the gate again. Fuck! What the hell? Run! Before Blood Wolf and the others could fully react to the loud noise and the destructive power of the shock wave, they saw the minibus rushing towards them again. Those people who didn't have time to escape just now flew into the air one by one, bleeding in the air, and then fell heavily to the ground. The scene made them feel terrified. When they saw the minibus rushing towards them again, they suddenly felt their scalps tingling. This time they didn't even have time to drive away the SUV and Hummer, so they quickly retreated out the door. Laugh! With a sharp friction sound, the minibus stopped after rushing after the Hummer. Jiang Lushi sat in the driver's seat, staring coldly outside the gate through the windshield. Blood Wolf and his men had already retreated far away. They were shocked by the shock wave that the minibus had just fired. However, they did not know that Jiang Lushi needed to charge the air cannon for 10 seconds each time he fired it. After firing the air cannon once, it also needed to cool down for a while. Otherwise, they would not have fled the warehouse in such a panic. Unfortunately, the Blood Wolf was not killed. The Blood Wolf seemed to sense the danger and escaped when the air cannon was about to charge. Jiang Lushi slowly backed the car up a little. When the Blood Wolf group appeared, he was already looking for an opportunity to prepare for the battle in advance. When the Blood Wolf revealed his true purpose, Jiang Lushi finally couldn't help it. These people treated him as an ordinary person and didn't care about his shabby minibus. Of course, they didn't realize that Jiang Lushi had actually activated the air cannon when he got on the bus. When the power was about to be accumulated, he stepped on the accelerator and rushed forward. Blood Wolf escaped, but several of his team members who didn't have time to escape suffered. Their bones were broken and their internal organs were ruptured by the air cannon. They were bound to die. Chapter 78, Laboratory Opening. Inside the warehouse, Jiang Hai and others were completely stunned. Their palms and backs were covered in cold sweat. They thought they might lose their lives today, but they did not expect such a shocking turn of events. Jiang Lushi suddenly rushed out in a minibus, and there was a loud bang. Then, there were only 4 of them left in the warehouse again. The Blood Wolf and his companions, who had posed a great threat to them, had already escaped from the warehouse. The rest of the people were all dead. Jiang Zhuiying also opened her eyes wide, looking at the corpses on the ground. She had just prepared for the battle, and her long sword was about to be unsheathed, but she didn't expect Jiang Lushi to suddenly rush out in his car. At that moment, her heart suddenly rose to her throat, and she was extremely worried about Jiang Lushi's well-being, and even desperately chased after him. But this result was completely beyond her imagination. She was shocked and surprised, and her heart was put back in place.
Brother, is this a function modified for the car?
Jiang Zhuiying couldn't help but ask quickly. Jiang Hai and Sun Kun also came to their senses, and while they were alert at the gate, they gathered around the minibus and looked at it again in shock. Although they thought the minibus was crash-resistant before, they never thought that they would use it as a support at this time. That airflow, that loud noise, what on earth was that? Jiang Lushi pondered for a moment and said,
It's probably an air cannonball emitted by a contracting airflow. I had it when I picked up this car.
Jiang Hai and Sun Kun were speechless. How come they didn't pick up such a versatile car? Jiang Zhuiying smiled slightly after hearing this. Who knows if what Jiang Lushi said is true? Anyway, this brother is becoming more and more mysterious. Jiang Lushi sat in the car, looking at the expressions of Jiang Hai and the others, and he also felt like he didn't know what to say. He was actually too lazy to think of an excuse. Even if he thought of something else, they probably wouldn't believe it. Although the matter of the air cannon has been exposed now, with Jiang Zhuiying around, even if Jiang Hai and Sun Kun have the same idea as Yang Qingqing, they will still think about the lesson learned from Yang Qingqing. In addition, the biological laboratory was about to be built, and Jiang Lushi was no longer so nervous about whether someone was thinking about his base vehicle. His base vehicle was originally bound to the star seed in his mind, and his weakness was that he was an ordinary person. As long as he could make up for this, although it did not mean that he would be fearless, at least he would no longer have to tread on thin ice. The Blood Wolf brought so many people to surround us, they will definitely not give up just because a few people died. I just don't know when they will come back again. It would be terrible if they attacked us on the road. When Blood Wolf comes to his senses, he will realize that the air cannon barrel of the minibus cannot turn, and the minibus is large and relatively heavy. As long as he avoids the front of the bus and attacks from other directions, he won't have to worry about the air cannon. So Jiang Lushi did not plan to escape during this time. He asked Sun Kun to close the door, and then asked Jiang Hai to continue moving the remaining metal blocks onto the car, while Jiang Zhuiying stood beside the car and watched. Sun Kun carefully walked around the corpses, then climbed up the wall like a gecko, grabbed the handbrake of the door, and pulled it down. While closing the door, he carefully looked outside and saw Xuelong and others not far away. They didn't drive all the vehicles and motorcycles in, and judging from their appearance, they didn't plan to leave. All the guns were pointed at the warehouse door, and Blood Wolf's face was even more livid, completely different from the ordinary young man before, and he looked extremely furious. After losing several people for unknown reasons and escaping in a panic, Blood Wolf was of course furious.
Blood Wolf and his men have surrounded us, Sun Kun said after closing the door. Let them surround us. We're not going out now anyway, Jiang Zhuiying said.
Sun Kun glanced at Jiang Hai, who was still moving the metal block, and then glanced at Jiang Lushi. Why don't you forget about these metals at this time? I really don't understand why. After all the metal blocks were loaded onto the truck, Jiang Lushi said, Stand guard to the side. I have something to do. His minibus had just shown its power, so his words were naturally full of weight. Although they didn't understand what Jiang Lushi was doing alone in the car when Xuelong and the others were outside, Sun Kun and Jiang Hai immediately walked away. They went to check whether the warehouse had any entrances such as a back door or a window. Otherwise, if someone suddenly attacked them from behind, they would die without knowing how they died. Jiang Zhuing stayed near Jiang Liusher's minibus. Although she was also curious about what Jiang Liusher was going to do, with Zhang Hai and the others around, Jiang Zhuing would not ask anything. Standing in the minibus, looking at the metal blocks all over the floor and the aridium crucible that had just been taken out of the bag, Jiang Liusher took a deep breath. He had originally planned to upgrade quietly in the garage at night, but now, in order to deal with Blood Wolf and the others, he decided to build the biological laboratory right here and now. Scanning. All materials have been scanned and are ready. It will take 1 hour to build a biological laboratory. During this period, the base vehicle can drive normally and all functions can be used normally. Please confirm whether to upgrade? The voice of Starseed sounded. Jiang Liusher couldn't help but feel excited. In a biological laboratory, we can add materials to develop gene evolution fluid, which can be used by the host to evolve genes and greatly enhance physical fitness. It can be said that Starseed's introduction to the biological laboratory can drive any ordinary person crazy. Jiang Liusher did not mutate into a superpower. He did not have the physique of a superpower, and ordinary people in the end times are always relatively tragic. Even these ordinary people in the Blood Wolf team are just cannon fodder. An ordinary person, unarmed, would be doomed to facing 2 or 3 zombies. Even if fully armed, he could not handle many zombies alone. His physical strength was weak and consumed quickly, and he could not replenish it as quickly as a superpower. Confirm the upgrade, Jiang Liusher said in his mind. Instructions received, upgrade started. As the voice of Starseed fell, these materials disappeared one by one, and the construction of the biological laboratory began. 1 hour is very short in comparison. I wonder if Blood Wolf and the others can hold on for an hour. Jiang Liusher sat back in the cab, listening to the Starseed counting down the time for the air cannon to cool down. He only hoped that the shock brought to the Blood Wolf and his men by the air cannon just now could last a little longer.